The Haunting in Casper County. Casper County had always known how to hide its rot beneath clean paint and Sunday manners. From the road, the town looked like a place made for church bulletins and summer postcards. White steeples rose above tripping cedar trees. Mailboxes leaned beside narrow lanes that curled through wet pastures and fern-covered ditches. The old brick school sat near the center of town with a flagpole out front, a bell tower above the gym, and windows that glowed amber on rainy afternoons. Down Main Street, the bakery opened before dawn, the hardware store kept a coffee pot on the counter, and the diner still had framed photographs of high school baseball teams from decades past. People waved from trucks. Neighbors brought casseroles when someone died. Children learned early to say yes, ma'am, and no, sir, even when they meant neither. Casper County was proud of that picture. It held on to it with both hands. The town's favorite place to prove its own goodness was Pecan Hill. The name sounded warmer than the hill ever felt. A long open field rolled up from the county road and flattened near the top, where grass grew thick in spring and brittle in late summer. Tall pecan trees stood along the eastern edge, though no one agreed how the trees had survived so far north. Beyond them, the Pacific Northwest forest closed in hard, dark, and ancient, all black fir trunks, mossy stones, dripping branches, and ferns broad enough to hide a crouched child. On clear days, families spread blankets across the hill and children raced between picnic tables while adults pretended not to watch them too closely. On rainy days, mist threaded between the trees and turned the whole place silver. Pecan Hill held church gatherings, school field days, county picnics, harvest festivals, scout cookouts, and summer revival suppers. It was where fathers burned hot dogs on open grills and mothers set out deviled eggs under foil. It was where pastors talked about community and forgiveness while boys stole cookies from folding tables and girls braided flowers into each other's hair. It was where people in Casper County went when they wanted to believe nothing truly evil could happen among them. At the far edge of the woods, hidden behind salal bushes and rotten warning signs, the old coal mine waited. The mine had been closed longer than most children had been alive. Some of the adults remembered men going in before dawn with black lunch pails and coming out after dark with coal dust in every line of their faces. Others only knew the stories. A partial collapse had sealed one lower passage. Bad timber had taken another. The county put up a chain, hammered in a warning board, and told everybody to stay away. Rain, rust, and the stubborn curiosity of children did the rest. The chain sagged. The board split. The mouth of the mine opened wider each year. Not like a door, but like a throat. Anyone who stepped past the entrance met the drop almost at once. Old rails vanished beneath mud. The floor pitched downward, steep as a roof and slick with clay. After the first 20 feet, the daylight became a gray smear. After the next 20, the air changed, turning cold enough to make breath show in summer. The drop ended somewhere below in a scatter of broken boards, shallow water, and old mining stone. Adults like to say a person could fall 50 or 60 feet before stopping, and no one who said it ever sounded as if he wanted to test the number. Children were warned about the place every year. Warnings did not close mouths. On the afternoon Josh Hale disappeared, the county church had gathered on Pecan Hill for its spring fellowship picnic. The rain had taken a break after 3 steady days, leaving the grass damp and the sky pale with moving clouds. Women in long cardigans unpacked covered dishes from station wagons. Men dragged tables into crooked lines and laughed about whose grill would fail first. Younger children chased one another around the pecan trees with paper cups in their hands. Someone had brought a portable radio and gospel music crackled from a speaker on the back of a pickup. Josh Hale arrived late with his parents. He was 12, though strangers sometimes guessed older because he had shot up early and awkward. His wrist stuck out beyond the sleeves of his brown church sweater. His trousers were too short at the ankles. His bright orange hair refused every comb. His mother dragged through it, and by the time he reached the hill, it had already lifted in wild tufts around his ears. His father, Walter Hale, carried a folding chair under one arm and a pie under the other. His mother, Helen, kept smoothing Josh's collar as if she could smooth away the parts of him that made other children stare. "Leave it, Mama," Josh muttered, though he said it gently. Helen gave him the look she used when love and worry wrestled inside her. "I only want you neat for once. It would not kill you to look like you tried." "I did try. My hair did not." Walter chuckled, low and tired. He had coal dust in the cracks of his hands even after the mine had closed, because a man who had once carried that black work with him never truly washed it clean. "Let the boy breathe, Helen." Hair is not a sin. Not yet, she said, but she smiled because Walter had. Josh took that small mercy and slipped away before his mother found another reason to fuss. He moved along the edge of the gathering, pretending to study the woods, the tables, the church ladies, anything except the boys near the water coolers. Steve Keller saw him first. Steve was 13 and already carried himself like a man who expected smaller people to move. His blond hair was parted too sharply, his church shoes were polished, and his smile never reached his eyes. He had a father who owned half the storage sheds in town and a mother who knew how to make apologies sound like insults. Steve had learned early that consequences were something other children got. Beside him stood Dave Rourke, broad-faced and nervous, with a laugh that came too loud when Steve looked his way. Dave was not the cruelest boy in town, but he followed cruelty because it gave him somewhere to stand. Mark Thorne completed the trio. Mark was narrow, quick, and mean in the way of children who feared being noticed for anything else. He had a talent for finding the soft place in a person and pressing until it hurt. "There he is," Mark said, raising his voice just enough for Josh to hear. "The walking matchstick." Dave laughed, because Steve did. Josh kept walking. "Careful," Steve called. "If the rain starts again, that hair might rust." A few children nearby turned. Some smiled without understanding. Others understood too well and smiled anyway. Josh felt heat climb his neck. His hands curled, then opened. His father had told him more than once that a man did not need to answer every fool. His mother had told him to find an adult when boys got ugly. Neither piece of advice helped when the ugliness arrived in front of half the county. He stopped near the pecan trees and looked back. Go bother someone else? Steve's grin widened. Listen to him. He thinks he can give orders. Maybe he is captain of the Carrot Army, Mark said. Dave laughed again, but this time it sputtered out when Josh looked at him. For 1 second, Dave's face changed. There was doubt in it. Maybe even shame. Then Steve nudged him with his arm, and Dave shoved the feeling away. "Leave me alone," Josh said. It came out lower than he intended, less like fear and more like warning. That should have been enough. In a decent world, 3 boys at a church picnic might have heard the warning and stepped back. Casper County had never been as decent as it looked. Steve glanced over his shoulder. The adults were busy setting food out, arguing about folding chairs, laughing near the grills. Josh's parents stood with the pastor near the road. Helen looked Josh's way once, but someone touched her arm and drew her into conversation. Steve noticed. He always noticed. "Why are you scared?" Steve asked. "Going to run to Mama?" "He will cry on her dress," Mark said. "Orange tears." Josh walked away faster this time, cutting along the outer edge of the field. He told himself not to run. Running made it worse. Running gave boys like Steve permission to chase. He knew this because he had tested it before behind the school, beside the gym at the edge of the bus line. Running turned a boy into prey. Then a pebble struck the back of his shoulder. It was small. It did not hurt much. The shock of it did. Josh turned around. Steve had one hand in his pocket, looking innocent with a skill that would serve him well for the rest of his life. Mark had already bent to scoop up another stone from the muddy path. Dave stared at the ground, then at Steve, then at Josh Hale. "Missed his head," Mark said. "Do not," Josh said. The second stone came harder. It clipped his ear. Pain flashed bright and hot. Josh slapped a hand to the side of his head and felt dampness there, not rain, not sweat. He looked at his fingers and saw red. Dave's smile vanished. "Steve, maybe that is enough." Steve's face tightened. He did not like being corrected, especially by someone he considered his own shadow. "It is only a little rock." "You made him bleed," Dave said. "Them his head works after all," Mark said, and threw again. Josh ducked. The rock sailed past and vanished into grass. Another followed, then another, because cruelty spread faster than courage. A younger boy near the trees picked up a pine cone and flung it without knowing why. Someone laughed. Josh backed away, hard hammering. A sharp stone struck his cheekbone. Another hit his thigh. The picnic sounds behind him blurred into clatter and music and distant adult voices that did not hear the right thing at the right time. "Stop it," Josh said, but his voice cracked. Mark heard the crack and loved it. He is going to cry. Josh ran. The moment he did, Steve shouted, "Get him!" They chased him past the last pecan tree and into the edge of the woods, their Sunday shoes slipping in mud, their laughter cutting through the wet air. Josh crashed through salal bushes and fern fronds, branches whipping his face. The forest swallowed the picnic behind him. Gospel music became a thin crackle. Voices became nothing. His breath tore in his throat. He was tall but not fast on uneven ground. His legs were all angles and panic. "Carrot boy," Mark yelled behind him. "Come back." A rock struck the tree beside Josh's face, and bark chips snapped into his skin. He veered left. That was his mistake. The mine mouth appeared between two cedar trunks, darker than the trees around it. The warning sign hung by one nail, the faded letters streaked with moss. Josh saw the chain too late. One end had fallen into the mud, leaving a gap wide enough for a frightened boy to pass without slowing. He meant to duck behind the entrance and hide. He meant to stop just inside where the shadows would cover him until the others gave up. His right shoe landed on wet clay. The ground vanished beneath him. For one wild second he was still upright, arms windmilling, fingers clawing for anything solid. His palm slapped a rotten beam. The wood broke apart in his hand. He slid, slammed headfirst against the slanted floor, and dropped into darkness. Mud filled his mouth. Stones tore his palms. The world became a rush of cold, black air and scraping rock. He heard Steve shout above him, then Mark curse. Then Dave cry out his name. Josh struck something hard near the bottom. A crack sounded inside him more than around him. Pain roared up his left leg and lit the mine white behind his eyes. He tried to scream, but the breath had been knocked out of him. He rolled into shallow water, gagged, and dragged air back in with a sound that did not seem human. Above, the entrance was a dim gray shape high up the slope. 3 faces hovered at the top, small and pale in the broken light. "Josh?" Dave called. Josh pushed up on one forearm. The movement sent agony through his leg. He fell back, biting his tongue hard enough to taste blood. "Help me," he shouted. The words bounced off stone and came back thinner. "My leg is hurt. Get my dad." Steve's face moved back from the opening. Mark whispered something Josh could not hear. Dave shouted, "We need to tell somebody." "No," Steve snapped. His voice carried strangely in the mine, sharp and close. "We will get blamed." "He fell," Dave said. "We have to tell." "We chased him," Mark said, panic rising. "We threw rocks. My dad will kill me." Josh clawed at the mud, trying to pull himself toward the slope. His fingers slid over cold stone. "Please, I cannot climb." "Please go get help." Silence answered. The gray mouth of the mine framed their faces like a picture Josh would carry through every second that remained to him. Steve's fear hardened first. It turned his mouth flat and his eyes mean because fear in boys like Steve could only survive by becoming anger. "You got yourself in there," Steve called down. "You should not have run." Josh stared up at him. "Please do not leave me here." Dave's face crumpled. "Steve." Steve grabbed Dave by the sleeve. "Listen to me." He ran into the woods. "We did not see where he went. That is all. We were playing near the field. He left." "He is right there," Dave said. "Not if we do not say he is." The words settled in the mind like dirt on a coffin lid. Josh began to cry then, not softly, not with shame, but with the open terror of a child who understands that pain is not the worst thing that can happen. "Do not leave me. Please, I will not tell. I swear I will not tell." Mark backed away. "Somebody will hear him." "Not from here," Steve said. Dave lingered. Of the 3, his face stayed visible longest. He looked down at Josh with his mouth hanging open and tears standing in his eyes. Josh reached toward him, though Dave was far above, a hand raised into cold air. "Dave," Josh said, "please help me." Dave took one step forward. Steve yanked him back hard enough that Dave stumbled. "You want prison? You want your dad to know? Move." The faces withdrew. "No," Josh screamed. "No, come back. Please come back." Footsteps scrambled away through wet brush. One of the boys slipped and cursed. Another shushed him. Then the forest took them, and the mine held Josh alone. For a while he screamed without words. He screamed until his throat became raw and the sound turned ragged. He shouted for his father. He shouted for his mother. He shouted for the pastor, for strangers, for anyone in the bright field beyond the trees. The mine swallowed everything and fed him only echoes. Above, the picnic went on. Clouds moved over Pecan Hill. Children were called to eat. Adults asked after missing plates, missing napkins, missing cups. Helen Hale looked across the field and frowned when she did not see her son. Walter told her Josh was likely sulking in the trees and would come back hungry. Helen tried to believe him. Mothers in Casper County were trained to trust the ordinary shape of a day. Near the water coolers, Steve Keller, Dave Rourke, and Mark Thorne returned with mud on their shoes and fear under their skin. Steve washed his hands at the spigot until his knuckles reddened. Mark ate 2 cookies too fast and nearly threw up behind a truck. Dave did not eat it all. When Helen asked whether they had seen Josh, Steve looked straight at her with a face that would one day sell cars to grieving widows and said Josh had gone toward the road. He said some man was giving him a ride, Steve added. Dave stared at him. Mark looked down. Helen's face changed. What man? Steve lifted one shoulder. I did not know him, ma'am. He had a brown coat. Josh seemed to know him. That lie, born in fear and fed by silence, would become the town's first version of the truth. By dusk, the hill had emptied and filled again with searchers. Men carried flashlights and called Josh's name. Dogs were brought from the sheriff's office 2 towns over. Volunteers walked the road, the ditch, the creek bed, the schoolyard, the gas station, the cemetery. Helen Hale stood wrapped in Walter's coat, though the evening was not cold enough for it, calling her son's name until her voice failed. Walter walked the tree line again and again, passing within 30 yards of the mine entrance each time, never seeing the drag marks in the mud because darkness had taken them and rain had begun to fall. Inside the mine, Josh heard his name in the distance once. He screamed until sparks danced before his eyes. No one heard. Rain thickened through the night. Water ran down the sloped entrance in thin streams and dripped from old beams. It tapped stone, tapped metal, tapped the surface of the shallow pool near Josh's hip. The sound became endless. His leg throbbed beneath him. He could not move it without nearly passing out. The cold entered him slowly, not as a shock but as an occupation. It took his shoes first, and his fingers, then the parts of his body pressed against wet ground. At some point before dawn, Josh stopped calling. He saved his voice for morning. Above him, Casper County searched for a lost boy while standing on the place that had swallowed him. By sunrise, the lie had already grown roots. Someone said they remembered seeing a strange brown car near the road. Someone else said a man in a coat had asked for directions the week before. A woman from church claimed Josh had seemed troubled lately, though she had never spoken to him alone in her life. The sheriff took notes and tried to look calm. Walter Hale walked through mud with a flashlight in one hand and his son's school photograph in the other. Helen sat on a folding chair near the hill, rocking without noticing she was doing it. Steve, Dave, and Mark stood with their parents while deputies questioned them. Steve repeated the story cleanly. Mark added small details that made it worse. Dave cried halfway through and everyone took it for concern. No adult asked why the boy's shoes were caked with mine clay. No adult asked why Steve Keller would not look toward the woods. No adult asked Dave Rourke what he had almost said before Steve touched his arm. Casper County preferred a stranger in a brown coat. A stranger could be hunted. A stranger could be hated without changing anything at home. A stranger did not force parents to examine their sons or pastors to question their gatherings or neighbors to admit that cruelty had been growing in daylight. The rain kept falling. By the end of the first day, Josh understood that help might not come soon. By the end of the second, he understood that Steve had meant to leave him. By the end of the third, he began to understand that the county above him could call his name forever and still never find him. Because good people often searched everywhere except the place. Shame told them not to look. The mine taught Josh the shape of time after the daylight disappeared. At first, he counted by the calls from above. Searchers came near enough on the first day for their voices to drift down as ghostly murmurs. He heard men moving through brush. He heard a dog barking somewhere beyond the entrance. Once, he heard his mother. He was certain of it. Her voice broke over his name, and the sound cut him so deeply he tried to stand before he remembered his leg. The pain knocked him sideways into the water. He choked on mud, beat his fists against stone, and screamed until his throat tore. "Mama," he called. "I am here. I am here." The voices moved away. After that, he counted by light. Morning turned the mouth of the mine gray. Noon made it almost white. Evening bruised it blue. Night erased it completely. The days were not full days down there. They were narrow strips of brightness high above him, impossible to reach, and cruel because they proved the world still existed. He lay near the bottom of the drop with his injured leg twisted at an angle he refused to look at for too long. His trousers were soaked from thigh to cuff. The skin along his palms had been scraped open during the fall, and grit clung in the raw places. One cheek had swollen where a stone had struck him before the chase. Dried blood tightened near his ear. The cut on his tongue made every swallow burn. He tried to crawl during the first morning. He dragged himself by his forearms, teeth clenched so hard his jaw ached. The sloped passage rose before him, slick with clay and broken shale. It looked possible from below, which made it worse. He reached the base, planted both palms, and pulled. His good knee slipped. His injured leg shifted. The pain rose so fast and bright that sound vanished. He remembered seeing his hands clawing mud. He remembered the gray light above. Then he was back near the pool, shaking hard enough that his teeth clicked. He did not try again for several hours. When he did, he got less far. "Fine," he whispered to the mine, as if it had challenged him. "I will wait. Someone will come." The mine answered with water drops. Josh had never liked the dark, but he'd been ashamed of that fear. 12-year-old boys in Casper County were allowed to fear bears, deep rivers, and fathers who drank too much. They were not supposed to fear the hallway after bedtime or the space under the porch. Josh had feared both. He had slept for years with the door cracked because the crack let in a strip of hall light. He had never told anyone except his mother, who had quietly stopped closing it all the way. In the mine, darkness did not simply fill the space. It pressed against him. It seemed to breathe behind his head. He began to imagine passages opening where none had been, old tunnels stretching away into the earth with things waiting in them. He told himself he was being foolish. He told himself mines creaked. Mines tripped. Mines shifted. Mines made sounds because they were old and wet and full of loose stone. Then something moved in the dark beyond the pool. Josh froze. The sound came again, faint and quick. A rat, maybe. A stone giving way. A beetle in old leaves. He held his breath until his lungs hurt. Nothing touched him. Nothing came. When he finally breathed again, he laughed once, a broken little sound that ended in a sob. "It is nothing," he said. His voice was a stranger's voice, rough and thin. "It is only nothing." On the second day, hunger arrived as a cramp beneath his ribs. He thought of the picnic tables with foil pans, fried chicken, biscuits, strawberry cake, baked beans, and the lemon bars. Mrs. Alden always made too sweet. He had walked away from that food because he wanted to escape Steve's eyes. Now the memory of it felt like punishment. He sucked rainwater from his sleeve and tried to catch drips in his palm. The water tasted like rust, dirt, and old wood, but he swallowed it anyway. His mother would be crying by then. He knew that. His father would be angry because anger gave men something to hold when fear tried to empty them. Walter Hale would be walking every road in the county. He would have mud up to his shins. He would not sleep. He would blame himself for letting Josh walk away. Helen would blame herself for fussing over his collar instead of asking why he looked so anxious. They would both be wrong, but wrongness did not keep guilt from feeding. Josh pictured them so clearly that for a moment he smelled his house. Laundry soap, coffee, and dust from the hallway rug. His father's pipe tobacco, though Walter had quit smoking when Josh was 6 and still kept the pipe in a kitchen drawer as if quitting were a conversation not yet finished. He pictured his bedroom, the comic book stacked near his bed, the model airplane hanging from the ceiling, the orange sweater his mother hated because it made his hair look brighter. He had complained about that room the week before because the window stuck. He would have given anything to sit in it again, even with the window stuck forever. "I am sorry," he whispered. He did not know who he was apologizing to. His parents, God, himself, and maybe the mine. By the third day, the cold had stopped being weather and had become an intelligence. It knew where to find him. It slid inside his shoes and wrapped his toes. It climbed through wet fabric and settled into the bones of his hips. It made his fingers stiff. He tucked his hands beneath his arms, then cried out because moving pulled at the scrapes on his palms. His toes burned, then prickled, then began to feel distant, as if they belonged to another boy lying nearby. He tried to pray. At church, prayer had always come with polished words and adult voices. Down in the mine, Josh could not remember the order of anything. He knew the Lord's Prayer because everyone knew it, but when he tried to say it, his mind snagged on lines and lost them. The words broke apart. His lips shook too hard. "Please," he said instead. "Please send someone. I will be better. I will not talk back. I will help Mama without being asked. I will not hate Steve if you get me out. I promise I will not." The last promise felt false as soon as he made it. He hated Steve. He hated Mark. He hated the way Dave had looked down at him and done nothing. Dave's face returned more often than the others because it had nearly changed. Dave had almost helped. That almost became its own cruelty. Steve had been cold. Mark had been afraid. Dave had known. "You knew," Josh said into the dark. His voice came back to him in a whisper. "You know. On the 4th day, fever came." He knew the word but not the shape. He only knew that he shivered until sweat slicked his neck, then burned until he tried to peel off his sweater, then froze before he could get it over his head. He saw things in the dark. His mother knew the entrance with a lantern. A dog with white eyes standing in the lower tunnel. Steve sitting cross-legged on a stone, smiling. His father, younger than Josh had ever seen him, his face blackened by coal dust, reaching down from a beam that was not there. "Grab my hand," Walter said. Josh reached. His fingers closed on air. He cried then, long and quietly, because he no longer had the strength for loud grief. Some time after that he heard boys laughing. Not from above, from inside the mine. The laughter slipped along the stone, first faint, then nearer. Steve's laugh. Mark's high snicker. Dave's nervous bark. Josh opened his eyes to darkness so thick he could not see his own hand. The laughter circled him. He pressed himself back against a stone and covered his ears, but the sound was already inside his head. "I will tell," he whispered. "When I get out, I will tell." The laughter stopped. Something cold touched his ankle. Josh screamed and kicked with his good leg. Water splashed. Pain tore through him. In the sudden silence after his cry, he realized nothing had touched him. A drip had fallen from a beam and landed on his skin. Nothing more. His mind was turning against him. He knew that in the small, clear park that remained. By the 5th day, the search had moved elsewhere. Josh sensed it before he accepted it. The voices above grew rare. No dogs barked. No men called from the field. Rain continued, patient and soft, but human sound withdrew from Pecan Hill. The town had widened its hunt. Maybe they searched rivers now. Maybe they questioned strangers. Maybe they put Josh's picture in newspapers and on store windows. Maybe his mother had gone home because people told her she had to sleep. Maybe his father had not. The mine had no mercy in it, but it had honesty. It showed Josh the truth one slow hour at a time. No one was coming because no one knew where to come. His fingers had changed color. He noticed it when dawn made the entrance gray and a little light reached the bottom. The tips were darkened, not dirt, not shadow. His toes felt swollen inside his shoes, though he could not make them move properly. He stared at his hands for a long time. They looked like someone else's hands, small and filthy and ruined. A calmness came over him then, stranger than fear. He thought, "I'm going to die here." The thought should have broken him. Instead, it sat beside him like a second child, quiet and certain. He waited for panic to return. It did, but weaker than before. His body was tired of terror. Even his heart seemed to beat from far away. He began speaking to keep himself anchored. He told the mind his name. He told it his birthday. He told it his mother's favorite hymn and his father's habit of tapping twice on a doorframe before entering a room. He told it about the time he had stolen a jar of peach preserves and eaten half of it behind the shed, then blamed raccoons badly enough that his mother laughed before she punished him. He told it he wanted a dog, but Walter said dogs deserved more yard than they had. He told it he hated his hair because people saw it before they saw him. Then he told it about Steve, Dave, and Mark. He said their names carefully. He repeated them until they no longer sounded like boys. They sounded like nails. Steve Keller, Dave Rohr, Mark Thorne. He said where their fathers worked. He said what pews their families sat in. He said what lies they had told. "You left me," he whispered. "You all left me." Water dripped. "Your parents will believe you. Everybody will believe you. They will say you are good boys who were scared. They will say I ran away. They will say a stranger took me. They will say anything except what happened." His lips trembled, but the calm sharpened into something harder. "I am still here." The mind seemed to listen. On the 6th day, Josh woke from a dream of sunlight and understood he had very little time left. His breath came shallow. His chest hurt. His injured leg had become a distant, pulsing weight, but the rest of him hurt too, as if the mine had bruised him from the inside. He could not feel his toes except his pressure. His fingers curled poorly. He had bitten his lips in sleep and blood had dried at the corners of his mouth. His throat felt packed with ash. The entrance above glowed with a thin morning light. For a while he watched it without speaking. Rain had stopped. Somewhere outside, water slid from branches in bright drops. A bird called twice. The sound was so ordinary that it felt obscene. Josh imagined Pecan Hill in that moment, grass wet and shining. Picnic tables empty. A scrap of paper plate caught against a tree root, the mine sign hanging crooked, still warning, still ignored. He imagined Steve waking in a warm bed, Mark eating breakfast, Dave sitting at his kitchen table unable to swallow. He hoped Dave could not swallow. He hoped every bite turned to stone. That hope frightened him for a second because it did not sound like him. Then he thought of his mother burying an empty box. The fear burned away. "No," he said. The words scraped his throat. It was not a one-word answer to anyone. It was a refusal addressed to the dark, to the hill, to the town above him, to the lie already forming. He was not going to vanish kindly. He was not going to become a sad story told in soft voices over coffee. He was not going to let Casper County keep its clean white steeples and its picnic tables and its good boys with mud on their shoes. He pressed his palms into the ground and dragged himself an inch toward the slope. Pain rolled through him. He dragged again. Mud filled his nails. His breath hissed between his teeth. He was not trying to escape now. He knew the slope was too steep. He only wanted to face the entrance. It took him a long time. When he managed it, he lay angled toward the gray light. It looked far away, but beautiful in a cruel way. He could see a strip of forest beyond it, a cedar branch, a pale sky. The world continuing. Josh lifted one ruined hand. "Steve Keller," he whispered. The mine held the name. Dave Rourke. The air seemed to grow colder. Mark Thorne. His breath fogged faintly before him, though it was spring outside. "If I ever get out, I will make you pay. If I cannot get out, then I will wait here until you come close enough to hear me. I will wait for your mothers and fathers, for every person who believed you because believing you was easier. I will wait for this town to remember what it did." He swallowed, and the movement hurt. "I am still here." Something answered from deep in the mine. It was not a voice exactly. It was a shift in the dark, a long exhale of cold from tunnels no living person had mapped in years. Dust lifted. Water trembled in the shallow pool. The rotten beams above him creaked, though no wind could reach them. Josh opened his eyes wider. For the first time since the fall, the dark did not feel empty. It felt open. It should have been afraid. Instead, he smiled a little, with cracked lips and fever-bright eyes. "You hear me," he whispered. The cold gathered around him like arms. His last thoughts came in pieces. His mother singing while she washed dishes. His father carrying him from the couch to bed when he was small and pretending not to know Josh had stayed awake for the ride. Rain on the bedroom window. The smell of peach preserves. Dave's face at the mine entrance. Steve's voice saying, "Not if we do not say he is." Josh held on to that voice. He carried it with him past pain, past breath, past the failing beat in his chest. By the time the afternoon clouds returned to Pecan Hill, Josh Hale was dead at the bottom of the coal mine. The cold did not leave with him. It sank deeper. It slipped into the stone, into the water, into the rotting timbers and rusted rails. It threaded its way up the slope and lingered at the entrance where children had run and adults had failed to look. It settled beneath the roots of the pecan trees. It waited in the grass where church blankets would someday be spread again. It touched the warning sign and darkened the moss around its nails. That evening, Helen Hale collapsed beside her kitchen table while neighbors whispered in the parlor. Walter Hale walked into the woods alone and came back after midnight with blood on his knuckles from punching trees. The sheriff put out a wider bulletin. Newspapers printed Josh's school photograph beneath the words "Missing Child." Steve Keller slept badly. Mark Thorne threw away the shoes he had worn at the picnic. Dave Rourke woke screaming from a dream of a hand reaching up through black water. The search continued for weeks. They looked in rivers. They looked in culverts. They searched abandoned sheds, logging roads, hunting cabins, and empty barns. They questioned drifters and truckers. They pulled two harmless men into the station because one owned a brown coat and the other drove a brown car. They drained a pond and found nothing but tires. They checked the mine entrance once from the outside, saw the rotten slope, called it too dangerous, and moved on. Helen and Walter buried an empty casket on a gray morning while rain tapped the canvas over the graveside. The pastor spoke about mysteries known only to God. Helen stared at the closed box and made no sound. Walter stood with his hat in both hands, eyes fixed on the ground, looking like a man who had been carved hollow. Steve, Dave, and Mark attended with their parents. Steve cried at the right moment. Mark looked pale enough that people praised his tender heart. Dave shook so badly that his mother wrapped an arm around him and told him he had cared too much for too long. No one asked why Frost rhymed the empty casket after the service. It was spring. The air was cool but not freezing. Still, when the mourners left and the gravediggers came forward, thin white crystals clung to the polished wood. One man joked uneasily about the weather. The other crossed himself, though he belonged to no church that taught him to do it. That night, black ice formed on the road outside the Keller house. Steve's father slipped while walking to his truck and broke 3 ribs. He told everyone he had stepped wrong. 2 weeks later, March's mother found every mirror in her house fogged from the inside, though the stove was cold and no one had bathed. A month after that, Dave Rourke saw wet footprints crossing his bedroom floor from the window to his bed. They were the size of a boy's shoes. Casper County explained each thing separately. The human mind is skilled at protecting itself from patterns it does not want to see. Years passed. The mine entrance grew more dangerous. The warning sign fell completely and vanished beneath fern growth. Pecan Hill remained the town's favorite gathering place, though fewer children wandered near the tree line after sunset. Helen Hale stopped attending church. Walter died early, some said from a bad heart, others from grief. The Keller, Rourke, and Thorne families prospered in public and suffered in private. Strange deaths came one by one to those who had been nearest the lie. A fall on a dry porch coated in frost. A truck sliding on black ice in August. A kitchen window bursting inward with cold so sharp it cut skin. Always there was some explanation ready, and always the explanation felt too thin. By the time 20 years had passed, Casper County had learned not to speak Josh Hale's name after dark. Pecan Hill stayed green. The mine stayed hungry. The boy at the bottom waited. Timmy Caldwell saw Casper County for the first time through a windshield streaked with rain. The moving truck had already gone ahead with most of their furniture, leaving Timmy and his father in the old blue station wagon with 2 suitcases, 3 cardboard boxes, a cooler, a lampshade, a rolled-up rug, and a silence neither of them knew how to break. Rain whispered over the glass. Wipers dragged back and forth with a tired rubber squeak. The road curved through dark fir trees and low fog. Every few miles, a mailbox appeared, then vanished behind them like a marker for a life someone else understood. Timmy sat in the passenger seat with his knees drawn close because the floor was crowded with books and a grocery bag full of loose cables. He was 12, tall for his age, and too thin in the way grief can make a child book stretch. His bright red hair had dried in uneven waves after the morning drizzle, and no amount of pushing it down had helped. His mother used to say it made him look like a candle flame refusing to go out. He had hated that when she said it in front of people. Now, he would have given up every good thing left to hear her say it once more. His father, Nathan Caldwell, drove with both hands on the wheel. Nathan had always been a careful driver, but since the accident, he had become almost painfully exact. He signaled on empty roads. He checked mirrors when there was nothing behind them but rain. He slowed too much at curves. Timmy noticed because children notice what adults think they hide. The accident had happened 4 months earlier on a wet highway outside Portland. A delivery truck slid through a red light. Rachel Caldwell had been coming home from the hospital where she worked nights as a nurse. Nathan had told Timmy the facts in a voice so controlled it frightened him more than shouting would have. The doctors tried. She did not suffer long. She loved you more than anything. Those sentences had become stones in Timmy's chest. People kept handing them to him, thinking they were comfort. After the funeral, their house in the city had turned into a museum of absence. Rachel's mug still in the cabinet, her gardening shoes by the back door, her note on the fridge reminding Nathan to buy dish soap. Timmy could not walk from his bedroom to the kitchen without finding proof that she had meant to come back. Nathan tried for a while to keep everything the same. Then he began packing at night. A fresh start, he had said. Timmy had wanted to ask whether fresh starts came with mothers, but he did not say it. He had learned that grief made adults fragile in surprising places. Now Casper County unfolded ahead of them in wet fields, dark houses, and a main street that looked too small to hold their sorrow. Nathan cleared his throat. The house is supposed to be just past the school. Realtor said the roof was redone last year. Furnace is new. There is a creek behind the property, but not close enough to flood. Timmy watched rain bead on the side mirror. Okay, you will have your own room at the back. Bigger than your old one. Okay. Nathan glanced at him, then back at the road. There is a park nearby, Pecan Hill. People use it for town events. The realtor said kids ride bikes there? Timmy pressed his forehead lightly against the cool glass. Great. Nathan's jaw tightened, not with anger, but with the effort of swallowing it. I know this is not what you wanted. Timmy said nothing. I did not know how to keep us there, Nathan said. Every room hurt. I would wake up and expect to hear her in the kitchen. I would pass the hospital exit and forget for half a second. Then remember, I thought maybe if we went somewhere quiet, we could breathe. Timmy turned from the window. His father's eyes stayed on the road, but they shone in the gray light. I still expect to hear her, Timmy said. Nathan nodded once, slowly. Me too. That was the first honest thing either of them had said in miles. The town appeared after a bend, clustered beneath low clouds. Main Street had a diner with a red sign, a feed store, a pharmacy, a barber shop, a church with white siding, and a library built from dark stone. The school sat on a rise beyond the church. Children would go there in the morning. Timmy's stomach tightened at the thought. New school, new town, new faces, and the same hair everyone noticed before anything else. At the far end of town, a faded billboard advertised Keller, Rourke, and Thorne Motors, family-owned. Honest deals. The smiling faces of three middle-aged men looked down from the sign. Rain had streaked the paint under their eyes so they seemed to be crying black tears. Timmy stared until the sign slipped past. Big dealership for a small town, Nathan said, more to himself than to Timmy. The house waited on a narrow lane behind the school road, 2 stories with pale siding, green shutters, and a porch that sagged slightly at one corner. The yard was larger than Timmy expected. Wet grass ran back to a line of trees, and beyond the trees the land rose toward a broad hill half hidden by mist. Pecan Hill, he guessed. The place had a strange pull even through the rain. It was only a field and woods, yet it seemed to watch the house. The moving truck stood in the driveway. 2 men in rain jackets were wrestling the couch toward the porch. Nathan parked behind them and sat for a moment with the engine running. "This is it," he said. Timmy looked at the house. A curtain shifted in an upstairs window, though no one was inside. There's probably the draft from the movers opening the front door. That was probably all. "It looks sad," Timmy said before he could stop himself. Nathan gave a small, tired laugh. "Houses do that before people settle in." "Do people do that before houses settle in?" Nathan looked at him then, really looked, and something in his face softened. "Yes, I think they do." They stepped into the rain and began carrying boxes. The house smelled like old wood, fresh paint, and emptiness. The living room had a fireplace with a cracked tile hearth. The kitchen was narrow but bright, with a window over the sink looking toward the back trees. Upstairs, Timmy's room faced Pecan Hill. The ceiling slanted on one side, and the floorboards creaked in 3 different tones. Someone had painted the walls a pale blue that might have been cheerful on a sunny day. In the rain, it looked like cold milk. Timmy set his suitcase near the bed frame and looked out the window. The backyard ended in a low fence. Beyond it, the trees thickened, then opened into the long rise of the hill. Fog clung to the grass. A stand of pecan trees marked the far side, their branches black against the sky. Past those trees, the forest turned dense enough that it seemed less like land and more like a wall. For a second, Timmy saw movement near the tree line. A pale shape stood near the tree line. Maybe a boy, thin and still. He blinked, and it was gone. "Tim?" Nathan called from the hallway. "You want the desk by the window or the wall?" Timmy kept staring. "Window, I guess." Nathan came in carrying one end of the desk with a mover at the other. "Good choice. Natural light when this county remembers light exists." The joke tried to land and missed, but Timmy gave him a small smile because his father needed it. They worked until evening. Boxes became stacks. Stacks became uneven attempts at rooms. Nathan found the plates, but not the silverware. Timmy found his model figures, his sketchbook, 3 hoodies, and a framed photograph he had wrapped in a t-shirt. The photograph showed Rachel Caldwell at the coast laughing with one hand over her eyes because the sun had been too bright. Timmy had taken it on Nathan's phone the year before. He set it on the windowsill, then moved it to the desk because the window felt wrong. Dinner was takeout from the diner, eaten from cartons with plastic forks Nathan found in the glove box. "Tomorrow we go by the school office before classes," Nathan said. "Dad, your paperwork." "Principal Danton runs the office." She sounded nice on the phone. Timmy poked noodles around his carton. "People always sound nice on the phone." "That is unfair, but not entirely false." "Do I have to start tomorrow?" Nathan leaned back in his chair. He looked older in the kitchen light. Not old exactly, but worn at the edges. "I think waiting makes it harder. For me or for you." The question struck harder than Timmy meant it to. Nathan looked down at his carton and set the fork aside. "For both of us," he said. I cannot fix what happened. I cannot make this easy. I can only keep moving and hope you come with me." Timmy's throat tightened. He wanted to be angry. Anger felt safer than the ache beneath it. "What if I cannot?" "Then I will slow down," Nathan said. "But I will not leave you behind." Timmy looked away first. That night, he lay in his new room listening to rain tick against the window. The house settled around him in groans and small pops. Pipes knocked once in the wall. Downstairs, Nathan moved quietly, opened a cabinet, closed it, then paused as if he had forgotten what he was doing. Timmy knew that pause. His father made it often now. It was the pause of a man reaching for a life no longer there. Timmy turned toward the desk. Rachel's photograph caught a faint strip of hallway light beneath the door. Her smile glowed and faded as shadows moved. "I do not like it here," he whispered. The room gave no answer. Outside, beyond the wet glass, Pecan Hill waited in the dark. Morning came gray, early and cold. Casper County Middle School smelled of floor wax, wet coats, cafeteria bread, and old paper. Nathan walked Timmy into the office, signed forms, spoke politely with Principal Danton, and squeezed Timmy's shoulder before leaving for his first day setting up the small accounting office he had rented downtown. Timmy watched him go through the glass door and felt the sudden, humiliating urge to call him back. Principal Danton was short, silver-haired, and brisk in the way of people who believed kindness worked best when organized. She gave Timmy a schedule, a locker number, and a map that had been copied so many times the hallway labels had blurred. "We are glad to have you, Timothy," she said. "Timmy is fine." "Timmy, then. If you need anything, you come right here." He nodded because adults liked nods. They mistook them for trust. A student aide named Beth walked him to homeroom. She talked fast and cheerfully about teachers, lunchtimes, which stairwell jammed between periods, and how Mr. Ellis gave surprise quizzes but always looked guilty afterward. Timmy tried to listen. He was too aware of students watching from doorways. By second period, the whispers had started. They were not creative at first. New kid, red hair, city boy, too tall, too skinny. Someone asked whether his head caught fire when he ran. Someone else asked if his father used him to find a car in parking lots. Timmy had heard versions of those jokes before. They were old enough to be boring, which did not keep them from hurting. At lunch, he carried a tray to the end of a table where no one sat. The cafeteria windows looked toward the back fields, and beyond them, the rise of Pecan Hill. Rain had stopped, but the sky remained low. Timmy opened his milk carton and pretended not to notice the three boys approaching. The tallest had dark hair, a square jaw, and the easy confidence of someone who had already learned his place in the room. His name, Timmy had heard in English class, was Owen Keller. The second boy was heavier, with restless eyes and a red sweatshirt. The third was thin, sharp-nosed, and smiling before anything funny happened. Timmy felt something inside him sink. "You lost?" Owen asked. Timmy looked at the empty seats around him. "Looks like I found a table." The boy in the red sweatshirt snorted. Owen leaned one hand on the table. "This is where people sit when they do not want company. Then it is working." The thin boy's smile widened. "He talks." Owen studied Timmy's hair. Something changed in his expression, a flicker Timmy could not read. For 1 second, Owen looked less amused than unsettled. Then he covered it with a grin. "Where did you come from, Matchstick?" Timmy set down his milk before he crushed it. "Portland." "That explains it," Red Sweatshirt said, though it explained nothing. The thin boy reached across the table and flipped a fry from Timmy's tray. "Does your hair glow in the dark?" Timmy stood up. He was taller than all three by an inch or two, which surprised them and him. Height had never made him brave. It only made him easier to spot. "Move," he said. Owen's grin thinned. "Or what?" A girl's voice cut in before Timmy could answer. "Or you can explain to Teacher Vale why you are bothering the new kid on his first day." The three boys turned. A girl stood behind them with a lunch tray balanced on one hand and a look sharp enough to slice bread. She had brown skin, dark curly hair pulled into a loose braid, and a denim jacket covered in small enamel pins. Her eyes moved from Owen to the fry on Timmy's tray to Timmy's face. "Cindy Bell," Owen said with open annoyance. "Nobody asked you." "I noticed," she said. "That is usually when people need me most." Red Sweatshirt muttered something under his breath. Cindy stepped closer. "Say it loud, Tyler. Your courage deserves witnesses." Tyler looked away. Owen straightened, trying to decide whether a public fight with Cindy was worth it. Apparently it was not. He tapped the table once with his knuckles. "See you around, city boy." I can hardly wait, Timmy said. Owen gave him a cold look, then walked off with the other two following. Cindy sat across from Timmy as if they had planned it. You should not feed them lines, she said. They grow stronger with attention. Timmy sat slowly. I did not ask for help. I know. People almost never do when they need it. He did not know whether to be irritated or grateful. Both feelings arrived together and stood awkwardly in him. I am Timmy, he said. I heard. Whole school heard. Small town. News moves faster than flu. Great. Cindy opened her milk carton. It is not always great. Sometimes it is useful. For example, I already know you live in the old Mercer place behind Pecan Hill. Your dad rented the office near the pharmacy. And Principal Danton thinks you are sensitive because your file has a yellow note clipped to it. Timmy stared at her. You read my file? No. I read Principal Danton's face. She uses yellow notes for things adults want teachers to know, but students to not know they know. Timmy almost smiled. That is weirdly specific. Casper County teaches observation or destroys you. The sentence was too heavy for lunchroom conversation, but Cindy said it lightly, then bit into her sandwich. Timmy glanced toward Owen's table. Owen was speaking to Tyler, but his eyes kept returning to Timmy. Not in the normal bully way. In the way someone watches a door he thought was locked. What is his problem? Timmy asked. Which one? Owen has a full basket. With me. Cindy followed his gaze. Her face changed, just slightly. You look like someone. I get that a lot. Not like this. Timmy waited, but she did not continue. The cafeteria noise rose around them, trays clacking, chairs scraping, laughter bursting too loud and fading too fast. Cindy stared at Pecan Hill through the window. Who? Timmy asked. She looked back at him. A boy who disappeared a long time ago. The words settled between them. Disappeared how? That depends who you ask. I am asking you. Cindy studied him, measuring something. The not here. Too many years. You cannot just say that and then eat your sandwich. I can. Watch me. She took another bite. Despite himself, Timmy laughed softly. It surprised him enough that he stopped. The sound felt unused, like something pulled from a box in the attic. Cindy noticed but did not make a big deal of it. That was the first thing he liked about her. The rest of the day moved slowly. Teachers introduced him. Students stared. Owen and his friends managed to bump his shoulder twice in the hallway and make it look accidental. In history class, an older teacher named Mr. Vale paused while taking attendance, looked at Timmy for too long and lost his place on the list. In the office, after school, a secretary whispered to another woman while pretending not to glance at his hair. By the final bell, Timmy's nerves felt rubbed raw. He found Cindy waiting near the bike racks. Do you walk? She asked. My house is close. Mine too. 2 houses down from you. My mom said I should introduce myself, but Owen gave me a better excuse. They started along the sidewalk with wet leaves pasted to the concrete. The school emptied behind them in bursts of voices and slamming car doors. Pecan Hill rose to their right behind a chain-link fence and a strip of county land. In daylight, it looked harmless, open grass, old trees, a few picnic tables, and a muddy path toward the woods. Timmy kept thinking about Cindy's unfinished sentence. The boy who disappeared, he said, was his name Josh? Cindy stopped walking. Why would you say that? I do not know, Timmy frowned. The name just came to me. It had not come from nowhere. He realized that a second later. In homeroom, someone had whispered it behind him, and the name Josh had moved down the row like a draft under a door. Cindy's face had gone serious. Josh Hale. He vanished 20 years ago from Pecan Hill. People said a stranger took him, but my mom never believed that. Timmy looked toward the hill. The grass shifted under a breeze he did not feel on the sidewalk. Why not? Because she saw what happened before he vanished. Not all of it. Enough. A car passed, tires hissing on wet road. Cindy waited until it was gone. 3 boys bullied him at a church picnic. Steve, Dave, and Mark. They chased him into the woods. After that, the official story got messy. The boys claimed Josh left with a strange man. Adults believe them because adults love a story that lets their own kids stay innocent. Timmy felt a chill that did not belong to the weather. What do you think happened? Cindy looked past him to the tree line. I think Pecan Hill keeps what the town refuses to face. He tried to laugh, but the sound failed. That sounds like something from a ghost story. It is a ghost story. People just pretend it is local history. They walked on. The lane to Timmy's house curved behind the school and past 3 older homes set back from the road. Cindy pointed to a yellow house with wind chimes on the porch. "That is mine. Mom works at the library most days. She knows every secret in town because people return books late and confess while paying fines." Useful skill. Terrifying skill. Timmy's house came into view. In the afternoon light, it looked less sad than it had in the rain, but the upstairs window still seemed too dark. Nathan's car was not in the driveway yet. Cindy slowed near the gate. "You should be careful here. Because of Owen. Because your backyard touches the hill." Timmy glanced toward the trees beyond the fence. "It is just a field. That is what people say before they learn better." A gust came down from Pecan Hill then, sudden and cold. It slipped through Timmy's jacket and lifted the hair at the back of his neck. The wind carried a sound with it, not words. Not exactly. More like a thin cry pulled through a long, hollow place. Cindy heard it too. He knew because her face went still. "What was that?" he asked. "The old mine," she said quietly. "Wind goes in and comes out sounding like someone wants to be found." Timmy stared at the tree line. For the second time since moving in, he thought he saw a pale shape between the trunks. This time it did not vanish immediately. It stood at the edge of the woods, half hidden by fern and shadow. A boy. Thin shoulders. My dark clothes. Hair the color of wet flame. His face was too far away to see clearly, but Timmy felt the weight of his attention like a hand on his chest. Then Cindy touched Timmy's sleeve. "Do you see something?" He blinked. The tree line was empty. Timmy tried to answer, but his mouth had gone dry. Behind them, a truck turned onto the lane. Nathan's car followed it, pulling into the driveway with the cautious turn of a man still learning a new place. He waved through the windshield, saw Cindy, and stepped out with an effort at a normal smile. "You must be Cindy," he said. "Timmy mentioned you at lunch." Timmy had not mentioned her, but he let it pass. Cindy smiled politely. "Nice to meet you, Mr. Caldwell. I live 2 houses down. My mom is Maggie Bell." Recognition crossed Nathan's face. "The librarian? She helped me find the utility office yesterday. Saved me from wandering around town looking helpless." "She likes saving people from looking helpless," Cindy said. "It is one of her hobbies." Nathan laughed, and for a moment the lane felt almost ordinary. Then the upstairs window of Timmy's room gave a soft tap. All 3 of them looked up. A small plastic figure stood on the inside sill, silhouetted against the glass. Timmy recognized it as one from the box he had unpacked the night before, a little painted knight from a fantasy set his mother had bought him at a flea market. He had left it on his desk, not on the window. As they watched the figure chip forward and struck the glass again. The tap came again. Nathan frowned. Window must not be level. Timmy knew that explanation before his father offered it. Adults carried explanations like umbrellas, opening them whenever something strange began to fall. The figure tipped a 3rd time. The 3rd tap sounded sharper. Cindy did not speak. Her eyes stayed on the window. A shadow moved behind the curtain. Nathan had already started toward the porch. "I will check it. Probably a draft." Timmy followed, though every part of him wanted to stay outside. Cindy came too, her backpack clutched by one strap. The front door opened into a house colder than it should have been. Nathan paused. "Did you leave a window open?" "No," Timmy said. They climbed the stairs together. Each step creaked. The hallway smelled faintly of rain, though the windows were closed. Timmy's bedroom door stood ajar. He was sure he had shut it that morning. Nathan pushed it open. The room looked normal. The desk sat by the window. Rachel's photograph rested beside Timmy's sketchbook. The little painted knight stood on the desk exactly where Timmy had left it the night before. Not on the sill, not near the glass. The window was latched. The curtain hung still. Nathan looked back at the children. "I thought you said it was in the window." Timmy stared at the figure. "It was." Cindy nodded. "I saw it too." Nathan crossed the room and picked it up. He turned it over in his hand as if the toy might explain itself. Maybe one of the movers set it there and it slid back somehow. "From the window to the desk?" Timmy asked. Nathan set the figure down gently. "I am not saying it makes perfect sense. I am saying houses do odd things when they are settling." Cindy looked at Timmy. Her expression said what she did not want to say in front of his father. Not houses. Nathan rubbed the back of his neck. "Cindy, would your mother be worried if you stayed for a snack?" "I can call her." "She knows I walk home this way," Cindy said. "But I should go soon. At least take something for the road." We have half-unpacked crackers, bruised apples, and whatever mystery cookies the diner put in the bag. Mystery cookies sound dangerous but interesting. They went downstairs. Nathan fussed with snacks in the kitchen, grateful for any ordinary task. Cindy stood near the back window and looked toward Pecan Hill. Timmy stood beside her. "That was not a draft," he whispered. "No," Cindy whispered back. "Was it Josh?" She did not answer right away. Outside, the tree line darkened as evening moved in. "I do not know," she said. "But if it is, he noticed you fast. Because I look like him? Maybe. Or because you moved into the house closest to what the town buried." Timmy swallowed. "They never found him, did they?" Cindy shook her head. "Empty casket. My mom says his parents never got to say goodbye to anything real." The words landed hard. Timmy thought of Rachel's coffin, the flowers, the closed lid, the certainty that it still not felt real. He had hated that certainty, but suddenly he understood the other horror, a grave with no body, a farewell with no proof, grief left wandering forever. "That is awful," he said. "Casper County is good at awful things with polite covers over them." Nathan entered with a plate. "I found the cookies. They may be oatmeal, or they may be pretending." Cindy accepted one. Timmy took another, but did not eat. For a little while, they sat at the kitchen table. Nathan asked Cindy about school. Cindy warned Timmy which teachers cared about homework and which cared more about whether students looked attentive. She told a story about the library basement flooding and ruining an entire box of romance novels from 1987, which Nathan found funnier than Timmy expected. The warmth in the kitchen grew real enough that Timmy almost forgot the tap at the window. He almost forgot. When Cindy left, Nathan walked her to the porch and waved to Maggie Bell, who had stepped onto her own porch 2 houses down. Maggie was a tall woman with tired eyes, a blue cardigan, and a presence that made the lane feel observed. She waved back, then looked past Nathan toward Pecan Hill. Her smile faded for a moment before she called Cindy inside. Nathan closed the door and leaned against it. "She seems like a good friend to have. We just met. Sometimes that is enough to start." Timmy looked toward the stairs. "Dad, do you believe in ghosts?" Nathan's face shifted carefully. Adults had special expressions for questions they feared answering wrong. "I believe grief can make the world feel haunted," he said. "That is not what I asked." Nathan nodded. "No, I suppose it is not. I do not know, Tim. I have never seen one." Timmy thought of the pale shape in the trees and the toy tapping the glass. What if you did? Nathan looked at the framed photograph on the kitchen shelf, the one Timmy had not noticed him placing there. Rachel smiled from beneath a wind-blown scarf. "I would hope it was your mother," Nathan said softly. "Then I would be terrified of what that hope meant." The honesty made Timmy's chest ache. That night, he stood in his bedroom doorway for a long time before entering. The little painted knight remained on the desk. Timmy picked it up, carried it to the closet, and put it on the top shelf beneath a stack of winter blankets. He shut the closet door, then turned the closet light on and opened the door a crack. He had not slept with a light on since he was 9. He felt embarrassed even though no one was watching. Before bed, Nathan came in and sat on the edge of the mattress. "First day was rough?" he asked. Timmy shrugged. "Not the worst. That answer is doing a lot of work. Some boys were stupid. Cindy helped. Teachers stared. Everybody knows everybody." Nathan sighed. "Small towns can be kind. They can also be nosy as a toothache. People think I look like Josh Hale." Nathan stilled. "Who told you that name?" "Cindy. And people whispered it. He disappeared from Pecan Hill." Nathan looked toward the window. Rain had started again, tracing crooked lines down the glass. "I heard a little from the realtor. She said there were old stories, but people make stories everywhere." "Did she say there was a mine?" "She mentioned an old closed mine in the woods. She also said it was fenced off and dangerous. You are not going near it." "I did not say I was. I am saying it now because fathers are required to say obvious things with serious faces." Timmy smiled despite himself, then lost it. "Dad, I saw someone by the trees." "Twice." Nathan's expression tightened with concern. Not disbelief exactly, but the kind of worry that searches for safe answers. "A person? A boy? I think. He was there, and then he was gone. It could have been a neighbor kid, or a trick of the fog. Moving here, all this stress, your first day, your mother." He stopped, regretting the last part before it fully left him. Timmy looked down. "Do not make it about that. I am not trying to dismiss you. You are trying to make it normal." Nathan was quiet for a moment. Maybe I am. Normal feels safer. It is not safer if it is wrong. That landed. Nathan rubbed both hands over his face, then lowered them. You are right, he said. I will not pretend to know what you saw. But I need you to promise me something. Stay out of the woods unless I am with you. Stay away from the mine entirely. No dares, no shortcuts, no exploring. I promise. And if anything else happens, you tell me, even if you think I will explain it badly. Timmy nodded. Okay. Nathan squeezed his shoulder and stood. At the door, he looked back. Your mom would have liked Cindy. Timmy swallowed. Yeah, she would have. After Nathan left, Timmy changed for bed, brushed his teeth, and tried not to look at the closet. The light inside made a narrow stripe across the floor. He climbed beneath the blankets and faced the wall. Rain tapped the window. The house settled. Somewhere beyond the yard, wind moved through the trees and found the hollow spaces of Pecan Hill. For a while, nothing happened. Timmy's breathing slowed. His eyes grew heavy. The stripe of closet light blurred. He drifted in sleep and thought of his mother walking through the doorway with a laundry basket against her hip, telling him he was too old for lights and too young to carry the dark alone. The memory hurt less than usual, maybe because it came gently. Then the closet door opened another inch. Timmy's eyes snapped wide. The stripe of light widened across the floor. The little painted knight stood in the middle of it. It should have been on the top shelf. It faced the window. Timmy did not move. His heart beat so hard he felt it in his throat. The room had turned cold enough for his breath to mist faintly before his face. The figure tipped forward. The tap came again. There was no glass beneath it, no surface that should have made that sound. Yet the tap echoed exactly like the one from the window earlier. Timmy pulled the blanket up to his chin and stared at the toy. The closet light flickered once. In the flicker, a boy stood beside the desk. Mud darkened his clothes. His orange hair hung wet against his forehead. His face was pale, not peaceful, not yet monstrous, but filled with an anger so old it looked almost like sorrow. He stared at Timmy as if trying to decide whether he was seeing a stranger, a mirror, or a doorway. The light steadied. The boy was gone. Timmy lay awake until dawn, too frightened to call for his father and too afraid to close his eyes. Outside, Pecan Hill waited beneath the rain. Dawn did not so much arrive as thin the darkness. Timmy watched the window change from black to iron gray while the rest of the house slept. He had not called for Nathan during the night. At first, he told himself he stayed quiet because he did not want to scare his father. Later, when the fear had settled into something heavier, he admitted the truth. He was afraid that if Nathan came in, the room would look normal again. The figure would be back on the desk. The closet would be half open for some harmless reason. The cold would warm before anyone else felt it. Timmy would be left with a story too strange for grief, stress, or fog, and his father would have to decide whether to believe his son or protect himself from believing. He could not bear that decision yet. The little painted knight remained in the stripe of closet light until morning. Timmy stared at it for so long that the toy began to look less like a knight and more like a guard posted at the edge of a place no one should enter. When the first faint daylight reached the floor, he climbed out of bed, picked up the figure with 2 fingers, and carried it downstairs. The house was colder below than above. The kitchen windows showed a yard shining with rain. Pecan Hill stood beyond the fence, its grass slick and pale. The trees along its edge pressed together like people keeping a secret. Timmy opened the trash can, held the little figure over it, and stopped. His mother had bought that toy. It had come from a flea market table full of chip mugs, cracked plates, and old toys in plastic bins. Rachel Caldwell had held up the knight and said every hero needed someone small and stubborn to guard the door. Timmy had rolled his eyes, and because he was 10 and old enough to be embarrassed by tenderness. Now the memory touched him so sharply that he set the figure on the counter instead of throwing it away. You do not get to be scary, he whispered to it. She gave you to me. The floor creaked above him. Timmy turned quickly, but it was only Nathan coming down in sweatpants and a rumpled shirt, his hair flattened on one side. He stopped halfway into the kitchen. You were up early, Nathan said. Could not sleep. Nathan's face folded with concern. Nightmares? Timmy looked at the toy on the counter. Something like that. Nathan followed his gaze but did not press, perhaps remembering his promise from the night before. He filled the kettle, set it on the stove, and moved around the kitchen with the careful quiet of a man trying not to startle a hurt animal. Timmy hated being treated that way and needed it at the same time. Then Nathan looked into the living room. "Tim," he said slowly, "why are your clothes on the floor?" Timmy walked to the doorway. His jacket lay in front of the fireplace. One sock rested on the hearth. His shirt from the day before had been spread across the rug with the sleeves straightened. His jeans sat folded beside it, wet at the cuffs, though he had left them dry in the laundry basket upstairs. The arrangement looked deliberate, not messy. It looked like someone had dressed an invisible boy and then removed the body. Timmy's mouth went dry. "I did not put them there." Nathan rubbed his forehead. "You were tired. Maybe you changed downstairs and forgot." "No. I put them in the basket in my room. I remember because one sock fell behind the hamper and I had to reach for it." Nathan stepped into the living room. The air near the clothes was colder. He bent, touched the sleeve, and pulled his hand back as if the fabric had burned him. "It is freezing." "Dead." Nathan looked at him, and for a second the safe answers did not come. Timmy saw fear move across his father's face before Nathan buried it. A knock struck the front door. Both of them flinched. Nathan released a breath that sounded almost like a laugh. "It is probably Cindy. Probably is not as comforting as it used to be." Nathan went to the door and opened it. Cindy stood on the porch with her backpack, a rain jacket, and a paper bag in one hand. Behind her, Maggie Bell waited near the sidewalk with an umbrella. She lifted her hand to Nathan. "Morning," Cindy said. "Mom made muffins. She says grief and moving boxes both require carbohydrates." Nathan managed to smile. "Your mother is wise. Please thank her." Cindy stepped inside, took one look at Timmy's face, and lowered her voice. "What happened?" Timmy pointed toward the living room. Cindy saw the clothes and went very still. Nathan closed the door, then looked from one child to the other. "I am driving you both to school today. No arguments. After school, Timmy comes straight home. Cindy, your mother can decide for you, but I would prefer no detours." "Dad," Timmy said. "I mean it." Nathan's voice was gentle but firm. "Something is going on, even if I do not know what to call it. Until I understand it, I want both of you away from the hill and away from the woods." Cindy nodded. "That is fair." Timmy stared at her. "You are agreeing with the adult restrictions?" "Only because they are the rare, useful kind." Nathan gathered the clothes with a pair of kitchen tongs because he did not want to touch them again. He dropped them into the laundry room sink, turned on hot water, and watched steam rise. The fabric stayed cold long enough for the air above the sink to fog. No one spoke about that in the car. School felt different on the second day because Timmy knew the whispers were not only about being new, they had history in them. Students looked at his hair, looked away, then looked again. Owen Keller watched from his locker with narrowed eyes, and this time Timmy understood that Owen's name connected to one of the old names Cindy had spoken. Steve Keller. Maybe a son, maybe a nephew. In a small town, bloodlines were maps people carried without unfolding them. Cindy walked beside Timmy between classes like a shield with homework. When Tyler, the boy in the red sweatshirt, muttered that Casper County did not need another freak, Cindy stopped so suddenly that 2 sixth graders nearly ran into her. "Say it to a teacher," she told him. Tyler blinked. "What?" "Say exactly what you just said, but louder and with Mrs. Danton watching. I want to see if it sounds brave in daylight." Owen grabbed Tyler's sleeve and pulled him away. "Leave it." Timmy noticed Owen's hand shaking. At lunch, Cindy did not make jokes right away. She opened the paper bag and slid a blueberry muffin across the table. "My house gets cold in places too," she said. Timmy looked up. "What kind of cold?" "The kind that makes no sense. Windows frosting in July. Footsteps in the hall when Mom and I are in the same room. Books falling off the library cart whenever my mom checks out old newspaper boxes about Josh Hale. Why did you not tell me yesterday?" Cindy picked at the edge of her muffin. "Because people who tell the whole truth too fast sound crazy. I prefer to work up to it. Good strategy. I'm only partly terrified now." She smiled, but it faded quickly. "After school, we should go to the library. My mom keeps the old Casper County Chronicle archives in the back. If the ghost is moving things around your house, maybe he wants us to know something." Timmy glanced toward the cafeteria windows. Pecan Hill lay beyond the school fields, washed in weak daylight. For an instant, he imagined the old mine breathing beneath the trees. "My dad said no detours." "Then we do not sneak," Cindy said. "We ask. Adults panic less when they think they are included. You have studied them. I have survived them." After the final bell, Nathan's car waited at the curb. Maggie Bell stood beside it, talking to him under a black umbrella. The two adults turned when Timmy and Cindy approached. Maggie's eyes went first to Timmy's hair, then to his face. and something old and sad passed through her expression. "Cindy tells me you have questions about Josh Hale," Maggie said. Nathan looked uncomfortable but did not interrupt. Timmy gripped the straps of his backpack. "I think something in our house wants us to ask those questions." Maggie held his gaze. Unlike most adults, she did not rush to soften the sentence. "Then we ask carefully," she said. "And we do it in the library, where the dead have fewer places to hide from paper." The wind came down from Pecan Hill just then, carrying that faint crying sound from the trees. Nathan heard it? Maggie heard it. Cindy moved closer to Timmy without seeming to notice she had done it. From the far side of the school parking lot, Owen Keller watched them all. The rain began again before anyone reached the car. Clipped one-word remarks. The rain returned before Timmy and Cindy reached the back porch of the new house. It came softly at first, whispering through the trees behind the yard, then gathered strength until each drop tapped the gutters and streaked the kitchen windows in silver lines. Pecan Hill sat beyond the fence like a dark green wall, the field hidden behind a fringe of cedar and fir. The old coal mine could not be seen from the house, but Timmy felt its shape in the world, the way he felt a missing tooth with his tongue. He knew where it waited. He knew how cold the air had been near its opening. He knew the sound that had risen from inside, too thin to be wind and too sad to be anything else. Cindy stamped mud from her shoes before stepping in, though she did it carefully, as if the house deserved respect. She had been loud and fearless at school, but she moved differently in Timmy's home. Maybe she could feel the grief that still hung over everything. The living room smelled faintly of cardboard, furniture polish, and the lemon cleaner his father had used that morning. A few boxes remained stacked by the wall, their black marker labels facing outward: kitchen supplies, books, garage tools, and mom's things. The last one had been turned toward the wall after Timmy saw it and went quiet for almost an hour. "Your dad home?" Cindy asked. "He said he would be," Timmy said. "He is probably in the garage pretending he knows where everything goes." Cindy gave him a small smile. "My mom does that with closets. She calls it organizing, but mostly she just moves the mess where guests cannot see it." Timmy wanted to laugh, but the sound caught in his chest. It had been a strange day already. He had been chased by memories that were not his, stared at by adults who acted like they had seen a ghost, and led by a girl with serious eyes to a mind that breathed like something alive. His shoes squeaked on the kitchen tile. He listened for his father and heard a muffled scrape from the garage, then the low hum of a radio playing an old country song. "We can go upstairs," Timmy said. "I have some games and figures. Nothing great yet. Most of my stuff is still packed." "I am not picky," Cindy said. "Besides, I want to see if your room faces the hill." That made Timmy look at her. "Why?" "Because houses closest to Pecan Hill get more stories," she said. And then she walked ahead like that was a normal thing to say. Timmy led her up the stairs past the narrow hallway where the walls were still bare except for faint rectangles left by the former owner's pictures. His room was at the back corner of the house. His father had given him the larger bedroom, even though Timmy had argued against it. The window looked over the yard, the fence, and the first thick line of woods. On a clear day, Cindy said, the top of Pecan Hill showed through gaps in the branches. Today, the rain and shadows closed it away. The room was half finished. His bed had been made in a stiff way that proved his father had done it. His desk sat under the window with notebooks, pencils, a lamp, and a small row of painted figures from a fantasy game used to play with his mother on weekends. She had never cared about the rules. She had made voices for each character and insisted that even monsters should have reasons for being angry. Timmy had kept the figures wrapped in a shirt during the move, afraid the faces would chit. Cindy stepped close to the desk and looked at them without touching. "These are cool." "My mom painted most of them," Timmy said. Cindy's expression softened. "They are really good." She said she had steady hands because she used to decorate cakes at the grocery store when she was in high school. She said dragons and roses were almost the same if you stopped being scared of messing them up. "That sounds like something a mom would say." "It sounds like something my mom would say," Timmy said. The rain filled the silence that came after. Cindy did not rush to cover it. She stood near the desk, hands tucked into the front pocket of her sweatshirt, and waited until Timmy looked away from the figures. That was one of the reasons he liked her already. Other people got nervous around sadness. They either stepped around it like broken glass or tried to sweep it away with cheerful words. Cindy just stood there with him. A knock sounded at the open bedroom door, and Timmy jumped hard enough to bump the edge of the desk with his hip. His father leaned in with a plate of crackers, apple slices, and peanut butter. He wore an old flannel shirt and had dust on one sleeve from the garage shelves. "I figured you two might want something before dinner," he said. "Cindy, I am Mr. Calder, but you can call me Daniel if your mom is all right with it." "Thank you, Mr. Calder," Cindy said. "My mom would make me say that first until she decides you were safe." Daniel laughed, and for a second the tired lines around his eyes eased. "Smart woman. Timmy, door stays open while you have company. You know the rule." "I know," Timmy said, "and do not fill up on crackers. I am making spaghetti tonight. It will either be dinner or a warning to future generations." "Dad, I am managing expectations." Daniel set the plate on the desk, paused when he saw the line of painted figures, and his smile faltered. He reached out but did not touch them. "Your mom would be glad you unpacked those." Timmy nodded because words were not safe right then. Daniel noticed and stepped back. "I will be downstairs. Holler if you need anything." When his footsteps faded, Cindy took a cracker and pointed it toward the window. "Your dad tries hard." "Too hard sometimes," Timmy said, then felt guilty the second he said it. "I mean, he is trying to make everything normal, but nothing is normal." "Maybe normal is not something you find again," Cindy said. "Maybe you build a new kind and hope it holds." Timmy looked at her. "How old are you really?" 12. "My mom says I have an old soul because I ask too many questions and worry about the electric bill." That made him laugh. It surprised him enough that he laughed again, quieter the second time. Cindy smiled with a relieved look of someone who had been hoping he still could. They sat on the floor with the snack plate between them and talked about school. Cindy named the kids he should avoid, the teachers who were fair and the ones who said they liked questions but did not mean it. She told him about the cafeteria table that wobbled unless someone jammed a folded napkin under one leg. She told him about the janitor, Mr. Vale, who knew every rumor in town but pretended not to hear anything. Timmy listened and tried to imagine belonging to any of it. Then the smallest figure on the desk moved. At first, Timmy thought he had imagined it. The figure was a little knight with a dented shield and a red scarf painted around its neck. His mother had painted that one last winter while snow pressed against the apartment windows in Portland. She'd given the knight bright orange hair as a joke because Timmy had complained that every hero in the game looked the same. The figure rocked once on its black base. Timmy stopped chewing. Cindy followed his stare. "What?" The figure rocked again. It tipped slowly, almost thoughtfully, and fell off the desk. It struck the carpet with a soft sound that seemed far too quiet for how hard Timmy's heart slammed against his ribs. Cindy swallowed. "Did you bump the desk?" "I am not touching it." "Maybe the floor shook. A truck went by or something." "We are upstairs." They sat frozen, both of them watching the little knight lying face up on the carpet. Rain ticked against the glass. Somewhere downstairs, a cabinet closed. The house settled with a dry creak, ordinary and harmless. The figure remained still. Cindy reached for it first, but Timmy stopped her without thinking. His fingers closed gently around her wrist. She looked at his hand, then at his face. "Sorry," he said, letting go. I do not want it to happen again while you were touching it." "Fair," Cindy said, though her voice had lost its easy strength. Timmy picked up the figure. Its paint was chipped along one edge of the shield, a tiny silver line showing through the red. He set it back exactly where it had been, in the center of the row. He turned the base so the knight faced the room instead of the window. "There," he said. It fell because it was too close to the edge. Cindy glanced at the desk. It was not close to the edge. "I know. I am trying to be reasonable." "Reasonable is not always honest." Timmy gave her a look. "Do you have to say creepy things right after creepy things happen?" "It is not on purpose." They waited. The little knight did not move. Timmy forced himself to breathe normally. Cindy took another apple slice, though she stared at the figure while she chewed. They both pretended to return to the conversation. Cindy told him about a teacher who kept a jar of stale peppermints on her desk, and Timmy tried to picture it. He could not stop watching the knight from the corner of his eye. A cold draft slid through the room. It came from nowhere, Timmy could see. The window was locked. The heating vent near the bed was silent. The open bedroom door led to a hallway that was warmer than the room. Even so, the air brushed the back of Timmy's neck with the wet chill of the mine. The lamp on the desk flickered once. The knight flew off the desk. It did not tip this time. It snapped sideways as if struck by an invisible hand, bounced off the wall, and landed near the closet. Cindy screamed. Timmy lurched backward, knocking the plate over. Crackers scattered across the carpet. "Dad!" Timmy shouted. His voice cracked in the middle of the word. Daniel's footsteps thundered up the stairs. Timmy? Cindy was already on her feet, one hand over her mouth. Timmy could not move. He stared at the figure near the closet, at the tiny orange hair painted on its head, at the red scarf his mother made with a brush so fine it looked like thread. Daniel appeared in the doorway, breathless and pale. What happened? The figure, Timmy said. It fell. It flew. It came off the desk by itself. It hit the wall, Cindy said. I saw it. Daniel looked from one child to the other. His face shifted through concern, confusion, and the strained patience of a man trying not to show fear to children. All right, show me. Timmy pointed toward the closet. The figure was not there. For several seconds, nobody spoke. The carpet near the closet was empty except for a cracker crumb and a strand of packing twine. Timmy's arm remained raised, his finger aimed at a place where something had been. He turned slowly toward the desk. The little knight stood in its original spot, centered in the row facing the room. Daniel stepped inside and picked it up. He turned it over, checked the base, then looked at Timmy. I thought you said it fell. It did, Timmy said. Dad, it hit the wall. I saw it, Cindy said again, softer now. Daniel set the figure down with careful fingers. Maybe it bounced and you put it back without thinking. Sometimes when we get scared, our minds fill gaps. I did not touch it after it flew, Timmy said. I am not saying you are lying. You think I am making it up. That is not what I said. Daniel rubbed one hand over his face. You have had a hard day. Both of you. You went near that old mine and you heard scary stories, and now every little sound is going to feel bigger than it is. This was not a little sound, Cindy said. Daniel looked at her, and his expression softened. I believe you were scared. I believe something happened that felt real. But houses settle, desks tilt, toys fall, and fear does the rest. Timmy stared at him. Anger rose in him, quick and hot, because the words were calm and kind, but still pushed the truth away. Adults in Casper County had been doing that for 20 years. Cindy had said so. They saw what they wanted, ignored what they feared, and let the woods keep what it had taken. It was real, Timmy said. Daniel's mouth tightened. He looked toward the window, where the trees bent under rain. Then we will keep an eye on it. For tonight, maybe you two come downstairs. Cindy, your mom probably expects you soon anyway. She said I could stay until 6, Cindy said, but she did not argue harder than that. Daniel nodded. And downstairs until 6. No more ghost stories today. Timmy wanted to say that the ghost story had come to them. He did not. He picked up the spilled crackers while Cindy helped, both of them silent. Daniel lingered in the room longer than he needed to. Before he left, he touched the little knight again, barely brushing the top of its head as if checking for fever. Downstairs, everything looked too normal. The kitchen lights were warm. A pot of sauce simmered on the stove, filling the air with garlic and tomato. Rain blurred the backyard into a gray smear. Daniel tried to ask Cindy about her classes, and she answered politely, but her eyes kept drifting toward the ceiling. Timmy felt the same pull. His bedroom was above them, quiet now, but quiet did not mean empty. Cindy's mother arrived at 6 in a faded blue raincoat, bringing the smell of wet leaves and cold air with her. Her name was Marissa Hale. She had Cindy's serious eyes and a tired face that became gentle when she looked at her daughter. Daniel introduced himself again on the porch, and the two adults exchanged the careful smiles of people meeting as neighbors while carrying private burdens. Cindy told me you moved in this week, Marissa said. Still digging out from boxes, Daniel said. But we are getting there. Marissa glanced over his shoulder into the house, then up toward the second-floor window. Her expression changed so quickly Timmy almost missed it. A flicker of unease. Recognition, maybe. Then she looked at Timmy, and for 1 second her face went still. Cindy noticed. Mom? Sorry, Marissa said. You look a little like someone I knew a long time ago. That is all. Timmy felt the cold draft again, though the door was open, and rain should have made the air feel fresh. Daniel's hand rested on his shoulder. People keep saying that, Timmy said. Marissa's smile was sad. I imagine they do. Cindy hugged her mother, but before they stepped off the porch, she looked back at Timmy. Do not turn off all the lights tonight. Daniel gave a small laugh, thinking it was a joke. Timmy did not laugh. After dinner, his father washed dishes while Timmy dried them. Neither spoke about the figure at first. The sauce had come out too sweet because Daniel had mistaken one jar for another, but Timmy ate 2 plates anyway. Hunger still worked even when fear sat beside it. When the dishes were done, Daniel leaned against the counter and folded the towel over his arm. "I know today shook you," he said. Timmy stared at a plate in his hands. "It did not just shake me. It happened." "I hear you. That is what people say when they do not believe you but want credit for being nice." Daniel flinched. Timmy regretted it, but he did not take it back. His father set the towel down. "I am trying. I do not know what to do with ghosts, Timmy. I know what to do with bills, school forms, oil changes, and doctors. I know how to call the insurance company after a wreck. I know how to stand in a funeral home and choose flowers when every choice feels cruel. I do not know how to look at a toy on a desk and decide it means a dead boy is in our house." Timmy's throat tightened. "I did not ask you to know. I asked you to believe me." Daniel came around the counter and knelt so they were eye level. "I believe that you saw something. I believe Cindy saw it too. I believe you were scared. And if anything in this house hurts you, living or dead or whatever else, I will deal with it. But I need you to let me move one step at a time." Timmy nodded because he could feel tears close behind his eyes and did not want them to fall. That night, he climbed the stairs with every light on, from the kitchen to the hall. Daniel checked the window lock, the closet, and under the bed without making fun of him. He moved the desk slightly away from the wall and set the little knight in a drawer. "There," Daniel said. "No falling figures." Timmy stood in the doorway. "Can you leave the closet light on?" "Of course." And the door cracked. Daniel turned on the closet light. Yellow light spilled through the narrow opening and stretched across the floor. "Anything else?" Timmy almost asked him to stay, but the words felt small and embarrassing. "No, that is okay." Daniel sat on the edge of the bed anyway. "Your mom used to say old houses talk at night. Pipes, wood, wind, all of it. She said the trick was deciding which sounds belonged to the house and which belonged to your own head. What if a sound belongs to neither?" Daniel looked at the desk, then at the window. Then we listened carefully. After he left, Timmy lay under the blanket and watched the closet light. The room seemed larger in the dark. Every corner stretched by shadow. Rain slid down the window. Branches tapped the glass now and then, not hard enough to scare him, but steady enough to keep him awake. He thought about Josh at the bottom of the mine, 6 days in the cold, calling for help until his voice failed. He thought about the 3 boys who had walked away. He wondered what a person became when nobody came back for him. From the drawer, something clicked. Timmy stopped breathing for a moment, then forced air into his lungs. The drawer did not move. The room remained still. He stared until his eyes burned. Another click came, softer than the first. He grabbed the flashlight from his nightstand and aimed it at the desk. The beam shook in his hand. He did not get out of bed. He did not call for his father. Fear pinned him there, but so did something else. If he shouted every time the house made a sound, Daniel would stop checking. He would file it away under grief and adjustment and imagination. The drawer stayed closed. Timmy kept the flashlight on until his thumb ached. Eventually, the rain's steady tapping blurred into a dull hush, and his eyes grew heavy despite himself. The last thing he saw before sleep took him was the thin stripe of closet light across the carpet, yellow and weak, holding back the dark by inches. In his dream, he stood at the edge of the mine. The wind came out of the hole in slow breaths. Somewhere below, a boy cried for his mother. Timmy wanted to run, but the mud held his shoes. He looked down and saw orange hair plastered across a pale forehead far beneath him. Then the boy's head turned with a dry scraping sound. The eyes that looked up were not angry yet. They were begging. Timmy woke before dawn with the blanket twisted around his legs and his hands still locked around the flashlight. Morning came without comfort. The rain had thinned to a mist that clung to the windows and softened the trees into dark shapes. Timmy woke with a sore neck, a dry mouth, and the strange shame that came after being frightened alone. The closet light was still on. The drawer in the desk was still closed. Nothing stood at the foot of the bed. No icy hand gripped the blankets. No orange-haired boy waited in the corner. The room looked almost ordinary, which somehow made the night feel worse. If proof vanished before daylight, fear became harder to explain. He sat up slowly and listened. Downstairs, his father moved through the kitchen with the careful clatter of a person trying not to wake anyone. A pan touched the stove. A cabinet squeaked. The coffee maker hissed and sputtered. Timmy swung his feet to the floor and watched the carpet as though the little knight might slide out from under the bed. The drawer stayed shut. He dressed in clean jeans and a gray sweatshirt, then carried his pajamas to the laundry basket beside the closet. Yesterday's clothes were already in that basket, or at least they were supposed to be. He remembered putting them there before a shower. The jacket damp from rain, the shirt with the school smell of cafeteria food and pencil dust, the socks streaked with mud from the trail to the mine, the pants with a smear of green from when he sat on the wet grass near Cindy. The basket looked empty except for the pajamas he had just dropped in. Timmy stared down into it. His first thought was that his father had taken the clothes downstairs. His second thought was that he had never placed them there at all. The mind could lie, Daniel had said, not with those exact words, but close enough. Fear filled gaps. Maybe grief did the same. Maybe he was becoming unreliable in his own life. "Timmy?" Daniel called from downstairs. "You awake?" "Yeah," Timmy said, though his voice sounded small. "Can you come here a minute?" Something in his father's tone made him hurry. He took the stairs 2 at a time and found Daniel standing in the living room with a spatula in one hand and a baffled look on his face. On the floor, arranged in a neat line across the rug, lay Timmy's clothes from the day before, the jacket, shirt, pants, and socks. Even the belt, coiled like a dark snake, sat beside them. Daniel pointed with the spatula. "Did you leave these here last night?" Timmy's skin prickled. "No." "Timmy, I put them in the laundry basket." "You're sure?" "Dad, I am sure. I remember because the socks were wet and I did not want them touching my clean clothes." Daniel set the spatula on the coffee table without noticing the grease it left behind. He looked toward the stairs, then the clothes again. "Maybe I brought them down and forgot." "Did you?" "I do not think so." "Then why say it?" Daniel did not answer right away. He crouched and lifted the jacket by the collar. It was cold enough that he frowned. "This feels like it was outside." "It was in my room." "The living room window is locked," Daniel said, more to himself than to Timmy. He crossed to check anyway. The latch was secure. The front door deadbolt was turned. The backslider was locked. He went through each one while Timmy watched, both of them pretending this was a burglary problem because burglary had rules. Burglars needed doors and motives. Ghosts did not. The coffee maker finished with a final cough. The kitchen smelled like burned butter. Daniel returned from the back door and looked toward the stove. The eggs. He hurried away, leaving Timmy alone with the line of clothes. They were not thrown or scattered. They had been arranged with care. The jacket's sleeves were spread slightly, as if the empty fabric had tried to make the shape of a boy on the floor. The socks sat where feet would be. The pants lay straight. The shirt rested above them with the collar open toward the ceiling. A body without a body. Timmy stepped back so quickly his heel struck the coffee table. Pain shot up his leg, and the table rattled. Daniel came out of the kitchen holding the pan away from himself while smoke curled from the eggs. "What happened?" "Nothing," Timmy said. "I hit the table." Daniel followed his gaze to the clothes and understood enough to turn pale. He dumped the ruined eggs into the trash and opened the kitchen window to clear the smoke. Cold mist slid in, carrying the smell of wet leaves. "We are not doing this before school," Daniel said, though he sounded like he was speaking to the house as much as to Timmy. "We are going to eat cereal. We are going to breathe. Then I am driving you. Cindy is coming over. We were going to walk." "Not today, Dad." "Timmy, someone or something moved your clothes into the living room and arranged them like." He stopped before finishing. "I am driving you." A knock struck the front door. Both of them jumped. The sound seemed too loud in the shaken house. Daniel turned, then let out a breath when he saw Cindy's face through the narrow glass beside the door. She wore a yellow raincoat and had her backpack slung over one shoulder. "It is Cindy," Daniel said, as if naming her made the world safe again. He opened the door. Cindy looked from him to Timmy and immediately knew something was wrong. "What happened?" "Breakfast got weird," Timmy said. She stepped inside and saw the clothes on the rug. Her face changed. She did not laugh, did not ask if it was a joke, and did not look for a reasonable answer. She just crossed her arms and whispered, "Oh, Timmy." Daniel shut the door. "Has anything like this happened at your house?" Cindy looked at him, then at the floor. "Some things." "What things?" "Cold spots. Doors opening. My mom's keys turning up in places they should not be. The radio coming on by itself when storms pass over Pecan Hill. Stuff like that." Daniel's jaw tightened. "And your mother knows?" "She knows more than she says." Timmy looked at her sharply. "You did not tell me all that. You had enough yesterday. I would rather know." "Most people think that until they do," Cindy said. Daniel gathered the clothes and shoved them into a laundry basket from the hall, less with anger than with desperation. We can talk about strange things after school. Right now, you are both going to be late. I am driving." Cindy shook her head. "My mom said I should walk with Timmy. She worries when I go alone. Then I will drive you both. Mr. Calder, no offense, but if you drive us, the kids at school will say Timmy got scared and needed his dad. They are already being cruel." Daniel looked at Timmy. That argument landed harder than any plea could have. Timmy hated that it mattered, but it did. He could survive being afraid. He did not know if he could survive arriving like a baby under his father's worried eyes while Reed Haskell and his friends watched from the bike rack. "We can walk," Timmy said. "It is not far." Daniel rubbed his forehead. "Straight to school. No mine. No woods. No detours. Cindy, you call your mom when you get there if the school lets you. Timmy, you call me from the office. They will think that is weird. Let them." Cindy nodded. "We will call." Daniel looked as if he wanted to argue more, but he opened the door. The rain had become a floating mist, fine enough to bead on eyelashes. Timmy stepped onto the porch with Cindy, feeling his father's worry follow him. "I love you," Daniel said. Timmy glanced back. "I love you too." The words came easier some days than others. Today they felt necessary, like checking a knot before climbing. They walked past Cindy's house first, a white place with blue trim and a crooked mailbox. Marissa's curtains moved slightly in the front window. Cindy lifted a hand without stopping. "Your mom is watching," Timmy said. "She always does after bad nights." "Was last night bad at your house?" Cindy kicked a wet leaf into the gutter. The hallway mirror frosted over. "Just the inside. Mom wiped it clean and there were finger marks underneath. Small ones. Like a kid pressing from the other side." Timmy's stomach tightened. "Why did you still come over?" "Because if it is happening to both of us, staying apart will not make it stop." They turned onto the road that led towards school. Casper County looked different in morning light, but not brighter. Houses sat back from the road under dripping maples. Mailboxes leaned from years of damp ground. The ditches were full of brown water and flattened grass. The town seemed built to endure rain, yet every roof and fence looked tired of enduring it. "Do you think it is Josh?" Timmy asked. Cindy walked with her hands shoved deep in her raincoat pockets. "I think something started with Josh. I do not know if what is left is only him." "What does that mean?" "My mom says pain can soak into places. She says houses remember. Land remembers. Maybe the mind kept his fear so long that it became mixed with the hill and the town and everyone who lied. Your mom says things like that, only when she thinks I am asleep." Timmy looked toward the distant tree line. "He moved my clothes like a body. Maybe you want someone to know there's a body." The thought chilled him more than the mist. Josh's body had never been found. Cindy had said his parents buried an empty casket. The town had moved forward with picnics, church suppers, school years, marriages, businesses, and weather. Under all that ordinary living, a boy remained at the bottom of the mine. "We need to learn what really happened," Timmy said. "People will not tell us. Then we find what they wrote down before they decided what story to believe." Cindy looked at him. "The library. Old newspapers. Missing person reports. Anything. The librarian keeps the archive machine in the back. It is ancient and loud. Will she let us use it? Mrs. Pell likes me. She says I return books on time and have judgment beyond my years, which mostly means I do not draw mustaches on presidents. That is a high bar." Cindy smiled, but it faded as the school came into view. Casper County Middle School sat low and square behind a chain-link fence built from beige brick that rain had stained dark near the gutters. Buses groaned by the curb. Students clustered under the awning, loud and restless, their breath visible in the damp cold. Reed Haskell saw Timmy before Timmy reached the gate. Reed was broad for 12, with a blunt face and a haircut that looked like it had been done quickly by someone angry at the clippers. Two boys stood with him, Mason and Cole, both smaller but eager in the way boys became when they had permission to be cruel. "There he is," Reed called. Casper's ghost boy. Cindy's shoulders stiffened. "Keep walking." Timmy tried. Reed stepped into his path. "Did you sleep in a coffin last night?" Reed asked. "Or do ghosts not sleep?" "Move," Cindy said. Reed grinned at her. "Careful, Cindy. People might think he is your boyfriend." Heat rushed into Timmy's face, not because the idea was bad, but because Reed had said it like an insult. Cindy did not blush. She looked Reed straight in the eye. "People already think you are an idiot," she said. "At least they would be right about something." Mason laughed before he could stop himself. Reed shoved him in the shoulder, then turned back to Cindy. You always talk like you are better than everyone. Not everyone, just you. The warning bell rang. Teachers began moving students inside. Reed leaned close enough for Timmy to smell mint gum. This is our town. You do not get to show up with free care and act special? Timmy wanted to answer. He wanted to say he had not asked to be special, had not asked to look like a dead boy, had not asked to carry his father's grief and his mother's absence through these hallways. But Reed's friends were watching, and Timmy's voice felt trapped behind his teeth. Cindy stepped between them. He is not the reason you were scared. Reed's grin vanished. I am not scared. Then stop acting like every red-haired kid is going to drag you into the woods. For a second, Reed looked truly frightened. Then anger covered it. He knocked Timmy's shoulder hard as he passed. Timmy stumbled into the fence. A twist of wire snagged his wrist and opened a thin line across the skin. Blood welled there, bright against the rainwater. Cindy grabbed his arm. You are bleeding. It is just a scratch. Across the yard, Reed looked back. His face had gone pale. He was not staring at Timmy's wrist. He was staring past him toward the road. Timmy turned. A small boy stood under the dripping cedar across from the school. He was far enough away that his features should have been blurred by mist, but Timmy saw the bright orange hair clearly. The boy wore clothes too thin for the weather, dark with mud and water. One arm hung oddly at his side. He watched Reed with a stillness that made the morning noise fade. A bus passed between them, spraying water from its tires. When it moved on, the boy was gone. Cindy had seen him too. Her fingers tightened around Timmy's arm until a scratch stung. We are going to the library, she said. Today. The school day stretched like a road with no end. Every class seemed designed to trap Timmy in his own thoughts. In math, numbers swam on the board while the teacher explained fractions. In history, the class discussed westward migration, and Timmy wondered how many towns were built over secrets that never made it into textbooks. At lunch, he and Cindy sat at the end of a table near the windows where rain streaked the glass and turned the playground into a muddy blur. Reed did not bother them at lunch. He sat with Mason and Cole, quieter than before. Twice, Timmy caught him looking toward the window as if afraid to see someone standing outside. Timmy pressed a napkin against the cut on his wrist and felt an uneasy satisfaction. He did not want Josh to hurt Reed. At least, he did not think he did. But there was a part of him that understood the relief of seeing a bully frightened. Do not like it too much, Cindy said. Timmy looked at her. What? Whatever you were thinking, do not like it too much. I was not. You kinda were. He folded the napkin tighter. Reed hurt me. I know. And Josh scared him. I know that too. But if Josh starts scaring everyone who hurts you, the whole town will give him reasons. Timmy glanced across the cafeteria. Maybe some people deserve to be scared. Cindy was quiet long enough that he looked back at her. Maybe, but being right does not keep people safe. The words stayed with him through the rest of the day. He heard them during science while rain tapped the roof. He heard them in English, while the class read a story about a boy who lied to stay out of trouble. He heard them when the final bell rang and students rushed into the hall with the desperate energy of release. By the time he met Cindy near the front doors, his wrist had stopped bleeding, but the line on his skin had turned red and angry. Ready? She asked. Yeah. We call our parents first. Then library. My dad will ask questions. Then tell him we are studying local history. That is not a lie. It is almost not a lie. Almost truth is the official language of Casper County, Cindy said. They used the office phone because Cindy insisted. Timmy told Daniel he was going to the library with Cindy to look up a school project. Daniel hesitated, but he knew the library sat on the same street as the sheriff's office and the diner, not near the mine. He agreed after making Timmy promise to come straight home afterward. The promise felt heavy in Timmy's mouth. The Casper County Public Library looked like a place trying hard to remain cheerful despite the weather. It sat between the old post office and a bakery that closed at 3, its brick front trimmed with white paint and its windows decorated with paper leaves made by elementary school children. A sign near the door announced a used book sale, a knitting club, and a lecture about local mushrooms. Rain dripped from the awning in steady threads. Inside, the air smelled of paper, dust, carpet cleaner, and the faint sweetness of old glue. Timmy had always liked libraries. His mother used to say they were one of the few places where people whispered because they respected the room, not because they were afraid. This library felt different. It had the same low shelves and reading chairs and bulletin boards, but its silence carried weight. The building seemed to know why they had come. Mrs. Pell sat behind the front desk with a stack of returned books and a mug that read, "Ask Me About Banned Books." She was a narrow woman with silver hair braided over one shoulder and glasses on a chain. When she saw Cindy, her stern face warmed. "Cynthia Hale," she said. "I have the Audiobook you requested. It came in this morning." "Thanks, Mrs. Pell. We actually need to use the newspaper archive first." Mrs. Pell's gaze moved to Timmy. It paused on his hair just as every adult gaze in town seemed to do. She recovered faster than most. "And you must be Timmy Calder." "Yes, ma'am. Your father came in yesterday to ask about utility records. New homeowners always discover mysteries in old houses." Timmy almost said that some mysteries were in the people, not the houses. He stopped himself. "We are doing a local history project." "About what part of local history?" Cindy did not flinch. "Pecan Hill." The warmth left Mrs. Pell's face, not all at once, but like a lamp dimming. She folded her hands on the desk. "That is not a light topic." "We know," Cindy said. "Do your parents know you are researching it?" "They know we are at the library," Cindy said, which was almost answer enough. Mrs. Pell looked at Timmy again. This time he saw more than surprise. There was sadness there and guilt too, old but not dead. She lowered her voice. "The archive machine is in the back room. It jams if you rush it. Do not force the film. If you print, it is 10 cents a page." "Thank you," Cindy said. Mrs. Pell did not move. "Children think old paint becomes safe because it is old. That is not true. Be careful what you ask a town to remember." Timmy swallowed. "What if the town needs to remember?" The librarian looked toward the rain-blurred windows. "Then it will hurt first." She gave them a key attached to a wooden tag and pointed them down a side hallway. The archive room was small and windowless, crowded with metal cabinets, a table, and a microfilm reader that looked older than Timmy's father. A single fluorescent light buzzed overhead. The air was cooler than the rest of the library. Cindy closed the door behind them. "She knows something. Everyone knows something. That is what is starting to scare me." "Starting? More. Scare me more." They found the labeled drawers after several minutes of searching. Casper County Gazette. Year by year. Month by month. Cindy pulled the drawer for the year Josh disappeared and carried 2 film boxes to the table. Timmy unlocked the reader with the key and lifted the glass plate the way Cindy showed him. She had used the machine before for a project about logging strikes, which made Timmy feel both grateful and slightly ashamed. He had lived in places where local history was a museum display. Cindy lived inside hers. The machine hummed to life. Light spilled across the viewing screen, blank at first, then flickering as Cindy threaded the film. Columns of old newspaper text lurched into focus, huge and ghostly. Advertisements for tire sales and church suppers slid by. School board notes. Weather reports. A photograph of a prize pumpkin. A birth announcement. Ordinary life, page after page, moving calmly toward disaster. "What date?" Timmy asked. Josh vanished after the Pecan Hill church gathering. Late October 20 years ago. My mom said the leaves were already down and the mine was full of rain. They started with the week before and found nothing. Then the day of the gathering. The Gazette had run a cheerful piece about the church picnic, listing pies, games, and a canned food drive. A blurry photo showed families on Pecan Hill, children running in the background. Timmy leaned close to the screen until his breath fogged the glass. "Is that him?" he asked. Cindy adjusted the focus. Near the edge of the photo, a tall, red-haired boy stood apart from a group of kids. He looked thin and awkward, his shoulders hunched as though he expected something to be thrown at him. Even in the poor image, the bright hair showed. "Josh." Timmy felt the cut on his wrist pulse. "Keep going," Cindy whispered. The next issue came 2 days later. There it was on the front page, "Local boy missing after church event." Timmy read the headline 3 times before he could make himself read the article. Josh Barrett, age 12, had last been seen at Pecan Hill during a community gathering. Witnesses reported that he left the field near dusk. Search teams had combed nearby roads, creeks, and wooded trails. The mine was mentioned only once, in a paragraph that said county officials considered it too unstable for entry, but found no signs that the boy had approached it. "No signs," Timmy said. "How would they know?" "They wanted to know without looking," Cindy said. The article quoted Sheriff Alton Briggs, who had retired long before Timmy arrived in town. It quoted Josh's mother begging anyone with information to come forward. It quoted a pastor who said the community would pull together in faith. It did not quote children. It rolled forward one issue. Search expanded from missing Casper County boy, then another. Volunteers sweep Eastern Ridge, then another. Rain hampers search. Timmy watched hope shrink with every headline. The words changed from missing boy to presumed runaway to possible abduction. Each article seemed to step farther from the mine. On the sixth day, the headline was larger. Children report seeing stranger near Pecan Hill. Cindy went very still. Timmy adjusted the focus with trembling fingers. The article said 3 local boys had come forward with new information. Steve Larkin, David Bell, and Mark Voss reported seeing Josh Barrett speaking with an unidentified adult male near the tree line shortly before his disappearance. The man was described as tall, wearing a dark coat and a brimmed hat. Authorities were pursuing the lead. Below the article was a photograph. 3 boys stood on Pecan Hill with a deputy behind them. Steve was the tallest, square-jawed, even at 12, trying to look solemn but failing to hide the pride in his eyes. Dave stood beside him, smaller, nervous, his hands clenched in front of him. Mark leaned slightly away from the others, his mouth a thin line. Behind them, the woods rose dark and wet. Timmy's hands curled into fists. They lied. Probably. Not probably. Look at them. Pictures do not confess. No, but people do if somebody makes them. Cindy looked at him sharply. Timmy. He stepped back from the machine. The room felt too small. The old film smell thickened in his nose. Imagine Josh far below the hill on that same day, alive and calling while the town printed a lie. He imagined Steve, Dave, and Mark standing for a picture while adults praised them for helping. He imagined Josh's parents reading the article and chasing a stranger who had never existed. A sound scratched from the metal cabinets. Cindy turned. Did you hear that? The scratch came again, slow and deliberate, like fingernails dragging along a drawer. Timmy backed toward the table. Maybe pipes. Libraries do not have pipes in file cabinets. The fluorescent light flickered. The archive screen flashed white, then dimmed. The room's temperature dropped so quickly, Timmy saw his own breath. Cindy's appeared beside it, pale clouds in the machine light. The cabinet drawer at the far end slid open by an inch. Neither child moved. It slid another inch. Then another. The metal made a soft grinding sound. Inside, folders stood packed tight, their tabs yellow with age. A single folder rose above the rest as though pushed from below. Cindy whispered, "We should get Mrs. Pell." Wait, that is the exact thing people say before something grabs them in movies. Timmy did not answer. He walked toward the cabinet slowly, each step fighting the part of him that wanted to run. The folder tab read Barrett, Joshua, clippings. He reached for it. A burst of cold moved over his fingers before he touched the paper, so sharp it felt like dipping his hand into ice water. He almost pulled back. Then he thought of the clothes arranged on the living room rug like an empty body, and he took the folder. The drawer slammed shut. Cindy yelped. Timmy spun around, clutching the folder to his chest. The fluorescent light steadied. The archive room warmed by a few degrees, though the air still felt damp and wrong. "He wants us to see that," Cindy said. "Or he wants us to know he can open drawers." Both are bad. They returned to the table. Inside the folder were newspaper clippings, handwritten notes, and copies of flyers with hard, simple words printed in bold type. Missing child. Have you seen Josh Barrett? Reward offered. Search volunteers needed. Timmy handled the papers carefully. Some had been folded so long the creases were close to tearing. Near the back, he found a clipping from almost a year after Josh vanished. Barrett family holds memorial service. There was no body, no explanation. Just an empty casket, a photograph, and a town ready to move on. Cindy touched the edge of the clipping. My mom said his mother stopped coming into town after that. She could not stand people looking at her like she was already a story they knew the ending to. Where did they go? Away. I do not know where. Timmy looked at the photograph of Josh's parents. His mother had a hand pressed to the casket lid. His father stood beside her with a face so empty it hurt to see. Timmy thought of Daniel at his mother's funeral, standing in a suit that looked borrowed because grief had made him smaller. He thought of himself staring at flowers and trying to understand why adults kept saying she was in a better place when the only place he wanted her was home. They buried nothing, he said. They buried hope, Cindy said. The words were too true for either of them to speak for a while. They printed copies of the article about the 3 boys. The machine groaned and spat the page out slowly, making it darker than the screen but clear enough. Timmy paid with 2 dimes Cindy found in the bottom of her backpack. He folded the copy and placed it inside his notebook. As they cleaned up, Mrs. Pell opened the archive room door. She looked at the microfilm machine, the open folder, and the 2 children trying to look innocent. "That drawer sticks," she said. "I heard her from the desk." Cindy and Timmy exchanged a glance. Mrs. Pell entered and took the Barrett folder from the table. Her fingers were gentle. "I made that file myself. Years ago, before the library had a proper local history section. People brought me clippings. Some wanted the true saves. Some wanted it locked away. Often those are the same thing in a small town." "Did you know Josh?" Timmy asked. "Everyone knew of him. I knew his mother better. She came here often before it happened. She borrowed mysteries and cookbooks, and once every spring, a book about roses she never planted." "Do you think he ran away?" Mrs. Pell looked at him for a long moment. "No." The answer landed like a stone. Cindy stepped closer. "Did you think the 3 boys lied?" "I thought many people lied. Some with words. Some by staying quiet." "Why did no one do anything?" Timmy asked. He heard the anger in his own voice, but he could not soften it. "Why did everyone just let it become a story about a stranger?" Mrs. Pell's mouth trembled slightly. "Because a stranger is easier. A stranger leaves town. A stranger does not sit behind you in church or sell you a truck or marry your cousin. A stranger does not force parents to look at their own children and wonder what cruelty they raised." The archive room seemed to shrink around them. "Steve, Dave, and Mark own the car dealership now," Cindy said. Mrs. Pell closed her eyes briefly. "Yes, they do." "Do they come here?" Timmy asked. "Mark came once to ask about old property maps. Steve donates to the summer reading raffle when he wants his picture in the paper. Dave used to come in more often." She stopped there. "Used to?" Cindy asked. "Before his wife left. Before he began drinking too much coffee and looking over his shoulder. People call that stress. I call it being followed by something memory-shaped." Timmy thought of the figure flying from his desk. "Mrs. Pell, do you believe in ghosts?" She smiled without humor. "I believe the dead are not always finished with the living. That is as close as I care to get." A sharp knock sounded on the archive room wall from the other side. All 3 of them turned. Mrs. Pell's face went gray. The other side of that wall was not another room. Timmy had seen the outside of the building. Beyond the archive wall was an alley barely wide enough for trash bins. A knock came again, lower this time as if from inside the wall itself. Cindy whispered, "We should go." Mrs. Pell took the printed article from Timmy's hand, looked at it, then gave it back. "Go home. Keep that out of sight. And do not accuse grown men of terrible things unless you are ready for grown men to act terrible." "What if they already have?" Timmy asked. "Then be smarter than they were," she said, "and kinder than this town was." They returned the key and stepped back into the main library. Everything looked normal. The little boy worked on a puzzle near the children's shelves. An older man read the paper by the window. The world had not stopped because a dead boy had knocked on a wall. Timmy found that almost offensive. Outside, the rain had paused. The clouds hung low and heavy, and water dripped from every branch. Cindy pulled up her hood. "My mom's going to be mad if she knows we found all this," she said. "Because it is dangerous?" "Because she will think she should have told me first." "Should she have?" Cindy did not answer right away. They walked past the bakery, where the smell of sugar and yeast lingered even though the lights were off. A pickup rolled by, tires hissing on wet pavement. Across the street, a man in a dealership jacket stood outside the hardware store talking to someone under the awning. Timmy could not tell if it was Steve, Dave, or Mark from a grainy photo. The man glanced their way. Cindy grabbed Timmy's sleeve and guided him behind a parked van. "Do you know him?" Timmy whispered. "That is Dave Bell." Dave looked older than the boy in the article, of course, but the shape of his worry had not changed. He had thinning brown hair, a soft middle, and the restless eyes of someone who expected bad news from every direction. He laughed at something the hardware clerk said, but the laugh ended too quickly. When the wind shifted, he turned his collar up and looked down the street toward the library. Timmy felt the printed article inside his notebook like a hot coal. Dave's eyes stopped near the van. For one breath, Timmy was sure the man saw them. Then a car horn beeped from the curb, and Dave flinched so hard the clerk stepped back. A woman in a sedan waved impatiently. Dave muttered something, hurried to the passenger side, and climbed in. Cindy did not move until the sedan turned the corner. "He is scared," Timmy said. "Good," Cindy said, then looked troubled by her own answer. "I mean, maybe good." You told me not to like it too much. I am working on my own advice. They walked home by side streets, avoiding the main road where the dealership men might pass. The town felt watched now. Every curtain could hide an old witness. Every parked car could hold someone who remembered the picnic and said nothing. Timmy understood for the first time that a haunting was not only a ghost moving objects in the dark. A haunting could be a whole town training itself not to look at the same place for 20 years. By the time they reached his house, the sky had darkened again. Daniel's truck sat in the driveway. Warm light glowed from the kitchen. Timmy slowed at the porch steps. "What are you going to tell him?" Cindy asked. Some of it." "Which some?" "The library part. Not the cabinet. Not Dave outside the hardware store. That is a lot of not. He already thinks fear is filling gaps. I need to show him facts first." Cindy nodded, but she did not look convinced. "Put the article somewhere safe." "My room?" "That has not been the safest place so far." Timmy almost smiled. "Good point. I can stay a little while. My mom said to come straight home, but she knows I define straight creatively." "That sounds like trouble." "That is because it is." They went inside together. Daniel looked up from the stove, relief softening his face when he saw them. "There you are. How was the library?" Timmy touched the notebook in his backpack. "We found something." Daniel turned the burner lower. "What kind of something?" "An article from when Josh disappeared. The 3 boys who said they saw him with a stranger." Daniel's eyes narrowed. "Cindy told you the names?" Cindy answered before Timmy could. "Everyone knows the names if they grew up here. They just pretend they do not." Daniel looked between them and sighed. "Kitchen table. Both of you. Show me what you found." Timmy pulled the article from his notebook and smoothed it on the table. The paper was still warm from his body heat. Daniel leaned over it. His expression changed as he read. He stared at the photo of the 3 boys longer than Timmy expected. "They were children," Daniel said quietly. "Children can lie," Cindy said. "I know." "Children can do worse than lie," Timmy said. Daniel looked at him then, really looked, and maybe saw more than his scared son. Maybe he saw the red hair, the thin shoulders, the age matching too closely, the way the past had reached for him the moment he arrived. He folded his hands on the table to keep them still. "We need to be careful," he said. Timmy almost groaned. "Everybody keeps saying that." "Because it is true. Steve Larkin, Dade Bell, and Mark Voss are not boys anymore. They are grown men with money, friends, lawyers, and reputations. If you start pointing at them with a 20-year-old newspaper article and a ghost story, they will not thank you for your courage." "Then what do we do?" Daniel took a slow breath. "We gather information. We talk to Cindy's mother. Maybe we talk to the sheriff, but not until we have more than a theory." Cindy leaned forward. "My mom will say not to go near them." "Your mom will be right." Timmy looked down at the photo. Steve, Dave, and Mark stared up from the page, trapped in black and white. Behind him, Pecan Hill looked like a dark wave about to break. The kitchen light flickered. Daniel noticed. Cindy noticed. Timmy felt the air cool around the table. On the printed article, the ink of the boy's name seemed to darken, and nothing happened. Daniel reached out and touched the paper. "Maybe the bolt is loose." "Dad," Timmy said. Daniel did not argue. He just nodded once, folded the article carefully, and handed it back. "Take it upstairs and put it somewhere safe. Then come down for dinner. Cindy, call your mother. If she says you need to go, I will walk you home." Timmy took the article. It felt heavier than paper should. Timmy put the article on his desk because he could not think of a better place. Cindy stood in the doorway with her arms folded, watching him as if he were placing bait in a trap. "You said somewhere safe," she reminded him. "I said that, then my brain failed." "Put it in a drawer." Timmy looked at the desk drawer where the little knight had clicked in the night. "I am not putting it there." "Under your mattress?" "That is where kids hide bad report cards in movies. Do you have a better idea?" He looked around the room. The closet still glowed with the light he had forgotten to turn off that morning. The bed was unmade. The boxes along the wall leaned slightly from where he had dug through them for a clean sweatshirt. The window showed the wet line of trees behind the yard, and beyond those trees, hidden but present, was Pecan Hill. "On the desk for now," he said. "We are only going downstairs for snacks." Cindy gave him a look. "That is exactly when weird things happen. Maybe nothing will happen if we expect it. That is not how weird things work." They stood there a few seconds longer. Timmy placed a pencil across the article so he would know if it moved. Cindy noticed and nodded, approving despite herself. Downstairs, Daniel had burned the garlic bread but saved the spaghetti. Marissa allowed Cindy to stay until after dinner when Daniel called, though Timmy could hear the worry in her voice through the phone. She asked to speak to Cindy privately. Cindy took the cordless phone into the laundry room, which was the only place with a door closed enough to count as privacy. Timmy sat at the kitchen table while Daniel stirred sauce. The house felt tense in the strange way houses did before arguments or storms. Timmy expected his father to lecture him again about caution, but Daniel only tasted the sauce and added pepper. Cindy's mother sounded worried, Timmy said. She has reason. Because of Josh? Daniel looked toward the laundry room. Because she grew up here. I'm beginning to think that means growing up with locked doors in your memory. Timmy traced a circle on the table with one finger. Do you believe more now? Daniel leaned against the counter. I believe something is wrong. I believe the town has an old secret. I believe your room got cold and your clothes were downstairs. I believe that article upset the house, if a house can be upset. But ghosts? I am not ready to say the word like I understand it. You do not have to understand something to be scared of it. Daniel smiled a little sadly. That is true. Cindy came out of the laundry room with the phone. Her face had a closed look. Mom says I can eat here if Mr. Calder walks me home after. I will, Daniel said. She also says no more library without telling her first. Also fair. Cindy slid into the chair across from Timmy. She used my whole name. That means I am in half trouble. What is full trouble? Timmy asked. When she gets quiet and starts cleaning things that are already clean. Daniel set plates on the table. For a while, they managed to eat like normal people. Cindy told Daniel about the school secretary who mispronounced her last name every year despite living 3 houses from her grandmother for 30 years. Daniel told them about trying to buy curtains and realizing every window in the house was a different size. Timmy listened, grateful for the ordinary words, but part of him remained upstairs with the article and the pencil. Halfway through dinner, a soft thump sounded above them. All 3 forks stopped. Daniel looked at the ceiling. Old houses talk at night, he said, but the words had lost confidence. Another thump followed. Then a dragging sound, slow and uneven, crossed the floor overhead. Cindy whispered, That is your room. Timmy pushed back his chair. Daniel caught his arm. Stay behind me. They moved together up the stairs, Daniel first, then Timmy, then Cindy close enough that Timmy could hear her breathing. The hallway seemed darker than it should have, even with the light on. At Timmy's bedroom door, Daniel paused and pushed it open with his fingertips. The room was empty. The pencil lay on the desk where Timmy had left it. The article did not. Timmy stepped around his father. It was right there. I know, Cindy said. Daniel checked the floor. He looked under the desk beside the bed, near the boxes. Maybe it slid. Paper does not drag itself across rooms, Timmy said. A corner of white showed on the pillow. Timmy saw it before the others. He walked to the bed slowly. The printed article lay centered on his pillow, smoothed flat, as though someone had placed it there with great care. The pencil mark from the desk had not moved with it. The article looked darker now, the ink heavier, the photo almost wet. Cindy came up beside him. Do not touch it yet. Why? Because look at the names. Timmy leaned closer. The caption beneath the photo had changed, not all of it. The ordinary words remained clear. Local boys speak with Deputy Briggs after reporting a suspicious man near Pecan Hill. But the names were smeared. Steve Larkin, David Bell, and Mark Voss had blurred into black streaks, as if a wet thumb had dragged across each one. The smears were not random. Each name had been crossed so hard that the paper fibers buckled. Daniel turned on the bedside lamp. Was it like this before? No, Timmy said. You read it downstairs. The names were clear, Cindy said. I saw them. Daniel put a hand over his mouth. He looked less like a father trying to stay calm and more like a man discovering that calm was a thin wall with something pressing from the other side. The room grew colder. Timmy's breath misted once, faint and quick. The closet light flickered. From inside the closet came a soft tapping sound. 3 taps. A pause. 3 taps again. Cindy moved closer to Timmy. Steve, Dave, Mark, she whispered. The tapping stopped. Daniel crossed the room and opened the closet all the way. Coats hung from the rod. A box of shoes sat on the floor. Nothing waited inside. Yet the cold pouring from the closet was deep and damp, the cold of stone and standing water. We are done, Daniel said. Everybody downstairs. Dad, he is trying to tell us. I said downstairs. The force in his voice startled Timmy. Daniel realized it and lowered his tone. Please, I need you both where I can see you. Timmy took the article by one edge. The paper was icy. A thin line of moisture clung to his fingertip when he let go. Cindy saw it and rubbed her own hands on her sleeves. They returned to the kitchen. Daniel placed the article in a plastic freezer bag because he did not know what else to do. It looked absurd and terrifying, a haunted newspaper clipping sealed beside the refrigerator magnets and a grocery list. He called Marissa again, this time asking her to come over. She arrived in less than 5 minutes, hair pulled back hastily, raincoat buttoned wrong. Daniel did not make small talk. He laid the bag article on the kitchen table. Marissa stared at the smeared names and sat down without being invited. He has started naming them, she said. Daniel pulled out the chair across from her. You knew this could happen. I feared it could. Knowing would have been easier. Cindy stood behind her mother. Why did you not tell me everything? Marissa closed her eyes. Because everything was too heavy for a child. I am carrying it anyway. That hurt her mother. Timmy saw it in the way Marissa's shoulders lowered. She reached back, found Cindy's hand and held it. I was 10, Marissa said. Josh was 12? He was tall and awkward and sweet when people let him be. He helped me carry a box of hymnals once because I was too stubborn to make 2 trips. Steve and the others hated him because he would not shrink for them. Some children sense when another child is lonely, and instead of helping, they try to make the loneliness bigger. Daniel listened without interrupting. At the picnic, I saw them chase him toward the woods, Marissa continued. I saw rocks in their hands. Not big ones, but big enough. I told my aunt. She told me boys played rough and not to make trouble. Later, when Josh was missing, I told a deputy. He wrote something down and never came back to ask again. Then those 3 boys said they saw a strange man, and everyone chose that story because it was easier than believing 3 local boys drove another boy into danger. Cindy's eyes shone. Mom, I should have shouted louder, Marissa said. That is the thought that finds me at night. But I was 10 and adults were tired of listening before I even opened my mouth. You were a child, Daniel said. So was Josh. The room went silent except for the refrigerator's low hum. Timmy looked at the smeared article. Why is Josh doing this now? Why because of me? Marissa studied him with the same sad recognition she had shown on the porch. You look like him. Same age. Same height almost. Same bright hair. Maybe you woke something by coming here. Maybe it saw you being chased and remembered itself. I did not mean to. These things are not about meaning to. Daniel sat beside Timmy and put a hand on the back of his chair. What happened to the 3 men after Josh disappeared? They became local success stories, Marissa said bitterly. Steve had a father who knew everyone with money. Mark had charm when he needed it. Dave had enough guilt to be controlled by the other 2. They started buying damaged cars, repairing them, selling them cheap, then not cheap. Casper County Motors grew from a lot with 3 trailers into the biggest business on the edge of town. People like men who make jobs. They forgive almost anything if the payroll is large enough. In the accident Cindy mentioned, Marissa looked at her daughter, then back at Daniel. They started within a year. Steve's father slipped on black ice behind his barn in April and broke his neck. There should not have been ice. Mark's mother drove into a ditch on a dry morning because her windshield frosted over from the inside. Dave's older brother lost 2 fingers in a shop machine after a sudden cold snap made the metal seize. Others, too. People connected to that day. People who mocked Josh. People who said his mother should accept that boys run away. The stories became weather gossip because weather feels safer than guilt. Timmy's stomach turned. Josh hurt them? Something did, Marissa said. You think you will hurt Steve, Dave, and Mark? Marissa did not answer quickly enough. Cindy squeezed the back of her chair. Mom, I think if Josh only wanted them scared, he has had 20 years to do it quietly. If he is reaching this hard now, something has changed. Daniel stood and began pacing the kitchen, rubbing his hands together. Then we need the sheriff. Marissa gave a dry laugh. Sheriff Nolan was a deputy under Briggs. He is not a bad man, but he learned from men who liked quiet more than truth. You can bring him a smeared article and a child's story if you want. He will pat your shoulder and tell you to stay out of old business. Then what do you suggest? Do not let the children near the dealership. Timmy and Cindy looked at each other. Daniel saw the look. Absolutely not. We did not say anything, Timmy said. Your faces did. Cindy tried to look offended, but it failed. Marissa turned in her chair. Cindy, listen to me. Steve Larkin is not Reed Haskell on a playground. He's a grown man who has spent most of his life protecting one lie. Mart Voss smiles at church and threatens people through lawyers by Monday. Dave Bell might be the softest of the three, but soft men can still stand beside cruel ones. You will not ride your bike to that place. Cindy's face tightened. Then how do we learn more? Adults will handle it. Adults handled it last time, Cindy said. Marissa recoiled as if slapped. Daniel looked away. Timmy wished Cindy had not said it, and also knew why she had. Cindy's voice shook. I am sorry, but it is true. Marissa stood slowly. It is true. That does not make it fair to put yourselves in danger because we failed before you were born. The lights flickered again. The freezer bag crinkled on the table, though nobody touched it. Inside, the article shifted. One black smear lengthened, dragging across the photo until it crossed Steve's face. Daniel swore under his breath and apologized without looking at anyone. A sound came from upstairs. This time, it was not a thump or a scrape. It was a child's laugh, faint and hollow, sliding down the stairwell like cold water. Marissa went white. Cindy grabbed her arm. Daniel moved in front of Timmy before he seemed to realize he had done it. The laugh faded into a sound almost like crying. Then the house warmed all at once. The kitchen light steadied. The article lay still. Timmy's eyes burned. He is not just angry. He is lonely. Nobody spoke against that. Marissa took Cindy home soon after. Daniel walked them despite Marissa saying it was only 2 houses. Timmy watched from the porch while the 3 figures moved through the mist. The road shone under the streetlights. Beyond the last house, the woods waited black and wet. When Daniel returned, he locked the door and leaned his forehead against it. You are mad, Timmy said. I am scared. There is a difference, but I am not sure it looks different from the outside. I am not going to do anything stupid. Daniel turned. You are 12. Stupid is not always a choice at your age. Sometimes it is just curiosity wearing shoes. Timmy almost smiled, but the smile broke before it formed. Do you think Mom would believe me? Daniel's expression softened painfully. Your mother believed people before they earned it. It was one of the beautiful and dangerous things about her. She would believe you, and then she would march straight into the sheriff's office with that article in one hand and a casserole in the other, because she never understood why anger and manners could not share a room. Timmy laughed a little. It came out wet and shaky. Daniel crossed the room and hugged him. Timmy held on longer than he meant to. His father smelled like rain, spaghetti sauce, and the same laundry soap they'd used back home before home became a word that hurt. I miss her, Timmy said into his father's shirt. I missed her too. Sometimes I feel like if I stop being sad, it means I am leaving her behind. Daniel tightened his arms. Sadness is not the only way to love someone. It is just the loudest way at first. Timmy closed his eyes. Upstairs, the house remained quiet. For the first time all day, he allowed himself to feel the grief that belonged to him. Not Josh, not Cindy, not the town. It was a different kind of haunting, but it still knew how to move things inside him. Later, after Daniel made him brush his teeth and promised to sit in the hall until he fell asleep, Timmy lay in bed with the closet light on again. The article was downstairs in the freezer bag under a stack of heavy cookbooks. Daniel had said if the ghost wanted it, the ghost could move cookbooks too. But he had sounded less amused than he wanted. Timmy listened to his father's breathing from the hallway. The sound steadied him. Rain returned in the soft rush. Somewhere outside, water dripped from the gutters into the bushes below. He thought about the dealership. Casper County Motors. Steve, Dave, and Mark. 3 boys grown into men. 3 names smeared by something that could no longer hold a pencil, but could still make itself known. Saturday was only 2 days away. He had promised not to do anything stupid. He had not promised not to do anything careful. The next day at school, the rumor about him spread faster than rainwater in the gutters. Reed told people Timmy had stared at nothing by the fence and talked to himself. Mason claimed Timmy bled black, which was easy to disprove but still somehow grew more interesting every time someone repeated it. Cole told a group of 6th graders that Timmy's house was built on graves. By lunch, someone had taped a paper ghost to Timmy's locker. Cindy tore it down before he could. Ignore them, she said. You are holding the ghost by its neck. I am ignoring them aggressively. He took the paper from her and folded it into a square. Reed is scared. That is why he is louder. Probably. Does that make me a bad person for not feeling sorry for him? Cindy considered it. Maybe it makes you a person. Bad takes more practice. In English class, Timmy wrote nothing while everyone else answered questions about symbolism. The teacher, Mrs. Ardell, stopped by his desk and lowered her voice. "Everything all right?" "Yes, ma'am." She looked at the blank page. Symbolism can be tricky. Start with an object that means more than itself. Timmy almost laughed. A toy knight, a line of clothes, a smeared newspaper article, a mine at the edge of a field. Casper County was full of objects that meant more than themselves. After school, Cindy met him by the bike racks instead of the front steps. Her bike was old and blue with a basket bent on one side. Timmy's had been pulled from the moving truck with one handlebar grip missing. Daniel had fixed the brakes that morning before work, muttering that bikes were not supposed to sound like screen doors. "What are you doing?" Timmy asked. "We are riding home slowly, by the long way." "The long way past what?" Cindy looked toward the road that curved around the edge of town. "Casper County Motors is not that far. Our parents said not to go near the dealership." "I know. That is why we are not going there today. We are learning the route for situational awareness." "That sounds like something you say when you are already doing the wrong thing." "It is a useful phrase." Timmy looked at the gray sky. He thought of Daniel in the kitchen, saying curiosity sometimes wore shoes. Today, curiosity had wheels. "We should not. Mem say no, and we will go home." Cindy meant it. That made the choice harder. Timmy wanted an excuse, someone to blame for the pull he felt toward the men in the photograph. But Cindy left the decision open between them. "Just the route," he said. "Just the route." They rode out through the side street behind the school, tires hissing on wet pavement. The air smelled of moss and exhaust. Houses thinned as they reached the commercial edge of town. A feed store, a tire shop, a diner with fogged windows. Then the road widened, and the car dealership appeared beyond a row of dripping poplars. Casper County Motors sprawled across several lots, larger than Timmy expected. Strings of plastic flags sagged in the rain. Rows of trucks and used sedans gleamed under gray light. A giant sign showed 3 smiling men in suits, their faces painted brighter than real life. Steve stood in the center, broad and confident. Mark smiled to one side, polished and narrow-eyed. Dave stood on the other side with a softer grin that did not reach the billboard's painted eyes. Timmy stopped pedaling. Cindy rolled beside him. "We are across the street. That counts as not near." The dealership building had wide glass windows and a service bay to the left. Men moved inside under fluorescent lights. A customer in a red jacket walked between cars with an umbrella. Nothing supernatural happened. No horns blared. No frost spread across windshields. Yet Timmy felt the same cold from the mine gather in his bones. A man stepped out of the main building. Steve Larkin looked almost exactly like the boy in the article after 20 years had thickened him. He wore a dark coat and carried himself like the lot belonged not only to him but to the road, the sky above it, and everyone who drove past. He spoke into a phone, his mouth moving sharply. Even from across the street, Timmy could see irritation in every line of him. Another man followed, taller and thinner, with silver at his temples, and a smile that appeared and vanished too smoothly. Mark Voss. He said something to Steve. Steve lowered the phone and snapped back. Then Dave Bell came out behind them, rubbing his hands together as if he could not get warm. The 3 men stood under the awning, arguing. Timmy could not hear the words. He did not need to. Dave kept shaking his head. Steve pointed toward the road, then toward the service bay. Mark leaned close to Dave and said something that made Dave step back. For 1 second, Dave looked across the street, straight at Timmy. The man's face emptied. Cindy whispered, "We need to go." Timmy could not move. Dave grabbed Steve's sleeve and pointed. Steve turned. Mark turned. All 3 men stared across the wet road at the thin 12-year-old boy with bright red hair sitting frozen on his bike. The dealership flags stopped moving. A cold wind slid between the cars, though the trees around them remained still. On the nearest row of windshields, fog bloomed from the inside out, pale and sudden. Steve's mouth opened. Dave took 1 step backward. Mark's polished smile fell away completely. Cindy shoved Timmy's shoulder. "Ride." This time he listened. They pedaled hard, tires spitting water, the dealership shrinking behind them. Only when they turned down a side road did Timmy dare to look back. The 3 men were still under the awning, small in the distance, watching him as if the past itself had ridden by on a broken bicycle. They did not speak until they reached Cindy's street. Both were breathing hard. Timmy's legs trembled for more than the ride. "That was not just the route," he said. "No," Cindy admitted. That became more than a rout. They recognized him and me. Or they recognized what they did. Timmy looked toward his house, where a kitchen light glowed warm against the dimming day. We have to tell them. Our parents. Yes, all of it. He thought of Daniel's fear, Marissa's guilt, the article under the cookbooks, the three men staring from the dealership awning. Enough that they know Saturday cannot wait. Cindy nodded. Then we tell them together. Above the trees behind their houses, a flock of birds burst from Pecan Hill, scattering into the gray sky as if something below had startled them. A moment later, a low sound rolled across the neighborhood. It might have been thunder. It might have been the old mine settling deeper into the earth. Timmy knew better. It sounded like a door opening far underground. The sound from Pecan Hill followed Timmy all the way home. It rolled beneath the rain and under the ordinary noises of the neighborhood, under the hiss of bicycle tires through wet leaves and the clatter of Cindy's chain when she pushed too hard up the last rise. It did not sound loud enough for Daniel to hear from the kitchen or for Marissa to hear from the laundry room 2 houses down. It was lower than thunder and stranger than machinery, a deep pressure in the earth that made Timmy's teeth ache. Each time he glanced at the black shape of the tree line behind his house, he imagined an old door opening underground. A door that had swollen in the damp for 20 years and now scraped against stone because someone on the other side had finally found the strength to push. Cindy stopped at the foot of his driveway and leaned over her handlebars, breathing hard. Rained out her cheeks and darkened the sleeves of her jacket. She was trying to look brave, but Timmy could see the trembling in her fingers where they gripped the brake handles. "We should go in together," she said. "My dad will get that careful voice," Timmy said. "The one where he thinks he is helping, but he is really deciding what part of my story to throw away. Then we do not let him throw any of it away." Timmy looked toward the kitchen window. The light inside was worn. His father moved past it once with a dish towel over one shoulder, a shade that should have meant supper, homework, normal life. Timmy wanted to go inside and pretend the day had only been strange because grief made everything sharper. He wanted to say the men at the dealership had looked scared because 3 kids in an old article and 3 grown men in raincoats could line up in his imagination if he stared too long. He wanted the article under the cookbooks to stay hidden. He wanted Pecan Hill to be a field again. But when he blinked, he saw Steve Larkin's face empty out across the road. He saw Dave Bell take a step back as if he had spotted a dead boy at the edge of the lot. He saw Mark Foss lose that smooth salesman smile, the one men used when they wanted everyone else to feel small. "We tell them," Timmy said. Cindy nodded, and the 2 of them wheeled their bikes up to the porch. Daniel was at the stove, stirring sauce with one hand while trying to read instructions from a noodle box with the other. He looked relieved when Timmy came in, then worried when he saw Cindy behind him, and both of them soaked from the ride. "You 2 look like you crossed the county line," he said. "What happened?" Timmy opened his mouth and found that the words had tangled into something too large. The kitchen smelled like garlic, tomato, and rainwater from their coats. A pot lid rattled on the counter. The normal details pressed against the impossible ones until his throat closed. Cindy spoke for him. "We went by Casper County Motors. We saw Steve Larkin, Mark Voss, and Dave Bell. They saw Timmy, and something happened." Daniel turned the burner down. Something happened. How? Timmy forced himself to look at his father. The air changed. It got cold around the cars. Not everywhere. Just there. The flags stopped moving, but the cold still came through the lot. Windshields fogged up from the inside. The 3 men looked at me like they knew me. "Because of Josh," Cindy said. "Because Timmy looks like him?" Daniel's jaw tightened at the name. Since the article had moved onto Timmy's pillow, he no longer dismissed the subject as quickly, but accepting one impossible thing had not made room for all the others. He looked from Timmy to Cindy, then toward the dark window over the sink. "You were told not to go looking for trouble," he said. "We were on bikes," Timmy said. "We stayed across the street. That is not the same as staying away. They are the men in the article. Cindy knows them. Her mom knows their names. They lied about Josh leaving with a stranger." Daniel set the spoon down. Red sauce dripped from it onto the spoon, rest like a slow stain. "You do not know that." "Dad, listen. You know what an old article said. You know what Cindy has heard. You know those men looked uncomfortable when they saw you watching them from across a road. That is not the same as proof." Cindy's cheeks flushed. "Adults always say that here. They say proof when what they mean is quiet. Daniel looked at her sharply, then softened because she was a child and because she sounded less angry than afraid. Cindy, I am not trying to silence you. I am trying to keep you both safe. If those men are dangerous, you do not confront them. If something else is going on, something I do not understand, you still do not confront them. Then what do we do? Timmy asked. We talk to your mother, Daniel said to Cindy. Then we decide whether this belongs with the sheriff. Cindy glanced at Timmy. My mom will believe me. She already believes too much to pretend. The way she said it made Daniel study her. What does that mean? It means she was here when Josh disappeared. She was little, but she remembers. She does not like talking about it. A knock sounded from the back door before Daniel could answer. Everyone flinched. The rain was still falling, quick and thin against the porch roof. Through the glass, Marissa Hale stood with her rain hood pushed back and a worried set to her mouth. I saw the bikes, she said when Daniel opened the door. And I saw my daughter trying to look less scared than she is. That usually means Casper County has been itself again. Cindy went to her mother and hugged her around the waist. It was not a childish hug. It was a hard, silent hold, the kind a person gave when courage finally ran out. Marissa's hand moved over Cindy's damp hair, then paused when she looked at Daniel and Timmy. Tell me, she said. They told her in pieces because no one knew where the story truly began. Timmy told her about the article moving to his pillow and the names smeared across the photograph. Cindy described the dealership, the cold air, the frozen look on the men's faces. Daniel added nothing, but he listened with his arms folded and a look that grew more troubled with each detail. Marissa did not interrupt. She had the expression of someone hearing a storm arrive after smelling rain for years. When they finished, she closed her eyes. You should not go near those men again. So you believe us? Timmy asked. I believe you saw what you saw. I believe those men have carried something rotten in them since they were boys. I believe Casper County has let that rot sit under clean paint so long that it thinks the paint is truth. Daniel gave her a careful look. That sounds like more than a rumor. Marissa's eyes flicked toward Cindy, then back. It is, but not tonight. Tonight we get these children dry, fed, and away from windows. Tomorrow, Daniel, you and I talk. Why not now? Timmy asked. Because fear does not make good decisions after dark, Marissa said. And because whatever is near Pecan Hill is listening harder at night. Daniel almost objected. Timmy saw it form in his face. Then the kitchen light flickered once, twice, and steadied. The four of them stood quiet in the yellow glow, listening to the rain. Marissa took Cindy home a few minutes later. Daniel made Timmy change into dry clothes before dinner. They ate spaghetti at the kitchen table with the television off and the curtains drawn. The sauce had gone a little too thick while they talked, but neither of them mentioned it. Daniel asked about homework. Timmy answered. They both pretended that worked. After dinner, Daniel washed dishes while Timmy dried them. It was a ritual from before the accident. His mother used to sing while she washed, and Daniel would make up wrong lyrics just to make her laugh. Now the sing sounded too loud. I know you think I do not believe you, Daniel said. Timmy kept his eyes on the plate in his hands. Do you? I believe you are scared. I believe something has been happening in this house. I believe those men might know more than they ever told anyone. That is not the same thing. No, it is not. I'm trying to get there without losing my head. Timmy put the plate in the cabinet. Maybe losing your head is how you catch up. Daniel let out a tired breath. Maybe that is true. But you are 12. I am your father. That means my job is not to chase every dark road with you. My job is to keep you alive even when you hate me for slowing you down. I do not hate you. I know. I am saying it before you get there. Timmy looked at him then. Daniel smiled a little, but there was no ease in it. His father looked older than he had that morning. Grief had already carved hollows under his eyes, and fear was starting its own work. Do not go back to the dealership, Daniel said. Promise me. The promise sat between them heavier than a dish. Timmy knew the answer he was supposed to give. He also knew promises made in fear could become cages. Josh had died because 3 boys made a pact and kept it. Timmy did not want to become another person in Casper County who chose silence because it was easier. I promise I will not go alone, he said. Daniel's face tightened. That is not what I asked. It is what I can promise. For a moment, Daniel looked angry enough to raise his voice. Then the anger broke into something more painful. Your mother would be furious with me if I let anything happen to you. The mention of her changed the room. Timmy's eyes stung. Mom would listen. Daniel flinched as if the words had struck him. Timmy wished he could pull them back, but they were already there, cruel because part of him had meant them. "You were right," Daniel said quietly. "She would. She listened better than I do." "Dad, I did not mean—" "I know what you meant." Daniel dried his hands on the towel. "Go get ready for bed. We will talk more in the morning." Timmy went upstairs feeling like he had stepped on broken glass and left his father to clean it up. His room was cold. Not the deep-mined cold that filled the bones, but enough that he paused in the doorway. The little knight stood in the middle of his desk as if nothing had ever moved it. The article copy remained hidden under the cookbooks downstairs, unless it had moved again. Timmy was too tired to check. He changed into sleep clothes and left the closet light on. He did not know when the habit had started feeling less childish and more like a guard posted in the room. The yellow strip of light fell across the carpet. It reached the desk but not the window. Outside, rain slid down the glass. Beyond it, the trees moved in the dark. Timmy lay awake for a long time. He listened to Daniel moving downstairs, then to the stairs creaking when his father finally came up. He heard Daniel pause outside his door, maybe thinking Timmy was asleep, maybe trying to decide whether to come in. The handle did not turn. After a while, the footsteps moved away. Only then did Timmy see the faint mist gathering at the bottom of the window. It spread slowly across the inside of the glass, a pale film touched by the closet light. Timmy sat up, heartbeat quickening. The mist thickened into frost, delicate white veins branching across the pane. It was May. The room was cold, but not cold enough for that. He watched the frost lines grow until they formed shapes that almost looked like letters. Not words. Not yet. Just scratches pleading for a hand steady enough to finish them. The next morning, Daniel drove Timmy to Cindy's house instead of letting him walk there. He spoke with Marissa on the porch while Timmy and Cindy stood just inside, pretending not to listen. Marissa wore a gray cardigan and held a mug of coffee with both hands. Daniel looked as though he had slept badly. "No dealership," Daniel said. "No mine. No sneaking around. If you two want to research, you do it in daylight, and you tell one of us where you are." "Research where?" Cindy asked. "Library, school, and home. Not the dealership." Timmy said nothing. Marissa noticed. "Timmy, this is not a punishment. It feels like one. It is adults finally doing what adults should have done years ago," she said. "Let us carry some of it." Timmy wanted to believe her. He wanted that so badly it made him angry. Saturday morning crawled past. Daniel tried to keep him busy with boxes in the garage. Timmy found winter coats, spare towels, a plastic tub of old photographs, and a socket wrench that his father kept misplacing. Every so often he looked toward the tree line, then toward the road leading into town. Near noon, Cindy appeared at the fence between the yards. She did not wave high. She lifted one hand just enough for him to see. Daniel was on a work call in the kitchen with the door half closed. Timmy told himself he was only going outside. He told himself Cindy might have news from her mother. He stepped out through the back door and crossed the wet grass. "My mom is at the grocery store," Cindy whispered when he reached the fence. "She thinks I am cleaning my room. My dad is on the phone. Then we have maybe an hour." Timmy looked over his shoulder. "We promised not to go." "You promised not to go alone." "I did not promise anything because my mom was looking directly at you when she said it." "That is not exactly honest." "No," Cindy said. "It is Casper County honest. There's a difference. He should have gone back inside. He should have waited for Daniel and Marissa to talk to the sheriff." But the frost on his window had not looked patient. The three men had seen him and shown their fear. There was a narrow opening in the story now, and Timmy felt certain it would close if adults spent too long measuring whether it was real. "We do not go inside," he said. "We ask a few questions from the Watt, and if anything feels wrong, we leave. Everything about this feels wrong. Worse then. If it feels worse, we leave." Cindy nodded. They slipped out with their bikes through the side yard and took the back streets into town. The rain had stopped, leaving the road slick and shining under a low ceiling of clouds. Water dripped from branches. The ditches ran brown. Every car that passed hissed over wet pavement and left the smell of gasoline behind. Casper County motors looked brighter in daylight, which made it more disturbing. Strings of small flags hung over the rows of cars. A banner stretched over the front windows with smiling words about fair prices and family service. The service bay doors stood open and the metallic clink of tools rang from somewhere inside. The place wanted to be ordinary so badly that it seemed to be shouting. Timmy and Cindy parked their bikes near the curb. For a moment, they stayed beside them, scanning the lot. Steve Larkin stood by a black pickup with a customer, one hand in his coat pocket, the other gesturing across the hood. He laughed at something the customer said, but the laugh stopped when he saw Timmy. Mark Voss emerged from the office with a stack of papers and followed Steve's stare. Dave Bell was near the service bay speaking to a mechanic. When he turned, his face went gray. "We should go," Cindy said. "Not yet." Timmy picked up his backpack and walked onto the lot before fear could pull him backward. Cindy cursed under her breath but followed. The customer near the pickup looked from Steve to the children, confused by the sudden silence. Steve recovered first. He widened a smile, though his eyes stayed hard. "Can I help you kids?" he asked. Timmy had rehearsed the lie on the ride over, but it tasted thin now. "I am doing a school project. Local history. We wanted to ask about Pecan Hill." Mark's papers bent slightly in his grip. Dave looked down as if the wet pavement had become fascinating. Steve's smile thinned. "Pecan Hill is not a dealership subject. You want the library." "We went there," Cindy said. "We found the article about Josh." The name struck the lot like a dropped tool. The customer took a step away from the pickup. In the service bay, a mechanic paused with a rag in his hand. Mark came closer, moving smoothly now. "This is private property. You should not be wandering between cars. It is not safe." Timmy looked at Dave. "The article said Josh left with the stranger. Did he?" Dave's mouth opened. No sound came out. Steve turned on him. "Dave, keep quiet." That one word carried a warning sharp enough for Timmy to feel. Dave shut his mouth. Cindy stepped closer to Timmy. "My mom saw you boys chasing him." Mark's head turned slowly toward her. "Your mother should be careful with old memories. They grow teeth when people feed them." "Is that a threat?" Cindy asked. "It is advice." The air changed. It began near Timmy's ankles, a thin thread of cold that curled over his shoes and slid up under his jeans. The puddles around the nearest tires trembled. The strings of flags overhead hummed still, though a breeze moved the trees beyond the lot. Timmy saw his breath appear in front of his face. The customer whispered, "What in the world?" Steve looked at the cars as if he could bully them into behaving. "Mart, get them out of here." Then every horn on the lot began to blare. The sound hit all at once. Not a scattered alarm, not one car after another, but a solid wall of noise that drove Timmy's hands to his ears. Headlights flashed on across row after row, white beams cutting through the gray day. Hazard lights blinked red and amber. Wipers scraped dry windshields. Door locks snapped up and down inside empty cars with a frantic clicking that seemed almost alive. Cindy screamed Timmy's name, but the horn swallowed it. Frost burst across the cars closest to Steve. It did not grow slowly. It flashed over the glass in white webs, turned mirrors opaque, crusted the chrome trim, and climbed the black pickup's doors as if winter had spilled from beneath the pavement. Steve stumbled backward into the customer, who shoved him away and ran toward the road. Dave dropped to his knees. "I am sorry," he said, but the horns drowned him. His lips formed the words again and again. "I am sorry." Mark grabbed his arm and hauled him up. "Shut up and move." Timmy could not move. The cold had wrapped around him, but it did not hurt him. It flowed past his skin like water moving around a stone. He felt a tension inside it, not kindness exactly, but recognition. The nearest windshield cleared in a narrow strip, though frost covered every inch around it. A handprint appeared on the inside of the glass. Small fingers. A child's hand. Timmy stared. Another handprint appeared beside it. Then another on a different car. Across the lot, small palms pressed from within empty vehicles, forming and fading in frost. The horns blared harder. A service bay light exploded, raining sparks behind the mechanics. Men shouted. Someone ran inside to call the police. Steve looked at Timmy with absolute hatred and absolute fear. "What are you?" Timmy lowered his hands from his ears just enough to answer. "I am not him." The words slipped between horn blasts. Steve heard them. His face twisted. "Then tell him to leave us alone," Steve said. Cindy grabbed Timmy's sleeve. "We leave now." This time he listened. They ran for their bikes as headlights flashed around them. A sedan near the curb jerked forward even though no one sat behind the wheel. It stopped an inch from Timmy's front tire, its horn screaming. Cindy yanked him around it, shoved his bike at him, and jumped onto hers. They pedaled into the road. A delivery van braked hard and skidded, the driver shouting through the windshield. Timmy swerved, caught himself, and followed Cindy down the hill. Behind them, the horns kept blaring, until the sound became a single furious note. Then, as they rounded the corner, the lot fell silent at once. That silence was worse. They did not stop until they reached the little footbridge over Miller Creek, halfway between town and their neighborhood. Cindy dropped her bike on the grass and bent over with both hands on her knees. Timmy stood beside the railing, shaking so hard that his fingers could barely hold the metal. "You said if it felt worse, we would leave," Cindy gasped. "We did leave. We left eventually." "I know." She straightened and looked at him with wet eyes. "Do not do that again. Do not freeze up and make me decide if I am brave enough to drag you out of a ghost attack. I do not know if I am." Timmy felt shame heat his face despite the cold still clinging to his clothes. "I am sorry. I saw handprints inside the cars. Like a kid was trapped in all of them." Cindy's anger faltered. "I saw them too." The creek moved below them, brown and swollen from rain. Timmy listened to it hurry over stones. "Dave said he was sorry," he said. "I saw. Steve asked what I was. You are Timmy Calder, who is going to be grounded forever if we survive this." He almost smiled, but it did not last. "We have to tell them everything now." "Yes, and this time my mom starts talking too." They rode home slower than before because fear had burned through their strength. Timmy expected Daniel to be waiting on the porch with anger bright in his face. Instead, the porch was empty. That frightened him more. He opened the back door and heard his father's voice from the living room, low and tight. "Where is he?" Marissa answered. "Cindy is gone too." Timmy stepped into the hallway. Cindy came in behind him. Daniel stood near the couch with his phone in his hand. Marissa was beside the window, pale with worry. When they saw the children, relief hit first. Then anger followed so quickly it looked like pain. "You went there," Daniel said. Timmy nodded. "We did. After I told you not to." "Yes, after that." Daniel crossed the room in 2 strides, then stopped himself before he got too close. His hands opened and closed at his sides. "Do you have any idea what I thought when I could not find you?" "Dad, the cars." "No, you listen to me first. I thought I'd lost you. I thought I was going to call the sheriff and describe my son, and I thought about your mother, and I thought about every horrible thing a parent can think in 5 minutes. You did not get to scare me like that and start with the cars." Timmy's throat tightened. "I am sorry." Daniel's anger cracked. He pulled Timmy into a hug so hard it pushed the breath from him. Timmy held on, eyes burning, and felt his father shaking. Cindy was crying quietly now while Marissa gripped her shoulders from behind. For a while, nobody spoke. Then Marissa said, "Now tell us what happened. Every detail." They did. This time, no one interrupted. Daniel sat on the edge of the couch with one hand over his mouth. Marissa listened with her face turned slightly away, as if some part of her had been waiting for the story and still could not bear to receive it. When Timmy described Dave on his knees, whispering that he was sorry, Marissa closed her eyes. "That is enough," Daniel said when they finished. "We called the sheriff. The sheriff will ask what law was broken by haunted cars," Marissa said. "Then we tell him about the men threatening children." "Mark did not threaten us exactly," Cindy said. "He said memories grow teeth." Daniel stared at her. "That counts." Marissa moved away from the window. "Before we call anyone, there are things Daniel needs to know. Things I should have said long ago." Cindy looked at her mother. "About Josh?" "Yes," Marissa said. "About Josh and about the first lie Casper County chose to believe." Marissa Hale did not tell her story in the living room. She looked once toward the windows, then asked Daniel to close the curtains, though the afternoon outside was still gray and harmless to anyone who had not seen handprints bloom in frost from inside empty cars. Daniel closed them without argument. The room became smaller. Rain light slipped around the edges of the fabric. Timmy sat on the couch with Cindy beside him, both of them still damp from the ride, while Daniel remained standing near the fireplace, as if sitting would make him less ready to move. Marissa stood in the center of the room and folded her hands together. She had the posture of someone about to speak at a funeral. "I was 10 years old when Josh disappeared," she said. "My name then was Marissa Vale. Most people called me Missy, which I hated. My father worked maintenance for the school district, and my mother cleaned offices at night. We were not one of the families people listened to first. That matters. In Casper County, it always mattered." Cindy leaned forward. "Grandpa Vale? The janitor at school? Your grandfather used to take extra work wherever he could get it. He fixed picnic tables at Pecan Hill, patched roofs at the church, cleaned gutters for people who forgot to pay him. On the day Josh went missing, I was at the church gathering because your grandmother was helping serve food. I was supposed to stay near the table with the lemonade. I did not. The house ticked around them. Somewhere upstairs, a floorboard made a soft settling sound. Timmy looked toward the ceiling and imagined his bedroom window filmed with frost. Daniel noticed and followed his gaze, but neither of them spoke. I saw the boys chasing Josh, Marissa continued. Steve, Mark, and Dave. They were not just teasing. Teasing is what adults called it because adults liked soft words. They were hunting him across the grass. Steve had a handful of rocks. Mark kept laughing. Dave looked scared, but he kept running with them anyway. Josh was crying, though he tried to hide it. I remember that most clearly. He was so angry that he would not ask for help. Timmy felt Cindy's shoulder press against his. She was not moving, not even blinking much. Where were the adults? Daniel asked. Everywhere and nowhere, Marissa said. Men stood by the grills. Women carried casseroles. The pastor was talking near the pavilion. There were games going on. Children ran in every direction. If a child screamed during a church picnic, people looked up for 1 second and decided it was play unless blood showed. Josh ran toward the trees, and the boys followed. I followed too, but I was smaller and slower. By the time I reached the edge of the woods, I heard him shout. Not from the field. From below. Timmy's stomach turned cold. I did not see him fall, Marissa said. I need to be honest about that. I saw the boys at the mine entrance. I saw Steve throw something into the dark. I saw Mark grab Dave by the shirt when Dave tried to move closer. I heard Josh crying from below. He called for help. He called for his mother. Daniel closed his eyes. I ran back, Marissa said. I found the first adult I could, Dave Bell's mother. I told her Josh was in the mine, and the boys had chased him there. Dave Bell's mother slapped me. Cindy made a small, hurt sound. Marissa looked at her daughter with apology in her face but kept going. She said I was telling wicked stories about good boys. Then Steve's father heard, and Mark's mother heard, and suddenly everyone was around me, asking what I saw, asking why I was making trouble, asking why I was making trouble, asking why I had been in the woods when I was told to stay near the tables. I kept saying Josh was in the mine. They kept saying I was confused. By the time someone finally walked to the tree line, the 3 boys were back near the pavilion. They said Josh had run off with a man in a dark coat near the road. And people believed them, Timmy said. People wanted to believe them, Marissa said. That is stronger. Daniel gripped the mantle. Did nobody search the mine? Some men stood at the entrance and shined flashlights down. They said it was too steep, too unstable, too flooded in places. They called down but heard nothing. Later, the sheriff at the time said no child could have survived a fall like that, and since the boys had reported a stranger, the official search moved to roads, bus stations, campgrounds, and neighboring counties. They looked everywhere except the place where he was actually calling from. Timmy thought of Josh in the dark, 6 days under the hill, while people above him made maps that pointed away. He had known the story, but knowing and feeling were different things. The room seemed to tilt. I tried again, Marissa said. My father tried to stand up for me. He told them I did not lie, but we were told to let the sheriff do his job. My parents got fewer calls for work that year. At school, kids called me, mine girl. Adults lowered their voices when I entered rooms. Eventually, I stopped talking about it because I was 10 and tired and scared. That is the truth I have hated for 20 years. Cindy stood and went to her mother. Marissa reached for her before Cindy reached her, and they held each other with a grief that seemed older than Cindy's life. Daniel sat down slowly. I'm sorry. Marissa wiped under one eye. Sorry is not useless, but it is not enough either. No, Daniel said. It is not. Timmy looked at his father. Something in Daniel's face had shifted. He still looked afraid, but disbelief had lost its grip. The story had given the haunting bones, not Josh's bones, but shape and weight. You said there were accidents, Timmy said. People from that day. Marissa released Cindy and sat in the armchair near the curtains. She seemed suddenly exhausted, as if the first part of the truth had used up the strength meant for the second. At first, people did not connect them, she said. Casper County has bad roads, old bridges, wet winters. Accidents happen. That was what everyone said. But the first was Steve Larkin's father, Curtis. He owned the feed store then. 2 years after Josh disappeared, he was driving home in July. Clear night, warm weather. His truck spun on black ice at the county bridge and went through the rail. Black ice in July. The deputies wrote that spilled coolant might have caused a slick patch. No one could explain the frost on the steering wheel. Cindy sat beside Timmy again, closer this time. Mark's mother fell down the steps behind the church during a bake sale, Marissa said. Her shoes slid on a sheet of ice across the top step, but no one else saw water there before she stepped out. She lived, but she never walked right afterward. Dave's older brother drowned in Miller Creek when he was 17. The creek was low that week. People said he hit his head on a rock. My father saw the body before they covered it. He told my mother the boy's lips were blue in a way the creek could not have made. Frost clung to his hair. Daniel's eyes moved toward Timmy. Maybe because Miller Creek was the bridge where the children had stopped. There were others, Marissa said. Not always deaths. Sometimes fires that refused to warm a room. Sometimes freezers opening in locked stores. Sometimes people waking to find their bedroom windows iced over from the inside. But the worst ones followed the families that defended the boys, the ones who called Josh a runaway, the ones who said his parents should stop making the town suffer. Steve's mother died in a wreck on a bright spring morning. Her windshield frosted over so thick she drove into a logging truck. Mark's uncle lost 2 fingers to a machine that froze solid around his hand before it started moving again. Dave's mother, the one who slapped me, died in her sleep with frost on her blankets and the bedroom door locked. No one spoke for a long moment. Timmy did not want to imagine that kind of anger. He did not want to feel pity for it either. Josh had been a child left in the cold while grown people chose comfort over truth. If he had become something terrible, Casper County had helped build him. Why did you stay? Daniel asked quietly. Marissa looked toward the curtains. Because leaving cost money. Because my parents were buried here. Because every time I decided to go, something made me think I could protect my daughter better by knowing the ground under my feet. That might have been foolish. Mom, Cindy said. It might have been, Marissa said again, but gently. I can admit that. Daniel leaned forward, elbows on his knees. You think Josh is causing these deaths? I think whatever remains of Josh is tied to the mine, the hill, and the lie. I think he reaches farther when someone gets close to the truth. I think Timmy's arrival changed something because he looks like the boy everyone pretended not to see. Timmy looked down at his hands. He is using me. Maybe, Marissa said. Or maybe he's asking you to look where everyone else looked away. There is a difference, but it may not feel different when you are the one being asked. Daniel stood. Then we stop letting children carry it. I am calling the sheriff. He picked up his phone and dialed before fear could soften the decision. Timmy listened to the ring on the other end, faint and tinny. Daniel asked for Sheriff Nolan Pike. His voice was steady, but his free hand curled into a fist. Sheriff, this is Daniel Calder. I moved into the old Whitmore place behind Pecan Hill. I need to report harassment involving my son and 2 local business owners, and I need to speak with you about the Josh Astor disappearance. Yes, I know how that sounds. No, I do not want to wait until Monday. Daniel listened. His expression hardened. Because the same names keep coming up, and because 2 children were threatened today, because strange things are happening near my home and at Casper County Motors, because a woman who witnessed the original incident is sitting in my living room and is ready to give a statement. Marissa looked down at her hands. Daniel listened again. Tomorrow morning then, 9 o'clock. We will be there. He ended the call. He will meet us, Daniel said. He sounded like he was doing me a favor by not laughing. That is Sheriff Pike, Marissa said. He's not cruel. He is careful. Careful men are useful until they are asked to believe in something that can kill them. Cindy rubbed her arms. Do we have to go? Yes, Marissa said. You saw what happened at the dealership. Timmy did too. The sheriff needs to hear it from everyone. Daniel looked at the children. And until then, nobody leaves a parent's sight. I mean it this time. Timmy did not argue. The thought of going back outside made his legs feel hollow. That evening, Cindy and Marissa stayed for dinner because no one wanted them walking home in the dark. Daniel made grilled cheese sandwiches and tomato soup because that was what he knew how to make without thinking. The 4 of them ate at the kitchen table. It was the first meal in the new house that did not feel like 2 people pretending a family could fit around an empty chair. It felt strange, crowded, uneasy, and almost comforting. Cindy told Daniel that he had burned one edge of the sandwich. Daniel said char added personality. Marissa said personality was not a flavor. Timmy laughed before he could stop himself. The laugh loosened something in the room. Then the basement door opened by itself. It did not swing wide. It clicked, breathed inward, and opened 3 inches into darkness. All 4 of them turned. Daniel stood slowly. Stay here. Dad, Timmy said. "Stay with me." Daniel crossed the kitchen. Marissa rose too, ignoring his look. He took the heavy flashlight from the drawer beside the stove and pulled the basement door open the rest of the way. Cold air rolled up the stairs. It smelled of damp concrete and old earth. "Did you open a window down there?" Marissa whispered. "There are no windows down there," Daniel said. From below came the sound of a child crying. It was thin, distant, and broken by echoes. Timmy's spoon slid from his hand and struck the table. Cindy grabbed his wrist. Daniel's face went white. The crying lasted 5 seconds, maybe less. Then the basement light flickered on by itself, showing wooden stairs, bare concrete, and cardboard boxes stacked along one wall. At the bottom, written across the dusty floor in dark, wet letters, were 3 names: Steve, Dave, and Mark. Under them, smaller and shakier, another line appeared while they watched. It was not a sentence, but it carried the weight of one. The last word was tell. The wet letters glistened. A drop ran from the last stroke as if an unseen finger had dragged it there. Daniel backed away from the doorway and shut it carefully. He stood with his hand on the knob, breathing hard. "Tomorrow," he said, his voice rough. "We tell everything tomorrow." Marissa nodded. Timmy stared at the closed basement door. The house was warm again, but he could feel the cold waiting below. It had found them in his bedroom. It had found them at the dealership. Now it had found the kitchen table. Casper County had spent 20 years refusing to speak. The dead boy had started writing. Daniel did not sleep so much as lose pieces of the night. He stayed downstairs after Marissa and Cindy went home, even though Marissa had offered to remain until morning. He told her they would be all right. He said it because Timmy stood beside him and needed to hear it. He said it because a father should be able to stand in his own kitchen without asking the neighbor to guard him from the basement. He said it because fear had already taken too much from the house. After the Hales left, Daniel moved a chair in front of the basement door. Timmy watched him do it without comment. The chair looked ridiculous and necessary. Its wooden legs scraped across the tile. Daniel wedged the back under the knob, then tested it with a push. The door held. "That will not stop a ghost," Timmy said quietly. "No," Daniel said, "but it will stop me from pretending I did nothing." Timmy accepted that. He had started to understand how much of adulthood was arranging small defenses against things too large to control. They checked the upstairs rooms together. Daniel looked under Timmy's bed without making a joke about monsters. He opened the closet and left the light on because Timmy asked him to, not because Timmy was a child, but because the night was not trustworthy. He tested the window lock twice. Frost still marked the lower corner of the glass in thin white scars, though the room had warmed. "Do you want me to sleep in here?" Daniel asked. Timmy wanted to say yes. The word pressed against his tongue. Then he thought of Cindy seeing him freeze at the dealership, of his father hugging him with fear in his arms, of Josh calling from the mine and nobody answering. He was tired of feeling small. "Can you leave your door open?" he asked. "Wide open." "And the hall light?" "It stays on." "Then I am okay." Daniel studied him. "Being scared does not mean you are not okay." "I know. Do you?" Timmy looked at the little knight on his desk. "I am learning." Daniel kissed the top of his head, a quick touch that used to embarrass Timmy before the accident and now made him ache. "Try to sleep. Tomorrow will be hard." Timmy climbed into bed. Daniel left the door open. The hall light spilled across the carpet, softer than the closet light, and together they pushed the corners back. Timmy listened to his father brush his teeth, open and close drawers, and settle into the room across the hall. The house creaked. Rain began again after midnight, lightly at first, then heavier, drumming on the roof. Timmy dreamed of the dealership. In the dream, every car was empty, but every windshield held a face behind frost. Children pressed their hands to the glass without sound. Their eyes were black hollows. Timmy walked between them with bare feet on ice. At the end of the row, Josh stood beneath the strings of dead flags. He looked 12 and ancient at the same time, orange hair plastered to his forehead, skin gray with cold, clothes dark from mine water. His lips moved. Timmy could not hear him. He stepped closer. The horns began again, but under them came a smaller sound, a word shaped by frozen breath. The word was tell. Timmy woke with a gasp. The hall light was still on. His closet light was still on. His room was quiet except for rain. For a second he thought the dream had ended cleanly. Then he heard his father call his mother's name. Not loudly. Not as a shout. He said it the way a person spoke to someone standing in the room. "Laura, Are you there? Timmy sat up. Across the hall, Daniel's bed creaked. Timmy slipped from under the blanket and padded to the doorway. His father's room was dim, lit by the hall. Daniel lay on his back, eyes closed, one hand reaching toward the empty side of the bed. His face was wet with tears. "Laura," Daniel whispered again. Timmy froze in the hallway. His mother's name filled the space between them like a presence. Daniel's hand opened and closed. "Wait for me. Do not go there. Please stay." The room temperature dropped. Timmy felt it move through the hall, passing around his ankles and lifting the hair on his arms. A thin mist leaped from Daniel's room, curling across the floor. The mirror over the dresser filmed white from the edges inward. Daniel's eyes moved beneath his lids. He was dreaming, but not the kind of dream a person could simply wake from. "Dad," Timmy said. Daniel did not respond. The mist thickened. Timmy saw shapes inside it, not solid forms but pieces of memory. A stretch of wet highway. Headlights in rain. A woman's hand on a steering wheel. Timmy's breath stopped. He knew that hand. He knew the ring with the tiny blue stone. His mother had worn it every day, even when baking, even when painting figures, even when doing dishes, because she always forgot to take it off. "Dad," Timmy said louder. Daniel's back arched slightly. "Laura, no." The mirror turned completely white. Then lines appeared across it, drawn from inside the frost. Not letters this time. A rough shape. A hill. A dark opening beneath trees. A stick-thin figure standing beside it, one arm raised, pointing. Timmy stepped into the room. The cold deepened until his feet hurt against the floor. He reached for Daniel's shoulder. The second his hand touched his father, the dream seemed to spill outward. For one dizzy instant, Timmy was not in the bedroom. He stood on Pecan Hill under a sky the color of lead. Rain hung in the air without falling. The grass bent flat as if pressed by invisible hands. At the edge of the woods, the mine mouth opened black and wide. His mother stood before it. Laura Calder looked the way she had in Timmy's best memories. Brown hair tied back loosely, soft green sweater, the blue stone ring on her hand, eyes full of warmth and worry. She did not look hurt. She did not look like the last photograph from the memorial table. She looked alive enough that Timmy nearly ran to her. Daniel stood a few feet away in the dream, younger and more broken than Timmy had ever seen him. "Laura," he said, "please talk to me." She did not speak. She lifted her hand and pointed into the mine. "No," Daniel said. I cannot go in there." Laura looked at Timmy then. The look did not frighten him. It broke him. It was love, sorrow, and urgency all bound together. She pointed again, not at the mine this time, but at the ground just inside the opening. Something pale lay there in the dark. Timmy tried to step forward, but the dream pulled at him like deep water. He heard crying from below the earth. He heard boys laughing above it. He heard his own voice calling for Daniel, and then he was back in the bedroom, falling to his knees beside the bed. Daniel woke with a violent breath. He grabbed Timmy's arms before he seemed to know where he was. The mirror cracked from top to bottom with a sharp sound. Frost fell from it in glittering flakes. "Timmy, is that you?" Daniel gasped. "What happened?" "You were dreaming." "I think I saw it too." Daniel looked toward the mirror. The crude image of Pecan Hill still showed beneath the crack, fading as the frost melted. He released Timmy and sat up, shivering. "Your mother was there," he said. Timmy nodded because his throat would not work. Daniel pressed both hands over his face. For a moment, he was not the father who made rules or carried boxes or tried to make spaghetti. He was a widower in a cold room, torn open by a dream that had used the face he missed most. "She pointed to the mine," Daniel said. "I saw. She wanted me to go there. She wanted you to look." Daniel lowered his hands. "That thing used her." Timmy flinched at the anger in his voice. "Dad, please." "No, Timmy." Daniel stood and paced once toward the cracked mirror, then away from it. "No, Timmy. It can throw toys. It can write names on basement floors. It can freeze car lots and scare guilty men, but it does not get to wear your mother's face." Maybe he was not wearing her face. Daniel looked at him. Timmy swallowed. "Maybe she is trying to help. Your mother is gone." The words were hard because Daniel needed them to be. Timmy heard the pain beneath them, but pain did not make them true or false. "Josh is gone too," Timmy said. "But something is still here." Daniel turned away. The room warmed slowly. Frost melted from the mirror and ran down the glass in uneven trails. The crack remained. Daniel touched it with one finger, then pulled back. "Get your blanket," he said. "What do you mean?" "You are sleeping downstairs on the couch." "I am sleeping in the chair. The doors stay locked, the lights stay on, and in the morning we go to Marissa's first, then the sheriff." Timmy did not argue. He went to his room, gathered his blanket and pillow, and glanced at the little night on the desk. For a second, he thought its orange-painted head had turned toward him. When he blinked, it looked the same as before. Downstairs, the chair still blocked the basement door. Daniel added a second chair and a toolbox. It was ridiculous. It was necessary. They slept in the living room with the lamp on and the curtains closed. Sleep did not come easily. Timmy watched his father in the armchair, his face turned toward the basement door, one hand resting on the flashlight. Daniel had always seemed strong to Timmy because fathers were supposed to be strong. Now Timmy understood that strength sometimes looked like staying in the room when every part of you wanted to run. Near dawn, the house fell into a deep quiet. Rain stopped. Birds had not started yet. The world held its breath. From the basement, beneath the chairs and toolbox, came 3 soft knocks. Daniel opened his eyes. Timmy sat up. The knocks came again. Not hard. Not violent. Almost polite. Daniel lifted the flashlight but did not move toward the door. "We hear you," he said, voice hoarse. The house creaked. The basement remained shut. A third set of knocks came, slower than the first. Then nothing. At 7, Daniel called Marissa. He did not bother with "Good morning." He told her about the dream, the mirror, the mine, and Laura. Timmy sat at the kitchen table wrapped in a blanket and listened to one half of the conversation. "Yes," Daniel said. "I know. No, I am not canceling. We are still going. I think we need to talk before we get there." He paused. "Because if I tell Sheriff Pike that my dead wife pointed me toward a mine and a ghost dream, he will have me drinking coffee in his office while he calls a counselor. We need to lead with what can be stated without sounding insane." Another pause. "I am not saying we lie. I am saying we build a bridge to the truth before asking him to cross it." That sounded like something Timmy's mother might have said, and the thought made his chest ache. They met Marissa and Cindy at the kitchen table 30 minutes later. Cindy looked as tired as Timmy felt. Marissa carried a folder under one arm. She placed it on the table and opened it to show old newspaper clippings, handwritten notes, and photocopies of accident reports. "I started keeping these after my father died," she said. Cindy stared at her. "Grandpa died of a heart attack." Marissa touched the folder. "That is what the report says. He died in the maintenance shed behind the school. In August. They found him sitting beside the heater with his coat zipped to his chin. Frost on the inside of every window. His hands were blackened from cold, but the county coroner called it poor circulation after a cardiac event." Cindy's face changed. "You never told me. You were 7. I wanted you to have a childhood." "Did I?" Cindy asked softly. Marissa closed her eyes. "I tried." Daniel touched the folder but did not open it farther. "This gives us a place to start. Pattern of accidents. Old witness statement. Harassment yesterday. The original missing person case. In the mine," Timmy said. "We have to make him search the mine." "He will say it is too dangerous," Marissa said. "Then he finds people trained for dangerous places," Timmy said. "Cavers, rescue workers, or somebody who knows how to go down there safely." Daniel looked at him, and this time he did not dismiss the idea. "That is what we ask for. Not deputies climbing in with flashlights. A real recovery team." Cindy rubbed her eyes. "What if finding Josh does not stop it?" Nobody answered right away. Daniel closed the folder. "Then we find out what does. One step at a time." The drive to the sheriff's office took 12 minutes. Timmy counted every turn because counting kept him from thinking too much. It passed the school, the diner, the church with the back steps where Mark's mother had fallen, and the road leading toward Casper County Motors. When the dealership appeared for a brief moment between buildings, Timmy saw employees moving around the lot like nothing had happened. Cars gleamed under the gray sky. No frost. No handprints. Steve Larkin stood near the office window looking out. Their eyes met as Daniel's truck passed. Steve lifted one hand and slowly drew a finger across his own throat. Timmy went cold. "Dad," he said. Daniel followed his gaze in the rearview mirror, but the dealership was already behind them. "What did you see?" Timmy almost told him. Then he saw Cindy watching from the back seat, her face pale. She had seen it too. "Nothing," Timmy said. "Not yet." Daniel did not like that answer. He drove on anyway. Sheriff Nolan Pike's office sat beside the county courthouse in a square brick building that smelled of old coffee, floor wax, and rain-soaked coats. A woman at the front desk looked up when they entered. Her nameplate read, Bethany Cole. She smiled at Marissa, then looked more carefully at the children, Daniel, and the folder in Marissa's hands. "Sheriff is expecting you," she said. "He is finishing a call. You can wait right there." The waiting area had 4 chairs, a bulletin board, and a plastic plant that looked too cheerful for the room. Timmy sat between Daniel and Cindy. Across from them, a poster warned about icy roads in winter. The picture showed a car sliding sideways on a frozen highway. Timmy stared at it until Cindy nudged his shoe with hers. "Do not," she whispered. "I cannot help it. Try not to stare." Sheriff Pike opened his office door 2 minutes later. He was a broad-shouldered man in his 50s with close-cut gray hair and the calm face of someone who had practiced not reacting. His uniform was neat. His eyes were tired. "Mr. Calder," he said. "Miss Hale, bring the kids in too. Come on in." His office was warmer than the waiting area. Files stood in careful stacks on a side table. A framed photograph showed Pike with a woman and 2 grown daughters at a lake in summer. Another frame held an old newspaper clipping about a flood rescue from years earlier. He gestured to chairs, then sat behind his desk. "I will be straight with you," he said. "When you called about Josh Astor, I pulled the old file. I was a deputy for 3 months when that case went cold, so I remember the edges. It is not a pretty story, but it has been examined before." "Not honestly," Marissa said. Pike looked at her. "You said you have a statement. I've had one for 20 years. Nobody wanted it." The sheriff leaned back. "I am listening now." Marissa told the story again. This time her voice did not shake. She had crossed some internal line between shame and resolve, and Timmy could hear the difference. She described the chase, the mine entrance, the cry from below, the adults who dismissed her, and the 3 boys' story about a stranger. Daniel added the dealership incident as cleanly as he could, focusing on Mark's threat, the men's fear, and the children being approached on private property after asking about Josh. Pike took notes. His face gave little away. When Daniel mentioned the horns and lights, Pike's pen slowed. "All the cars at once?" "Yes," Timmy said. Pike looked at him. "You saw this yourself?" "Yes, sir." "And you, Cindy?" "Yes, sir." "Could one of the men have triggered an alarm system?" Cindy's eyebrows rose. "For every car in the lot, including ones with no one near them." Pike did not smile. "I ask ordinary questions first. That is my job." "Ordinary questions do not save Josh," Cindy said. Marissa touched her daughter's knee. "Cindy, easy." The sheriff studied Cindy for a long moment. "No," he said quietly. "They did not." The room shifted. Not much, but enough. Pike was not laughing. He was not dismissing. He was measuring the distance between what he could prove and what might be true. Daniel leaned forward. "Sheriff, we are not asking you to send deputies crawling into a collapsed mine. We are asking you to reopen the question of whether Josh ever left Pecan Hill. We are asking you to contact a trained recovery team. If his remains are there, his family deserves to know. This town deserves to stop lying." Pike tapped the pen once against his pad. "The mine entrance is on county land. It has been posted as unsafe for years. Any entry requires assessment, equipment, and authorization. That costs money. It also risks lives." "A child already lost his life there," Marissa said. "I know. Do you?" Pike's face hardened. Not in anger, but in old regret. "I was 25 when Josh disappeared. I was green and stupid and mostly used for traffic control. I remember his mother standing in the rain outside this building for hours because nobody would tell her anything useful. I remember his father walking search lines until his boots split. Do not assume everyone forgot because the file got quiet." Marissa looked down, chastened but not defeated. "Then help him now," Timmy said. Pike's gaze moved to him. "You look like him." Daniel stiffened. "Sheriff, please." "I'm not saying that to scare him," Pike said. "I saw Josh once. At a school fundraiser. Same build. Same hair. Near enough. When Dave Bells saw you, I imagine he saw the past, standing up and looking back." Timmy swallowed. "He said he was sorry." Pike wrote that down. For a moment, the office held only the scratch of his pen. Then the temperature dropped. It happened so quickly that Bethany called from the front desk. "Sheriff, did the heat kick off?" Pike looked toward the vent. Should not have. Timmy saw his breath. Cindy reached for his hand and found it without looking. Marissa pulled her cardigan tighter. Daniel stood, eyes moving toward the window behind Pike's desk. Frost was forming there, spreading from the corners inward in bright white feathers. Pike stared at the glass. "That window faces south," he said. No one answered. The frost thickened. Lines carved through it from the inside, slow and deliberate. Pike rose from his chair. His breath misted in front of him. The framed photograph of his family clouded over. The coffee in his mug trembled, then filmed with ice across the top. Bethany appeared in the doorway. "Sheriff, the front windows are freezing." The lights flickered. A low sound came from the walls. Not thunder, not pipes. A boy crying far away, moving through the building's bones. Pike's face changed. The frost on his office window cleared in one narrow strip. Words appeared, uneven and childlike, pressed into the ice from no visible hand. "I am still down here." Bethany crossed herself in the doorway. Marissa covered her mouth. Daniel stood between Timmy and the window as if his body could block a message already seen. Pike did not move for several seconds, and he reached for his phone with a hand that was not quite steady. "Bethany," he said, "get Deputy Carver in here? Then call County Emergency Management. Tell them I need contacts for certified mine rescue and recovery today." Bethany nodded once and vanished. Pike looked at the frozen words until they began to melt. "All right," he said, voice low. "We reopen it." He did not say it like a man convinced by a ghost. He said it like an officer who had reached the end of every excuse that let him sit still. Timmy watched the sheriff gather the old file, tap it square against the desk, and lay his palm over the cover, as if he were holding down a living thing. The file had Josh's name typed on a label, browned by age. For 20 years it had survived in drawers, handled by clerks, shifted during office cleanouts, and reduced by time to paperwork. Now, in the wet shine under the window, it looked less like a record and more like a sealed mouth. Pike opened it. The first photograph showed Pecan Hill in rain, the field blurred by bad focus, the mine entrance dark at the edge of the trees. Timmy had to look away. Daniel noticed and put a hand on his shoulder. "I remember this picture," Marissa said. Pike nodded. "So do I. The old sheriff hated it because reporters kept using it. Made the county look careless," he said. "The county was careless," Marissa replied. "Yes," Pike said. "It was." That simple agreement seemed to cost him something. He turned another page. There were typed statements, clipped articles, maps marked with search grids, and a black and white photograph of Josh Astor from a school yearbook. The boy in the picture had bright hair, a crooked smile, and eyes that looked as if they expected the world to laugh with him rather than at him. Timmy stared until the image blurred. "When I call the county manager," Pike said, "he will want numbers. He will want risk language. He will want to know whether this is recovery, investigation, or public relations. He will also want to know why we are spending money because of a case older than some of my deputies." "What will you tell him?" Daniel asked. Pike looked at the melting window. "I will tell him a credible witness has restated information ignored during the original search. I will tell him the mine was never properly cleared by trained personnel. I will tell him 3 named individuals connected to the original incident may have given false statements as juveniles, and that recent threatening behavior makes the matter active." "And the window?" Cindy asked. The sheriff's mouth tightened. "I will tell him my office experienced an unexplained environmental event that raised immediate concern about structural conditions near the mine." Cindy blinked. "That is a very official way to say a dead boy wrote on your glass." Bethany made a small sound that might have been a laugh if the room had been less cold. Pike looked at Cindy for a beat, then gave the faintest nod. "Official words are sometimes the only cart we have to haul impossible things," he said. "I do not expect you to like it. I only needed to move." Timmy understood then that the sheriff was not trying to make the truth smaller. He was trying to make it pass through doors built for smaller truths. It was not enough, but it was motion, and in Casper County motion felt like a miracle. The sheriff's office did not return to normal after the frost melted. The windows cleared, the lights steadied, and the coffee on Pike's desk became a dark, lukewarm puddle again. But the room itself seemed changed. It had been crossed by something that did not care about reports, budgets, election years, or the careful language people used when they wanted to avoid fear. The air smelled faintly metallic, like old pipes in winter rain. Drops ran down the inside of the glass and gathered along the sill beneath the fading words. "I am still down here." No one said the words aloud. They did not need to. The message had settled in all of them. Deputy Carver came in with his jacket half zipped and his hand near his belt. expecting a break-in or a fight. He was younger than Pike, maybe early 30s, with close-cropped hair and a face that tried to look hard before it had enough years behind it. He stopped when he saw the frost on the floor under the window and the pale faces in the chairs. "What happened?" he asked. Pike picked up a notepad and tore off the page he had been writing on. "We have a potential recovery operation at the old Pecan Hill mine. I need the 1998 Astrofile pulled, scanned, and copied. I need the property maps, access restrictions, and any prior hazard assessments. I also need you to find Steve Larkin, Mark Voss, and Dave Bell and ask them to come in for voluntary interviews. Do not warn them about the mine. Do not mention the children." Carver blinked. "Voluntary interviews? For now. You want me to bring in the owners of Casper County Motors because of a 20-year-old missing kid?" Pike gave him a look that made the room straighten around them. "I want you to do exactly what I said." "Yes, Sheriff." Carver left quickly. Bethany returned with a printed contact sheet and a phone already pressed to her ear. Her face was pale but efficient, which made Timmy like her. Some people panicked by becoming useless. Bethany panicked by making copies. "County Emergency Management says the closest certified mine rescue team is out of Fairhaven," she said after covering the receiver. "There's also a private recovery outfit in Portland that has old mine experience, but they are expensive." "Get both on the line," Pike said. "I will talk to the county manager about money after I know who can come fastest. The county manager will ask who authorized spending. Tell him I did." Bethany almost smiled. That will make his morning. Good, he has had too many quiet ones. The ordinary rhythm of office work began to build around them, but beneath it ran a current of dread. Phones rang. Printers hummed. Carver called in from the file room. Pike wrote notes in sharper, darker strokes than before. Timmy sat beside Cindy and watched adults move with purpose at last. It should have made him feel better. Instead, he felt the mine waiting. Daniel crouched in front of him. "You holding up?" Timmy nodded. "Are they really going to go down there?" "Not today, I do not think. They have to make it safe, or as safe as they can. Josh has waited long enough." Daniel's expression softened. "I know. But if we rush and someone else dies, that does not help him." Timmy looked toward Pike, who was on the phone now, speaking in a low voice about vertical drops, structural rot, rainwater, and a possible recovery of remains. The words sounded official. They also sounded too small. Marissa stood near the door with her arms crossed, listening to everything. Cindy had not let go of Timmy's hand. Neither of them mentioned it. After half an hour, Pike ended a call and came around his desk. "The Fairhaven team can send 2 people today for assessment. Full crew no sooner than tomorrow afternoon. Portland says they can mobilize with proper authorization, but travel and staging will take time. I'm requesting both until one tells me no." "What happens now?" Daniel asked. "Now I take formal statements. From all of you. Then I go to Pecan Hill with Deputy Carver and the county engineer. Nobody enters the mine. We look at access, document conditions, and secure the site. After that, I speak with the county manager and the prosecutor about reopening the disappearance as suspicious." "Suspicious how?" Cindy said. "They left him in a mine." Pike looked at her, not unkindly. "I believe you. But belief is where we start. Evidence is what lets us move." "Evidence melted on your window," she said. "And I would like very much to avoid writing that in the first paragraph of my report." Cindy looked ready to argue, but Marissa shook her head. "Let him build the bridge." Timmy remembered Daniel saying almost the same thing on the phone. A bridge to the truth. Adults loved bridges. Children, Timmy thought, usually saw the river first. They gave statements one at a time. Daniel went first. Pike took him into a smaller interview room with a recorder on the table and a box of tissues nobody touched. Marissa went next. Cindy went after her mother. Timmy sat alone in the waiting area while the grown-ups moved around him. Bethany gave him a bottle of water. "You doing okay?" "Everyone keeps asking that. That usually means nobody is." He looked up at her. "Did you see the words?" Bethany glanced toward Pike's office. "I saw enough. Are you scared?" She sat in the chair across from him, lowering her voice. "My grandmother used to say Casper County had a cold spot in its heart. I thought she meant people could be cruel here. Maybe she meant both things." Timmy turned the water bottle in his hands. "Do you think he wants to hurt everyone?" "Do you mean Josh?" Timmy nodded. Bethany thought before answering. "I think pain that does not get heard starts shouting. Sometimes it shouts at the wrong people." That is why someone should have listened sooner. The interview room door opened, and Cindy came out. Her cheeks were red, but her chin was up. Pike called Timmy in. The room felt smaller than the office. A recorder sat on the table between two chairs. Pike explained the date, the time, and who was present. He spoke gently, but the formality made Timmy's stomach twist. "Tell me about the first thing that happened in your room," Pike said. Timmy told him about the little mite falling, then flying. He told him about the article moving to his pillow. He told him about the smeared names, the dealership, the handprints, Dave saying sorry, the basement writing, the dream in Daniel's room, the image on the mirror, and the words on Pike's window. Some parts sounded impossible when spoken in order. Other parts sounded more real because they had a line now, event after event, like footprints in mud. Pike interrupted only to clarify. "When you say the air felt aware, explain that." Timmy looked at the recorder. "It did not feel like weather. It felt like someone standing too close behind me." "Did it feel hostile toward you?" "Not always. At the dealership, it felt like it was going around me. In the house, it feels like it wants me to notice. In the dreams." He hesitated. "Take your time. In the dreams, it feels desperate. But when the men are there, it feels angry enough to break things." Pike wrote that down. "Do you think Josh Astor is responsible?" Timmy looked at him. "I think Josh is still in the mine. I do not know what else is with him after 20 years in the dark." For the first time, the sheriff looked truly sad. When the statements were finished, Pike asked them to stay away from Pecan Hill and the dealership. This time, Timmy promised without trying to bend the words. He had seen enough for one day, and the promise did not feel like silence now. It felt like a handoff. They left the sheriff's office just before noon. Outside, the rain had stopped again, leaving the courthouse steps slick. Across the street, people moved in and out of the diner. A man carried flowers from the corner shop. A mother lifted a toddler over a puddle. Casper County looked peaceful from a distance. Then Deputy Carver's cruiser pulled fast around the corner and stopped hard at the curb. Carver got out, face tight. "Sheriff inside?" Daniel stepped aside. "Yes, he is inside." "What happened?" Carver looked at the children, then at Marissa. "Casper County Motors is closed. Lot is empty except for employees. Larkin, Voss, and Bell are gone." Pike came through the front door behind them. "Gone where?" "Employees say they left right after we called. Took separate cars. Bell looked sick, according to the service manager. Larkin told everybody they were going to an auction in Medford. No auction listed." Pike's mouth tightened. They ran. Timmy felt Cindy's hand brush his sleeve. The sheriff looked at Daniel and Marissa. "Go home. Lock your doors. If any of those men contact you, call me. Do not answer questions. Do not engage." "You think they will come to us?" Daniel asked. "I think guilty men make poor choices when cornered." Carver's radio crackled. A dispatcher's voice came through, clipped and urgent. "Unit 2, be advised. Multiple calls reporting icy road conditions near County Road 7 and Pecan Hill access. Possible vehicle off-shoulder. Weather Service reports temperatures in the 50s. Pike and Carver looked at each other. Timmy's skin prickled. "That is near the mine road," Marissa said. Pike took the radio from Carver. "Dispatch, this is Sheriff Pike. Send fire and medical to County Road 7. I am en route." Daniel stepped forward. "We are coming." "No, you are not." "Sheriff, if this is connected, then it is even more reason for you to keep the children away." Pike's tone left no room. He and Carver got into their cruisers and pulled away with lights flashing but sirens silent. The red and blue reflections slid across the wet courthouse windows, then vanished down the street. Daniel stood on the sidewalk, torn between following and obeying. Marissa touched his arm. "He is right. I hate that." "So do I." They drove home in tense silence. Timmy watched the road behind them through the rear window until Daniel told him to turn around and buckle properly. Cindy sat beside him, hands clenched in her lap. "Do you think it was one of them?" she asked. "Steve, Mark, or Dave?" "Yes, I mean them." Timmy thought of Dave on his knees whispering sorry while horns screamed around him. Maybe Dave. He looked like he might run toward the truth instead of away from it. Or Steve and Mark stopped him, Cindy said. The thought settled between them like cold water. At home, Daniel made them all stay in the living room while he checked the house. He opened every closet, every bedroom, the garage, and finally the basement door. The chairs were still in place. The toolbox had not moved. When he opened the door, the concrete floor below was dry. The names were gone. That did not comfort anyone. Marissa called Cindy's school to report an absence for the rest of the day, even though it was Saturday, and then realized what she had done only after the front office voicemail began. She laughed once, a brittle sound, and hung up. "I am losing my mind," she said. "No," Daniel said. "You are overloaded. There is a difference." "That sounds like counselor language. My wife used to say it to me." She was usually right. The mention of Laura did not silence him this time. Timmy noticed. Daniel noticed him noticing and gave a small, tired smile. They waited for news. Waiting proved worse than action. Hours stretched. Rain started, stopped, and started again. Daniel called the sheriff's office twice and got Bethany both times. She said Sheriff Pike was still out and would call when he could. Marissa made tea. Nobody drank. Cindy paced until her mother told her to sit, then sat for 30 seconds before pacing again. At 3:30, a county truck rolled slowly past the house toward Pecan Hill. At 4, a fire department vehicle followed. At 4:10, Daniel's phone rang. He answered so quickly he nearly dropped it. "This is Calder." Everyone watched his face. "Yes, Sheriff." "Is everyone alive?" That question made Timmy's stomach drop. Daniel listened. His expression shifted from fear to confusion to something close to anger. He said, "What?" Another pause. "Yes, we will be here." "No, nobody is leaving." "Thank you." He ended the call. "What happened?" Marissa asked. Daniel looked at Timmy and Cindy first, then seemed to decide they had earned the truth by being trapped inside it. Dave Bell's car went off the road near the Pecan Hill access. He is alive, but barely holding on. Paramedics took him to County General. The windshield was frosted from the inside. Cindy whispered, "Josh?" "Maybe," Daniel said. "But there is more." Sheriff Pike said Dave regained consciousness for a few seconds before they loaded him into the ambulance. He grabbed Pike's sleeve and said, "They did it to me." Then he said, "Tell the red-haired boy I am sorry." Timmy sat down slowly. Marissa's eyes hardened. "Steve and Mark did this." Daniel nodded. "Pike thinks Dave was trying to come in or reach the mine. He thinks the other two may have forced him off the road or tampered with the car. He cannot prove it yet." "Where are Steve and Mark?" Cindy asked. "Missing," Daniel said. "For now." The house felt suddenly too exposed, every window a possible eye. That evening, Sheriff Pike sent a deputy to sit on the street near their homes. The cruiser parked under the maple tree between Daniel's house and Marissa's, its engine idling, headlights off. The sight of it should have been comforting. Instead, it made the neighborhood look like a crime scene waiting for the tape. Timmy stood at his bedroom window after dinner, watching the cruiser through a gap in the curtain. Daniel stood behind him. "No dreams tonight," Daniel said, trying for lightness and failing. "You cannot promise that." "No, I cannot promise that." "Do you think Mom was really there?" Daniel was quiet for so long, Timmy thought he would not answer. "I do not know," he said at last. "Part of me wants to believe she was. Part of me is furious at myself for wanting it. Grief makes people reach for anything, even things with teeth." Timmy leaned back against him and Daniel put both hands on his shoulders. "I miss her," Timmy said. "I know. Sometimes I am scared I am starting to forget her voice." Daniel's hands tightened gently. "Then we will talk about her more. Not just the accident. Not just how much it hurts. We will talk about her laugh and how she burned toast every time she tried to multitask. We will talk about how she sang to the radio with half the words wrong and never cared. We will not let the worst day be the loudest part of her." Timmy wiped his eyes with his sleeve. She would have liked Cindy. She would have loved Cindy. She would have said that girl has a spine made of steel and a mouth that will get her grounded. Timmy laughed through tears. "That is accurate. Very accurate." They stood together until the deputy's cruiser shifted slightly as the officer inside adjusted in his seat. Beyond the houses, Pecan Hill sat under darkness. Timmy could not see the mine, but he felt the shape of it as clearly as a bruise under skin. Near 9, Pike called again. Daniel put the phone on speaker so Marissa and Cindy, who had come back over, could hear. "County General has Dave in surgery," Pike said. "He has internal injuries from the crash. We found tool marks under his hood. Brake line damage. It was deliberate." Marissa swore softly. "Steve and Mark are now wanted for questioning in connection with that crash," Pike continued. "I am also bringing in state police support. The mine assessment team arrives tomorrow morning. Until then, everyone stays clear of Pecan Hill." "Do you think Dave will live?" Timmy asked. Pike's voice gentled. "Doctors are doing what they can." That was not an answer, which made it one. After the call, the four of them sat in the living room under warm lights. The television remained off. Outside, the deputy's cruiser kept watch. Inside, the house felt less haunted than waiting. Then, from Timmy's backpack near the stairs, came the crackle of paper. Everyone turned. The backpack was zipped shut. It moved once, a slight twitch like something inside had shifted. Daniel crossed the room and opened it slowly. He pulled out the copied newspaper article. Timmy had not put it there. The article had been under the cookbook since the night before. The photograph of the three boys on Pecan Hill had changed. Steve, Dave, and Mark still stood in the grainy image. Josh was not in the original photograph, but now a faint shape stood behind them at the edge of the trees. A thin boy with bright hair, blurred by age and bad printing, stared toward the camera. Across the bottom, over the caption about the strange man, new words had appeared in dark, shaky letters. Not enough. Cindy whispered, "Finding him is not enough." Timmy thought of Dave in surgery, Steve and Mark missing, the mine crew arriving, and the cold hand that had been pushing them all toward truth. Daniel folded the article carefully and set it on the coffee table, as if sudden movement might anger it. Marissa looked at the children, then at Daniel. Tomorrow's going to be worse. No one argued. Outside, the deputy's cruiser lights reflected faintly in the wet road. Behind the house, where the yards ended and the trees began, a small shape stood beneath the branches. Timmy saw it only because the porch light caught a pale face for half a second. A boy watched the house from the edge of Pecan Hill. He lifted one hand, not in goodbye, in warning. By morning, Casper County had split into two towns. One town still wanted the old peace to be real. In that town, people took children to school, opened shops under striped awnings, put gas in trucks, and complained about the rain as if rain were the worst thing that could fall from the sky. They spoke softly in the bakery line about Dave Bell's crash, but only after checking who stood behind them. They said the road out by Pecan Hill had always been slick. They said old cars failed. They said a man who drank too much coffee and carried too many regrets might make a bad turn on a bad morning. The other town could no longer pretend. In that town, every fogged window looked like a warning. Every cold draft carried the smell of black soil and wet stone. Every parent who had ever ignored a child's fear remembered the story of Josh Astor and wondered what silence had cost. Timmy felt both towns pressing against him as he sat at the kitchen table with cereal going soft in his bowl. Daniel stood at the counter, phone in hand, listening to Sheriff Pike. Marissa and Cindy had come over before breakfast because nobody wanted to be alone in a house that faced Pecan Hill. Rain streaked the glass behind them. The trees looked black and slick, and the old mine entrance beyond them stayed hidden, but Timmy could feel where it was as surely as a sore tooth. Daniel's face changed while he listened. He rubbed his thumb against the edge of the phone case, the way he did when he wanted to interrupt but knew better. "Tonight?" he asked. "That fast?" Marissa looked up from the coffee she had not touched. Daniel listened again, then sighed through his nose. "I understand. We will be there. I do not know if bringing the kids is wise. Yes, I know they are already involved. I still get to hate it. We will come." He ended the call and set the phone down carefully. Cindy leaned forward. "What is tonight?" "A county meeting," Daniel said. Sheriff Pike requested emergency authorization for the mine recovery operation. The county manager wants public approval because outside crews cost money. The site is dangerous, and half the town already thinks the sheriff has lost his mind. They moved it to the community hall because they expect a crowd. Timmy pushed the cereal away. "Steve and Mark will be there." "Maybe," Daniel said. "They will be there," Marissa said, and her voice carried the certainty of someone who had known Casper County longer than she wanted to. If they stay away, people ask why. If they show up loud enough, they can act like victims. That is how men like that survive. They make the room look away from what matters. Daniel's eyes flipped to Cindy as if he wanted to soften the conversation for her. Cindy caught the look, and straight. "I know what they are," she said. "You do not have to make them sound nicer because I'm sitting here." Marissa's expression loosened with a sad pride. "I wish I did." Timmy looked at his father. "Are we supposed to talk at the meeting?" "Sheriff Pike might ask us to answer questions if the board needs more context," Daniel said. "He said he would rather keep you both out of the public part, but the town already knows enough to be dangerous with guesses." "Everybody will stare," Cindy said. "They already stare," Timmy answered. That made her look at him, and for a moment the fear in her face eased. They had become used to being stared at in school hallways by adults outside the grocery store, by old women who saw Timmy's hair and then saw a boy from 20 years before. Being stared at still hurt, but it no longer surprised him. Surprise had been taken by moving paper, frost on windows, and a dead boy's warning from the trees. Daniel came to the table and sat across from Timmy. He looked tired enough that his beard shadow seemed darker than yesterday. "This is important, but listen to me. We are not going because you are responsible for fixing this. Josh is not your burden. Steve and Mark are not your burden. You are going because hiding you away will not make you safer when the whole town is about to fight over the truth." "What if Josh gets angry at the meeting?" Timmy asked. Daniel did not answer quickly, and that told Timmy enough. Marissa wrapped both hands around her mug. "Then everyone will finally see what a few of us have been seeing. People could get hurt," Cindy said. "People are already getting hurt," her mother answered. "The difference is that now they might understand why." The day stretched long and tense after that. Daniel tried to work from the dining room, but his laptop sat open while he answered no emails. Marissa called the library and spoke quietly to someone named Ruth about newspaper archives and missing records. Cindy and Timmy sat on the living room floor with a board game between them, moving pieces by habit more than interest. They both kept glancing toward Timmy's backpack, where the altered article remained sealed inside a plastic folder. The new words across the caption had not faded. Not enough. At noon, Deputy Carver stopped by. His cruiser tires whispered along the wet curb. He looked more tired than he had the day before, and his uniform jacket carried rain across the shoulders. He accepted coffee from Daniel but did not drink it. "Sheriff asked me to brief you before tonight," Carver said. "Dave Bell is still in critical condition. He came out of the first surgery, but doctors are watching internal bleeding and swelling. He is sedated most of the time." A deputy is outside his room. "Because of Steve and Mark?" Marissa asked. "Because of everybody," Carver said. "News travels wrong in this county. We are not taking chances." Daniel leaned against the counter. "Any sign of them?" Steve Larkin's attorney called the office this morning. "He says his client and Mark Foss will attend tonight's meeting voluntarily and will answer reasonable questions through counsel. He also said the sheriff has been harassing respected business owners based on ghost stories told by children." Cindy's mouth twisted. "That sounds like Steve." Carver glanced at her. "You have dealt with him?" "My mom bought a used car from him once." He smiled the whole time he lied. Marissa almost laughed despite herself. "That is accurate." Carver's face softened for half a second, then returned to duty. "Sheriff wants you near the front tonight, close to him and me. If things get loud, you leave to the side door. Do not argue, do not answer strangers, and do not follow anyone outside." Timmy felt the warning settle. "Does he think Steve and Mark might try something in front of everyone?" "Cornered people do not always know what front of everyone means," Carver said. "They only know they are cornered." He left soon after. The house seemed quieter without the cruiser at the curb. Timmy went to the window and watched Carver drive toward town. "He is scared too," Timmy said. Daniel joined him. "Yes, he is. Adults do not hide it as well as they think. We used to hide it better before he started looking so closely." Timmy leaned his forehead near the glass without touching it. The pane looked ordinary. No frost, no writing, no pale hand pressed from the other side. He wanted that to mean Josh had retreated for a while, but he had started to understand the rhythm of the haunting. Silence did not mean peace. Silence meant something was gathering strength. The community hall stood beside the old Baptist church, a low brick building with a white steeple visible beyond its roof. Pecan Hill gatherings used to spill through that same hall when rain drove picnics indoors. Photographs along the hallway showed smiling families, craft fairs, bake sales, school fundraisers, and holiday pageants. Children in paper crowns grinned from frames. Men flipped pancakes. Women held raffle baskets. Everyone looked warm and certain of being safe. That night, the hall filled beyond its usual comfort. Folding chairs stood in tight rows, and people lined the walls 3 deep. Wet coats steamed in the heat. Mud tracked across the floor. The air smelled of coffee, damp wool, and old varnish. Conversations rolled and broke like uneasy water. Timmy walked between Daniel and Marissa while Cindy stayed close at his side. He felt eyes land on his hair and stay there. Some faces softened with pity. Others sharpened with suspicion. A few older adults turned away so quickly that guilt seemed to move their necks. Sheriff Pike stood near the front with Deputy Carver and 2 state troopers. The county manager, Helen Rusk, sat at a long table beside 3 board members and a tired-looking county attorney. Helen was a narrow woman with silver hair clipped neatly above her collar and glasses hanging from a chain. She looked like she could balance a budget during a fire and still correct punctuation in the evacuation notice. She watched the crowd with a strained expression. When she saw Daniel's group enter, she pointed to 4 chairs near the side aisle. Pike nodded to them once. Steve Larkin and Mark Voss sat on the opposite side of the front row with an attorney between them. Their suits looked expensive and wrong for the wet evening, as if they had dressed for a courtroom they hoped to create around themselves. Steve kept his hands folded and his mouth flat. Mark whispered to the attorney while scanning the room. His eyes skipped over Timmy once, then snapped back. For 1 second, his smooth public face cracked. Timmy saw terror beneath it. Cindy leaned close. "He still thinks you look like Josh." "Good," Timmy whispered, though it did not feel good. Daniel touched his shoulder in warning. Timmy went quiet. Helen Rusk struck the microphone twice and the speakers popped. The sound made several people flinch. "This emergency meeting will come to order," she said. "We are here to discuss the sheriff's request for immediate funding and authorization to secure, survey, and recover potential human remains from the abandoned Pecan Hill mine site. This is not a trial. This is not a town gossip forum. Anyone who cannot behave with basic decency will be removed." A few murmurs rose. Helen waited them out. Sheriff Pike stepped to the microphone. He did not carry papers. Timmy admired that. It made him look less like a man reading permission and more like one taking responsibility. "Yesterday," Pike said, "my office received credible information that the 1998 disappearance of Joshua Astor may have been misclassified. Based on new witness statements, physical site concerns, and an incident in my office that several county employees observed, I requested assessment from certified mine recovery personnel. The mine is unstable. It has a vertical drop just inside the entrance, water damage, rotten supports, and unknown air quality. Deputies are not trained for that environment. We need specialists." Someone near the back called, "What new evidence?" Pike looked toward the voice. "This is an open investigation. I will not disclose every detail in a public meeting." "Then you want a blank check," another man said. Helen leaned toward her microphone. "No blank checks are being issued. The initial authorization is capped and documented." Steve rose before Pike could continue. His attorney put a hand on his sleeve, but Steve shook it off gently enough to look polite. "May I speak?" Steve asked. Helen's jaw set. Briefly. Steve turned to the crowd, not the board. He was good at that. Timmy saw how easily he found the room's fear and offered it somewhere easier to go. "Most of you know me," Steve said. "You know my family. You know what Mark and Dave and I have built in this town. We employ people here. We sponsor the ball teams. We donate to the church pantry. Now we are being dragged through mud because a sad old story has been stirred up by rumor, superstition, and a few frightened children." Daniel's hand tightened on Timmy's shoulder. Marissa stood so quickly her chair legs scraped. "Those frightened children have more courage than half the adults in this room had 20 years ago." A wave of sound crossed the hall. Helen struck the table. "Everyone will sit down." Marissa remained standing. "I was 10 years old when Josh disappeared. I saw those boys chase him toward the woods. I told my mother. I told another adult. I was patted on the head and sent away because nobody wanted trouble during a church picnic. Do not stand here and call children frightened as if fear makes them liars. Sometimes fear means they are the only ones paying attention." Steve's face colored, but he smiled with his mouth. Marissa, with respect, "Childhood memories change. Guilt changes stories more," she said. The crowd shifted. Someone near the wall whispered Josh's name. Someone else crossed herself. Mark rose, less controlled than Steve. "This is exactly why this meeting is a disgrace. People are making accusations with no proof. Dave is in a hospital bed because he had a crash on a bad road, and now folks are using it to tell ghost stories." Cindy stood beside her mother. Her voice shook, but it carried. "Dave said they did it to him." The hall went quieter than Timmy expected. Mark turned on her. "Little girl, you do not know what you heard." Cindy flinched, but Timmy stood too. "She knows. So do I. So does Sheriff Pike." Mark stared at Timmy and his face emptied in the same way it had at the dealership. For a second, the hall seemed to recede from both of them. Mark was no longer a businessman in a suit. He was a boy on a hill with a rock in his hand, looking at red hair and seeing something he could not outrun. Then the first light exploded. It burst above the back row with a sharp crack and a rain of glass that sent people screaming from their chairs. The hall plunged partly dim, then another tube light blew near the side exit, followed by another over the board table. Each burst came with a flash of white and a breath of cold so sudden Timmy felt it through his coat. People surged. Chairs tipped. The microphone shrieked with feedback. Daniel pulled Timmy against him while Marissa grabbed Cindy and ducked. Sheriff Pike shouted for everyone to stay calm, but calm had already left the room. A strip of frost ran across the inside of the tall windows. It spread fast, climbing in branching white veins until the glass turned opaque. Breath misted from every mouth. Coffee steamed on the table and then stopped steaming. A woman slipped near the aisle and cried out as people stumbled around her. Carver shoved through the chaos to lift her before she could be trampled. The remaining lights flickered in a pattern, not random, not electrical. They snapped on, then went dark, then snapped on again before falling dark once more. The cold deepened between each flash. Steve backed toward the wall. Mark tried to move with him, but the frost crossed the floor between them, a thin, white path that made both men freeze. The crowd parted without meaning to, pushed by panic and the spreading ice. A sound came from the ceiling speakers. At first, Timmy thought it was feedback. Then it stretched into a child's breath pulled through a long, dark tunnel. "Do you hear that?" Cindy cried. Everyone heard it. The sound became a low sob. Not loud, not theatrical. That made it worse. It was a small, broken noise, the kind a child made after calling too long for someone who never came. Hound Rusk stood behind the table, pale but upright. "Sheriff," she said, though the microphone was dead. "Get them out." Pike turned to the board. "Authorize the recovery. Now." The county attorney stared at him. "In this? In this? Because of this?" Helen looked at the three board members. One had blood on his cheek from flying glass. Another clutched the edge of the table so hard his knuckles blanched. The third nodded before anyone asked. "Authorized," Helen said. "Emergency authority granted. Put it in the minutes if the recorder survived." The windows shuddered. Across the center pane behind the board, letters formed in frost. They dragged themselves into being slowly, as if written from the other side by a finger that had forgotten warmth. "Bring me up." The hall broke again. People pushed toward the exits in a wave. The side door jammed until Carver kicked the chair wedged beneath it aside. State troopers herded people out while Pike held the front aisle clear. Daniel kept Timmy pressed close and moved with Marissa and Cindy toward the side exit. As they reached the door, Timmy looked back. Steve and Mark were still inside, trapped by the frozen line on the floor. Steve's lips moved without sound. Mark stared at the frosted window message with tears shining on his face, but not the kind that meant sorrow. They were tears of animal fear. For one flashing second, Timmy saw a boy standing behind them. Josh was not clear. He was a shape made of cold breath and dark water, thin shoulders, bright hair hanging in wet strands, one leg set wrong beneath him. His face turned toward Timmy, and Timmy felt the warning from the night before become something heavier. Not enough. Then Daniel pulled him through the door into rain, sirens, and the shouting crowd. Outside, people spilled across the church lawn. Some sobbed. Some prayed. Some cursed the county for letting the mines sit open for years. A few still tried to say a transformer had blown until they saw their breath in the warm spring rain and ran out of explanations. Daniel knelt in front of Timmy beneath the awning. "Are you cut? Look at me. Are you hurt anywhere?" "I am okay," Timmy said. "I think I am okay." Cindy held out her sleeve. A small line of red marked the fabric near her wrist where a bit of glass had grazed her. Marissa wrapped it with a napkin from her purse, hands steady until the knot was tied, then trembling after. "It is not deep," Cindy said quickly. "I know," Marissa said. "Let me be scared anyway." Sheriff Pike came out last, his hat gone and his hair wet from rain. Steve and Mark followed with their attorney and a trooper, not in cuffs, but surrounded enough that everyone understood they were not free in the old way anymore. Pike stalked in front of Daniel and Marissa. "The recovery is authorized. The crew starts staging at first light. Until then, all of you go home under escort." Timmy looked past him at Steve and Mark. They saw him. Pike followed his gaze. "I think half the town saw something tonight. Will that make them tell the truth?" Pike's face darkened. "Fear makes people confess, lie, or run. We will see which choice they make." The rain thickened, washing glass dust from the sidewalk into the gutter. Behind the community hall, the frosted windows had already begun to clear. The words faded last. "Bring me up." Near the church steps, an old man in a tan raincoat stood frozen with both hands pressed to his mouth. Timmy had seen him before at the grocery store where the man had stared at him and then pretended to study apples. Now he looked as if all the years he had kept behind his teeth had broken loose. He approached Marissa slowly, stopping far enough away that Daniel shifted between him and the children. "I was there," the old man said. Marissa's face went still. "A lot of people were there. I mean, I saw the boys come back from the woods without Josh. I saw mud on their shoes. Steve had a scrape on his wrist. Mark was laughing too loud. Dave looked sick. I thought about saying something." The man's lips trembled. "I told myself it was not my place. I told myself parents knew their own children. I told myself a child would not be left if something bad had happened." Cindy's voice came out small. "What is your name?" "Walter Keene. I worked maintenance at the church back then. I cleaned the hall after the picnic." He looked past them at the damaged building where people still streamed out under the flashing lights. "I found 3 rocks by the back door. One had orange hairs stuck in a crack. I threw them in the ditch because I did not want to think what they meant." For a moment, nobody moved. Rain tapped on umbrellas and ran down the old man's face so that tears could hide if they needed to. Daniel spoke carefully. "You need to tell Sheriff Pike that tonight, not tomorrow, and not only when you feel ready." Walter nodded with the jerky desperation of a man who had finally reached the end of hiding. "I will. I swear I will." Marissa stepped closer, and her anger did not leave, but grief moved through it. Why did nobody listen when children spoke? Walter closed his eyes. "Because listening would have cost us comfort. We chose comfort." Timmy thought of Josh under the hill, calling until his voice broke. Comfort had been a warm blanket over a town's ears. He wanted to hate Walter Keene, but the old man looked already punished by 20 years of being himself. That did not make the silence lighter. It only made Timmy understand how cowardice could grow old and still remember the exact weight of a rock. Sheriff Pike came over when Daniel raised a hand for him. Walter repeated the story, shaking harder with every sentence. Pike took notes under the awning while Carver watched the crowd. Steve and Mark saw Walter talking. Their faces changed in the distance, first confusion, then rage, then a fear that made Mark look almost young. "That helps," Pike told Walter. "It does not fix what happened, but it helps now." Walter looked toward Timmy, then away as if the red hair hurt his eyes. "I should have helped then." Nobody gave him forgiveness. Timmy was glad. Some things, he thought, had to be carried without being handed off to the people who had suffered most. The drive home took 12 minutes and felt longer than any road Timmy had ever known. Deputy Carver led them in his cruiser. Daniel followed with both hands fixed at 10 and 2, headlights cutting through rain that came down in silver lines. Marissa's car stayed close behind. Nobody spoke for the first half of the drive. The heater breathed warm air across the windshield, but Timmy could not stop seeing frost crawl over the community hall windows. He watched the glass in front of him for any white vein, any word, any small handprint from inside the dark. Daniel glanced at him once. "You are quiet." "I am thinking." "That can be dangerous with you." Timmy almost smiled. "Josh does not just want them to admit it." Daniel's eyes returned to the road. "We do not know what Josh wants." "Yes, we do." The article said not enough. The window said, "Bring me up." At the meeting, he let everyone know finding him matters. But when he looked at Steve and Mark, it felt different. He wants them too. Daniel's jaw worked. Wanting justice and wanting blood are not the same thing. What if he does not know that anymore? The question filled the car and left no room for the rain. Daniel turned into their neighborhood before answering. "Then we try to help him remember," he said. "And we keep you away from anyone he might use to prove his point." Carver checked the house before letting them go in. He walked through with a flashlight, despite the lights working, looking behind doors, in closets, in the garage, and down the basement steps. Marissa and Cindy waited on the porch under the slanting rain while Daniel stood with Timmy in the foyer. The house smelled faintly of lemon cleaner and damp coats. It should have felt like shelter. Instead, Timmy noticed every shadow a chair made and every corner the light did not reach. Carver returned from the basement. "The house is clear. I will stay at the curb until another unit relieves me. Sheriff wants a patrol near both houses all night." "Thank you," Daniel said. Carver looked at Timmy and Cindy through the open door. No windows, no backyard, no heroic investigations. If anything moves that should not move, you yell first and feel embarrassed later. "That is very specific," Cindy said. "I am learning how this county works," Carver answered. When he left, Marissa brought Cindy inside and Daniel locked the door. The 4 of them gathered in the living room. Someone should have turned on the television for background noise, but nobody wanted extra voices in the house. Daniel made hot chocolate for the kids and coffee for the adults. It felt childish to hold the mug with both hands, but Timmy did it anyway. Cindy sat beside him on the sofa. The bandage around her wrist was clean and tight. She had told her mother 3 times that it barely stung. Marissa had accepted the words and ignored them, checking the bandage a 4th time. "Mom," Cindy said gently, "you are going to rub the skin off around it." Marissa froze, then laughed with no humor. "I need something I can fix. Let me have the bandage." Daniel sat in the chair across from them. He had changed out of his wet coat, but a streak of rain still darkened his hair. "The mine crew arrives at dawn. Pike said they will stage equipment near the access road first, then do a safety assessment. The actual descent may not happen until afternoon or later. If Steve and Mark are smart, they will run before then," Marissa said. "They are not smart anymore," Timmy said. "They're scared." Daniel looked at him. "Scared people can still be dangerous." "That is what I mean." Silence settled until the house clicked around them. Old pipes, cooling wood, rain against the windows. Ordinary sounds had become suspects. Cindy looked into her mug. At the meeting, when Josh made the words on the window, I wanted everyone to feel bad. Then people started falling and screaming, and I felt bad for wanting it. "That does not make you cruel," Marissa said. "It felt cruel." "No," Daniel said. "It felt human. There is a difference. When people ignore pain long enough, part of us wants them forced to look. That is not the same as wanting them crushed under it." Timmy thought about Steve and Mark, trapped behind the ice line. He had wanted them scared. He still wanted them scared. He did not know what that made him. "Josh was 12, he said. "I am 12? If I had been down there for 6 days, I do not think I would care who got cut by glass." Daniel's face tightened with pain. "Please do not put yourself there." "I think he already did." Marissa looked toward the dark window. "Maybe that is why he reached for you. You look like him. You are the age he was." The town ignored one boy, and now another boy is making it impossible. Daniel shook his head. "Timmy is not an instrument." "I did not say he was." It sounded close. Marissa met his eyes. "I am trying to name the danger, Daniel, not offer your son to it." The sharpness between them faded almost as quickly as it appeared. Daniel looked down at his hands. "I know. I am sorry. You do not have to apologize for being afraid for him. I do if fear makes me hear enemies where there are none." Timmy watched them across the room. The way they spoke had changed since the first day. They were still careful, still tired, still carrying separate griefs, but there was a thin warmth under the caution now. His mother was not being replaced. Timmy knew that. Grief did not work like furniture. There was not one chair in the heart where another person could sit if the first was gone. Still, seeing his father look at Marissa with trust made Timmy feel 2 things at once, and neither was simple. Cindy bumped his shoulder lightly. "You okay?" "Everyone keeps asking that." "That means nobody is," she said, repeating Bethany's line from the sheriff's office. He looked at her and managed a real smile. "You stole that." "I borrowed it, with respect." The smile helped until a car rolled slowly past outside and every adult in the room turned toward the window. Red and blue light flashed once across the curtains. It was only Carver's cruiser repositioning under the maple tree. Marissa exhaled. "I am going to start hating headlights." Across town, Steve Larkin hated the dark between them more. He stood in the service bay of Casper County Motors with a portable heater whining at his feet and Mark Voss pacing near the lifts. The dealership was closed, but every exterior light was on. The showroom beyond the glass glowed bright enough to make the cars look unreal, glossy, and waiting. Rain hammered the metal roof. Somewhere in the back offices, the security system clicked through its cycle. Steve had changed out of his suit jacket but still wore the white shirt from the meeting. A narrow cut on his cheek had dried dark. He had not cleaned it. He did not want to look in a mirror long enough to try. Mark moved from one end of the bay to the other. "We should leave. We should think," Steve said. "Thinking is what got us into that room. You wanted to stand up and talk. You wanted to charm him. Did you charm the lights when they blew over our heads? Did you charm the dead kid riding on the window?" Steve turned on him. "Keep your voice down. Nobody is here." "Then keep it down for yourself. You sound weak." Mark crossed the bay so quickly the heater cord jumped. For a moment, he looked ready to hit Steve. His fist opened and closed, but he stopped short. They had shoved each other as boys, wrestled over footballs, elbowed at locker doors. They had not struck each other as men because men like them preferred damage that could be denied. "Do not call me weak," March said. "Dave is in the hospital because we were not weak." Steve's eyes hardened. "Dave is in the hospital because he lost control of a car. Say that to the sheriff. Say it to yourself in the mirror. It still smells like brake fluid." The mention made Steve's stomach twist. He had not touched the brake line. Mark had done it while Steve watched the door and told himself that stopping Dave from reaching Pike was not the same as killing him. A little damage. A scare. A crash into the ditch, maybe. Enough to keep him quiet until they figured out what to do. Dave had always been the loose board in their floor. Even as a boy, he cried too easily. He had been the first to stop throwing rocks. The first to say they should get help. The first to vomit behind the church after they made the pact. Steve had spent 20 years pressing Dave back in the line with reminders, money, partnership, and fear. Now Dave lay under hospital lights with a deputy outside his room, and Steve could feel the old floor cracking. "He talked," Marge said. "You heard the kid. Dave said we did it. A man half dead from a wreck says a lot of things. He might say more." Steve walked to the service bay window and looked toward the road. Water slid down the glass in crooked lines. Beyond the Watt, the dealership sign glowed blue and white. His father had once told him that a business sign was a promise. People saw the name in the dark and believed it would still be there in the morning. Steve had believed that too. He had believed money, property, and respect could bury any hill. "The body is the problem now," Steve said. March stopped pacing. "What?" "No body, no murder. For 20 years that was the shape of it. A missing boy, a sad story, and rumors people could dismiss. If they bring bones up from that mine, everything changes. Everything already changed. The whole town saw the window. The court will not try us for frosted glass. It will try us for evidence. If the mine crew finds him, Pike builds a case. If they find the break in his leg, if they can tell he was alive down there, if Dave talks before he dies, we are finished." March's mouth worked around words that did not come. Steve turned from the window. "The recovery crew is staging tomorrow. They need ropes, harnesses, lighting, breathing monitors, radios, all of it. Without that, they do not go down." March stared. "You want to mess with the sheriff's operation after what happened tonight?" "I want time." "Time for what?" "To get counsel. To get Dave contained. To find out what Pike has. To think." Mark laughed once, too high. "You keep saying think like thinking stops ghosts." The heater coughed and died. Both men turned toward it. The orange coil faded to black. The service bay lights flickered. Rain rattled. The air cooled fast enough that Steve felt it under his collar. Mark whispered, "Do not." A wet footprint appeared on the concrete between them, then another. The prints were small and bare, dark around the edges as if the water had come from a place full of coal dust. Steve backed into a tool cart. Wrenches chimed together. Mark pressed both hands against his mouth. The footprints crossed the bay toward the office door. They stopped beneath the framed photograph on the wall, 3 boys and their fathers at the dealership's grand opening 15 years earlier. Steve's father stood proud behind him. March's father held a ceremonial ribbon. Dave's father smiled with one hand on Dave's shoulder. They had all died before the decade turned, one by one, under winter accidents that came in seasons too warm for ice. The glass over the photograph frosted from inside the frame. A child's finger wrote through the white film. "Same blood." Mark made a broken sound. "It is going after families again." Steve could not look away. The words seemed to pulse under the fluorescent light. "No," Steve said. "It is going after fear. Do not give it any." But his voice shook, and the thing in the room seemed to notice. The office door slammed open so hard the knob punched into drywall. Both men jumped. Papers lifted from the service desk and spun into the bay, invoices and warranty forms turning in a cold spiral. One page slapped against Steve's chest. He tore it away. It was a copy of the old missing boy article. Across the bottom, in the same dark shaking letters Timmy had seen, the words had changed. "Bring me up." The lights steadied. The footprints began to fade. The heater clicked back on, blowing air that felt weak and dirty. Mark grabbed his coat. "I am done. I am leaving town tonight." Steve seized his arm. "You leave, you look guilty." "I am guilty. So are you." "That thing knows." "Dave knows." "The kids know." "Half the town knows." "Knowing is not proving." "You still think this is a courtroom problem?" Steve pulled him close enough that Mark could smell coffee and fear in his breath. "It is always a courtroom problem if you survive long enough to reach one." We slow the mine crew. We keep Dave from talking. We do not run like stupid boys to the woods again. Mark's eyes flicked to the frosted photograph. And if Josh stops us? Steve's grip tightened until Mark winced. Then we stop him from getting what he wants. The words sounded strong in the bay. Steve needed them to sound strong. Yet when he finally released Mark, both men looked at the office doorway and waited for a dead child to answer. No answer came. That made it worse. When the children finally went upstairs, Daniel and Marissa remained in the kitchen with the lights low and the coffee cooling between them. Neither of them spoke for a while. The house made its small settling sounds around them, and every sound was inspected before it was allowed to be ordinary. Daniel opened the back curtain an inch, saw only rain and the black edge of the yard, and let the fabric fall back. "I keep thinking I should call Laura's sister," he said. "I did not know what I would tell her." "We moved for peace and found a haunted mine behind the house" does not sound like something people say unless they need help. Marissa wrapped her hands around the mug. Would she come? Maybe. She loves Timmy. She also loved Laura enough to blame me for surviving the accident. Not in words. She is kinder than that. But grief has weather. You can feel it even when nobody names it. Marissa nodded. After Cindy's father left, people in town tried to make it tidy. They said at least nobody died, as if abandonment is polite because it does not need a funeral. I started hating the words at least. They are usually followed by somebody trying to shrink pain into a size they can stand. Daniel looked at her then, really looked. "I am sorry. I did not know. It is not a secret. It is just old enough that people think it should be light by now. Old does not mean light. No, it does not." They sat with that. Upstairs, a floorboard creaked. One of the children turned in bed or pretended to. Daniel listened until no second sound followed. "I am afraid Timmy is being pulled into this because of how he looks," he said. "I am also afraid he is being pulled into it because he's kind. The second one scares me more. You can hide red hair under a hat. You cannot hide a heart that answers when someone is hurting." Marissa's expression softened. Cindy is the same. She has always run toward the person being cornered. I used to be proud of it without being afraid. Now I am both all the time. Daniel laughed quietly. Parenthood is mostly being proud and terrified in the same breath. That sounds right. Their hands were on the table, not touching. The space between them felt charged, not romantic in a simple way, but alive with the knowledge that they had become witnesses for each other. Daniel pulled his hand back first. Not because he wanted to, but because the house held too much grief to let any tenderness move unexamined. Marissa noticed and did not punish him with a look. You can care about someone without betraying the person you lost. Daniel closed his eyes. I know that in my head. Your heart is allowed to be slower. He opened his eyes again, and for the first time that night, the sadness in him seemed less like a locked room. Thank you. Do not thank me yet, she said. Tomorrow I may yell at you again. That would also feel strangely helpful. A faint smile passed between them and vanished when 3 soft taps came from upstairs. Back at Daniel's house, the children had been sent upstairs to try sleeping in separate rooms with doors open and every hall light on. They did not sleep. Timmy lay on top of the covers listening to the adult voices below. Cindy was in the guest room across the hall because Marissa refused to take her home until morning. Every few minutes, the floor creaked softly as one of them shifted. After a while, Timmy got up and crossed the hall. Cindy sat against the headboard with a paperback open in her lap and no sign she had read a word. Could not sleep? She asked. Could you? I was pretending in case my mom checked. Timmy sat in the chair near the desk. Do you think I was wrong? About Josh wanting them dead? Cindy closed the book. I think you might be right. I also think being right does not mean we can say it out loud downstairs. Why not? Because your dad already looks like he is trying not to fall apart. Timmy looked at his hands. I hate that everyone is scared because I came here. That is stupid, Cindy said, then winced. I mean, it is not fair. This was here before you. You did not make Steve and Mark throw rocks. You did not make adults ignore Josh. You did not make the mine. Josh noticed me because I look like him. Maybe. Or maybe he noticed you because you listened. That helped more than Timmy expected. The guest room smelled like old quilts and lavender detergent. Rain hissed at the window. It was almost possible to believe they were 2 ordinary kids awake too late whispering because parents were downstairs. When this is over, Cindy said, you think he will move away? The question surprised him. I do not know. Dad came here because he thought starting over would help. This is a terrible start. Maybe it still counts. Cindy looked down at the book. I do not want you to go. Timmy's chest tightened in a way different from fear. I do not want to go either. Neither of them looked at the other for a few seconds. Then something tapped inside the wall. They both froze. The tap came again, slow and measured, on the wall between the guest room and the outside of the house, where no pipe should have been. Cindy whispered, "That is not my imagination." "No, it is not." The tapping became 3 soft knocks, then 3 more. Timmy stood, but Cindy grabbed his sleeve. Carver said, "Yell first." Timmy swallowed. "Dad." Footsteps thundered below almost instantly. Daniel reached the room with Marissa close behind. The tapping had stopped by the time they entered. "What happened?" Daniel asked. "Knocking in the wall," Timmy said. "Right there." Daniel looked at the wall, then at Marissa. She went pale. 3 knocks? Cindy stared at her. "How did you know?" Marissa touched the bandage at her daughter's wrist without seeming to notice. "My mother said Josh's parents heard 3 knocks in their house the night before they buried the empty casket. They thought it was grief. Maybe it was him trying to come home." From downstairs came a loud knock at the front door. Everyone jumped. Daniel moved first, putting one arm out to keep the children behind him. The second knock came louder. A man's voice followed. "Deputy Carver." "It is me." "Open up." Daniel let out a breath and went down with Marissa while Timmy and Cindy stayed at the top of the stairs. Carver stood on the porch with rain shining on his hat. His expression made Timmy grip the railing. "Sorry to scare you," Carver said. "Sheriff wanted you told right away. Larkin and Voss left the dealership about 20 minutes ago in a dark utility truck. We have units looking, but the rain is bad and they cut through service roads." Daniel's face went hard. "Where would they go?" Carver looked past him toward the dark line of trees behind the house. "If they are desperate enough," he said, "they may try Pecan Hill." Nobody in the house slept after Carver's warning. Daniel moved the children downstairs and made the living room into a guarded camp. The couch became a place for Cindy to curl under a blanket with her shoes still on. Timmy took the armchair nearest the hallway, knees tucked under him, eyes fixed on the back door. Marissa sat beside Cindy, one hand resting lightly against her daughter's ankle as if touch alone could keep her from being pulled into the dark. Daniel paced between the kitchen and the window until Carver told him through the cracked front door that pacing in front of curtains made him look like a target. After that, Daniel paced in the kitchen. The rain became heavy enough to blur the streetlights. Carver's cruiser stayed under the maple tree, but another unit rolled slowly through every 15 minutes. Sometimes the radio on Carver's shoulder muttered. Sometimes he answered in low code. Timmy understood very little of it, but he heard the words negative contact again and again. Steve and Mark had vanished into Casper County's wet back roads. At 2 in the morning, Sheriff Pike called Daniel. Daniel put the phone on speaker because nobody believed secrets could protect them anymore. "We found the utility truck," Pike said. His voice sounded rough with fatigue and weather. "Abandoned behind the old feed store near Route 9. Engine still warm. No sign of them." "That is 5 miles from here," Marissa said. "I know," Pike answered. "State units are watching the main roads. I have deputies on the mine access, the hospital, and the dealership. The problem is that Pecan Hill has more footpaths than maps." Daniel looked toward the back of the house. "Should we leave?" The line stayed quiet for a beat too long. "If I move you, I risk putting you on the road while we do not know where they are," Pike said. "Right now you have deputies' clothes, lights on, doors locked, and 2 adults who are not pretending this is normal. Stay put unless Carver gives the order." Jimmy leaned toward the phone. "Sheriff, what about Dave?" Pike's voice gentled. "He is still alive. Doctors took him back in for another procedure. Deputy Reyes is outside the room and hospital security is aware. Nobody gets near him without being checked." "Can he talk?" "Not tonight." Timmy heard what the sheriff did not say. Dave might never talk again. Pike continued. "The mine crew will still stage at dawn if weather allows. Emergency authorization means we move. I am not letting Larkin and Voss decide the schedule." The call ended. Daniel set the phone down and pressed both hands against the counter. Marissa stood. "You need to sit before your legs remember they are tired." "I cannot sit." "Then lean somewhere useful." He looked at her, startled by the firmness. She softened her voice. "You are holding yourself together with motion. It will give out." Daniel's shoulders dropped a little. "You sound like Laura." Marissa did not flinch from the name. Then Laura was practical. She was. And bossy when scared. "That is a compliment in this room." Daniel laughed once, very quietly. The sound was not happiness, but it put warmth into the kitchen for a moment. Timmy watched him from the chair and felt that same complicated ache. His mother belonged in every memory he had of comfort, yet the room was less frightening because Marissa was in it. He decided grief could be loyal and still be grateful. Maybe that was allowed. Near 3, Cindy fell into a restless sleep. Timmy did not. Every time his eyelids lowered, he saw the community hall lights bursting or Josh's shape behind Steve and Mark. At 4, the rain thinned. At 4:30, the first pale hint of morning touched the clouds without making them brighter. Carver came inside just before 5, dripping on the mat. Sheriff wants you to know the crew is moving in 30 minutes. He also wants everyone away from back windows once daylight breaks. News vans heard about the meeting. We may have strangers in the neighborhood by mid-morning. Daniel rubbed his face. Because that is what we needed. Bad truth draws cameras, Carver said. Good truth rarely gets the same attention. By 6, Casper County was awake in the wrong way. Engines moved along the road behind the houses. County trucks rumbled toward Pecan Hill with orange hazard lights turning in the gray dawn. A flatbed carried temporary fencing. Another truck hauled a generator. Men and women in waterproof gear unloaded crates, tripods, lights, rope bags, and metal frames. The mine crew from Fairhaven arrived in 2 vans marked with a rescue company's name. Their supervisor, Norris, was short, broad, and moved with the precise calm of someone who trusted checklists because panic had no imagination. Timmy watched from the side window until Daniel told him to step back. He had expected the crew to look heroic, like movie rescuers. Instead, they looked careful. Careful with boots, careful with gloves. Careful with the way they turned their heads toward the tree line and measured danger without drama. They are really going down there, Cindy said, awake again and standing beside him. Not yet, Daniel said. They're setting up. That still counts. Across the yards, yellow tape went up near the path that led toward the mine. Deputies posted signs. A small knot of neighbors formed at a distance, whispering in raincoats. News vans had not arrived yet, but phones were out. Timmy saw one man filming from his porch until Marissa stepped outside and told him to put it away in a voice so cold that he obeyed without finishing his sentence. Your mom is scary, Timmy told Cindy. Cindy nodded with pride. Only when people deserve it. At 7, Daniel made eggs nobody wanted. At 8, Sheriff Pike came to the house with Norris. Pike looked as though he had slept in his uniform, if he had slept at all. Nora carried a hard hat under one arm and a tablet in the other. I wanted you to meet the person in charge of the descent, Pike said. This is Nora Sai. She does not believe in ghosts, which is useful because she believes very strongly in ropes. Nora's eyes moved over the children and adults, taking in details without staring. I believe in unstable ground, bad air, water, and gravity. Those can kill anybody, ghost or no ghost. Timmy liked her immediately. Daniel led them to the kitchen. Nora set the tablet on the table and brought up a rough map from old county records. The mine was marked as a dark line under Pecan Hill, with side tunnels branching like veins. Many were crossed out, were labeled collapse. We are not exploring the whole system, Nora said. We are assessing the entry drop and the chamber directly below. Based on the old reports, a fall victim would likely end up near the first landing or in the debris cone at the bottom. The danger is that 20 years of water can move material and old timber supports may fail under vibration. We descend only after anchor points. Test clean and air readings are stable. Cindy leaned forward. What if he is deeper? Nora looked at her directly. Then we make a new plan. We do not guess underground. Guessing gets people carried out. The bluntness made Cindy swallow, but she nodded. Timmy pointed to the first chamber. It is cold down there. Not normal cold. Nora glanced at Pike, then back to Timmy. Cold air can sink into mine openings, especially with water and poor sun exposure. That is the normal answer. I understand you may have another answer. I will prepare for the normal dangers and respect that the rest of you are seeing more than normal. That is fair, Daniel said. Pike's radio crackled. He stepped into the hall to answer. His voice changed after the first exchange. Say again, he said. Everyone in the kitchen went still. The radio voice responded muffled but urgent. Pike swore under his breath and looked at Nora. What happened? Daniel asked. Hospital, Pike said. Dave is unstable again. They are taking him into surgery. Timmy felt a chill that did not come from the room. Is he going to die? Pike hesitated. Nora closed the tablet gently, as if the sound might crack something. I do not know, Pike said. I need to go. Nora, continue staging, but nobody crosses the mine threshold until I clear it. Carver, you stay with the family. Carver had been in the hallway, and he nodded. Marissa stood. Sheriff, if Dade wakes and asks for Timmy again, you call us. Daniel looked ready to object. Marissa held up a hand without looking at him. I am not saying we go. I am saying we deserve to know. Pike nodded once. I will call. He left in a rush of wet boots and radio noise. Nora followed soon after, returning to the staging area. The house settled into a new kind of waiting, this time split between the mine and the hospital. Nora also insisted on speaking to Timmy and Cindy without treating them like props in an adult emergency. She asked Daniel's permission first, then sat across from the children at the dining table with the map between them. The gesture mattered to Timmy. Adults had been asking him what he saw and what he knew, but Nora asked what he feared might happen, which felt different. I am not asking for ghost advice, she said before Daniel could object. I am asking about patterns. Dangerous places have patterns. People do too. If this presence reacts to certain actions, I want to know before my crew is hanging over a 50-foot drop. Timmy glanced at Cindy. It reacts when people get close to the truth. It also reacts when Steve and Mark try to stop the truth. Does it attack helpers? Not on purpose, Cindy said. The hall was full of people and glass still came down. It wanted everyone to see. It did not care enough about who might get cut. Nora wrote that down. That is useful and unpleasant. It pulled a rope in my dream, Timmy said, remembering darkness and hands sliding against stone. Or maybe I dreamed it because ropes were coming. I do not know. Dreams do not go into my safety plan, Nora said, but rope movement does. We will double secure every line and keep hands away from coils under tension. If something pulls, nobody wraps rope around an arm. Nobody tries to be stronger than the whole. Daniel looked sick at the phrase. Nora saw it and did not apologize, which Timmy respected again. What about the body? Cindy asked. If you find him, will it hurt him? Nora's pen paused. If what is left of Josh is down there, we treat him with dignity. We do not hurry because we are frightened. We do not toss anything into a bag and call it done. We document, lift, and secure. The living need truth and the dead deserve care. That is my rule whether a place is haunted or not. Timmy felt something unclench in his chest. He has not had care in a long time. Then we will begin there, Nora said. For the first time since the meeting, Timmy pictured Josh not as the shape behind Steve and Mark, not as the wet boy on the porch, but as a child who had once needed an adult to climb down with a light and a blanket. The picture hurt so much, he looked away from the map. Nora gave him time. She did not fill the silence with comfort that would have sounded fake. When she stood to leave, she tapped the map once beside the entry shaft. Fear makes people rush, she said. We are not going to rush for the ghost, for the sheriff, or for the town. If we go down, we come back up. That includes anyone we find. Cindy watched her walk to the door. I like her. Me too, Timmy said. She makes danger sound like homework. Hard homework. The kind with ropes. Cindy smiled despite everything. It lasted only a second, but the second counted. Timmy could not hold still. He went to the dining room, then the hall, then the living room, then back to the window despite being told not to. Cindy followed him, less because she wanted to pace and more because leaving him alone felt wrong. You are going to wear a path in the floor, she said. Good, because maybe it will lead somewhere. That was almost funny. I am improving under stress. She smiled, but it faded quickly. I keep thinking about Dave. He did a terrible thing, but he is the only one who seems sorry. Does that matter? Timmy thought of Dave's face at the dealership, gray with fear and shame. It matters. It just does not erase anything. My mom says sorry is a door, not a house. You still have to build the rest. Your mom says a lot of things like that. She reads too much. I like it. Cindy looked at him for a moment, then looked away first. Me too. Outside, the recovery crew tested equipment. A metal tripod rose near the mine entrance, its legs braced in mud. Floodlights stood dark, waiting for power. Heavy ropes lay coiled on tarps. A generator coughed once, then started. Even from the house, Timmy could hear its low growl. The sound made the whole operation real. The mine would not be a story for much longer. It would open. At the dealership, Steve and Mark watched the staging through a live feed from a security camera they had mounted years earlier on a pole near the back of the lot. The camera had been installed to catch teenagers cutting through the property after football games. Now it showed the distant edge of Pecan Hill, blurred by rain and zoomed as far as the lens allowed. Steve sat in the manager's office, jacket on, eyes bloodshot. Mark stood behind him, chewing at the skin near his thumbnail until it bled. "They are setting anchors," Steve said. "I can see that. Replacement crew, county trucks, and deputies. They moved faster than Pike said they could." Mark wiped his thumb on his pants. "Because the dead kid blew up a town meeting. That speeds up paperwork." Steve ignored the jab. On the screen, Norsay crossed the frame with a clipboard. A deputy lifted tape to let another worker pass. The mine entrance itself was barely visible beyond brush and temporary fencing, a dark mouth behind rain. "They cannot descend without full gear," Steve said. Mark stared at him. "You're still thinking that way." "It is the only way left." "No. The way left is driving until the ocean stops us, then getting on a boat. They will find us. Our accounts are traceable. Our faces were on every phone in that hall. Running turns suspicion into certainty. And stealing equipment from a police-secured recovery scene does what?" Steve turned from the monitor. "It buys us a day, maybe 2. Dave may die before talking. Evidence may wash deeper in the mine. The crew may pull out if the site becomes unsafe. We need disruption. We need a priest. We need you to stop shaking." Mark's face twisted. "I saw him, Steve, at the hall. Behind us. I smelled him. He smelled like wet coal and old blood. Do not say that word. Blood? That is what this is. You are the picture. Same blood. It killed our fathers. It may go after anyone with our names." Steve stood so fast the chair rolled back into the wall. "Our fathers died because accidents happen. My father hit black ice on a bridge. Yours fell from a deer stand. Dave's drowned when his boat overturned. In May," Mark said, "on a warm day with frost on the dock." Steve's hand rose as if he might strike him. He stopped inches from Mark's chest. They stared at each other, breathing hard. The computer monitor flickered. The live feed switched from Pecan Hill to an old internal camera in the dealership storage room. Neither man had touched the keyboard. The storage room appeared in gray-green night vision, even though it was morning. Shelves lined the walls. Boxes sat stacked in rows. In the center of the floor stood a child with bright hair. Mark backed into the filing cabinet. "No." The child lifted one hand and pointed toward the camera. The screen went black. Steve closed the laptop with a slap. His hand shook afterward, and he hated Mark for seeing it. "Tonight," Steve said. "We move tonight. The crews will leave some gear staged. Deputies will rotate. Rain gives us cover. We know the service road behind the hill. We take what matters and put it somewhere Pike will not find it before morning." Mark shook his head. "He will be there. Then we do it fast. You cannot outrun a thing that comes through walls." Steve grabbed his coat. "Then pray it wants the mine open badly enough to let us close it a little longer." Mark stared at the black laptop screen. His reflection stared back, pale and warped. "That is not a plan," he whispered. Steve opened the office door. "It is the only one we have." At the hospital, Dave Bell lay under white lights and dreamed of falling. He could not open his eyes all the way. Sedation dragged at him. Machines clicked and breathed around his bed. Somewhere beyond the room, a deputy spoke to a nurse. Dave tried to move his hand and felt tubes pull. Pain looped everywhere, but it came from far away, as if his body were a house down the street and he was hearing someone break furniture inside it. In the dream, he was 12 again and standing on Pecan Hill with rain soaking his hair. Steve was laughing. Mark had a rock in his hand. Josh was running toward the trees, tall and awkward and too proud to cry where they could see. Dave remembered the exact shape of Josh's shoulders. He had spent 20 years trying not to. He wanted to shout for him to stop. He wanted to shout for himself to stop. In the dream, his mouth opened and cold water poured out. A cold hand took his. Dave forced his eyes open. A boy stood beside the hospital bed. Josh looked both like a child and like what the mine had made of one. Pale skin, wet hair, eyes too deep, a leg that did not stand right but still held him. Dave tried to scream, but the tube in his throat turned it into a choke. The heart monitor quickened. Josh leaned closer. Dave heard no spoken words. He heard the mine instead, dripping water, distant sobs, rocks sliding in the dark. Then, beneath it, a thought pressed into him with terrible clarity. Tell them. Dave's eyes filled with tears. He tried to nod. Pain tore through him, white and huge. Nurses rushed in. The boy was gone before the white seemed to notice him. Dave's hand twitched on the sheet. A nurse leaned close, thinking he was reaching for the tube. Instead, with one shaking finger, he traced letters against the blanket. Back room. The nurse did not understand. Dave tried again. This time, the shape of the word was proof. Then the pain rose and carried him under. The day never became bright. Clouds sat low over Casper County, pressing the treetops into a dark green line and turning the fields silver with rain. By afternoon, the recovery site looked less like a quiet corner of Pecan Hill and more like a small war against the earth. Temporary fencing marked a wide perimeter. Deputies kept neighbors and reporters beyond the tape. The generator fed floodlights even though daylight remained, and their pale beams washed over the mine entrance, the mud, the ropes, and the hard faces of the crew. Nora Sy ran the scene with clipped commands. She checked anchor bolts herself, tugging lines, reading meters, and making notes on a plastic-covered pad. Her crew moved carefully around the entrance, never putting weight near the rotten lip unless tied off. A camera probe went first, lowered over the edge into the black throat of the mine. Its cable unspooled with a soft mechanical whine. Timmy was not allowed near the site. That rule had been repeated by Daniel, Marissa, Sheriff Pike, Deputy Carver, Nora Sy, and finally Cindy, who said she was tired of adults stealing all the obvious warnings. He obeyed, but obedience did not keep him from feeling every inch of distance like a rope pulled tight around his ribs. He watched from the dining room window until the curtain was closed. He listened when the generator changed pitch. He counted vehicles by engine sound. He learned the difference between the deputy's radio and the recovery crews. None of it helped. At 3, Pike returned from the hospital and came straight to Daniel's house. His face told them Dave had survived the latest procedure, but barely. It also told them Hope had become a thin thing. He is sedated and intubated, Pike said after Daniel let him in. Doctors say he may not fully wake soon. A nurse reported he tried to write something on the blanket. She thinks one word was proof. Another might have been backroom. Timmy stood up so fast his chair nearly tipped. Backroom at the dealership. Pike looked at him sharply. Why do you say that? Because Dave worked there. Because Josh keeps pointing at them. Because Steve and Mark hide things where they think they own the walls. Cindy nodded. The old article moved. The name smeared. The dealership froze. Josh showed up in their place first. Daniel held up a hand. Children guessing is not evidence. No, Pike said slowly. But sometimes it tells us where to ask for evidence. Marissa stepped closer. Can you search it? Not on a blanket word from a sedated patient, not without more. I can ask for consent. Their attorney will refuse. I can station a deputy nearby. I can prepare a warrant application if we get probable cause. Right now, the prosecutor will tell me it is thin. Timmy felt anger climb hot through his fear. Everybody keeps waiting until the truth is polite enough to use. Pike did not snap back. That made Timmy feel worse. You are right to be angry, the sheriff said. But if I move wrong, anything I find can be challenged. Then Steve and Mark walk away from a mistake I made. I am not giving them that gift. The answer was reasonable. Timmy hated it. Pike turned to Daniel. The crew may attempt a first ascent near dusk if readings stay stable. I will be on site. Carver stays here until then another deputy takes over. Is dusk wise? Daniel asked. No time is wise at that mine. Nora says the rain may get worse tomorrow. If they can safely reach the first chamber today, we try. Cindy hugged her arms. What happens if they find him? Pike took off his hat and held it in both hands. They document everything. They secure his remains. They bring him up with care. After that, the medical examiner takes over. His family is notified first. Then the town hears what can be released. His parents are gone, Marissa said softly. An aunt in Spokane is still alive, Pike said. Bethany found her this morning. She cried when we called. She said she always knew he did not leave. The room went quiet. Timmy looked toward the curtained window. Somewhere beyond the wet glass, a boy had waited 20 years for someone to call the right person and say he was coming home. Then bring him up, Timmy said. Pike nodded once. That is the plan. Plans did not last in Casper County. The first disruption came before the alarm, and because it was quiet, it almost worked. Late in the afternoon, while rain turned the service road to brown soup and most eyes stayed on the mine entrance, Steve and Mark reached the backside of Pecan Hill through an old logging cut that had not been marked on county maps in years. Steve drove with the headlights off, crawling between alder trunks and blackberry bramble until the dealership utility truck could go no farther. Mark sat beside him with a crowbar across his knees and a face that looked carved from wet chalk. "This is insane," Mark whispered for the 5th time. Steve killed the engine. And whisper something useful. They sat with rain ticking on the roof. Through the brush, they could see the glow of work lights and the movement of crew members beyond the temporary fencing. The sheriff was there. Deputies were there. Too many people were there. Steve accounted on confusion, but the sight looked organized enough to make him hate the woman running it. "We cannot get through that fence," Mark said. "We do not need the entrance. We need the supply trailer." He pointed. A white equipment trailer stood 20 yards behind the main cluster, close to a county truck and partly hidden by tarps. Crew members had been moving cases in and out of it all day. Steve had watched the security feed until he knew which cases Nora treated like organs. Air monitors, primary harness sets, battery lamps, rope protectors, radios and yellow waterproof housings. Take enough of those, and the descent stopped, no matter how brave anyone felt. Mark followed his gaze and swallowed. There is a deputy. He keeps walking the same loop. People trust patterns too much. You sound like you do this for a living. I sell cars to people who think they cannot be sold. Same skill. That almost sounded like the old Steve, and for a breath, Mark hated him more than the ghost. Then the wind shifted. Cold crossed the truck cab. The windshield fogged from the inside. A child's handprint formed in the mist between them. Mark grabbed the door handle. Steve caught his sleeve. "Do not run," Steve hissed. The handprint stayed. A second print appeared beside it, smaller than it should have been, each finger too dark at the tip. Then the mist slid downward in crooked lines and the glass cleared. The deputy near the trailer turned suddenly toward the mine entrance. Someone shouted on the far side of the lights. A rope coil had jerked from a tarp. Crew members rushed that way, and the deputy followed, leaving the trailer alone. Steve stared through the clearing windshield. "It wants the mine opened. It is helping us." "No," Steve said. "It is making a mistake. Move." They left the truck low and fast. Mud supped at their shoes. Branches clawed their coats. At the trailer, Steve cut the first lock with bolt cutters from the truck bed while Mark kept watch and shook so hard the crowbar tapped against his leg. The lock snapped with a sound that seemed impossibly loud. No one turned. Rain and generator noise swallowed it. Inside, the trailer smelled of wet nylon, metal, and fuel. Steve grabbed labeled cases and shoved them at Mark. Mark loaded them into a rolling cart left beside the ramp, moving by terror more than agreement. Every scrape of plastic against metal made him flinch. Every shadow between trees became a boy watching. "Enough," Mark whispered after the 4th case. "More." "Enough, Steve." Steve seized a coil of rope and threw it on top. Now. They dragged the cart through mud toward the logging cut. Behind them, the sight remained focused on the mine, where the rope had gone slack and the black water had drawn its crying face on the tarp. Steve did not understand why Josh had let them take anything. He did not care. He only needed the delay. At the truck, Mark looked back once. A pale boy stood beside the open trailer. He was not chasing them. He watched them with an expression worse than rage. It was patience. Mark whispered, "He saw us." Steve started the engine. "Then he can watch us win one more hour." The utility truck backed deeper through the brush, carrying the stolen gear toward Casper County Motors and leaving 2 sets of muddy boot prints that rain began to soften but could not fully erase. Dusk came early under the storm clouds. The mine site lights glowed to the trees like a strange town built for ghosts. Daniel had given up pretending the children would eat dinner and made sandwiches instead. Cindy ate half of hers. Timmy held his until the bread bent around his fingers. At the recovery site, Nora prepared the first descent. 2 technicians in harnesses stood near the tripod. Air monitors chirped in their cases. A remote camera feed showed a slanted shaft, wet walls, broken timbers, and darkness gathered below. Sheriff Pike watched from outside the hazard zone with Carver at his side. "We lowered to the ledge, not the floor," Nora told her team. "Visual assessment only, unless I clear further movement. If anything shifts, we come up. No arguments underground." One of the technicians, a lean man named Raphael, checked his headlamp. "Copy that." The second, Elise, tested her radio. "Comms clear." The generator sputtered once. Nora looked toward it. A crew member checked the fuel and gave a thumbs up. Rain ticked against helmets and tarps. Pike's phone vibrated. He stepped away from the noise and answered. Bethany's voice came through tight and fast. Sheriff, motion alarm at the dealership. Back entrance. Patrol unit is 4 minutes out. Pike turned toward Carver. Dealership alarm. Carver's eyes sharpened. Steve and Mark? Or someone they paid. Nora heard enough to frown. Problem? Maybe, Pike said. Keep your people above ground until I know. Nora's frown deepened. We are set now. Weather window is not generous. Neither are crime scenes. Hold. Pike and Carver hurried to the cruiser. Before they reached it, the generator died. The floodlights went out. For 3 seconds, the site fell into wet gray dusk and engine silence. Then backup battery lamps clicked on, throwing narrow cones of light across mud and startled faces. Nobody moves, Nora snapped. Headlamps on. Check winds. Pike stopped with one hand on the cruiser door. The air had turned cold. Not even cool. Mine cold. He could see his breath. From the dark mouth behind the fencing came a sound like a rope sliding over stone. Raphael stepped back from the tripod. Mine is moving. Who has tension? Nora demanded. Nobody has the load. It is not loaded. The coil of main line near the tarp began to unroll by itself. Slowly at first, then faster, snaking toward the entrance as if pulled from below. Elise lunged and planted a boot on it. The rope jerked hard enough to drag her a foot through the mud before Raphael grabbed her harness and hauled her back. Pike drew his sidearm by instinct, then looked furious at himself because there was nothing to aim at. The rope went slack. On the tarp, black water spread in a shade too deliberate for a spill. It formed a rough circle, then a line beneath it. A child's drawing of a face. 2 dark eyes. A mouth opened in a cry. Nora stared at it, breathing hard. That is new. Carver's radio crackled. A deputy shouted over static. Unit at dealership. Back door forced. I have movement inside. Request backup. Pike had to choose. The mine waited. The dealership moved. Nora, he said, secure the site and nobody descends until I return. If anything else moves, pull everyone beyond the tape. Carver, with me. They left with lights flashing, tires spitting mud. Behind them, the recovery crews stood under battery lamps while the mine breathed cold air into the rain. At Daniel's house, the power blinked. The living room went dark, returned, then dimmed again. Timmy rose before anyone told him not to. Outside, the floodlights near the mine had gone out. The distant generator sound had stopped. Something happened, he said. Daniel moved to the window and pulled the curtain aside only a finger's width. Stay back. Marissa's phone rang. She answered, listened, and put it on speaker. It was Pike, speaking over sirens. Dealership alarm. Possible break-in. Mine descent on hold. Stay inside. What about the crew? Daniel asked. Secure for now. I will update you. The call cut. Cindy looked at Timmy. Back room. He nodded. Daniel saw the look. Absolutely not. I did not say anything, Timmy said. Your face did. Marissa stepped between them. Nobody's leaving. Timmy, sit down. Cindy, away from the window. Daniel, breathe. Do not manage me, Daniel said, sharper than he meant. Marissa's eyes flashed. Then stop needing it. The argument died because they were too frightened to feed it. Daniel turned away, ashamed. Marissa closed her eyes for a second, then opened them when a knock sounded from the back door. Not the front, where Carver would be. The back. 3 soft knocks. Everyone froze. Carver's cruiser still sat at the curb in front. The backyard was fenced and dark. Daniel reached for the heavy flashlight on the side table. Marissa pulled the children behind her. The knock came again, 3 times. Daniel did not open the door. He moved to the kitchen window beside it and looked through the edge of the curtain. His face went white. Timmy pushed past Marissa before she could stop him. Beyond the glass, standing under the dripping porch light, was Josh. He looked less solid than before, but closer. Water ran from his hair, though no rain touched him beneath the porch roof. Cold dust darkened his fingers. His eyes fixed on Timmy, not Daniel. He lifted one hand and pointed toward the road, then toward the mine. Then he opened his mouth. No sound came from him. The sound came from the house instead, from the walls, the floor, the glass, all of it whispering with one breath. The whisper formed the word proof. The porch light burst and Josh vanished. Cindy was crying without making noise. Timmy felt his own face wet and did not remember starting. Daniel unlocked the back door and threw it open before Marissa could stop him. Cold air rushed in. On the porch boards lay a strip of torn cloth soaked black with old mine water. Wrapped inside it was a small metal nameplate from a dealership key box. The label was rusted, but the letters remained clear. Storage Room B. Daniel picked it up with shaking fingers. Marissa whispered, "The dealership back room." Timmy looked at his father. "Now is that enough?" Daniel closed his hand around the plate. He did not answer. He called Sheriff Pike. At Casper County Motors, Pike arrived to find the rear service door hanging crooked and the deputy outside with his weapon drawn. The building alarm screamed until Carver found the panel and killed it with a code Bethany had pulled from old business records. The showroom lights were off. Emergency lights painted the offices red. Movement went toward the storage hall, the deputy said. "Could be 2 suspects. I heard metal dragging." Pike took the lead with Carver behind him. They moved through the service bay, past lifts and tool chests, toward the back corridor. The air inside was colder than outside. Their flashlight beams shook across invoices scattered on the floor. Wet footprints led ahead. Some were boot prints. Some were small and bare. They reached Storage Room B. The door stood open. Inside, shelves had been shoved aside. A rolling cart sat near the center of the room. On it lay coiled ropes, harnesses, helmet lamps, air monitors, and 2 sealed cases marked with the rescue company's label. Carver swore. The mine gear. Pike's phone buzzed before he could answer. Daniel's name lit the screen. Pike listened while Daniel told him about Josh, the cloth, and the key plate. "I am standing in Storage Room B," Pike said. "We found the gear." Daniel's breath caught up with a whine. "Then you have them." "Not yet." A crash sounded from the showroom. Pike turned. Carver. They ran. A black performance car smashed through the glass front of the dealership, spraying safety glass across the wet pavement. Steve drove. Mark clung to the passenger door, face twisted in panic. The engine roared as the car fish-tailed into the lot, struck a display sign, and shot toward the road. Pike burst outside, raising his radio. "All units, suspects fleeing Casper County Motors in a black 2-door coupe, heading east on Mill Road. Larkin and Voss inside. Initiating pursuit." Carver sprinted for the cruiser. In the storage room behind them, the stolen recovery gear lay under fluorescent light, found but not yet returned. At the mine, Nora's crew waited beside a dark entrance that seemed to breathe harder with every passing minute. At Daniel's house, Timmy heard the sirens begin. They rose from town one after another, thin at first, then growing sharp and wild as they cut through the rain. Cindy stood beside him at the back door, both of them staring toward the road Josh had pointed to. Daniel held the rusted key plate in one hand and the phone in the other. Marissa locked the door again with fingers that had finally begun to shake. "They found the equipment," Daniel said. Steve and Mark ran. Timmy listened to the sirens spread across Casper County. The sound did not feel like rescue. It felt like the whole town had become the mine. Every road another tunnel, every light another failing lamp. From far behind the house, under the trees of Pecan Hill, something cried out once. It was not a child's sob this time. It was a sound of hunger, rage, and recognition, rising from the old coal dark as the guilty men fled into rain. The chase had begun. The first patrol car screamed past Daniel Calder's street, so fast its tires hissed across the soaked pavement like a blade pulled over wet stone. Red and blue light flashed against the front windows, rolled across the ceiling, and vanished toward Mill Road. A second cruiser followed, then a third. Each one took a piece of the house's silence with it. Timmy stood at the back door with Cindy beside him, both of them staring through the glass, even after Marissa told them to move away from it. The porch beyond the door had gone dark, where the light had burst. The strip of torn mine cloth lay sealed in an evidence bag on the kitchen table beside the rusted key plate from Storage Room B. Daniel had put the bag there after Sheriff Pike told him to leave it untouched for a deputy, but nobody could stop looking at it. It was too small for the amount of fear it had caused. A stained cloth, a metal tag, a dead boy's last clear direction. Daniel held his phone in both hands, waiting for it to ring again. He had that fixed look Timmy had seen in him after Mom's funeral, the look of a man standing in a room while part of him lived somewhere else. Marissa had locked the back door, then checked the front door, then checked both again. She did not apologize for it. "They should not be driving in this rain," Cindy said. Marissa touched her daughter's hair. "Nobody should be doing any of this. It has not stopped anyone yet." Timmy listened past the house. The sirens changed direction, fading, swelling, crossing one another. He could picture the county roads because Daniel had driven them the week they moved in. No road out of town. The old sawmill curve, the low bridge near Ritter Creek, the fork that led toward the lake, and the service roads. In daylight, those roads looked lonely and green. Tonight they felt like tunnels laid flat on the earth, slick with rain and guilt. The phone finally rang. Daniel answered before the first full tone ended. "Pike?" he asked. The sheriff's voice came through thin and broken by engine noise. Daniel put the call on speaker because everyone had leaned so close that pretending otherwise would have been useless. "We have eyes on them," Sheriff Pike said. "They are eastbound on Mill. Steve is driving. Mark is in the passenger seat." They broke through the dealership front glass and almost hit Carver pulling out. Marissa shut her eyes. "Were any civilians hit?" "Not yet," Pike said. "We are trying to keep distance so they do not push harder. State units are setting a block near the lake road. Daniel, keep your doors locked. Do not let the kids outside." "We are inside," Daniel said. Pike's voice dropped. "Good. The mine site is secure, but Nora cannot descend until the stolen gear is transported back and checked. That means this chase is not just a chase. It is the last stall." The line crackled. A horn blared somewhere on Pike's end, long and furious. "Sheriff?" Daniel said. A civilian truck just swerved. They missed it. "I have to go." The call ended. Cindy wrapped her arms around herself. He said not yet. He said no civilians were hit yet. "He is trying to be honest," Marissa said. "Honest sounds terrible tonight," Cindy answered. Daniel looked at Timmy. "Sit down, both of you," Timmy almost argued. His body wanted to move, to run to the window, to do anything except sit in a kitchen while other people chased the truth through the rain. But his father's face stopped him. Daniel looked too close to breaking to survive another fight with his son. Timmy sat. Cindy sat beside him. Their knees touched under the table, and neither moved away. On the far edge of town, Steve Larkin drove with both hands locked on the steering wheel and the engine screaming under him. The car he had taken from his own showroom had never been meant for Mill Road in heavy rain. It was low, powerful, and expensive enough to make men feel immortal in advertisements. On wet county blacktop, it felt like a frightened animal with too much strength and no sense. "Slow down," Mark Voss said. Steve did not look at him. "That is what they want. They want us alive enough to arrest. That is different from what happens if we hit a tree." "Then stop talking about trees." Mark pressed one hand to the dashboard as the car slid through the first wide curve. The rear end drifted toward the shoulder, caught, and snapped back. His seatbelt cut across his chest. His stomach seemed to float separate from the rest of him. Behind them, Sheriff Pike's cruiser lights flashed through rain. Farther back came Carver, 2 deputies, and a state car. Their sirens did not sound like the law to Mark. They sounded like the mine did in his dreams, a rising metal cry that meant the dark had opened and something cold had noticed him. "Steve," he said, forcing his voice lower, "we can stop. We can say we panicked. We can say, Dave set us up. We can still talk." Steve laughed once, a hard sound without humor. "You want to talk now? After 20 years of pretending your memory had holes. I wanted to talk before you cut Dave's brake line." Steve's face tightened. "Do not say that." "Why?" "The ghost might hear." "It already knows." "The sheriff might hear?" "He is right behind us." Dave was going to ruin us. "Josh was a kid," Mark said, and the words came out raw because he had spent 2 decades keeping them behind his teeth. "Josh was a kid, Steve. We were kids too, but we walked away. We let him scream." The car surged over the low bridge. Water sheeted across the road. Steve corrected too late, and the car slid toward the guardrail. Mark shouted. Steve jerked the wheel. The car clipped the gravel shoulder, throwing a rooster tail of mud behind them, then lurched back onto the road. "You think I do not know?" Steve said. His voice had changed. No longer sounded smooth or angry. It sounded young. "You think I do not hear him? You think I have had one quiet winter in 20 years? Every freezer door, every ice machine, every cold morning in that dealership. He has been there. He has been waiting. Then why keep fighting him? Because if I stop, there is nothing left of me but what we did." Mark stared at him through the flash of passing trees. For years, he had let Steve decide the shape of their lie. Steve had been the brave one after the mine. Steve had been the one who said Josh ran away. Steve had been the one who told Dave to stop crying, told Mark to wash the dirt from his shoes, told them both that any adult would blame them forever if they confessed. Steve had built a life out of that first command. He had made money, shaken hands, smiled in newspaper ads, and kept Mark close enough to control. Mark had hated him, needed him, and believed him, all at once. Now Steve looked like a boy who had run too far and found the same hole waiting at every road's end. Nothing left would be honest, Mark said. Steve's eyes flicked toward him. Honesty is for people who can afford it. The radio built into the dash flickered on by itself. Static hissed. Steve slapped the power button. The display stayed lit. Through the speakers came the soft grind of stone shifting underground. Mark slowly turned his head toward the center console. A child's voice whispered through the static, distant and wet. "You heard me." Steve slammed his fist into the radio. The sound cut out, then came back clearer. "You heard me." Mark started to shake. "Do you hear that?" "No," Steve said, but his mouth barely moved. The voice returned, not louder, only closer. "You heard me." Steve shoved the accelerator down. The car leaped forward. Behind them, Pike saw the brake lights vanish and the black car widen the gap. He gripped the wheel but did not chase the speed. Mill Road was too wet, and the shoulders dropped into drainage ditches. A dead suspect could still leave the town without answers. A dead family in a crossed lane would be worse than failure. "Dispatch," Pike said into his radio, keeping his voice level. "Suspect vehicle increasing speed east of Ritter Bridge. Notify units at Lake Road to hold block but stay clear until I call it. Do not put civilians in the line." Bethany answered from the office. She sounded breathless because everyone in the building was listening. "Copy that. Units holding. Hospital called while you were out of range. Dave Bell is being prepped for possible emergency surgery if pressure rises again." Pike's jaw hardened. Dave dying before he confessed would not erase the case, but it would narrow it. It would leave two terrified men and a ghost that no report could contain. "Keep me updated," Pike said. Carver's voice came through from the cruiser behind him. "Sheriff, look at their rear window." Pike focused past the rain. At first he saw only reflected police lights. Then he noticed the frost. It crawled across the inside of the black car's rear glass in thin white veins, spreading from the corners inward. Rain should have kept the outside slick and clear. This was inside. It formed a small handprint first, then another beside it. Pike tasted metal in his mouth. "Everyone back off another car length." "You think that is him?" Carver asked. "I do not think anything else in Casper County is angry enough tonight." At the house, the kitchen lights dimmed. Timmy felt it before anyone spoke. The air around the table changed, not from warm to cold all at once, but from home to somewhere underground. The sound of rain against the roof became hollow. The refrigerator motor slowed until its hum deepened like a machine losing power. Cindy looked toward the hallway. "He is here." Daniel stepped between the children and the rest of the house. "Josh?" "Josh, No answer came. The evidence bag on the table clouded from within. Frost spread across the plastic, blurring the cloth and the key plate. Then words appeared in the frost, written by no visible finger. "They left me." Marissa covered her mouth. Daniel's face pulled tight. Timmy leaned toward the table before Daniel could stop him. "We know." The frost thickened. The first words faded. New ones formed. "Make them say it." Cindy's voice trembled. "He does not just want them dead. He wants the truth." The table groaned. A thin crack ran through the frost on the evidence bag, not in the plastic, but in the white crust over it. It looked like a split in lake ice. Timmy placed both hands flat on the table, careful not to touch the bag, then helped the sheriff bring them back alive. "They cannot say anything if you take them where you died." The cold sharpened so quickly his teeth ached. Daniel grabbed his shoulders. "Timmy, enough." But Timmy could not stop. He was not speaking to a force now. He was speaking to a boy who had been 12, hungry, cold, and furious, a boy who would listen to footsteps, leave him in the dark. "I know you hate them," Timmy said. "I would hate them too. I hate them now. But if you kill them before they say it, people will still argue. They will still call it a story. They will still say the mine was just dangerous and you were unlucky. Make them say what they did, Josh. Make them say your name." The kitchen window frosted over. For 1 second, a child's shape stood on the other side of the glass, faint and bent, hair pale orange in the porch darkness. Then the shape dissolved. The cold retreated only a little. Marissa exhaled. "Timmy, that was either brave or very foolish." "It can be both," Daniel said, pulling his son against him. Timmy did not resist. He stared at the fading words on the evidence bag until they disappeared. Make them say it. On Mill Road, the black car hit 100 miles per hour for 3 seconds before fear forced Steve's foot to twitch. The tires skimmed over water. The steering wheel trembled in his hands. Mark had stopped begging. He sat with his head turned toward the passenger window, breathing fast, watching white frost crawl across the glass beside his face. It did not cover the whole pane. It drew pictures. A field on a hill. 3 stick figures. A 4th figure running. A dark opening at the trees. "Stop drawing," Mark whispered. Steve glanced over and saw the crude shapes. His mouth opened. The car drifted. Mark shouted. Steve corrected as an oncoming delivery van laid on its horn and swerved toward the shoulder. The van's right wheels threw up muddy water. For half a second, the 2 vehicles passed close enough for Mark to see the driver's horrified face. "You almost killed him," Mark said. "He moved. That is not the same as us missing." Steve's hands slipped on the wheel. Sweat had soaked his palms despite the cold. "There's a roadblock ahead." "Then stop before it. They will drag us out." "Maybe they should." Steve looked at him again, longer this time. "You are done." "Yes, I am," Mark said, and the answer scared him because it sounded like truth. "I am done." Steve slammed his elbow into Mark's chest and reached across him for the glove box. Mark grabbed his arm. The car swerved. The glove box fell open, spilling registration papers, a flashlight, a utility knife, and a small handgun Steve had hidden there years before after a robbery scare at the dealership. Mark stared at the gun. "You fool. Pick it up." "No. Pick it up or I will." Mark kicked it under the seat with his heel. Steve cursed and swiped for it. The car drifted again, this time toward a guardrail along a shallow ravine. Pike's siren rose behind them, then cut off suddenly. The absence of the siren startled Steve more than the sound had. Ahead, beyond a stand of firs, he saw the faint glow of the Lake Road intersection. 2 cruisers waited there, angled but not fully blocking the lane. Officers stood back as Pike had ordered, rain shining on their coats. Steve's mind searched for escape and found an old salesman's map of the county taped behind his eyes. Before the intersection, a gravel turnoff led to the lake access road. It was narrow, poorly maintained, and closed to visitors after dark. It also bypassed the cruisers and loops near the old boat launch before joining the county highway again. "Hold on," he said. Mark saw the turnoff. "Steve, that road goes to the lake." "It goes around them. It goes downhill." "Then hold on harder." The black car cut right before the intersection. Its rear end swung wide. Gravel exploded against the underside. The car plunged down the lake access road between dripping branches that slacked the windows and broke against the windshield. Pike saw the move and swore under his breath. They took the lake road? All units, do not crowd them. That road ends at the launch if they miss the upper fork. Carver came back fast. In this rain, they will not see the fork. Pike knew that. He also knew something else. Lake Mercer sat in a bowl of old glacial stone deep near the north launch, black even in daylight. Locals fished there in summer and avoided it in winter. There were stories about cold spots on the surface that never warmed, about old logging chains beneath the water, about headlights seen under the lake after midnight from a crash. Nobody could confirm. Casper County had too many stories. Tonight, too many were true. Steve fought the wheel as the car bounced over ruts. Water ran down the road in sheets. The headlights caught branches, reflective posts, and a pale flash of a sign that read, "Boat launch closed." The letters blurred before Mark could finish reading them. "Upper Fork," Steve muttered. "Upper Fork is left. You cannot see it. I know this road. You knew the mine too." Steve struck him across the face with the back of one hand. Mark's head hit the passenger window. Pain flashed white across his vision. Blood filled his mouth where his teeth cut his cheek. Mark slowly turned back. "You hit me because I said his name without saying it." Steve's lips peeled back. "I hit you because you are falling apart." "No," Mark said, voice thick. "I am coming apart from you. That is different." The frost on the windshield began at the bottom, thin as breath on a mirror. Steve turned the defroster higher. Hot air blasted from the vents, but the frost spread against it. It climbed the glass in branching lines, beautiful and deadly. The road ahead narrowed. The headlights smeared. "Wipers," Mark said. "It is inside. Then wipe it with your sleeve." Steve leaned forward, steering with one hand and swiping at the glass with the other. His sleeve left wet streaks through the frost, but they closed almost immediately. For a second, a clear patch opened near the center. Through it, he saw a boy standing in the road. Josh was soaked, gray-skinned, and barefoot. His bright orange hair clung to his forehead. His left leg bent wrong beneath him. He lifted one hand, not waving, not reaching. He was pointing. Steve screamed and jerked the wheel. The car left the road. It tore through wet brush, clipped a wooden post, and launched over the edge of the boat ramp embankment. For a moment there was no road, no wheels, no control, only the engine's roar hanging over black water. Mark saw the lake rise toward them like a sheet of glass held upright. The car hit nose first. Water exploded over the hood and windshield. The impact slammed Mark against the seatbelt and drove the breath from his lungs. Steve's head struck the side window hard enough to star the glass. The engine died with a violent cough. The headlights stayed on under the surface, pointing downward as the car tilted. For 1 second, everything sounded far away. Then the lake came in. Cold water poured to the cracked windshield in a thick black rush. It hit Steve first, splashing over the steering wheel in his lap, then surged across the console toward Mark. The shock of it stole every clever thought. Mark gasped and swallowed lake water. It tasted like mud, metal, and dead leaves. "Door!" he shouted. Steve did not move. His head sagged, blood running from a cut near his hairline and mixing with the water climbing over his chest. Mark fumbled for his seatbelt release. His hands were numb already, clumsy with cold and panic. He pressed the red button once, missed it, pressed again, and the belt snapped back across his shoulder. He shoved at the passenger door. It opened an inch, then slammed shut against the pressure of the lake. "Steve!" Mark grabbed his arm and shook him. "Wake up." Steve's eyes fluttered. He made a choking sound. For a moment, he looked confused, almost innocent, a man waking in the wrong place from the wrong dream. Then water rose over the gearshift and memory returned to his face. "Get us out," he said. "I am trying." "The door will not open." "Kick it." "The water pressure is holding it. We have to break the glass." Mark bent down, sweeping his hands under the passenger seat for the gun, the flashlight, anything heavy. His fingers closed on the utility knife, then the flashlight. The gun was gone or buried under freezing water. He took the flashlight, turned in the cramped space, and struck the passenger window with the metal end. The first hit made a dull crack. The second did nothing. The third sent pain up his wrist. "Harder," Steve shouted. "You do it if you have strength to complain." Steve clawed at his seatbelt. It would not release. He pulled harder and screamed, not with anger this time, but animal fear. The water reached his ribs. Papers floated from the glove box. A business card bumped Mark's chin, smiling Steve's printed face shining briefly in the underwater headlights before spinning away. The car slid deeper. Outside the windshield, the lake was not empty. It held drifting silt, pale weeds, and the reflection of police lights breaking on the surface above them. Those lights looked far away already. Red and blue shimmered in ripples, distorted and useless. Then a small hand touched the glass from outside. Mark stopped moving. The hand was gray, the fingertips black. It pressed against the windshield from the lakeside, leaving no print because everything was already water. Another hand joined it. A face rose between them, hair floating like orange thread in the dark. Josh looked in. Steve saw him and stopped screaming. Silence took him harder than any cry. His mouth remained open, but no sound came out. The water climbed to his sternum. Josh's face was not the face from newspaper photographs. It had been changed by 20 years of dark and cold. The cheeks were hollow. The eyes seemed too large. Mud darkened the skin near his jaw, and old coal dust clung to him, though the lake should have washed anything clean. Yet beneath the horror, Mark saw the boy from Pecan Hill. The boy who had stood at the edge of the picnic with pride too big for his thin shoulders. The boy who had refused to cry until the rocks started hitting near his feet. Mark remembered that day with a force that hurt worse than the crash. Sun through clouds. Church women spreading tablecloths. Steve laughing first. Dave saying, "Leave him alone," then laughing too when Steve looked at him. Mark lifting a rock because everyone else had one. Josh turning red, not from shame alone, but from fury. The run through tall grass. The mine mouth hidden by ferns. The slide. The sound of Josh falling. The crack from below. The screaming. The screaming had gone on long after they ran. "I am sorry," Mark said, but the words barely crossed the water, filling the car. Josh tilted his head. Steve came alive at the sight of that movement. He yanked at his belt again, kicking under the dashboard. "Break it. Break the window." Mark struck the passenger glass with the flashlight. This time a spider-web fracture spread. He hit again. The glass burst inward in small cubes and a violent stream of water punched into the cabin. It slammed Mark back against Steve. The car filled faster. Freezing water lifted them, turned papers and broken glass into a wild cloud, and nearly tore the flashlight from Mark's hand. The pressure equalized. The passenger door shifted. "Go," Steve shouted. Mark grabbed the door handle and pushed. The door creaked open. Water roared around it. He could escape. The gap was narrow, black, and full of broken glass, but it was open. He turned to Steve. Steve's seatbelt was jammed. For one wicked second, Mark thought about leaving him. The thought came clean and sharp. Steve had led the chase. Steve had hit him. Steve had silenced Dave. Steve had made 20 years of fear into a business plan and called it survival. If Mark left him here, the lake would do what the mine had waited to do. Nobody would ask Mark why he failed to save a man in a sinking car. Josh's pale face hovered outside the broken window. Make them say it. Timmy's words had found the lake somehow, or maybe Josh had carried them there. Mark did not know. He only knew the boy outside the car did not move toward Steve. He waited. Mark reached for Steve's belt. "Hold still," he said. "Do not touch me. Get it loose. Hold still or drown faster." The button would not release. Mark unfolded the utility knife with stiff fingers and sawed at the belt. The blade slipped once, cutting Steve's coat and the skin beneath. Steve screamed, a sharp bubbling sound as water reached his mouth. Mark gritted his teeth and cut harder. Fibers parted. The belt snapped free. Steve surged toward the passenger door, shoving Mark into the broken frame. Glass tore through Mark's sleeve and scraped his forearm. He shouted, swallowed water, and kicked back. Steve clawed over him in blind panic. Outside, Josh moved closer. Steve froze halfway through the broken window. His face was inches from the dead boy's face. Bubbles leaked from Steve's mouth. His eyes bulged. Josh opened his mouth. No water entered. No sound came through the lake, yet both men heard him. "Say it." Steve thrashed backward into Mark. Mark grabbed Steve's collar with one hand and the door frame with the other, forcing them both through the broken gap. Glass cut their coats. Cold crushed Mark's ribs. The lake seemed to have hands, holding his legs, dragging at his shoes. And then he was outside, tumbling in darkness. For a terrible moment, he did not know which way led up. Police lights flickered somewhere above, distorted into red and blue ribbons. Bubbles rose past his face. Mark followed them. His lungs burned. Steve kicked beside him, frantic and uncoordinated. Mark cut his coat again because he was not yet free of him, because he had saved him once and could not make the choice twice in the same minute. Below them, the car sank nose down. Its headlights glowed through silt-like eyes in a grave. Josh floated beside it, one hand resting on the roof. Then Mark broke the surface. Air hit him like pain. He coughed, vomited lake water, and slapped at the surface. Steve surfaced a few feet away, screaming. Rain struck their faces. The lake around them churned with light as deputies reached the boat launch. "Over here," Carver shouted from the ramp. Pike's cruiser stopped at an angle above the launch, headlights cutting through rain. He ran with a rope bag in one hand and a flotation ring in the other. A deputy beside him threw the ring and landed short. Mark tried to swim toward it, but his coat dragged him down. Steve splashed wildly, wasting what little strength he had. "Mark," Pike shouted. "Grab the ring." Mark reached. His fingers brushed the rope and slipped. He kicked harder, barely moving. A pale shape passed beneath him. He felt the water turn colder under his feet. Steve screamed again. "He is under me. He is under me." Pike threw a second line. This one struck Steve in the chest. Steve seized it with both hands. Deputies hauled him toward the ramp while he kept looking down, sobbing words that made no sense. Mark managed to catch the first line on the next wave. His hand closed around wet rope, and he held on with the last strength in his body. Hands dragged him onto the ramp. Gravel scraped his side. Rain hit his face. He coughed until his throat felt torn. Carver rolled him partly onto his side and pressed a blanket over him. "Stay with me," Carver said. "Do you hear me? Stay with me." Mark stared past him at the lake. The black car's headlights faded as it sank deeper. Bubbles rose, then dimmed. For a second, just before the lights vanished entirely, Mark saw Josh standing under the water beside the car, looking up to the lake. He was waiting, not leaving. Steve was dragged onto the ramp 10 yards away. He fought the deputies even after he had no strength, kicking, clawing, shouting that the boy was in the lake. Pike knelt beside him and caught his coat with both hands. "Steve Larkin," Pike said, voice hard enough to cut through sirens and rain, "you are alive. Start making that matter." Steve tried to twist away. "Get me from the water? Get me away from him." "You're away from him." "No, I am not. None of us are. Dave tried to leave him, and it came for him. It came for all of us." Pike leaned closer. "Who came for you, Steve?" Steve's teeth chattered so hard the words broke apart. "Josh." Pike did not glance at Carver, though he knew the deputy had gone still. "Joshua Astor?" Pike asked. Steve squeezed his eyes shut. "Yes, Joshua Astor." Mark turned his head on the gravel. The blanket over him smelled of wet wool and cruiser trunk dust. His face ached. His arm burned where glass had cut him. Still, the pain felt distant compared to the words Steve had finally spoken. Josh's name had finally been spoken. Pike shifted to Mark. "Mark Voss, I need you to listen carefully. You both need medical care. You are also both in custody. If you are ready to talk, you talk now, where my recorder and 3 deputies can hear you, or you wait for the hospital and a lawyer. That choice is yours." Mark laughed once, but it broke into coughing. "Lawyers would not save us now. We should have had a lawyer when we were 12. Were you 12 when Joshua disappeared?" 13, Mark said. Steve was 13. David just turned 13. Josh was 12. He was taller than us, but he was 12. Steve groaned from the other side of the ramp. "Shut up." Mark turned his face toward him. "No, Steve. I am tired. I am cold. I am done carrying your version." Pike nodded to Carver. The deputy held the phone close, recording. Rain dotted the screen. "Tell me what happened," Pike said. Mark looked toward the lake. The surface rippled under rain. No boy stood there now, but the cold remained. It lived in the wet stones, in the ropes, in Steve's ruined breathing, in Mark's own bones. "We chased him," Mark said, "at the church picnic. We called him names because Steve started and nobody stopped him. We threw rocks, not big ones at first. Then Steve threw one that hit near Josh's shoe and Josh ran toward the woods. We followed because we thought it was funny. He went near the mine. We knew the mine was there. Everyone knew. The adults said stay away, so of course kids went near it." Pike's expression did not change, but his eyes sharpened. "Did Joshua fall?" he asked. Mark swallowed. "He slid. Jumped, maybe. He was trying not to let us catch him. The ground gave way near the opening. He went down. We heard him hit. He screamed right away. He said his leg hurt. He said he could not climb." Steve began to sob. It was an ugly sound, full of water and panic. "What did you do?" Pike asked. "Dave wanted to get help," Mark said. "He kept saying we had to tell somebody. Steve said Josh would say we threw rocks. Steve said we would go to jail. Our parents would hate us. Everybody would know. He said if Josh could scream, somebody else would hear him. He said we should go back to the picnic and act normal. And you did." Mark closed his eyes. Rain slid into the corners. "Yes, we did. Did you tell adults you saw him leave with a strange man?" "Steve made it up," Mark said. "Dave repeated it because he was crying and Steve told him to stop. I repeated it because I was a coward." Steve shouted, "You liar!" Pike turned on him. "Then correct him." Steve's mouth worked. No correction came. He looked at the lake, and his anger collapsed into terror again. "We thought someone would find him," Steve whispered. "The first night. Then, the second day, the search moved past the hill because of what we said. They looked at roads. They printed that sketch of a man. We heard Josh in the woods when nobody else was close. Maybe it was wind. Maybe it was him. I do not know." Mark looked at him in horror. "You heard him after?" Steve stared back. "So did you. You pretended you did not." Mark wanted to deny it, but memory rose with teeth. A faint cry at the edge of the picnic field that evening. A sound like someone calling from under the ground during church the next morning when rain hit the roof. His mother asking why he looked sick. His own lie. Too much pie. Too much running. "We left him," Mark said. "We left him to die." Pike's face tightened, not with surprise, but with the weight of finally hearing the sentence the county had needed for 20 years. "Why sabotage the recovery?" he asked. Steve answered this time. His voice was small. "Because if they found him, they would find the broken leg. They would know he never left the mine. Maybe that did not prove we chased him, but Dave was going to talk. Dave said he saw Josh in his hospital room. He said Josh was standing by the bed with black fingers. He said he was done. Did you tamper with Dave Bell's vehicle? Steve shut his mouth. Mark whispered, Yes, Steve did. I knew. I did not stop him. Steve lunged against the deputies holding him, but his body failed him. He sagged, coughing. You cannot put all of that on me, Steve rasped. I put mine on me, Mark said. You can carry yours. An ambulance arrived with a burst of white light against the trees. The emergency workers moved fast, covering both men with heated blankets, checking their pupils, wrapping Mark's cut arm, and asking questions that neither suspect answered clearly. Pike let them work but stayed close, making sure Carver kept recording when either man spoke. At Daniel's house, the phone rang again. Daniel answered with one hand on Timmy's shoulder. This time he did not put it on speaker immediately. He listened, and whatever he heard changed his face from fear to a grief so deep it looked like relief. They are alive? He asked. Both. Timmy grabbed the edge of the table. Daniel listened longer. Marissa reached for Cindy's hand. The kitchen remained cold, but it no longer felt empty. Did they say it? Daniel asked. Timmy's heart seemed to stop. Daniel closed his eyes. Thank God, yes. We will stay here. Call when you can. He ended the call and looked at the children. They confessed, he said. Not everything cleanly, not in the courtroom way, but enough. They said Josh fell in the mine. They said they left him. They said they lied. Cindy made a sound halfway between a sob and a laugh. Marissa pulled her close. Timmy looked at the evidence bag. The frost on it had melted into beads of water. The key plate inside looked ordinary again. Is Josh gone? He asked. No one answered because the house answered first. From the hallway came a soft thump. Daniel turned. The sound came again. Not loud, not angry. A small, repeated knock from somewhere near Timmy's room. They moved together, nobody willing to let anyone go first alone. Daniel carried the flashlight, though the power was on. Marissa held Cindy's hand. Timmy walked between them, feeling the carpet grow colder beneath his socks as they climbed the stairs. His bedroom door stood open. The room was neat exactly as he had left it, except for one thing. The closet door had opened a few inches. The light inside was off. On the floor in front of it lay the plastic figurine that had fallen on the first day Cindy came over. This time it was not thrown. It was placed on its back, hands lifted toward the ceiling like a tiny person calling for help. Timmy knelt in the doorway. Daniel whispered his name, warning him not to go farther. Timmy did not cross the room. He only looked. The closet air fogged. Inside, on the dark wall, frost formed in a thin square. It filled slowly as if an invisible hand were rubbing ice over the paint. Within a square came lines, then shapes. A child's drawing again, but gentler than the ones in the car. A hill. Trees crowded the road. A dark hole. Beside it, two stick figures stood hand in hand. One had short red hair. One had longer hair. Above them, in careful, crooked letters, came a message. Not done. Cindy whispered, What does that mean? The frost spread under the words and formed a second line. Bring me home. Timmy's throat tightened. The mine. Daniel knelt behind him and put both arms around his shoulders. They still have to bring him up. Marissa wiped her eyes. Confession is not burial. The words on the closet wall began to melt almost as soon as they finished forming. Water ran down the pane in thin trails. Timmy watched until the last letter disappeared. Downstairs, Daniel's phone rang again. This time it was Pike with the news that Steve and Mark were being taken to the hospital under guard, that their statements had been recorded, and that the stolen recovery gear had been secured. The crew would inspect everything through the night. If the equipment passed safety checks and the weather held, the descent would begin at first light. First light. The phrase settled over the house like a promise and a threat. At the lake, Sheriff Pike stood beneath a dripping fir while the ambulance doors closed on Steve and Mark. Carver approached, soaked to the skin, phone sealed in an evidence pouch. We have the recording, Carver said. Audio is rough, but clear enough. Deputies heard it. Emergency crew heard part of it, too. Pike nodded. You okay? Carver asked. Pike looked toward Lake Mercer. The surface had calmed. Rain stippled it. The black car was gone beneath, marked now by a buoy in the fading bubbles of trapped air. No, Pike said, but I am working. Carver accepted that because it was the only answer anyone had in Casper County anymore. A tower and dive team would come for the car when the weather allowed. Evidence technicians would photograph the ramp. Hospital deputies would guard the suspects. Prosecutors would be called before sunrise. Reporters would gather outside the sheriff's office, starving for a story they would still get wrong at first. All of that belonged to the living. Pike looked past the lake toward the dark ridge of Pecan Hill. The mine waited there. Somewhere under wet stone and rotten timber lay a boy who had not yet received the only mercy left to offer him. "We owe it first light," Pike said. Carver followed his gaze. "Do you think he will let us?" Pike remembered the voice in the hall, the frost in his office, the handprints inside the suspect car, and the broken men confessing on the ramp. "I think he has been trying to get us there from the start," Pike said. Behind them, from beneath the lake or from the trees or from the roads themselves, came a faint sound like a child crying in his sleep. It faded before either man could decide whether it was real. Morning was still hours away. Nobody slept well in the Calder house that night. Daniel tried to send Timmy to bed because parents often reach for routine when the world had lost its shape. He said there would be more news in the morning. He said Pike had guards at the hospital, deputies at the dealership, and a crew at the mine. He said every adult who needed to be awake was awake, which should have allowed the children to rest. Timmy did not argue loudly. He had learned that loud arguments wasted strength. He went upstairs, changed into dry clothes, though he had never gone into the rain, and sat on his bed with the lamp on. Cindy stayed in the guest room across the hall because Marissa refused to take her home with the town still crawling with sirens and fear. The 2-bedroom doors remained open. Every few minutes, Cindy whispered his name, and Timmy whispered back, so she would know neither of them had been taken by whatever waited in closets, glass, and cold corners. At midnight, Daniel came upstairs with hot chocolate neither child drank. He stood in Timmy's doorway and looked at the closet wall. The message had melted, but a faint damp shine remained where the words had been. "I keep thinking about your mother," Daniel said. Timmy looked up. "Because of Josh? Because grief makes people selfish in ways they do not expect." Daniel sat on the edge of the bed, careful not to crowd him. "After she died, I wanted the whole world to stop moving. I hated people for laughing in grocery stores. I hated traffic lights for changing like nothing had happened. I hated mail arriving with her name on it. Part of me wanted everyone to feel as broken as we were." Timmy stared at his hands. "Josh made people feel it." "Yes, he did. Does that make him bad?" Daniel was quiet a long time. From across the hall came the faint creak of Cindy shifting in bed, listening. "I do not know if words like good and bad are big enough for what happened to him," Daniel said. "He was a child left in a place no child should ever be left. Rage kept him here because nobody gave him justice. That rage hurt people, and it scared innocent people too. But the first wrong was not his." Timmy thought of Josh under the lake, waiting outside the car instead of pulling Steve and Mark down before they confessed. He thought of the message on the closet wall. "Bring me home." "He listened," Timmy said. "When I told him they had to say it, he listened." Daniel's eyes shone. "That scares me almost as much as if he had not." "Why?" "Because it means he is still a boy in there, somewhere. Not only a force, not only a curse, a boy." Timmy swallowed hard. "Then we have to help him." "We will. But helping him tomorrow means staying where Pike tells us to stand. It means letting Nora's crew do a dangerous job without us making it more dangerous. Promise me." Timmy wanted to promise quickly to ease his father's face, but the mine had taught him that quick promises could become lies. He answered carefully, "I promise I will not go past the tape unless someone tells me to." Daniel studied him. "That is not the promise I asked for. It is the honest one I can keep." For a second, Daniel looked ready to scold him. Then he sighed, tired and sad. "You are 12. You should be promising not to sneak candy before breakfast." "I can promise that too, but I might break it." Daniel laughed softly despite the night. The sound hurt Timmy in a good way because laughter had become rare in the house, and when it came, it carried Mom with it. Daniel touched the side of Timmy's head, fingers resting for a moment in his red hair. "Try to sleep," he said. Timmy did not sleep, not really. He drifted in and out, hearing rain, footsteps, whispered phone calls downstairs, and once a sound like pebbles rolling across wood. When dawn finally paled the window, he was already awake. Pecan Hill looked changed in first light. The rain had thinned the mist. Low clouds dragged across the treetops, but a faint silver brightness pressed behind them. The recovery site glowed with floodlights that seemed tired after burning all night. Deputies stood at the perimeter. News vans had been held back at the lower road. Neighbors gathered in small clusters beyond the tape, quiet in a way crowds rarely were. Nobody had come for spectacle. They had come because the county had finally admitted where the truth lay. Nora Saya's crew moved through final checks. Every stolen piece had been examined, photographed, and cleared or replaced. Anything Stephen Mart might have damaged was removed from service. Fresh rope ran through the tripod system. Harnesses were checked by 2 people, then checked again. Air monitors blinked green. A rescue basket lay ready under a tarp. A coroner's van waited near the road, its rear doors closed. Timmy stood with Daniel, Marissa, and Cindy behind the Tate near Sheriff Pike's command tent. Nobody liked having the children there. Nobody knew how to tell them to leave when Josh had written to them. Pike had solved the argument by placing them where he could see them, with Daniel and Marissa responsible for keeping them back. The sheriff looked older than he had yesterday. His coat was still damp from the lake, and a cut near his knuckle had been taped. He came to them with a paper cup of coffee untouched in one hand. "Steve and Mark are under guard," he said. Both survived the night. Mark repeated his statement at the hospital after treatment. Steve asked for counsel after saying enough of the leg to bury himself, legally speaking. Dave is in surgery again. We do not know yet. Marissa closed her eyes. His part in this does not vanish because he suffered. No, Pike said. But if he lives long enough to tell the full truth, I would rather have it from him too. Cindy looked toward the mine entrance. Does Josh know they confessed? Pike followed her gaze. I would not know how to keep that news from him. The mine entrance had been reinforced with temporary planks and a metal frame, but it still looked like a mouth cut into the hill. Ferns hung around it. Water dripped from the lip. Darkness pressed behind the new equipment as if the work lights could brighten only the surface. Nora approached in a red rain shell, helmet tucked under one arm. Her hair was pulled back tight. Her face was calm, but Timmy noticed the way she flexed her fingers before speaking. "We are sending Raphael and Elise first," she said to Pike. "I stay topside and manage lines unless they identify a recovery route that requires me below. Descent to the first ledge, pause, air check, camera sweep, then proceed to the lower pocket if the old map and probe readings match. We may find nothing accessible today. We may need shoring. We may need to stop. Everyone understands that before we begin." Pike nodded. Understood. Nora looked at Timmy and Cindy. "You two understand that too?" Cindy lifted her chin. "Yes, I understand." Timmy said, "You were going to find him." Moore did not smile. "I'm going to try safely. Those are not the same thing. He wants to come home. Then he can help by keeping the mine still." A gust of cold air rolled from the entrance. Several people turned. The mist around the mine thickened, then settled. A rope hanging from the tripod swung once, though no hand touched it. Nora put on her helmet. "I will take that as agreement." The operation began with no ceremony. That made it feel more sacred to Timmy, not less. Raphael stepped into his harness and clipped into the line. Elise checked his connections. Then he checked hers. Nora called each step. A crew member repeated it. Pike stood just outside the hazard zone, hands still, face fixed. Daniel's arm rested across Timmy's shoulders, a living barrier and a comfort at the same time. Raphael moved to the lip first. He lowered himself backward into the mine, boots braced, headlamp cutting a white line down the shaft. The rope took his weight. For a moment only, his upper body remained visible. Then the darkness swallowed him to the chest, to the shoulders, to the helmet. His voice came over the speaker set on a folding table. Passing the lip. Shaft wall slick. Old timber visible at 2 o'clock. Continuing slow. Elise followed. Her headlamp vanished beneath the edge. The 2 lights moved down the shaft like small stars being lowered into a throat. Timmy held his breath until Cindy nudged him. "Breathe," she whispered. "You keep forgetting." He let air out shakily. "You too." The speaker crackled. "First ledge in sight," Raphael said. "Debris shelf. Water flow on the left. Smell is strong. Air monitor stable. Temperature dropping." Nora leaned over her station. "Define dropping." "Colder than outside by a lot. Gauge reads near freezing. That cannot be right this close to the surface." Pike looked at Timmy. Timmy did not look away from the mine. Elise's voice came next. "I see markings on the wall. Not mining marks, but scratches in multiple sets. Some high, some low." Nora's expression tightened. "Do not touch. Document only." The camera feed on the monitor showed a tilted view of whetstone. At first Timmy saw nothing but shadow. Then Raphael's light steadied and scratches appeared in the wall. Lines carved by fingers, random at first, then grouped. Some were deep enough to have taken skin to make. Others were faint, layered over older marks. He could not read them, but he understood them. They looked like days counted by a starving hand. Josh had counted days, or tried to. He had scraped proof of being alive into a wall no one came to see. Cindy turned into her mother's side. Marissa held her without looking away from the screen. Raphael's voice softened despite professionalism. There are more below. The line continued to lower. The mine seemed to accept them inch by inch. No stones fell. No boards shifted. No rope jerked toward the dark as it had the night before. If Josh was there, he was holding his breath with them. Then the speaker filled with static. Nora straightened. "Raphael, repeat." Static answered. Beneath it came a faint sound. Not feedback. Not wind. A child crying. Timmy felt Daniel's arm tighten. Elise's voice cut through, strained but controlled. "We hear it down here. It is coming from below us." Nora looked at Pike. Pike said, "Can they continue safely?" Nora did not answer with fear. She answered with duty. "Raphael, Elise, halt at current depth. Confirm anchors. Confirm air. Confirm wall stability." The responses came one by one, each clear enough to steady the people above. The lines were stable. The anchors were secure. The air was cold but safe enough to continue. The crying continued under the static, then faded into a whisper that made the speaker buzz. "Bring me home." No one on Pecan Hill spoke. Nora closed her eyes for 1 second, then opened them. "Proceed to lower pocket. Slow descent." "Nobody rushes because a voice wants us to." Raphael answered, "Proceeding slow." The 2 headlamps descended. Timmy looked up at the clouds. For the first time since moving to Casper County, he noticed a pale edge of sunlight behind them. It had not broken through yet. Not fully. Below the hill, the crew moved toward the place where Josh had waited. Above it, the town stood still enough to hear its own guilt breathing. Part of the truth had been spoken at the lake. The rest waited under stone. The lower pocket had no proper floor at first. On the monitor, Timmy saw only broken timber, slick rock, and a sloping shelf of black mud where the headlamps trembled. Raphael's camera dipped, steadied, dipped again. Elise's lamp swept across the shaft wall and caught bright threads of water running down through old coal dust. The mine seemed to be sweating from the strain of being watched. Nora stood with one hand on the table and the other on her radio line. She had become very still. Timmy could tell she was not afraid in the way most people were afraid. Her fear had been trained. It had edges and rules. It checked anchors, counted seconds, listened for changes in breathing. That made Timmy trust her more, not less. "Raphael," she said, "describe the pocket before moving." His voice came back low and close. "Shelf drops left into standing water. Right side has collapsed timber and stone. Space opens ahead about 6 feet high, maybe 12 feet deep from my position. Old rails are partly buried. I see cloth snagged under timber but not confirming anything yet." A sound moved through the crowd behind the tape. Not speech. A shared inhale. Pike turned and lifted one hand. "Quiet, please." "Let them work." The crowd obeyed. For once, Casper County did not argue with authority. People watched the monitor as if the small screen were the mouth of a witness who had finally agreed to speak. Elise's voice followed. "I can get a camera angle under the crossbeam if Raphael secures my line. There is a void behind it. Air monitor remains acceptable. Temperature reads lower in the void." "Very low." "Numbers," Nora said. Elise gave them. Nora's eyes narrowed. "That is colder than the equipment should read in that environment. Proceed as if ice may be present. Test every surface before wait." Daniel's hand tightened on Timmy's shoulder. Timmy did not complain. The pressure helped him stay where he was. Cindy leaned close enough that her sleeve brushed his. That is where he was. "Maybe," Timmy said. "You do not sound like maybe." You watch a shape of cloth on the monitor, dark and pressed flat beneath the fallen timber. "Because I am trying not to say it before they do." Marissa heard him and drew in a careful breath. "That is wiser than most adults here." The camera moved closer. Raphael's gloved hand entered the frame, palm open, not touching the cloth yet. Elise angled her lamp. The cloth might have been an old sack, a strip of coat lining, or nothing human at all. Mud made every color into a shade of black. Still, Timmy felt the hill holding itself around that small piece of fabric. Nora spoke again. "Photograph first. Scale marker. No disturbance until Pike confirms forensic protocol." Pike stepped closer to the table. He had been sheriff long enough to know crime scenes in bedrooms, trucks, ditches, and bars. He had never worked one inside a cursed mine with a dead child's voice pressing through the speaker. Yet he understood the principle. Respect the evidence. Respect the victim. Do not let emotion smear what truth has finally offered. Confirmed, Pike said. Document before movement. Raphael set a small yellow marker near the cloth. Elise took photographs. The camera flash lit the lower pocket, and for one instant the screen showed more than anyone expected. The far stone was covered in scratches. They were not random now. They crossed and tangled, but some had shape. Lines became letters, and letters became names. Timmy saw an S carved deep enough to remain after 20 years of water. Beside it, a crooked D. Lower down, almost lost beneath mineral stain, was an M. The 3 letters stood apart, each one gouged in rage or desperation. Steve, Dave, and Mark had been carved into stone. Cindy made a small broken sound. He wrote them. Pike leaned toward the monitor. Can you confirm those marks are on the wall and not shadow? Elise's voice shook for the first time. Confirmed. I see letters. The initials are S, D, and M. There may be more. There are many marks. Nora did not look away. Document all visible markings. Do not trace them with your hands. From somewhere behind the crowd, an older woman began to cry. Nobody hushed her. Her grief seemed to belong to the hill as much as the rain did. Timmy tried to imagine Josh in that pocket, leg broken, hands raw, using stone or nail to mark the people who had left him. He tried to imagine 6 days. He failed because his mind would not stay in that dark for even 6 breaths. Daniel bent closer. You okay? No, Timmy said, then corrected himself because his father deserved a fuller answer. I am scared, but I am still standing. That counts? Does it? Today it does. The speaker crackled again. Raphael spoke softly. I am seeing something beyond the timber. Possible shoe. Small size. Left side under debris. Marissa pulled Cindy against her, and Cindy let herself be held without protest. Nora's jaw flexed. Do not move the debris yet. Give you the structural read. The crew below went through another round of checks. Each one stretched time until the morning seemed to thin around them. A timber above the void had partly rotted but rested under pressure from stone. Moved the wrong piece, and the shelf could shift. Leave everything untouched, and Josh remained hidden. Safety and Mercy stood on opposite sides of the same dark gap. Nora called 2 additional crew members to the lip. They brought shoring rods and a compact brace system, pieces designed to stabilize tight spaces without leaning a human body into danger. The equipment looked too clean for the mine, bright metal and fresh straps against rotten wood. It also looked fragile when set beside the hill. This may take time, Nora told Pike. If the void is unstable, we may need a second entry route or a smaller probe. I will not send anyone under that beam until I trust it. Pike nodded. Take time. We waited 20 years because people rushed the wrong choices in minutes. We can wait for careful work now. His words reached the crowd. Timmy saw faces turned down. A few older men shifted their feet. Some guilt had no name in court, but that did not make it light. At the edge of the gathering, Bethany from the sheriff's office arrived with files held tight under her coat. She looked like she had not slept at all. She came to Pike and spoke quietly, but Timmy stood close enough to hear pieces. Hospital update. Dave survived surgery. Critical but alive. He woke for a minute. Asked if the boy was out yet. Pike closed his eyes briefly. Did he say anything else? Nurse wrote it down. He said, tell Josh I heard him every day. Then he lost consciousness again. Marissa heard that and pressed her fingers to her lips. Cindy looked at Timmy, eyes wide. Timmy did not know whether to pity Dave. Part of him wanted to. Part of him refused. Dave had wanted help and then chosen silence. Dave had suffered and still lived in a bed with doctors fighting for him. Josh had been given cold stone. A difference felt too large for simple mercy. Can Josh hear that? Cindy whispered. The mine answered with a faint exhale. Every light at the site flickered once. The rope swayed gently, not enough to alarm Nora, but enough for all of them to notice. On the monitor, dust drifted down in the lower pocket like gray snow. Raphael did not panic. Minor dust. No shift felt. Continuing visual. Nora watched the lines. Hold position while topside stabilizes the brace system. For the next hour, the operation became a lesson in patience, sharpened by dread. Crew members assembled supports. Raphael and Elise stayed in place below, clipped in calm, speaking every few minutes so those above knew they were well. The crowd remained quiet. Reporters whispered into phones at the lower road, but did not dare push past deputies. Even the rain seemed softer. Timmy's legs began to ache from standing. Danielle noticed and guided him to a folding chair near the command tent. Cindy sat beside him. Neither of them complained about being treated younger for once. "Do you think he was alone the whole 6 days?" Cindy asked. Timmy understood who she meant. "Yes, I think he was. I keep thinking maybe there were animals, or maybe he slept enough not to know. I think he knew." Cindy wiped her face angrily as if tears had betrayed her. "I hate them. Steve and Mark. Them and Dave and every adult who did not listen to my mom and every person who liked the easier story better. I hate that a whole town can decide a lie is more comfortable than a child." Timmy looked at the mine entrance. "I think Josh hates that too. Are we going to become like him if we keep hating?" The question struck deeper than Timmy expected. He thought of his mother. After the accident, he had hated the driver who crossed the yellow line, hated the rain that day, hated the road, hated himself for asking Mom to stop her milk because maybe that had put her in that exact place at that exact time. The hate had not made Mom closer. It had only made his chest feel like a locked room. "Maybe hate is like a match," he said slowly. "It can help you see for a second, but if you hold it too long, it burns your hand." Cindy looked at him. "That sounds like something from a book. Maybe I am becoming smart because of terror." She almost smiled. That would be a terrible school program. The almost smile helped. For a moment they were simply 12, sitting under a wet canopy, making small jokes beside the place where a nightmare lived. Then Nora called everyone back to attention, and childhood retreated again. "Brace set," Nora said into the radio. "Raphael, test the beam. Elise, maintain position." The monitor showed the brace sliding into the void, guided by gloved hands and poles. Metal pressed against stone. A strap tightened. Raphael applied controlled pressure. The beam did not shift. "Stable enough for limited reach," he said. "Not for body entry. I can extend the camera and recovery hook." Nora considered. "Proceed with the camera first. No hook until we identify what we are seeing." The camera went forward on a rigid pole. Its light entered the void beneath the beam inch by inch. Mud, stone, a strip of cloth, the small shoe, then darkness. Raphael adjusted the angle. The picture blurred, corrected, and found a pale curve beneath black silt. The pale curve was bone. No one needed Nora to say it. The word moved through everyone without being spoken. Daniel sat beside Timmy and pulled him close. Timmy did not look away. He owed Josh that. Cindy gripped his hands so hard their knuckles pressed together. Pike removed his hat. Marissa whispered, "Oh, Josh!" On the monitor, the camera light moved with reverent slowness. It showed part of a leg caught under debris and a shoe still near it. A fracture line marked the bone at an angle that even Timmy could see was wrong. The image was terrible, but it was also proof. It was Josh answering every adult who had said strange man, runaway, rumor, childhood confusion. He had not vanished. He had been there all along. Elise's voice came through the speaker, quiet and tight. "We have confirmed human remains. Small stature, lower extremity visible. Apparent fracture. Awaiting instruction." Nora looked at Pike. Pike took a breath. The sheriff, the father, the county's witness, and the man from the lake all seemed to stand inside him at once. "Document," he said, "then recover him with care." The air changed. It did not warm. Not yet. But the killing cold that had pressed against Pecan Hill for days loosened by a fraction. The breath coming from the mine softened. The rope stopped swaying. On the monitor, the dust settled. Timmy felt something brush past him. Not a hand, not wind. A presence moving through the crowd toward the mine. He turned. At the tree line, a boy stood among the ferns. Josh looked like he had on the porch, soaked and gray but less broken somehow. His orange hair hung over his forehead. His dark eyes watched the mine entrance with a hunger that was not rage now. It was longing. Nobody else seemed to see him at first. Then Cindy gasped, and Marissa followed her gaze. Daniel stiffened. Pike turned last. The boy did not look at Steve or Mark because they were gone from the hill. He did not look at the crowd that had failed him. He looked only at the opening. His mouth moved. Timmy could not hear the words, but he understood them. "I am here." The mine speaker crackled. From below, Raphael said, "We just heard a voice down here." It sounded close. Nora asked, "Words?" Raphael did not answer immediately. When he did, his voice was thick. It said, "I am here." The figure at the tree line faded into mist. For a moment, nobody moved. Then Nora brought them back because reverence did not lift remains and grief did not replace procedure. The crew began the delicate work of freeing the lower pocket. They took photographs, made measurements, checked supports, and removed small debris piece by piece. Every action was slow enough to hurt. Hours passed inside minutes, and minutes inside hours. The visible bone became part of a fuller shape. A second shoe appeared beneath silt. Fragments of fabric clung to stone. A rusted belt buckle, a button, a small metal zipper pull. Each object was called out, recorded, placed into the chain of care that would carry Josh from myth back into human fact. At one point, Nora ordered Raphael and Elise up for rest and sent 2 others down to continue after briefing. When Raphael emerged from the mine, mud streaked his face beneath his helmet. He did not speak to reporters. He came to Nora, gave his direct report, then stood alone near the fence with his hands shaking. Elise hugged herself, staring at nothing. Timmy understood that some places left marks even on people who entered them by choice. Daniel took Timmy and Cindy to the truck for sandwiches. Timmy ate because his father asked him to, not because he tasted anything. Cindy drank water and leaned against Marissa. The crowd thinned and shifted, but did not leave. People went to their cars, made calls, returned. An old pastor arrived and stood near the tape, hat in his hands. Josh's aunt from Spokane was still hours away, driving with a niece because she was too shaken to come alone. By mid-afternoon, the sky began to change. The clouds did not part dramatically. They frayed. Thin strips of lighter gray opened above the hill. The rain stopped, started again, then stopped for longer. Water dripped from ferns and branches as if the woods were finishing a long cry. Nora finally approached Pike near the command table. Timmy watched her face and knew before she spoke. "We have him secured in the recovery basket," she said. "The path up is narrow but stable with current supports. We are ready to raise on your call." Pike looked at the mine, then at the coroner's van, then toward the road where Josh's aunt had not yet arrived. "Can we wait for his family?" he asked. Nora considered the sky. "For a little while. Not until dark. The mine has been generous today. I do not presume that generosity lasts forever." Pike nodded. "We wait a little." Waiting became its own ceremony. Word passed quietly through the crowd. Nobody cheered. Nobody pushed forward. The news crews lowered their cameras when Pike asked for respect, and for once they obeyed. Timmy stood with Cindy near the tape watching the mine entrance. Somewhere below, Josh was no longer alone, but he was not yet in daylight either. Between those two truths lay the longest hour Timmy had ever known. Near 4 o'clock, a blue sedan came up the road behind a deputy escort. It parked beside the command tent. An elderly woman stepped out with help from a younger woman. She was small, wrapped in a gray coat with white hair pinned at the back of her head. Her face looked fragile until Timmy saw her eyes. They were clear and fierce, fixed on the mine before anyone told her where to look. Pike went to her. He spoke quietly. She nodded once, then covered her mouth as the younger woman put an arm around her. "That is his aunt," Marissa whispered. Timmy looked at Cindy. Cindy was crying openly now, and he was glad because it meant he did not have to pretend not to. Pike led the aunt to a place near the tape, but shielded from cameras. The pastor joined her. Nora returned to her station. Every crew member took a position. The ropes tightened. "Raise slow," Nora said. The winch began to turn. From the mine came the soft sound of rope under strain. The recovery basket rose through darkness, inch by inch. No one breathed loudly. The crowd, the deputies, the family, the children, the whole county seemed to lean toward the opening without moving their feet. Timmy felt the cold gather one last time, not as an attack, but as a presence. It stood beside him, behind him, around him. He smelled wet coal and grass from a summer picnic 20 years gone. He heard faintly boys laughing in a way that would never be innocent again. He heard a child calling from below. Then the basket reached the lip. Crew members guided it over the edge and onto the waiting tarp. The remains were covered with care, but Timmy saw the smallness of the shape beneath. That smallness broke something open in it. Josh had become a legend, a curse, a force that froze cars and shattered lights. Beneath the covering, he was what he had always been first, a child. Josh's aunt made a sound and stepped forward. Pike supported her before her knees failed. The pastor began to pray softly, not into a microphone, not for the crowd, but for the woman and the boy who had waited too long. Above Pecan Hill, the clouds thinned until a pale line of sunlight touched the wet grass. It was not full peace. Not yet. But it was the first warmth Casper County had felt in days, and as it touched the mine entrance, Timmy thought he heard a tired sigh rise from under the hill and fade into the open air. Daylight did not make the hill simple. That surprised Timmy. He had imagined that once Josh was brought up, the place would change all at once. He had pictured birdsong, clear sky, people embracing, and the mine becoming nothing more than a hole in an old hillside. Instead, the daylight arrived thin and careful. It touched wet grass, rain-dark coats, the coroner's van, the sheriff's tired face, and the covered shape on the tarp. It made everything visible. It did not make anything easy. Nora's crew stepped back as the medical examiner moved forward. The examiner was a quiet man named Dr. Halden, with silver stubble and gentle hands. He spoke to Pike, to Josh's aunt, and to Nora before touching anything. Timmy could not hear all the words, but he saw the respect in the way the adults formed a small circle around Josh, blocking cameras and curious eyes. Josh's aunt stood inside that circle with a younger woman holding her up. Her name was Elaine Astor, and once Timmy heard it, the name seemed to fit her face. She looked like a person who had spent 20 years keeping one chair empty in her mind. When Pike asked if she wanted to step away during the transfer, she shook her head. He was alone long enough, she said. The words carried farther than she meant them to. They moved through the crowd and left silence behind. Marissa lowered her head. Daniel put a hand over his eyes. Cindy cried into her sleeve. Timmy watched the adults because for days he had been watching them change. Some looked ashamed. Some looked relieved. Some looked as if they wanted to leave but could not make their feet move. The hill had become a courtroom without benches, and everyone who had ever chosen comfort over questions had been called to stand. The covered remains were lifted with slow care into the waiting vehicle. No one clapped. No one spoke above a whisper. The pastor prayed again, this time for the town as much as for Josh, asking for mercy without pretending mercy erased guilt. When the rear doors closed, the sound was soft. It still felt final enough to make Timmy flinch. A breeze moved across the hill. For the first time, it smelled more like rain and grass than coal. Pike approached Daniel's group after the vehicle pulled away. His face had gone gray with exhaustion, but his voice remained steady. Dr. Halden will make the formal identification, he said. Given the site, clothing, size, and the old records, we know what this is. The legal process still has to move step by step. What happens to Steve and Mark? Cindy asked. Marissa started to tell her not to ask, then stopped herself. The whole town had been damaged by adults deciding children should not hear truth. Pike answered her as he would have answered any serious person. They remain under guard at the hospital. Mark is cooperating. Steve has asked for an attorney, but what he said at the lake matters. The prosecutor is already involved. Dave is still critical. If he wakes again, I will take his statement. Timmy looked toward the mine. In Josh? Pike followed his gaze. Josh goes to the medical examiner first. Then his family decides arrangements. After that, I expect the town owes him a funeral. It should have given him a long time ago. Elaine Astor came toward them before anyone could say more. Up close, she looked smaller but not weaker. Her eyes moved from Daniel to Marissa, then to Cindy, and finally to Timmy's red hair. Timmy felt the familiar discomfort of being compared to a dead boy, but Elaine's face did not hold fear. It held pain and gratitude mixed so tightly he could not separate them. "You are Timmy," she said. "Yes, ma'am. The sheriff told me Josh reached you." Timmy did not know how to answer that without sounding foolish or false. He tried to. We tried to listen. Elaine reached out as if to touch his cheek and stopped before making him uncomfortable. Thank you for listening when grown people would not. Timmy's throat tightened. Cindy listened too. Her mom did before any of us. Elaine turned to them. Marissa's face crumpled for 1 second. Then she stepped forward and accepted the older woman's embrace. It was not a clean embrace. It held apology, grief, rage, and 20 years of being an unheard child. Cindy joined them, and for a moment 3 generations stood together beside the tape while the hill breathed around them. Daniel stayed beside Timmy. "Your mom would be proud of you," he said softly. Timmy looked up. "Do you think so?" "I know so." She hated when people were cruel and called it normal. The answer hurt in a sweet way. Timmy let himself lean against his father. He had been afraid that helping Josh meant leaving his own grief behind, as if hearts only had room for one sorrow at a time. Standing on Pecan Hill in the weak sunlight, he understood that grief did not work that way. His mother was still gone. Josh had still suffered. The truth about one did not steal from the other. It made the world sadder, but also more honest. Down near the road, reporters began calling questions as Pike escorted Elaine away from cameras. Deputy Carver blocked him with a look that suggested he would rather stand in front of another ghost than allow a microphone near Josh's aunt. Bethany moved from group to group, taking names, statements, and contact information. Nora's crew began the slow process of securing the mine for the night, not as a recovery site now, but as a dangerous scene that still needed closing. Timmy noticed that nobody wanted to say the word finished. Cindy noticed too. It still feels like he is here. Maybe he is, Timmy said. Do you think he is angry? Timmy searched the tree line. The ferns moved in a mild wind. No pale boy stood among them. I think he is tired. A small shape lay near the edge of the grass, half hidden by mud. Timmy stepped closer but stopped before crossing the tape. It was a plastic figurine from his room, the same one that had fallen from his desk, now lying at the boundary where civilians were not allowed to pass. Its tiny painted hands were raised toward the mine. Daniel saw it too. That was in your bedroom. I know. Cindy whispered. How did it get here? Nobody answered. The figurine shifted slightly in the breeze, then tipped over, facing away from the mine and toward the road where Josh had been carried. Pike came back and saw all three of them staring. He did not ask whether one of the children had brought it. By then, Casper County had run out of room for easy explanations. Do you want me to collect it? He asked. Timmy thought about it. The toy had frightened him when it first moved. Now it looked like a marker, a small witness left by a boy who had used whatever he could find to speak. Not yet, Timmy said. Maybe leave it until after the funeral. Pike nodded as if that made perfect sense. Perhaps today it did. By evening, the hill had emptied except for deputies and barriers. Daniel drove Timmy home with Marissa and Cindy following in their car. Nobody talked much. The road past Pecan Hill looked different in the amber wash of sunset. The mine was hidden again by trees and distance, but it no longer felt like it owned the land around it. At home, Timmy went upstairs and stood in his bedroom doorway. The closet door was open. The light inside was on. No frost marked the wall. No message waited for him. On his desk lay a single wet leaf from Pecan Hill. It was bright green, fresh and clean of coal dust. Timmy picked it up carefully and set it on the windowsill where the last light could touch it. Then he sat on the bed and let himself cry for Josh, for his mother, for Cindy, for his father, and for every lonely voice that had waited too long to be believed. Downstairs, Daniel did not call him away from it. He stood in the kitchen with Marissa while Cindy slept on the couch under an old quilt. The house felt different, but neither adult trusted the difference yet. Peace could be a trick when people were desperate for it. Daniel kept looking toward the stairs, wanting to check on Timmy and knowing that sometimes a child needed a closed door more than another worried question. Marissa rinsed mugs that had held untouched coffee. He is stronger than he should have to be. Both of them are, Daniel said. That is not the compliment. Adults think it is. I know. Daniel leaned against the counter and rubbed his face. I moved here to get him away from grief. I brought him to a place where grief had been waiting longer than he has been alive. Marissa set the mug down. You did not create this place. No, but I brought him to it. And because you did, Josh was found. That does not make the fear fair. It does not make the pain a gift. But it means your son mattered here. Cindy mattered here. You mattered too, even when you were terrified and angry and making every parent mistake there is. Daniel gave a tired laugh. Every parent mistake seems ambitious. Give yourself time. You may still reach the rest tomorrow. The joke was gentle enough to let him breathe. He looked toward the dark window over the sink. No frost gathered there. No face pressed from the other side. Only his own reflection stared back, older than it had been a week ago and somehow more awake. What if the funeral does not end it? He asked. Marissa's hands stilled. Then we keep telling the truths until whatever remains has nothing left to feed on. You make that sound simple. It is not simple. It is only the next right thing. Sometimes that has to be enough. Upstairs, Timmy heard their voices as well murmurs through the floor. He could not make out the words, but the sound comforted him. Adults talking softly in the kitchen meant the world had not completely ended. He lay back with the wet leaf safe on the sill and watched the ceiling until exhaustion finally softened the room. Just before sleep took him, he heard one more sound from a closet. Not a knock this time. A sigh. It was so faint he might have dreamed it, but it held no rage, no hunger, no demand. It sounded like a child who had been carried part of the way home and was finally resting before the last mile. Outside, Casper County moved into evening with the truth finally above ground, and for the first time since Timmy had arrived, the night did not feel eager to swallow the house whole. The sunlight over Pecan Hill did not feel natural at first. It came down through a split in the clouds in a long, pale sheet, touching the wet grass, the rescue tents, the yellow sheriff tape, and the faces of people who had spent most of the morning pretending they were only curious. Timmy Calder stood beside the line of parked trucks with his hands pushed deep in his coat pockets, watching grown people whisper as if whispers could make the truth smaller. The mine had given Josh back to the world, and the world did not seem to know what to do with him. Deputies moved slowly around the entrance, their boots sinking into mud. The recovery crew had carried the sealed stretcher down the hill with more care than Timmy had seen anyone use with anything in Casper County. Nobody joked or called to a friend across the field. Even the crows that usually shouted from the fir trees stayed quiet. The mine mouth sat open behind the crew like a black throat finally emptied of a secret it had been choking on for 20 years. Daniel Calder kept one hand on Timmy's shoulder. It was not a tight grip. It was the kind a father used when he wanted his child to know he was there without trapping him. Daniel's face looked older than it had that morning, and Timmy understood why. They'd come to Casper County to get away from a grave, and now they stood near another one, surrounded by people who had let a child vanish into cold darkness because truth would have cost them comfort. Cindy Hale stood on Timmy's other side, her chin lifted and her eyes red from fighting tears. Her mother, Marissa, had one arm around her. The four of them had not planned to stand together, but fear and grief had pulled them into a small family shape. Timmy did not know what to call it. He only knew that when he looked at the mine, Cindy stepped closer, and when Cindy began to tremble, he moved closer to her, and neither one had to explain it. Sheriff Bell came up the hill with mud on his knees and gray dust on his sleeves. He'd been down near the staging tent where the county medical examiner was waiting. His hat hung from one hand, soaked from the rain that had fallen earlier. When he reached Daniel and Marissa, he stopped, swallowed, and looked at Timmy and Cindy before he spoke. They found enough to make the identification almost certain, the sheriff said. His voice was rough but steady. There will be formal work done. Dental records, old reports, everything proper. I'm not going to stand here and pretend there is still much doubt. It is Josh Carver. He was down there the whole time. Marissa closed her eyes. For a moment, she looked 10 years old again, a little girl standing at the edge of a crowd while adults told her she had misunderstood what she saw. Then she opened her eyes and stared toward the town people gathered beyond the tape. Her grief had a hard edge to it, but there was no satisfaction in her face. I told them, she said softly. I told them where those boys had chased him. I told them they were lying. My mother told me to stop because people were saying I wanted attention. The deputy told her children make stories when they are scared. I learned right there that adults can be more afraid of embarrassment than they are of evil. Daniel looked at her, and Timmy saw something pass between them that was deeper than sympathy. They both knew what it meant to stand in front of a truth that could not be fixed. Daniel had lost his wife in a crash he still replayed in his head every night. Marissa had carried a witness inside her for 20 years while nobody asked how heavy it was. Their hurts were different, but they recognized each other. Sheriff Bell shifted his weight and looked back toward the field. Steve Rusk and Mark Bellamy are at the county hospital under guard. They confessed enough at the lake to place themselves at the mine, but we need full statements. Dave Harrow died before he could make a formal one. I have deputies collecting records from the dealership, and the prosecutor is driving in from the county seat. This is not over because two men shouted the truth while they were half frozen and terrified. We have to build it clean, or their lawyers will tear holes in it. The practical words made Timmy angry, though he knew they were necessary. Clean records, sworn statements, lawyers, and court schedules sounded too small beside the image of Josh calling from the dark. Josh had spent 6 days dying beneath Pecan Hill while the town ate casseroles and repeated lies, but now justice had to walk carefully through paperwork. Timmy wanted the earth to open and swallow every excuse anyone had ever made. Cindy must have felt the anger move through him because she touched his sleeve. "Do not let them make you cold," she said. Timmy looked at her and asked what she meant. She kept her voice low. "That is what this place does. It makes people cold first. Then it teaches them to call it normal. Those words stayed with him as the afternoon stretched on. Newsbands came from 2 towns over. People who had ignored the old story now stood close to the cameras with solemn faces. Mrs. Donnelly from the church cried into a tissue and told a reporter that Casper County had always loved its children. Timmy watched Marissa turn away from that with her jaw set so tightly he thought it might hurt. The Carver family arrived just before dusk. Josh's parents were old now, older than Timmy had imagined from the faded newspaper photographs. Mr. Carver walked with a cane and held his wife's elbow as if the ground might betray them. Mrs. Carver had silver hair pinned at the back of her head. She wore a dark coat buttoned to her throat, and when she saw the mine she made a sound that did not belong to words. No one rushed them. Even the reporters lowered their cameras when Sheriff Bell met the couple at the tape and spoke to them quietly. Timmy saw Mrs. Carver put one shaking hand over her mouth. Mr. Carver stared at the mine with his eyes wide and wet. For 20 years, they had buried an empty casket and lived with a story about a stranger no one could name. Now the hill itself had admitted what men had hidden. Timmy wanted to look away because their grief felt too private. At the same time, he could not. He thought about his own mother and the funeral where everyone had said helpful things that helped nothing. People had told him she was in a better place, that time would soften the hurt, that his father was strong, that Timmy needed to be strong too. Not one of those sentences had reached the empty chair at the kitchen table. Not one had answered the silence in the car when Daniel forgot to turn on the radio. Mrs. Carver moved toward the mine. Sheriff Bell started to speak, maybe to warn her about the uneven ground, but Daniel stepped forward and shook his head. The sheriff let her pass. Mr. Carver followed her, leaning hard on his cane. The crowd grew quiet in a way Timmy had never heard before. It was not respect exactly. It was shame trying to look like respect. Mrs. Carver stopped at the mouth of the mine and looked into the blackness. "Joshua," she said, and the name traveled across Pecan Hill without being loud. "Mama is here." The air changed. It did not drop into the bitter cold Timmy had come to fear. Instead, a soft chill moved over the field like a sigh from deep underground. The grass nearest the mine trembled. A few people gasped, but no one ran. Timmy felt the hair rise on his arms. Cindy took his hand before either of them seemed to decide it. A shape gathered inside the mine entrance, dim and wavering. Not the rotting nightmare from the lake. Not the furious force that had filled cars with frost and shattered glass. This was only the outline of a boy, thin and bent slightly as if still protecting a hurt leg. His hair was a pale flame in the darkness. His face could not be fully seen, yet Timmy knew where he was looking. He was looking at his mother. Mrs. Carver reached toward him. Mr. Carver made a broken sound and gripped his cane until his knuckles whitened. The shade flickered once. Timmy thought Josh might step into the light, but he stayed at the threshold, unable or unwilling to leave the place that had held him so long. Then every loose piece of grass around the mine leaned toward the entrance, as if the hill itself was drawing breath. The boy's shape faded. The clouds slid over the sun again, but they did not swallow it completely. A gray warmth remained, strange and fragile. Mrs. Carver did not collapse. She lowered her hand slowly and stood very still. When she turned back, her face was wet, but something in it had changed. The grief had not gone. Timmy knew grief did not leave because a ghost answered. But the worst question had been answered. Her son had not run away. Her son had called and no one had come. That evening, Sheriff Bell ordered everyone off Pecan Hill. The deputies packed evidence crates into trucks. The recovery crews sealed their equipment. Reporters tried to stop Daniel, Marissa, and the children, but Daniel stepped between the cameras and Timmy with a calm so sharp it cut through their questions. "Not my son," Daniel said. "Not today." The reporter backed away. Timmy looked up at his father and felt a warmth that had nothing to do with weather. Daniel had not been able to save Timmy's mother. He had not been able to save Josh. But he was still standing where Timmy needed him to stand. At home, the house felt different the moment they entered. The air was no longer heavy in the corners. The hallway did not seem to watch them. Yet Timmy did not trust the quiet. He had learned that Casper County hid its teeth behind ordinary things. His shoes by the door, a fork beside a plate, or a photograph on a desk could move, fall, freeze, or bleed. Truth when Josh wanted to speak. Daniel made grilled cheese sandwiches because it was the only food he could cook without thinking. Cindy and Marissa stayed, though nobody said they were staying. They sat around the kitchen table with untouched plates while rain tapped gently at the windows. For a long time, the only sounds were the rain, the refrigerator, and Daniel's slow breathing as he tried to find words that would not break anybody further. Marissa found them first. "The funeral will be hard," she said. "The Carvers deserve the whole town there. Not because the town deserves to be forgiven, but because they should not have to stand alone again." Daniel nodded and said they would go. Timmy stared at his sandwich. What if he is still angry? No one answered right away. Cindy squeezed his hand under the table. Daniel leaned forward and folded his arms on the table, choosing honesty over comfort. "He might be," Daniel said. "He has a right to be. Finding him does not erase what happened. Arresting Steve and Mark does not erase it. But anger can change when the truth is brought into the open. Maybe that is what we are watching now. Not an ending. A change." Marissa looked toward the dark kitchen window where their reflections hovered over the rain. The question is whether this town can change with him. That night Timmy slept with his bedroom door open. He did not turn on the closet light. He wanted to be brave, but bravery felt less like a strong feeling and more like being tired of obeying fear. Around midnight, he woke to a soft scraping sound near his desk. He sat up slowly, heart pounding, and saw the newspaper copy on the floor. The smeared names were no longer smeared. Steve, Dave, Mark. Under them, in damp gray letters that looked like they had been written by a cold fingertip, were 4 more words. They all knew too. Timmy did not scream. He sat there in the dark, breathing hard, while the old house creaked around him. Downstairs, the kitchen clock marked 1 second after another. The truth was not finished. Josh had not only wanted the 3 boys named, he wanted Casper County to admit how many adults had chosen not to see. Morning came with a low fog that swallowed the bottoms of the trees behind the house. Timmy carried the newspaper copy downstairs with both hands, careful not to smear the new words. The paper felt colder than it should have, as if it had spent the night pressed against a basement wall. Daniel was already in the kitchen, unshaven, wearing the same flannel shirt he had worn the day before. He looked at Timmy's face and set down his coffee before asking anything. Timmy placed the article on the table. Daniel read the words once, then again. His mouth tightened. He did not tell Timmy it was probably moisture or imagination. He had seen too much for that kind of lie to survive in him. "They all knew too," Daniel said quietly. Timmy nodded. "It was on the floor when I woke up." Daniel pulled a chair out and sat heavily. "Your mom used to say small towns remember everything except what they owe people. I thought she was talking about gossip." The mention of his mother came without warning, but it did not hurt in the same sharp way. It still cut, but the cut made room for her voice. Timmy could imagine her standing by the stove in her blue sweater, listening with that calm patience that made people confess things without knowing they had decided to. She would have believed him. He knew that now. She would have believed him before the ghost, before the mine, before the lights blew out at the town meeting. Some people had hearts that moved toward hurt instead of away from it. Daniel called Marissa. She arrived within 10 minutes with Cindy still pulling on her jacket. Marissa had a folder under one arm, the kind used for school papers, except hers was thick with copies, notes, and old clippings. She saw the article, read the cold words, and went pale. "I wondered when this part would come," she said. Daniel asked if she had expected it. Marissa sat at the table and opened the folder. "Not exactly this, but something like it. Last night after we got home, I went to every old clipping I kept. I kept them because I was angry. I kept them because when you are 10 and adults tell you that your memory is wrong, you start collecting proof for a future courtroom no one promised you." Cindy leaned against the counter watching her mother with a mix of sadness and awe. Timmy knew that look. It was a look children gave parents when they suddenly realized the adults who raised them had once been young and frightened and left alone with things too heavy for them. Marissa spread the papers across the table. There were articles about Josh's disappearance, follow-up stories, charity events, search parties, and town meetings. There were photographs of people holding candles on Pecan Hill, men in raincoats standing near the mine entrance, women carrying trays into the church basement, and children looking solemn beside adults who had already decided what story would be easier to live with. "Here," Marissa said, tapping one photograph, "this is the second search meeting. Steve's father is standing beside the deputy. Mark's mother is behind him. Dave's parents are not in the frame, but the article quotes his father saying the boys saw Josh leave in a blue truck with a stranger. They backed the lie before the sheriff had even finished searching the woods." Daniel read the caption and asked why they would do that. "Because their sons came home covered in mud," Marissa said. because one of them had a cut on his cheek from Josh fighting back. Because children do not invent the same lie unless someone teaches them which parts to repeat. The room went still. Timmy looked at Cindy. She was staring at the photograph like she wanted to step into it and shake the adults until the picture changed. Marissa pulled out another clipping. 2 years after Josh disappeared, Steve's father died when his truck slid on black ice in April. There had been no freeze warning. No other road in town had ice. Mark's mother fell down her back steps in July. The steps were coated in frost when the paramedics came. Dave's father had a hunting accident in September. His rifle barrel was packed with ice. Every time someone who helped bury the lie died, people called it bad luck because bad luck asks nothing from the living. Timmy felt the kitchen grow colder, though not enough to make his breath show. He looked toward the hallway. The house seemed to listen. Daniel gathered the clippings into careful piles. Sheriff Bell needs these. Marissa agreed, then said she should have taken them years ago. You were a child, Daniel replied. I stopped being a child that day, she said, and her voice held no drama, only fact. That is another thing people steal when they lie around you. They steal the age you were supposed to be. Cindy moved behind her mother's chair and hugged her from behind. Marissa put a hand over Cindy's arms. Timmy looked away because the tenderness felt private, but then Daniel touched his shoulder, and Timmy understood that looking away from love could become a habit, just like looking away from pain. They drove to the sheriff's office with the folder between Timmy and Cindy in the back seat. Casper County looked bruised in the fog. The grocery sign glowed dimly. The church bell tower rose above the street like a watchman that had slept through the worst night. People stopped talking when Daniel and Marissa walked through the sheriff's office door with the children behind them. Sheriff Bell was in his office with the county prosecutor, a sharp-faced woman named Elaine Porter who wore a navy suit and did not seem impressed by ghosts, rumors, or small-town excuses. She listened without interrupting while Marissa explained the clippings, the old statements, and the new message on the article. Her eyes changed only once, when Marissa described being dismissed as a child witness. Porter took the folder and turned through each page. I can use old public statements to establish a pattern of concealment, she said. I cannot charge dead parents, but I can show that the original lie was organized. That matters. It explains why the investigation failed. It supports the coercion angle if the surviving men claimed they were only children and panicked. Timmy did not like how cleanly she spoke. He knew she had to speak that way. He still did not like it. Cindy crossed her arms. They left him. Porter looked at her, and for the first time her face softened. They did, she said. And my job is to make sure a courtroom hears that without being distracted by everything her lawyers will throw in the air. Sheriff Bell cleared his throat. Steve and Mark are talking, but they are blaming each other. Steve says Mark threw the first rock. Mark says Dave dared Josh toward the mine. Both say they thought Josh climbed out somewhere else. Then they admit they never went back to check. The confession at the lake is stronger because they were not thinking about strategy, but we need more. The office windows gave a faint tick. A lace of frost appeared along the bottom edges, thin as white thread. Everyone looked at it. Porter stepped toward the glass and watched the frost spread into letters so slowly that Timmy could feel each stroke being dragged through the air. Ask them about the rope. Sheriff Bell swore under his breath. Porter did not move. Daniel put an arm in front of Timmy without blocking his view. Marissa's hand tightened around Cindy's shoulder. The frost words held for 5 seconds, then melted into clear water that ran down the inside of the glass. Porter turned back to the room. Her face had lost its courtroom polish. She looked, for one brief moment, like a person standing in a world larger and stranger than the one she had prepared to argue in. "What rope?" she asked. Marissa's eyes widened. "There was a rope in one of the search photos. I remember because people argued about whether it had been placed by searchers or already there. They said it belonged to the old mine crew, but that never made sense. The mine had been stripped before it closed. Sheriff Bell went to a file cabinet and pulled old evidence scans that had been digitized badly years before. He found the photograph after several tense minutes. It showed the mine entrance from a distance, blurred by rain. Near the side, half hidden by grass, lay a coil of rope. Porter leaned over the image. If they had a rope, they could have gone down after him. No one spoke for several seconds. The sentence sat in the office like a living thing. Timmy felt sick. It was one thing to imagine 3 terrified boys running away. It was worse to imagine them standing above the mine with a rope that might have reached Josh, choosing silence while he screamed below them. Sheriff Bell picked up the phone. bring Rusk and Bellamy into separate rooms. Now, and tell the hospital guards nobody talks to either one except us. Porter gathered the clippings and pointed at the children. You two go home. I mean that kindly, but I mean it. The next part is ugly. Timmy almost argued, but Daniel shook his head. Cindy opened her mouth, then closed it when Marissa gave her a look that was both exhausted and final. They left the sheriff's office while deputies hurried through the halls. Outside, the fog had thinned enough to reveal Pecan Hill in the distance, dark against the gray sky. On the ride home, Cindy stared out the window. They had a rope, she said. Timmy looked at his hands. Maybe it was too short. She shook her head. That is you trying to make them less terrible. Timmy admitted that she might be right. Daniel drove without speaking for a while. Then he said, sometimes we do that because we are scared of what it means if people really had a choice. If they had a choice, then evil is not always some monster from far away. Sometimes it is a person deciding not to get dirty helping someone else. The words stayed with Timmy all afternoon. At home, he tried to read, then tried to sleep, then tried to help Daniel fix a loose hinge on the pantry door. Nothing held his attention. Every sound from the walls made him wonder if Josh had another message. Every drip from the roof sounded like water falling into the mine. Near sunset, Cindy came over again. They sat on the back porch, wrapped in blankets, while Daniel and Marissa talked in the kitchen. The woods behind the house were dark and wet. Pecan Hill was hidden beyond them, but Timmy felt its presence the way he felt a bruise before touching it. Cindy leaned her head against the porch rail. Do you ever feel guilty that your mom is gone and you are still here? The question entered him quietly, but it reached deep. He looked at her, surprised not because the thought was strange, but because she had named something he had been afraid to name. All the time, he said. She asked what he did with it. I do not know, Timmy said. Mostly I carry it around and pretend it is not heavy. Cindy nodded as if that made complete sense. I feel guilty that Mom believed me about the strange things in our house, but nobody believed her when she was little. I keep thinking I should have known she was still hurting. You are 12, Timmy said gently. So was Josh, Cindy replied. They sat with that for a while. The sky darkened. In the kitchen, Daniel laughed softly at something Marissa said, then stopped quickly, as if laughter had surprised him. Cindy smiled a little, and Timmy did too. It was not happiness exactly, but it was a small proof that the house could hold more than fear. A thin white line appeared on the porch window beside them. Frost. Timmy and Cindy stood at the same time. The line curved, split, and formed a shape rather than words. It looked like a small handprint pressed from the other side. Then another appeared beside it. A second handprint, smaller and lower. Cindy whispered Josh's name. The glass sparred from the inside, though the window was closed. Letters formed beneath the prints. Not alone. Timmy felt the porch tilt under him, though he had not moved. Not alone. The words could mean Josh had not been alone in the mine. They could mean he was not the only child Casper County had failed. They could mean something worse. Daniel opened the back door behind them and asked if the kids were all right. Marissa came up beside him and saw the window. Her face went slack with dread. Cindy looked at her mother. What does that mean? Marissa did not answer at first. She stared at the two handprints, then at the woods beyond the yard. When she finally spoke, her voice was barely above the rain. It means Pecan Hill kept more secrets than Josh. The next 2 days moved through Casper County like a storm that had learned to wear church clothes. Everyone spoke softly, but every soft word carried accusation. The funeral home prepared Josh Carver's remains for burial with as much dignity as time and evidence rules allowed. The sheriff's office stayed lit late into the night. Deputies came and went with boxes from the dealership, old-school records, and photographs from basements where families had hidden the past in plastic tubs. Timmy learned that grief changed shape depending on who held it. Mrs. Carver's grief was quiet and focused, like a candle guarded by both hands. Mr. Carver's grief came out in sudden anger, not shouted at anyone, but thrown into the air when he saw a news headline or heard someone say the word closure. Marissa's grief was old and disciplined. Daniel's grief remained close to Timmy's own, private and restless, always looking for a room where it could sit without being stared at. The message on the porch window spread through the adults faster than Daniel wanted. Not alone. Marissa told Sheriff Bell because she believed secrets had fed the haunting from the beginning. Sheriff Bell told Prosecutor Porter because he had stopped pretending the impossible could be ignored. Porter did not put the words in any report, but she asked for every missing child file in Casper County between the mine closing and Josh's disappearance. There were 3. One had been solved years later in another state. One had run away and called home at 18. The third was a girl named Emily Price, age 9, missing for 2 nights during a harvest picnic at Pecan Hill 12 years before Josh died. The old file said she had wandered into the woods, slept beneath a fallen cedar, and been found alive. The strange part was a note from the doctor who examined her. It said Emily had bruises around both wrists and refused to speak for 6 days. Marissa read that line at Daniel's kitchen table and covered her mouth. Cindy sat rigid beside her. Timmy felt cold move through him without touching his skin. She survived, Daniel said, though it sounded more like a hope than a conclusion. Sheriff Bell had brought the file himself. He looked exhausted. She moved away after high school. Emily Price is Emily Mercer now. She lives in Spokane. I called. She hung up when I said Casper County. Then she called back 10 minutes later and asked if the mine had finally opened its mouth. The kitchen went silent around them. She's coming for the funeral, Sheriff Bell said. She said Josh was not the first child to beg adults to believe him, and he was not the last. I do not know what she means yet. Timmy thought of the 2 handprints on the porch window. One was Josh. The other might have belonged to Emily or to the child she had been. The idea made the house feel crowded with invisible children who had stood on the edge of grown-up conversations and learned that truth had to fight for a chair. On the morning of the funeral, rain returned. It was not violent. It fell straight and cold, silvering the roads and darkening the church steps. The whole town seemed to move toward First Grace Church, the same church that had hosted the picnic on the day Josh vanished. Timmy wore a dark jacket Daniel had bought the night before. The sleeves were a little long. Daniel had tried to fix them with careful folds, and Timmy had let him because the small act steadied both of them. Cindy waited with Marissa outside the church doors. She wore a dark dress and a gray sweater, and her hair was pinned back in a way that made her look older until she smiled at Timmy. The smile was small and sad, but it belonged to the Cindy who had stood between him and school bullies, the Cindy who had dragged him into research when fear tried to trap them, the Cindy whose hand had found his in the worst moments without making him feel weak. "You okay?" she asked. "Not really," Timmy said, "but I can walk in." "That counts," she replied. Inside, the church smelled of old wood, damp coats, and lilies. The flowers were everywhere, white and blue and pale yellow, arranged around a small casket that made Timmy's throat tighten. Josh had been 12. 20 years had passed, but the casket did not need to be large. Time had not made him grow. Mrs. Carver sat in the front pew with Mr. Carver beside her. The town filled the pews behind them, row after row of people who had lived under the lie so long they had mistaken it for weather. Some cried openly. Some stared forward with faces emptied by shock. A few looked around as if checking who else had come, still trapped in the habit of measuring shame by witnesses. Emily Mercer arrived just before the service began. Timmy knew it was her because the air changed around Marissa. Emily was a tall woman with dark hair cut to her shoulders and a long scar near her left wrist. She paused at the back of the church, looked at the casket, and nearly turned around. Marissa stood, walked to her, and took both her hands. No one in the pews spoke. Emily let Marissa lead her to the front, where Mrs. Carver rose and hugged a woman she had never met, as if they had both been waiting at the same locked door. The pastor began with a prayer. He did not shout. He did not turn Josh into a lesson too quickly. For that, Timmy was grateful. The pastor said Josh had been a boy who liked fishing, comic books, orange soda, and running even when no one was racing him. He said Josh had been stolen from his family and that the church had failed him by accepting easy answers when hard questions were required. Several people lowered their heads at that. Timmy respected the pastor more for saying it while the pews were full. Then Mrs. Carver spoke. Daniel leaned close to Timmy and whispered that she did not have to, but Timmy thought maybe she did. Not for the town. For Josh. Mrs. Carver stood at the pulpit with a folded paper in her hand. She never looked at it. "My son was not a curse," she said. "I need everyone to hear that. My son was a child. He was afraid. He was hurt. He was left. What came after was not because Josh was evil. It was because the town made a grave out of silence and then acted surprised when something grew inside it." A soft murmur moved through the church. Mrs. Carver waited until it died. "I have hated this place," she continued. "I have hated every tree on that hill and every face that told me to accept not knowing. I have hated myself for letting an empty casket go into the ground because people said it was time. But today I am not here to feed hate. I am here to put my boy where I can bring flowers and say his name without asking permission from rumors. Mr. Carver covered his face. The pastor touched his shoulder. Mrs. Carver looked over the pews. If you were there and you knew, say it before God and your neighbors. If you were not there but helped keep the lie because it was easier, teach your children better. Do not make another child haunt you just to be heard. She stepped down. For a moment, no one moved. Then Emily rose. Her face was pale, but her voice carried. I was taken to the mine when I was 9, Emily said. Not inside. Near it. Older boys tied my wrists and told me if I screamed, the hill would eat me. Some of your sons laughed. Some of your daughters watched. When I was found, I told the deputy. He told my parents I was confused from exposure. My parents moved us away because they believed me, but they were too scared to fight the whole town. I am telling it now because Josh did not get to grow up and tell his own truth. The church seemed to shrink around the words. Timmy heard someone sob behind him. He did not turn. Cindy's face had gone white with fury. Marissa held her daughter's hand so tightly their knuckles touched. Emily looked at Mrs. Carver. I am sorry, she said. I heard him crying once, the day after he vanished. I was 16. I went near the mine because I could not stop thinking about what happened to me there. I heard a boy crying. I ran. I told myself it was wind because I was a coward. Mrs. Carver stood and walked to her. Emily shook her head as if she did not deserve comfort, but Mrs. Carver embraced her anyway. The sound that moved through the church then was not one sound. It was guilt, grief, relief, and something like prayer breaking apart and trying to become human. Timmy felt tears on his face. He did not wipe them away. Daniel's hand came to rest on the back of his neck. Cindy leaned into Marissa. For the first time since they had moved to Casper County, Timmy felt that the adults around him were not asking children to carry everything alone. The burial took place under gray light at the cemetery on the hill beyond town. Rain misted over the graves and clung to black umbrellas. The pastor spoke again, but Timmy heard only parts of it. Dust to dust, mercy, rest, and names. He watched the casket lower and thought of the first empty casket that had gone into the earth without Josh. This one was smaller than justice and larger than a lie. When the service ended, people did not hurry away. They waited, unsure what was expected now that the script of polite grief had been torn in half. Mrs. Carver knelt and pressed her palm to the wet ground. Mr. Carver stood behind her with both hands on his cane. Emily placed a small carved wooden fish beside the flowers, something she said she had found years ago near the mine and kept without understanding why. Timmy and Cindy remained near an old maple tree at the edge of the cemetery. Daniel and Marissa spoke with Sheriff Bell a few yards away. The sheriff looked less like an officer in that moment and more like a man who had inherited a house full of rot and had finally pulled up the carpet. Cindy wiped her eyes with her sleeve. Do you think he can rest now? Timmy looked toward Josh's grave. I want to say yes. She heard the hesitation and asked what kept him from saying it. The window said not alone, Timmy replied. Emily was alive. Maybe there are more stories. Maybe Josh is not the only one holding this town open. Cindy nodded. Then we keep looking. The answer came too fast and too sure, and Timmy loved her a little for it in a way that scared him. Not grown-up love, not the kind from movies with music and perfect words. It was something young and fierce, born from shared fear and trust. He wanted to protect it by not naming it. A flicker of orange appeared between the cemetery trees. Timmy straightened. Cindy saw it too. A boy stood there, translucent in the mist, his bright hair softened by rain. Josh did not wave this time. He looked past them toward the older part of the cemetery, where weathered stones leaned under moss. Then he lifted one hand and pointed. Timmy followed the direction. At first he saw only graves. Then he noticed a row of tiny markers near the fence, half hidden by weeds and thyme. Children's graves. Older than Josh? Some had names. Some had only dates. Cindy whispered, "What is he showing us?" The ghost faded, but the cold remained around Timmy's heart. He looked at the small stones, then back at Josh's fresh grave. Casper County had not begun with one tragedy. It had been built over many. Josh was not asking them to let him go yet. He was asking them to look where the town had stopped looking long before he was born. Daniel called Timmy's name softly. Timmy turned, but he did not move from the tree. "We need to check those graves," he said. Daniel followed his gaze. Marissa did too. The adults saw the row of small stones, and something in their faces told Timmy they understood. The funeral had buried Josh. It had not buried the haunting. It had only taught them where to dig next. The old cemetery records were kept in the church basement because Casper County had a talent for placing its dead beneath rooms where people served coffee and cake. The basement smelled of dust, carpet glue, and the lemon cleaner the church ladies used before every potluck. Long tables had been folded against the wall after the funeral meal, leaving the center of the room bare except for a metal cabinet, 2 cardboard boxes, and a narrow door that led to storage under the stairs. Pastor Eli Warren brought the keys with visible reluctance. He was a thin man with gentle eyes and a way of speaking that suggested every sentence had first been tested for harm. He had admitted the church failed Josh during the funeral, and now that admission had become a door others expected him to open. "I should have looked at these years ago," he said, as he unlocked the cabinet. "I was not the pastor then, but that is not much comfort." Institutions love to hide behind whoever was in charge at the time. Marissa stood beside him with a notebook. Daniel was near the stairs watching Timmy and Cindy as if the basement itself might decide to move. Sheriff Bell had wanted to come, but Prosecutor Porter had kept him at the station to finish the interview transcripts. That left a strange little group in the church basement led by 2 children who had learned to read ghost signs better than adults read records. Pastor Warren opened the cabinet. Inside were ledgers wrapped in brittle paper, burial maps, envelopes of receipts, and old photographs. He carried the oldest books to the table one by one. Dust rose around them. Cindy sneezed, then apologized as if noise might disturb the dead. Timmy turned pages carefully. The handwriting changed across decades, from elegant ink strokes to hurried ballpoint notes. Names filled the lines. Birth dates, death dates, plot numbers, payments made. Some entries were neat and complete. Others were vague in ways that made Timmy uneasy. Infant son of local family. Stillborn, no given name. Unknown child found near creek. County burial. Girl, approximately 6. No family claim. Cindy read over his shoulder and went very still. How can a town bury a child and not know who she is? Pastor Warren closed his eyes. In hard years, children were sometimes abandoned. Families passed through. Records were worse. That is the explanation people usually give. Timmy looked up. Is it the truth? The pastor did not answer quickly. Maybe sometimes. Maybe not always. Marissa copied each questionable entry. Daniel took photographs with his phone. The basement lights hummed overhead. Every few minutes one flickered, and everyone paused until it steadied. The air had not turned freezing, but Timmy felt watched by more than memories. They found the row Josh had pointed toward in a burial map from the 1950s. It was marked Children's Section, though many of the graves were older. Some plots had family names. Others were marked with initials. 3 were labeled with a single word that made Pastor Warren frown. Holding, he read. Marissa looked at him. Holding what? He shook his head. I have never seen that in a burial map. Cindy touched the page. Could it mean the bodies were held before burial? Daniel leaned closer. Or held from the records. The basement door at the top of the stairs clicked shut. Everyone looked up. Daniel moved first, climbing halfway and trying the knob. It did not open. Pastor Warren frowned. That door does not lock from the outside. The lights dimmed. A cold line ran along the floor. Not frost exactly, but a pale whitening of the concrete that spread from the storage door under the stairs. Timmy's heart began to pound. Cindy stepped beside him. Marissa whispered her daughter's name, but Cindy did not move back. The storage door creaked open by an inch. Daniel came down the stairs slowly. Nobody touches anything until we see what is in there. The door opened another inch. A smell drifted out, old paper and wet earth. Pastor Warren made the sign of the cross without seeming aware of it. Timmy took a flashlight from the table. Daniel started to object and stopped because the beam was already pointed into the little room. The storage space was low and cramped, filled with folding chairs, Christmas decorations, boxes of hymnals, and rolled banners from church events. At the back, beneath the stack of broken chair legs, a floorboard had lifted. There should not have been floorboards in a concrete basement. Daniel said a word under his breath that Timmy was fairly sure he was not supposed to say in church. He moved the chair legs aside. The board was not part of the floor. It was a cover, old wood stained, dark by age. Beneath it sat a metal cash box, rusted at the corners. Pastor Warren looked ill. I did not know that was there. Daniel carried the box to the table. It had no lock. The lid stuck at first, then opened with a groan. Inside were envelopes, a child's hair ribbon, 2 marbles, a rusted pocket knife, and a ledger smaller than the cemetery books. Its cover was black, cracked, and swollen from damp. Nobody spoke for several breaths. Timmy felt the room press inward. Marissa opened the ledger with care. The first page held a date from 1949 and a list of names. Not names of the dead, names of donors. Beside several were notes. Quiet matter handled. Family spared scandal. Trial placed in county ground. Payment received for silence. Pastor warned back to ways if the book might burn him. This cannot be true. Marissa's face hardened into the same expression she had worn when she spoke of adults dismissing her. It is true enough to hide. Daniel leaned over the page. This is not just Josh. Cindy's voice shook. It is a record of cover-ups. The ledger went on for decades. Not every entry involved a child, but too many did. A farm accident that had never been reported. A baby born to an unmarried girl and buried without a name. A runaway beaten by men outside a tavern and left near the creek. A child hurt during an initiation on Pecan Hill, paid away before police were called. The names of town leaders appeared again and again, sometimes as donors, sometimes as witnesses, sometimes as men who had accepted money to file nothing. Timmy wanted to stop reading. He could not. Each line felt like a small hand rising from the dirt. Pastor Warren sank into a chair. This was hidden in my church. Daniel's voice was firm but not cruel. Then your church can help bring it out. The pastor nodded, tears standing in his eyes. Everything goes to the sheriff. The families get told. No more protecting the name of this place at the expense of the people it buried. The basement lights brightened. The cold line on the floor receded. The door at the top of the stairs clicked open by itself. Timmy thought the haunting might be satisfied for the moment, but then a page near the back of the ledger lifted. Though no one touched it, it turned once, twice, and then a third time. Then it stopped on an entry dated 20 years earlier, 3 days after Josh disappeared. Donation from Rusk, Bellamy, and Harrell families. Matter to remain closed. Boy presumed taken by transient. Witness child unreliable. Mind surge discouraged due to danger. Marissa made a sound like the air had been struck from her. Cindy put both hands over her mouth. Daniel took the ledger gently from Marissa before her shaking fingers could tear the page. Pastor Warren stood and read the entry with visible horror. Witness child unreliable, he repeated. That was you. Marissa nodded and said the words had always meant her. The lights flickered again, but this time the cold did not come. Instead, the old cash box gave a soft metallic tap. Timmy looked inside. Beneath the envelopes, something bright glimmered. He moved the papers aside and found a small brass key tied to a length of rotted string. A tag hung from it, the ink faded but readable. Pecan Hill Storehouse. Cindy looked at her mother. What storehouse? Marissa shook her head. There used to be an equipment shed near the picnic field. It burned down before I was born. Pastor Warren swallowed. Not the shed. There was an older storehouse before that, built into the hill near the mine. People used it for festival supplies. It was sealed after a partial collapse. Most people forgot it existed. Timmy felt the story stretching beneath them like roots. Josh pointed us to the graves. The graves brought us to the records. The records brought us to the key. Cindy finished the thought. The key brings us back to Pecan Hill. Daniel looked at both children. Not tonight. Neither of them argued. Not because they were not curious, but because the basement had taught them something. Some doors needed daylight, witnesses and adults who were finally willing to stand close to the truth. They called Sheriff Bell. He arrived with 2 deputies and evidence bags. Prosecutor Porter came with them, her hair pulled back and her face tight with the look of a woman whose case had just grown teeth. She read enough of the ledger to understand, then ordered everyone to stop touching the materials until they could be properly cataloged. Before the ledger went into an evidence box, a final message appeared across the damp inside of the cash box lid. The letters pushed up through rust like pale scars. Open the old door. No one pretended not to see it. No one said wind. No one said coincidence. Sheriff Bell removed his hat and stared at the words. Tomorrow morning, he said. We open it with half the county watching if that is what it takes. That night, Daniel did not let Timmy out of his sight for more than a few minutes. Marissa and Cindy stayed again, and nobody made a show of calling it a sleepover. It was protection. It was companionship. It was 4 people choosing not to be separated by fear. After dinner, Daniel and Marissa sat on the porch while Timmy and Cindy listened from just inside the screen door, pretending not to listen and failing completely. Daniel said, I keep thinking I brought Timmy here to heal, and all I did was put him in the middle of another tragedy. Marissa answered, maybe healing is not always a quiet place. Maybe sometimes it is finding the courage to face what everybody else avoided. Daniel was silent a moment. Laura would have liked you. Timmy held his breath at the sound of his mother's name. Marissa did not rush to fill the space. I wish I could have met her, she said. Daniel's voice thickened. She would have believed the kids before I did. She had that gift. She could hear the truth underneath the way people tried to say it. Marissa replied softly, "You are hearing it now." Timmy looked at Cindy. She gave him a small smile that said adults were complicated but sometimes worth waiting for. He smiled back. The moment felt gentle, and the gentleness hurt because it reminded him how long he had been bracing for the next terrible thing. Sleep came late. When Timmy finally drifted off on the couch with Cindy asleep in the chair nearby, he dreamed of Pecan Hill under clear morning light. In the dream, Josh stood at the mine entrance, but he was not alone. Other children stood behind him in the trees, some clear, some faint as breath on glass. They did not look angry. They looked waiting. Josh raised the brass key. It swung from his finger, catching sunlight that was too bright for the gray county sky. When Timmy woke, dawn had barely touched the windows. Cindy was already awake, sitting forward with her eyes wide. "You dreamed it too," she said. Timmy nodded. The old door. From the kitchen, Daniel's phone rang. He answered, listened, and looked toward the living room with a face that told Timmy morning had brought no mercy. "That was Sheriff Bell," Daniel said. "Steve Rusk tried to hang himself in his holding cell. They stopped him. He is alive." Before he passed out, he kept saying there is something behind the old door that proves they all knew. Marissa stepped into the room, already pale. "Then we go." Daniel looked at Timmy and Cindy. For once, he did not say they had to stay behind. Maybe he knew the haunting would not allow it. Maybe he understood that the children had been witnesses from the beginning, and leaving witnesses in the dark was how Casper County had started rotting. Outside, the fog over Pecan Hill glowed faintly with early light. The old door was waiting. So were the dead. By the time Daniel parked near Pecan Hill, the morning fog had thickened into a white wall between the field and the trees. Deputies had already blocked the narrow access road, and Sheriff Bell's cruiser sat crooked beside the old picnic shelter. The yellow tape looked weak in that pale light. It fluttered from post to post as if the hill itself were breathing beneath it. Timmy stepped out of the car and pulled his coat tighter. Cindy came around from the other side, her face tense but steady. Marissa carried the folder of copied records against her chest. Daniel kept the brass key in a small evidence envelope that Sheriff Bell had given him at the church basement. The key looked ordinary through the plastic, but Timmy could not stop watching it. It had waited decades inside a rusted box beneath the church floor. It had been passed from the dead to the living without a hand touching it. Sheriff Bell met them near the tape. His eyes went straight to Timmy and Cindy, and for once he did not look annoyed that children were present. He looked resigned. Behind him stood Prosecutor Porter, 2 deputies, Pastor Warren, and 3 members of the recovery crew who had gone into the mine. Emily Mercer waited near the picnic shelter with Mrs. Carver and Mr. Carver. Emily had one hand wrapped around her scarred wrist, not hiding it, but holding it the way a person might hold a memory that still had teeth. "The old storehouse is real," Sheriff Bell said. "We found the outline under the brush about 20 yards north of the mine entrance. It is built into the hill, stone front, timber frame, and a door that has been sealed with boards from the outside. Nobody has used it in a long time." Daniel looked toward the trees. "Is it safe?" "The recovery crew says the entry looks more stable than the mine, but nobody goes inside until they shore it up. We are opening the outside first. Then we look with cameras." Cindy stared at the woods. Why did Steve say it proves they all knew? Porter answered instead of the sheriff. "Because guilty men sometimes know where older guilty men hid their habits. Steve is scared enough to say pieces of things, but not enough to become honest all at once. He said his father brought him here the night Josh disappeared. He said there were boxes inside the storehouse, old papers, old pictures, and things people used to threaten families into silence." Then he stopped talking and asked for a priest. Pastor Warren flinched. Timmy wondered if he heard the accusation even when no one aimed it at him. The church had not only hosted weddings, funerals, and Sunday meals. It had kept records beneath its floor while families sat above them singing hymns. The group moved toward the tree line. Pecan Hill was quiet around them. No birds called. No cars passed on the road beyond the field. The wet grass brushed Timmy's shoes and soaked the cuffs of his jeans. Every step toward the storehouse made the air colder, but it was not the violent cold from the sheriff's office or the town meeting. This felt watchful, patient, and old. The door appeared slowly through the fog. It was set into a low stone wall, half buried in ivy and moss. Thick boards had been nailed across it years ago, gray with rot and green at the edges. Above the lintel, someone had carved the initials CCS into a stone block. Casper County Storehouse. Timmy guessed, though the letters looked more like a warning than a label. Mrs. Carver stopped when she saw it. "Was my boy near this place?" Sheriff Bell answered carefully. "The mine entrance is just beyond those trees. We do not know if Josh ever saw this store." "But the men who lied about him knew it was here," Mrs. Carver said. No one corrected her because no one could. The recovery crew went to work with pry bars and a portable light. Wood groaned as the first board came loose. The sound moved across the hill and vanished into the trees. Timmy saw Cindy swallow hard. He wanted to take her hand, but her mother stood close, so he kept his fingers curled against his palm. When the second board cracked free, a breath of air slipped from the storehouse. It smelled of damp stone, mildew, and something faintly sweet that made Timmy think of old flowers left too long in a vase. Emily stepped back. Mrs. Carver touched her arm, and Emily steadied herself. "That smell," Emily whispered. "I remember that smell." Porter turned toward her. "From when you were taken near the mine?" Emily nodded. "They did not bring me inside. I thought they did not, but I smelled that. I smelled that place on their hands." The third board came loose. The door behind it was iron-banded wood, swollen in its frame. A rusted padlock hung from a hasp. Sheriff Bell held out his hand for the key. Daniel passed him the evidence envelope. The sheriff opened it, removed the key with gloved fingers, and slid it into the lock. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the lock turned with a hard click that seemed too loud for the fog. The door did not open by itself. That made it worse somehow. The dead had led them here, but the living still had to pull. Sheriff Bell nodded to the recovery crew. Two men took the handle and dragged. The door resisted, then gave way with a long scrape across the stone threshold. Cold air rolled out. The portable light aimed through the opening and revealed a narrow room with stone walls and a dirt floor. Shelves lined both sides. Some had collapsed. Others still held boxes, jars, folded canvas, and bundles wrapped in oilcloth. At the back was a second door, smaller than the first, black with age. "Camera first," the crew leader said. Small inspection camera slid inside on a cable. Everyone gathered around the monitor. The image wobbled through the storehouse, showing dust, mouse droppings, spider webs, and old supplies from town festivals that had ended before Timmy was born. Paper lanterns, rusted cooking tools. A cracked sign painted with the words "Pecan Hill Harvest Social." Then the camera turned toward the rear door. The screen flickered. A child's face appeared in the dark reflection on the lens. Several people gasped. The crew leader jerked back, but he did not drop the monitor. Timmy saw orange hair and hollow eyes for less than a second. Then the image steadied, and the rear door filled the screen again. Cindy whispered, "Josh wants that one open too." Sheriff Bell looked at the crew leader. "Can we enter?" "One at a time at first," the man said. "No crowding. No touching anything until we mark it." Porter nodded. Evidence rules still matter, especially now. Sheriff Bell entered first with the crew leader behind him. Their boots made soft thuds on the dirt, dustered under the light. Timmy watched from the threshold, every nerve in him stretched tight. The storehouse seemed small from outside, but the shadows inside gave it depth. It felt as if the hill had kept a room in its chest. The sheriff reached the rear door. There was no lock, only a wooden latch. He lifted it. Before he could pull, the door opened inward by a few inches. A colder darkness waited beyond it. "Sheriff," Daniel called, warning in his voice. "I see it," Bell said. Nobody moves. The camera went in again. This time the cable passed into a lower chamber. The monitor showed stone steps descending beneath the storehouse, not far, maybe 8 or 10 steps, but enough to make Timmy's stomach drop. At the bottom sat a cellar with a packed earth floor. Wooden crates lined one wall. A table stood in the center. On it lay a stack of ledgers, a cracked camera, and a row of small objects arranged with sickening care. A child's shoe, a red ribbon, a toy horse, a silver button, a rusted lunch pail. Mrs. Carver made a wounded sound, and Mr. Carver held her upright. Timmy looked away from the screen, but the images remained inside his head. Porter's face had gone pale, but her voice stayed firm. "This is a crime scene, a large one. Sheriff, nobody else goes in until state investigators arrive." The monitor crackled. The camera shifted, though. No one moved the cable. It turned toward the table again. Dust lifted from the ledgers. One book opened slowly. Its pages fluttered until they stopped near the middle. The camera zoom did not change, but the writing became clear on the screen as if the dead wanted no misunderstanding. Joshua Carver. Red hair. Mine incident. Families paid. Public story. Stranger in blue truck. Below that, in different handwriting, was another line. Child heard 6 days. New search authorized. The world narrowed around Timmy. He heard Cindy begin to cry beside him. Daniel's hand closed over Timmy's shoulder, stronger now, holding him upright. The words on the screen burned into him. They had known. Not guessed. Not wondered. Known. Adults had heard Josh and chosen the safer lie. Mrs. Carver broke. Her knees buckled, and Mr. Carver could not hold her alone. Marissa and Emily rushed to help. Mrs. Carver did not scream. She made a low, terrible moan that seemed to come from 20 years beneath the ground. The wind rose suddenly through the trees. Fog tore across the field. The storehouse door slammed open against the stone wall, and the portable lights flickered. Deputies shouted. Porter yelled for everyone to back away from the entrance. Timmy could not move. He was staring at the monitor. The page had turned again. Witness child Marissa Hale discredited. Family warned. Marissa saw it too. Her face changed in a way Timmy would never forget. Fear left first. Then sorrow. Then something harder took their place. My mother was threatened, she said. That is why she stopped pushing. That is why she told me to stop talking. Emily stepped beside her. Mine too. Pastor Warren whispered a prayer. Not the polished kind spoken from a pulpit, but the broken kind spoken by a man who had found rot under the altar and knew prayer alone would not remove it. The wind hit harder. Monitor went white with static. From inside the storehouse came a sound like children whispering from far away. Not one voice. Many voices. Timmy caught pieces but not whole sentences. Tell me. Tell them. I was here. I had a name. The whispers piled over each other until they became a cold rush that pushed everyone back from the door. Then Josh appeared in the threshold. He looked more solid than before, but not alive. Mud darkened his clothes. His bright hair hung damp against his forehead. His eyes were not black with revenge now. They were full of grief so large Timmy could barely stand to meet them. Josh raised one hand and pointed into the cellar. We see it, Timmy said, though his voice shook. We see it now. The ghost looked at him. For a heartbeat, Timmy felt the mine around him, not as an image, but as a sensation. Cold stone under his cheek. A broken leg sending pains for every breath. Fingers scraped raw from trying to climb. A throat torn from calling. Above all of it, the sound of people near enough to save him and far enough in their hearts to leave. Timmy staggered. Daniel caught him. Cindy stepped forward despite Marissa's hand reaching for her. Josh, we are not leaving, she said. We are going to tell everyone. The ghost's face trembled. Behind him, in the storehouse darkness, other shapes gathered. Children. Some were only pale outlines. Some had no faces, Timmy could see. Some stood small and still, holding the objects from the cellar table. A ribbon, a shoe, a toy horse. The hill had not made one ghost. It had become a waiting room for every child the town had traded for silence. Sheriff Bell removed his hat. So did Pastor Warren. Even Porter lowered her clipboard. I will call the state police, Porter said, her voice rough. I will call the Attorney General if I have to. This does not get buried in county politics. Not after this. Sheriff Bell looked at Josh. You have my word. The ghost did not move. Bell swallowed. And I know my word may not mean much from someone wearing this badge. Not after what men with this badge held tied. But I am giving it anyway, and I will spend whatever is left of my career proving it. The wind eased. The child's shapes faded, but Josh remained. He turned his head toward Mrs. Carver. She stood now with help on both sides, her face destroyed by grief and held together by love. Joshua, she whispered. He looked at her for a long time. Then he lifted his hand again, not pointing now, but reaching. Mrs. Carver stepped forward, and no one stopped her. The air between them shimmered. Her fingers passed through his, but she smiled through tears as if she had felt warmth. I heard you now, she said. I'm so sorry I could not hear you then. Josh's mouth moved. Timmy heard nothing, but Mrs. Carver seemed to. She pressed both hands to her heart and nodded. The ghost faded slowly. The cold did not vanish. It retreated, leaving the field damp and gray and full of people who could no longer pretend the past was only past. State investigators arrived before noon. They brought more tape, more cameras, more lights, and more people with serious faces. They sealed the storehouse, the cellar, and the old cemetery row. Reporters gathered beyond the roadblock, but Sheriff Bell gave them only one sentence. Casper County is reopening multiple historical death and disappearance investigations connected to Pecan Hill. It was not enough. It was also more than the town had ever said before. By afternoon, the names in the hidden ledgers had started to spread. Old families closed their curtains. Men who had sat in church pews with straight backs stopped answering their phones. A retired deputy left town in a pickup before sunset and was stopped 2 counties away after Porter issued a material witness order. The town did not collapse, but it cracked loudly enough for everyone to hear. Timmy and Cindy were taken home before the investigators opened the crates. Daniel insisted, and this time neither child argued. They had seen enough for one day. More than enough. Still, the hill followed them. Its cold stayed in Timmy's sleeves, and Cindy's silence, in the way Marissa kept rubbing her wrist though nobody had touched it. At Daniel's house, they sat in the living room with the curtains open. Nobody wanted the dark to have extra places to gather. Daniel made soup from a can and burned the first pan because he forgot to stir it. Marissa laughed once, a thin, surprised sound, and then cried because laughter had arrived where it did not seem allowed. Daniel put the burned pan in the sink and stood beside her, without touching, until she leaned into him. Timmy watched them and felt something inside him loosen. His father was not forgetting his mother. Timmy understood that now. Grief did not demand that every future tenderness be a betrayal. Laura Calder was not being replaced by Marissa's hand near Daniel's. Love was not a chair with only one place at the table. It was more like light under a door finding every crack it could. Cindy sat beside Timmy on the floor, their shoulders touching. "Do you think part of him is resting now?" she asked. "Part of him," Timmy said, "but not all. Because of the other children." "Because of the other children," he agreed. She leaned her head against the couch cushion. "Then parts 7 and 8 of our lives are going to be terrible." Timmy almost smiled. "You make it sound like a book." "Everything sounds like a book when grown-ups are not explaining it right." He did smile then, just a little. Cindy saw it and smiled back. That evening, Sheriff Bell called Daniel with an update. Daniel put the phone on speaker because the children had earned the truth and because hiding pieces now felt dangerous. "We found photographs," Bell said. "Old ones. Some are from community events. Some are worse. We also found records of payments tied to the mine company before it closed, then tied to the dealership families after. This was not just 3 boys and their parents. This was a system." Daniel closed his eyes. "How far back?" "At least 40 years before Josh. Maybe more. Porter says the state will take over major portions, but I am still here. I am not stepping away from what happened under my badge." Marissa asked about Steve and Mark. "Alive. Under guard. Steve is talking more." Mark asked for a lawyer and then started screaming. The children were standing in the corner of his room. "The guard says the room temperature dropped 20 degrees, but the hospital thermostat did not move." Cindy looked at Timmy. Neither of them spoke. Sheriff Bell continued. "There's one more thing. The ledger mentions a name connected to the old storehouse more than any other. Amos Vale. He died years ago, but his family still owns land north of Pecan Hill. There's an old house there, abandoned. Steve says if we want the beginning, we need to go there." Daniel looked toward the window. Beyond the glass, the woods were black. "When?" he asked. "Tomorrow, if the warrant comes through. I am telling you because Timmy and Cindy may receive another message. I do not like involving children, but pretending they are not involved has not protected them." The call ended. The living room felt smaller afterward. Marissa whispered the name. Amos Vale. Cindy frowned. "Mom?" "My grandmother used to scare kids with that name," Marissa said. "She said Amos Vale was the man you called when a family problem needed to disappear. I thought it was just one of those ugly old sayings adults use without thinking." The lights dimmed once, not enough to go out, just enough to make everyone stop breathing. A cold spot formed on the living room window. Timmy stood slowly. Cindy stood with him. Frost spread in a circle, then thinned into letters. Vale House. Beneath it, smaller letters formed slowly, each one dragged through the glass by an unseen finger. He started it. The message held while the room stayed silent. Then the frost cracked down the middle like glass under pressure. Timmy felt the old fear return, but now it came with something else. Purpose. The haunting was not wandering anymore. It had a direction. Daniel pulled Timmy close. Marissa held Cindy. No one said it would be all right, because that would have been a lie. No one said they were finished, because the window had already answered. Outside, beyond the yard, and beyond the black trees, Pecan Hill waited under the coming night. Farther north, hidden behind old roads and older sins, Vale House waited too. After the frost faded from the window, nobody rushed to bed. The house had become a place of waiting again, but the waiting felt different from the first nights after Timmy moved in. Back then, every creak had seemed like a threat coming for him alone. Now every sound belonged to a wider story, and that made it heavier. The walls, the floorboards, and the dark glass seemed to hold names that had not yet been spoken aloud. Daniel made everyone sit at the kitchen table. He wrote Vale House at the top of a yellow legal pad, then drew a line beneath it as if a line could keep terror organized. Marissa added what she remembered from old family warnings. Amos Bale had been a mine foreman, a private fixer, a man called in when debts, accidents, and family scandals needed to disappear before they reached court. He had died long before Josh, but his methods had apparently outlived him. My grandmother said the Vale place was where people went in crying and came out quiet, Marissa said. I thought she meant they got threatened. Now I'm afraid she meant more than that. Daniel's pencil stopped moving. More how? Marissa looked toward the living room window, where the last damp trace of the message still clung to the glass. I do not know. But every time his county wanted silence, the trail keeps bending toward Pecan Hill. The mine, the storehouse, the graves, and now Vale House. That is not a set of accidents. That is a map. Timmy listened from his chair with Cindy beside him. Adults had often talked over him since his mother's death, lowering their voices as if volume could protect him from pain. Daniel did not do that now. He let Timmy hear the names, the guesses, and the fear. Timmy appreciated it more than he could say, even though every word made the night larger. Cindy traced the edge of the table with one finger. What if Vale House is where Josh really wants us to go? Then we go with warrants, deputies, cameras, and daylight, Daniel said. We do not sneak there, and we do not let the ghost push you two into danger because adults failed the first time. Cindy accepted that with a small nod. Timmy did too, but the agreement did not calm him. He could already feel the house north of Pecan Hill waiting in his mind, though he had never seen it. It stood in his imagination with boarded windows, wet cedar walls, and a cellar that smelled like the old storehouse. He wished he could stop picturing it. He could not. Marissa reached across the table and touched Daniel's hand. It was a quick touch, almost accidental, but Timmy saw his father breathe easier afterward. Grief had made Daniel careful with every sign of warmth. Timmy had been careful too. They had both treated happiness like a fragile dish that might insult the dead if it made too much noise. Watching Daniel accept comfort made Timmy wonder if his mother had been trying to send them toward life the whole time. Later, when Marissa and Cindy settled into the guest room and Daniel checked every lock twice, Timmy stood in the hallway outside his bedroom. The door to his room was open. The familiar shapes inside waited for him. The bed, the desk, the dresser, and the shelf where his figurines stood in a neat row. The first haunting had begun there with a falling figure. Now that seemed almost gentle compared with ledgers, cellars, and hidden doors. Daniel came up behind him. You can sleep downstairs if you want. Timmy shook his head. I think I need to sleep in my own room. Need to? If I keep running from every room where something happened, I will run out of rooms. Daniel's face tightened with pride and sadness. That sounds like something your mom would have said. Timmy looked at the floor. Does it hurt when I remind you of her? Daniel took a long breath. Sometimes, but it also helps. The hurt and the help come together. I am learning not to push away the help just because it arrives carrying hurt. Timmy nodded, not fully understanding, but understanding enough. Daniel hugged him carefully, and Timmy let himself lean into it. For months after the crash, he had thought he needed to be easy on his father, light enough that Daniel would not break under one more weight. Now he realized Daniel had been trying to do the same thing for him. They had been walking beside each other, each pretending not to limp. When Timmy finally slept, the dream came quickly. He stood on Pecan Hill beneath a sky full of low, moving clouds. The mine was sealed behind him, the storehouse door stood open ahead, and beyond the trees a narrow path led north. Josh waited at the start of that path. The other children stood behind him, quieter than before. None of them pointed. They only watched. Timmy wanted to ask what Vale House held, but in the dream his mouth would not shape the question. Josh turned and began walking. The path stretched longer with every step. Trees leaned over it, dripping rain that sounded like whispers. Timmy followed because the dream gave him no other place to go. At the end of the path stood a house with a sagging roof and black windows. A rusted weather vane turned, though no wind blew. On the porch hung dozens of small objects tied with string, ribbons, buttons, toy cars, keys, and tiny shoes. They clicked together softly, like teeth. The front door opened. A man's voice came from inside, old and dry. "Quiet children live longer." Timmy woke with his hand pressed over his mouth, holding back a sound. His room was dark, but not empty. A thin line of frost crawled along the edge of his desk. It stopped beside the newspaper article, now folded neatly beneath his lamp. On the top page, a new message had appeared in pale gray print. "Bring the living witness." Timmy did not need to ask who it meant. Emily Mercer had survived Vale's shadow once. The dead wanted her at the house where the silence had started. He opened his bedroom door and found Cindy standing in the hallway with her blanket around her shoulders. Her face told him she had dreamed the porch, the hanging objects, and the man's voice, too. "Bring the living witness," she whispered before he could speak. Timmy looked past her toward the guest room where Emily's name seemed to echo through the sleeping house. The next day had already begun, even though the sun was still hours away. The message on Timmy's desk did not fade with the night. By the time the first pale light pushed through the curtains, the words had sunk into the paper as if they had been printed there years ago. "Bring the living witness." The letters were gray, thin, and uneven, dragged across the old article in the same cold hand that had marked windows, mirrors, and pages since Josh began pushing his story back into the living world. Timmy sat on the edge of his bed with the article across his knees. He had slept less than an hour after Cindy found him in the hallway, and even that thin rest had been crowded by dreams. He had seen the porch of Vale House again. He had heard the hanging trinkets clicking in the dark. He had heard the old man's voice say that quiet children live longer, and the sentence had followed him out of sleep like a spider clinging to his shirt. Cindy sat on the rug near his desk, wrapped in the blanket she had carried from the guest room. Her dark hair was tangled from restless sleep, and her eyes looked older than they had the day before. Timmy hated that. He had known Cindy only a short time, but already he could remember what she looked like when her biggest worry had been school bullies and whether the librarian would let them use the copy machine twice. Pecan Hill had taken that version of her and forced something heavier into its place. "We should wake them," Cindy said. "My dad is already awake," Timmy answered. Downstairs, a cabinet opened and closed. A mug clicked against the counter. Daniel Calder had learned how to move through grief without waking anyone, but fear made a different kind of noise. It put pressure into each step. It made a house breathe differently around the people inside it. Timmy folded the article with careful hands. "Do you think Emily will go?" Cindy looked toward the hall. She came back to Pecan Hill after 20 years of being called a liar. "I think she will go because she's tired of being scared by people who should have been scared of the truth." Timmy wanted to say that adults did not always do what courage asked of them. He wanted to say that courage was easier when the danger was still a story. But he did not say any of that because Cindy's mother had proven him wrong more than once. So had Emily Mercer, who had stood on Pecan Hill and admitted that the county had folded itself around a lie while children disappeared into the cracks. They went downstairs together. Daniel was at the kitchen counter in yesterday's shirt, staring into a cup of coffee he had not touched. Marissa Hale sat at the table with her phone face down beside her hand. She had clearly been crying, but she had washed her face and tied her hair back as if preparing for work. Grief had a uniform too, Timmy was beginning to understand. Sometimes it looked like neat hair, steady hands, and a voice forced to hold. Daniel saw the folded article in Timmy's hand. Another message? Timmy placed it on the table. Marissa leaned forward. Daniel read the words once, then again. His jaw tightened in the way it did when he wanted to curse and remembered children were in the room. "Emily," Marissa whispered. "Do you know why?" Timmy asked. Marissa shook her head slowly. Emily saw the bullying. She saw Josh being chased. Maybe she saw something near Vale House too, even if she buried it for years. People can hide memories from themselves when the memories are too heavy. Daniel reached for the phone. "I am calling Sheriff Bell. Nobody goes anywhere until he knows about this." The sheriff answered on the second ring. Daniel put the call on speaker without being asked. It had become an unspoken agreement in the house. No more whispers for the sake of comfort. No more pieces kept from children because adults wanted to feel in control. "Tell me it is not another window," Bell said, his voice rough with exhaustion. "Paper this time," Daniel said. "The old article. It says, Bring the living witness. We think it means Emily Mercer." There was a pause, long enough for the kitchen refrigerator to hum louder in the silence. "I was afraid of that," Belle said. Marissa sat straighter. "Why were you afraid of that?" "Because Emily called me at 5 this morning," the sheriff said. "She had the same dream your kids had. Vale House. A porch full of children's things. A man telling her to be quiet. She woke up with frost on her bedroom mirror. Her mirror said, 'You were there.'" Cindy's fingers closed around the edge of the table. Timmy felt the room tilt a little, though nothing moved. He had learned to fear confirmation. The haunting was worst when it agreed with itself. Daniel rubbed both hands over his face. "What does she remember?" "Only pieces," Belle said. "She says her mother used to clean at Vale House when Emily was small. She remembers being told to stay on the porch. She remembers a child crying inside. She remembers Amos Vale taking something from her mother and placing it in a tin box. She also remembers her mother slapping her later when Emily asked why the child was crying. Emily said her mother had not looked angry, only terrified, and that she slapped her because fear had no other place to go." Marissa closed her eyes. "This county should burn down and start over." "Parts of it already are," Belle said. "State investigators found enough in that cellar to open a task force. The Attorney General's office is sending people. The warrant for Vale House was signed 30 minutes ago. I am taking Porter, 2 deputies, and a state evidence team at 9. Emily wants to come. I told her no. She told me I could arrest her or accept that she was coming with a police escort." Daniel looked at Timmy and Cindy before speaking. "The message did not say you should bring her alone." "No," Belle said. "It did not. And I'm not asking your children to come. I need to be clear about that. I do not want them anywhere near Vale House." The lights above the table flickered once, then steady. No one spoke. The refrigerator hum died as the kitchen temperature dropped. Timmy watched his breath rise in front of him. Across the table, frost spread from the folded article onto the wood, forming 5 thin lines like finger marks. Cindy whispered, "He wants us there." "He can want whatever he wants," Daniel said sharply. Then he softened at once because his anger had not been aimed at Cindy. "I am sorry, but dead children do not get to decide when living children walk into danger." The folded article lifted at one corner. It unfolded by itself. The first page turned, then the second. The paper stopped on the copied photograph of Steve, Dave, and Mark as children. The faces blurred, not with ink this time, but with frost. Behind them, in the old picture, a 4th shade darkened among the trees. It had not been visible before. A tall man in a black coat stood at the edge of Pecan Hill, one hand on a cane, his face lost under the shadow of a brimmed hat. Marissa made a small sound. "Amos Vale." "Are you sure?" Daniel asked. Every old person in this county described him the same way. Tall, black coat, silver-handled cane. He liked people to see him coming. He wanted fear to arrive before he did. On the phone, Bill swore under his breath, then caught himself. "The photograph changed?" "Yes," Daniel said. "You need to see it. Bring it to the station." "Not the house. The station. If the children come, they stay with you and Marissa until I make a decision. I am not letting a ghost write my operation plan." The cold eased after he said that. Timmy noticed it and wondered if Josh respected a certain kind of stubbornness. Sheriff Bell was afraid, but he did not sound willing to be guided by panic. That counted for something. They dressed in silence. Timmy put on jeans, a dark sweatshirt, and the same sneakers he had worn to the mine. He almost chose a different pair because these carried dirt from Pecan Hill in the edges of the soles, but changing shoes felt pointless. The hill had already entered him. It did not need mud to follow. Daniel packed snacks, water, 2 flashlights, spare phone chargers, and the small first aid kit from under the kitchen sink. It looked like a father preparing for a road trip, except his face looked as if every item he placed in the backpack might not be enough to bring his son home. Marissa did the same for Cindy. She also took a photograph from her wallet and slid it into her coat pocket. Cindy noticed. "Grandma?" she asked. Marissa nodded. If her fear helped build this silence, then her truth can come with us now. They drove to the sheriff's station under a sky the color of wet slate. Casper County moved outside the windows with ordinary morning cruelty. A school bus hissed at a stop. A man in a rain jacket walked a dog along the curb. The bakery sign blinked open. The world had no decency, Timmy thought, because it kept pretending to be normal after revealing how much blood was under its roots. At the station, Emily Mercer waited on a bench near the front desk. She wore a navy coat buttoned crookedly and held a paper cup of tea in both hands. Her hair had more gray in it than Timmy remembered from the town meeting, and the skin beneath her eyes looked bruised by lack of sleep. When she saw Timmy and Cindy, her face folded with guilt. "I hate that you are here," she said. "We did not exactly vote on it," Cindy answered. Emily almost smiled, but the smile failed. "That sounds like your mother at your age." Marissa sat beside her. "What do you remember?" Emily looked at the cup. "More than I want. Less than I need." Sheriff Bell came out of the inner office before anyone could press further. Porter followed with a hard case in one hand and a camera bag over her shoulder. Two deputies moved behind them, both pale and tense. Timmy recognized one as Deputy Raines, a young man who had been at Pecan Hill when Josh's body was brought up. The other, Deputy Alvarez, kept touching the cross at her throat with her thumb. Bell did not waste words. "Here's how this works. We go to Vale House in police vehicles. The children stay outside the tape perimeter unless I say otherwise. Daniel and Marissa stay with them. Emily stays with Porter and me. If anything changes, nobody runs alone. If the temperature drops, if you hear voices, if you see someone who should not be there, you say it out loud. Secrets have kept this thing alive long enough. Understood?" Everyone nodded. Bell looked at Timmy. "That includes you. I know the ghost speaks to you. I am not asking you to ignore it. I am asking you not to obey it without telling me." Timmy swallowed. "Understood." "Good," Bell said. "Then let us go see what a dead man left behind." The drive north took them past Pecan Hill, but nobody looked away from it quickly enough. The mine entrance was hidden by trees and equipment, sealed now under canvas and guarded by state troopers. The old storehouse stood beyond it, wrapped in crime scene tape. Even from the road, Timmy felt the pull of that place. It felt less angry than before, but not peaceful. It felt like a mouth that had spoken only the first half of a sentence. Beyond Pecan Hill, the road narrowed. Houses thinned into farms, then into long stretches of wet forest. Moss climbed fence posts. Blackberries swallowed the ditches. The county seemed older there, less like a place where people lived and more like a place that tolerated people passing through. After 15 minutes, the pavement ended. Bell's cruiser turned onto a gravel road, marked by a rusted sign too, whether to read. Cindy leaned close to Timmy in the back seat of Daniel's car. "This is the road from the dream," Timmy knew. The trees leaned the same way. Rain tapped the roof in the same uneven rhythm. Ahead, through the wet branches, he saw the first dark angle of a roof. Vale House waited at the end of the road, exactly where the dead had placed it in his sleep. Vale House stood on a rise above a shallow ravine, half hidden by cedar trees and blackberry thorns. It had once been grand in the way old houses tried to intimidate the land around them. 2 stories of dark timber and weather-stained siding rose beneath a steep roof that sagged near the center. A wraparound porch circled the front, its railings warped by years of rain. Tall windows stared out from the second floor, every pane black with grime or boarded from within. The house did not look abandoned. That was what unsettled Timmy first. Abandoned places usually collapsed into forgetfulness. Vale House seemed maintained by resentment. Vines climbed its posts, but stopped below the porch ceiling, as if they did not want to touch what hung there. The steps had rotted at the edges, yet the center boards looked recently scuffed. The front door stood closed, but not sealed. Someone had kept the place waiting. The porch ceiling was lined with string. Cindy saw it at the same time Timmy did. Her hand found his sleeve and held tight. Dozens of small objects dangled from hooks and nails, swaying though there was almost no wind. A red ribbon, a wooden whistle, a cracked doll arm, a toy truck with one wheel missing, a pair of tiny gloves stiff with age, a shoe so small it could have belonged to a toddler, and key rings threaded with tags too faded to read. They clicked together softly in the damp air. Emily made a noise like her breath had been knocked from her chest. Porter turned to her. "Do you recognize these?" "Not all of them," Emily whispered. "But I remember the sound. I remember standing on that porch, hearing them click above me and thinking they were wind chimes. My mother told me not to look up." Sheriff Bell lifted one hand, stopping everyone 10 yards from the porch. "Tape the perimeter. Photograph from outside first. Nobody touches anything." The deputies moved quickly, grateful for work. Yellow tape stretched between trees and iron fence posts. Porter photographed the porch, the windows, the front steps, the ravine, and the narrow side path leading behind the house. State investigators arrived in 2 vans and began unloading equipment with quiet precision. The ordinary behavior of trained people made the place even more terrible. Tape, gloves, cameras, evidence bags, and clipboard seemed too small for a house that had lived on fear for generations. Daniel kept Timmy and Cindy near the road, exactly as promised. Marissa stood beside them with one arm around Cindy's shoulders. Nobody complained. The house had stolen any desire to prove bravery. Timmy stared at the porch. The objects did not move much, but the clicking never stopped. Sometimes the sound came from the right side of the porch, sometimes from the left, sometimes from directly above the front door. It did not follow the wind. It followed attention. Whenever Timmy looked away, the clicking sharpened, as if the objects wanted him to turn back. "Do not answer it," Daniel said softly. Timmy looked at him. I did not say anything. Your face did. That frightened Timmy more than a warning should have. His father had learned how to see him again. For months after Laura died, both of them had looked through each other, too afraid of reflecting the same loss. Casper County had forced them to meet each other's eyes because the alternative was losing more. Sheriff Bell approached with Porter and Emily. Bell's face was set, but his eyes kept tracking the porch ceiling. "Emily is going to walk us through what she remembers from outside," he said. "You four stay here. If anything happens, go to the cars and lock the doors." "Cars did not help Steve and Mark," Cindy said. Bell gave her a weary look. "That is the kind of truth I wish children did not say before breakfast." Emily stepped toward the porch. Each step seemed to cost her. Marissa moved as if to follow, but Bell held out a hand. "Let her have space," he said. "Porter and I have her." Emily stopped at the bottom of the steps. She looked up at the hanging objects and began to tremble. Her voice came thin at first, then steadier as memory took shape. "My mother cleaned here twice a month." Amos was old by then, but not weak. People acted like he was a retired foreman, just an ugly relic from the mine days. He was more than that. Men visited him at night. Men with county cars, church jackets, and dealership money. They came through the side door. My mother told me to wait on the porch. She said if Amos caught me listening, he would make my name small enough to fit in a box. I did not know what that meant. Porter wrote without interrupting. Emily pointed at the porch ceiling. One day, a child was crying inside. It was not a baby, but an older child, maybe 6 or 7. I asked my mother who it was. She told me it was a cat. I said cats did not beg to go home. She grabbed my face so hard her nails left marks and told me never to repeat what I heard. The porch objects clicked faster. Deputy Alvarez crossed herself. Bill did not tell her to stop. Emily swallowed. The day Josh disappeared, my mother brought me here before the church picnic. She said she had to return a key. I was angry because I wanted to go early and see my friends. I remember Amos on the porch. I remember Steve's father here too. Mark's mother was crying by the side gate. Amos told them children were careless, and stories could be shaped if shaped fast. He saw me listening. He smiled at me. Then he took a red ribbon from his pocket and tied it to a hook above the door. Cindy whispered, "The ribbon from the dream." Timmy looked at the porch. One red ribbon hung near the center, brighter than the others despite age. It turned slowly, twisting on its string. Emily's voice cracked. After Josh went missing, I told my mother I had seen the 3 boys chase him. I told her Amos had talked to their parents before the picnic. She slapped me, then cried harder than I had ever seen. That night, a tin box appeared on our kitchen table. Inside was a silver button from my coat. My mother burned the coat the next morning and told me to forget I had ever owned it. Porter lowered her pen. "A threat. A promise," Emily said. With Amos, threats were just promises waiting for time. A deep sound came from inside the house. Not a voice, not a footstep. More like timber shifting under an immense weight. The porch boards flexed. Dust slid from the doorframe. Every hanging object stilled at once. Bell drew his weapon. Everyone back. The front door opened inward. No hand touched it. No hinge squealed. It simply pulled away from the frame, revealing a dark entry hall where the air looked dense enough to drink. A smell rolled out. Stale rain, old ash, rotting wood, and something metallic beneath it. Timmy tasted copper on his tongue. From inside the hall came a child's voice, distant and uncertain. "Emily." Emily covered her mouth with both hands. Marissa whispered, "That is not Josh." Timmy knew she was right. The voice was younger. It had none of Josh's cold anger. It sounded as if it had been calling a name for so long it no longer knew why the answer mattered. Porter stepped between Emily and the door. "We're not entering because a voice told us to. We clear rooms properly. Sheriff, Masks, cameras, and structural check first. Bell nodded, though his weapon remained raised. Reyes, get the drone. Alvarez, keep the road covered. Nobody crosses that porch until we know the floor will hold. The state team moved with a controlled urgency that kept panic from spreading. They sent a small-wheeled camera up the porch ramp they carried from the van. It rolled over the boards, beneath the hanging objects, and into the entry hall. The monitor sat on the hood of Bell's cruiser, where everyone could see from a distance. The camera light revealed wallpaper browned by age, a staircase with a carved banister, and framed photographs lining the hall. Most showed miners, church groups, county officials, and picnic gatherings. At the far end of the hall stood a closed door, painted black. Above it hung a sign carved from wood. Quiet room. Cindy made a small, furious sound. That was not for quiet. No one corrected her. The camera rolled closer. As it passed the photographs, faces turned toward it in the frames. Not physically, perhaps. Timmy told himself that shadows shifted because of the moving light. Yet every portrait seemed to angle its eyes toward the lens, watching the living enter the house's memory. The camera reached the black door. Its wheel bumped something on the floor. Reyes adjusted the angle. The light caught a line of dark stains leading beneath the door and into the cracks of the old floorboards. The stains were too old to shine, but their color did not belong to spilled paint. Emily began to cry without sound. Porter set one hand on her shoulder. "You can step back." "No," Emily said. The word was small, but not a sentence by itself, and she gathered more words around it like armor. "No, I've stepped back for 20 years. The black door opened. The camera feed went dark. At the same instant, every object on the porch began swinging violently. Wood struck wood. Metal hit glass. The shoe spun on its string. The ribbon snapped straight toward the road as if pointing at Timmy. A blast of freezing air surged from the house, carrying whispers so many and so fast they became a storm of names. Daniel grabbed Timmy and pulled him close. Marissa held Cindy against her side. Bell shouted for the perimeter to hold. The deputies stumbled back as frost raced down the porch posts and spread over the ground in branching white rain. Then Josh appeared on the porch. He stood beneath the hanging objects, his damp hair bright against the dark doorway. He looked at Timmy first, then at Emily. His face held no anger for her, only urgency. Emily stepped forward before anyone could stop her. "I am here," she said. "I came back." Behind Josh, deeper in the hall, other shapes gathered near the black door. Smaller shapes, waiting shapes. Timmy felt their attention like cold fingers against his cheeks. The house creaked again. This time the sound came from below the ground. Porter looked at Bell. "There is a basement under the hall." Bell stared at the black doorway. "Then that is where the quiet room really is." The porch object stopped swinging at once. In the sudden silence, a man's dry voice spoke from somewhere inside the house. Witnesses belong in boxes. Emily did not retreat. She lifted her chin, and for the first time since Timmy met her, she looked less like a frightened child trapped in an adult body and more like a woman whose fear had finally run out of places to hide. "Not anymore," she said. The state structural engineer arrived 40 minutes later and declared Vale House unsafe in 6 different ways. The porch could fail near the west corner. The staircase had water damage. The back wall leaned outward. The kitchen floor was soft near the old stove. The cellar might have standing water, bad air, or worse. He spoke in a flat professional tone, listing dangers as if dangers were ordinary things that could be named and managed. Nobody laughed at him, but Timmy felt the bitter edge of it. The house had already threatened to put witnesses in boxes. A weak porch seemed almost polite. Sheriff Bell listened, then made the only decision he could. The first entry team would be small: Bell, Porter, Raines, the engineer, and 2 state investigators. Emily would remain outside until the first rooms were cleared. Daniel and Marissa repeated that Timmy and Cindy would stay by the vehicles. Timmy agreed with his mouth and disagreed with the cold knot behind his ribs. He knew the house had not called him there to watch from the road. Cindy knew it too. She said nothing, but she stood close enough that their shoulders touched. The entry team crossed the porch with slow steps. Each board answered with a damp groan. The hanging objects remained still as they passed beneath them, which somehow felt worse than swinging. Their silence suggested attention. Bell paused at the threshold, looked back once at the road, then stepped into the hall. The radio on Porter's shoulder hissed. "Entry made," she said. "Front hall visible. Temperature dropping." Timmy watched through the monitor set on the cruiser hood. The camera fixed to Belle's vest showed the hallway in jerking fragments, wallpaper, framed photographs, the staircase, the black door at the far end. Dust hung in the beam of his light. The house's interior seemed narrower than it had from outside, as if the walls leaned inward around anyone who entered. The first photograph fell from the wall. It struck the floor face up. The camera caught it for only a second, but Timmy saw enough. A picnic at Pecan Hill, perhaps 40 years old. Adults stood in rows beneath a banner for a church supper. Children sat in front. One little girl near the edge had her face scratched out. Rains breathed hard over the radio. Picture fell. Nobody touched it. "Keep moving," Belle said. "Nobody separates." They reached the black door. Porter tested the knob with gloved fingers. It turned without resistance. The door opened on a set of narrow stairs descending beneath the house. A smell rose from below, colder and sharper than the house above. Damp earth, old metal, mold, and the copper taste that made Timmy's tongue press against the back of his teeth. The engineer crouched with a meter. Air is low, but breathable with masks. Stairs questionable. One at a time, hold the rail only if it takes weight. Questionable is not my favorite word, Belle said. It is better than fatal, the engineer answered. They put on masks. Their breathing changed over the radio, muffled and mechanical. Belle descended first. The camera view dipped, step by step. The walls closed in around him. Timmy's own breathing shortened in sympathy. He knew what it was to imagine being trapped below ground now. Josh had given him that memory without asking permission. At the bottom, Belle's light revealed a long cellar room with stone walls and a packed earth floor. Shelves lined both sides. Some held jars of rusted nails, old tools, and folded canvas. Others held boxes labeled with family names: Carver, Mercer, Hale, Grady, Walsh, and Keene. There were names from church pews, school boards, county offices, and old businesses. Names that had sat beside each other at picnics, while the shelves beneath Vale House kept their sins alphabetized. At the far end stood the quiet room. It was not large. It had been built from heavy planks inside the cellar, a room within a room. Its door was black on this side too, but scratched from the inside. Hundreds of marks covered it at child height. Lines, letters, half-formed names, and tiny gouges dug by fingernails or bits of metal. Timmy could not look away. Cindy made a choking sound beside him. Daniel turned from the monitor and placed both hands on Timmy's shoulders, as if he could block the image by holding his son in the present. "We do not have to watch," Daniel said. Timmy kept his eyes on the screen. "Yes, we do." Marissa started to object, then stopped. She had learned the cost of turning away. Inside the cellar, Porter photographed the scratched door. "This is deliberate confinement. The marks are consistent with repeated captivity. Sheriff, we need a forensic team in here before entry." Bill nodded. He lifted his light toward the shelves. "Rains, read those labels into the log." Slowly. Rains began reading family names. The list went on and on. With each name, the cellar seemed to grow colder. Frost formed on the edges of boxes, even though the day outside had begun to warm. When Rains read Mercer, Emily gasped near the road. "Bring her here," a child's voice whispered from the radio. Everyone froze. Porter stared at her radio. That was not anyone on our channel. "No one moves Emily," Belle said at once. "We decide, not the house." The radio hissed again. This time several children spoke together. "She saw. She saw. She saw." Emily stepped away from the group by the vehicles. Belle's voice came through the radio, urgent and controlled. "Daniel, stop her." Daniel moved, but Emily lifted a hand without looking at him. "I'm not going inside alone. I just need to tell them something." Marissa went to her. "Tell them from here." Emily faced the house. Rain gathered in her hair and on her coat, but she did not seem to feel it. "I remember the cellar door," she called. "I remember Amos telling my mother that children learn truth in the dark. I remember a little boy named Peter. He had a cough. He asked me through the floorboards if it was morning yet. I told him yes because I wanted him to feel better, but it was evening. I lied because I was afraid. I am sorry, Peter. I should have told someone who listened. I should have kept telling." A sound rose from the house, not loud but huge. It moved through the walls and under the porch and into the ground beneath the road. The hanging objects began clicking again, but softer now, almost like rain. On the monitor, the quiet room door opened by itself. Belle swore again, then steadied his light. The camera revealed a cramped chamber with a low ceiling. A small cot frame sat in one corner. A tin cup lay on the floor. The walls were covered with writing. Some words were carved. Some were scratched. Some were written in what might have been charcoal or dirt. Names overlapped names until the board seemed furred with voices. Porter stepped close enough for the camera to focus. Peter W. Anna Hale. Joey C. Miriam Vale. Joshua Carver. Timmy's stomach turned. Josh was here? Cindy shook her head, but not in denial. Before the mine, on the screen, Belle leaned closer. Beside Josh's name, a line had been carved deeper than the rest. He heard me. Emily began to sob. Marissa held her, but Emily did not collapse. She spoke through it. Josh came with his father once, she said. I remember him on the porch. Amos told him to stay away from grown men's rooms. Josh said grown men should stop making children cry. Amos laughed. Later, Steve and the others hated him more. They said he acted better than them. He was not just bullied because of his hair. He had heard something. The story shifted inside Timmy. Josh had not been only the unlucky boy chased into the mine. He had been a witness too. The county had not merely abandoned a hurt child because 3 bullies lied. It had recognized a problem and let the mine solve it. Daniel whispered. They knew he was dangerous to them. He was 12, Cindy said, and her voice carried a rage too clean to soften. The cellar camera turned toward the shelves again. One box rattled. Its label read, Vale. Porter moved toward it, but Belle stopped her. Photograph first, he said. The box rattled harder. The lid lifted an inch and slammed down. Rains backed away, one hand on the wall. The wall behind him cracked with a sound like ice breaking on a pond. A gust of cold swept through the cellar. Dust flew sideways. Belle's camera glitched, tearing the image into gray stripes. Through the static, Timmy saw a man standing behind Porter. He was tall, dressed in a black coat that hung dry in the damp cellar. His face was sunken, but not skeletal, old, but not weak. A brimmed hat shadowed his eyes. One hand rested on a cane with a silver head shaped like a small animal, perhaps a fox, perhaps something less kind. Behind her, Timmy shouted. Belle spun. The camera swung wildly. The light cut across empty shelves. Porter turned, saw nothing, then stumbled as something struck her shoulder hard enough to spin her into Belle. The radio exploded with shouts. The cellar light flickered. The quiet room door slammed shut. On the porch, every hanging object snapped toward the front door as if pulled by one breath. The black-coated figure appeared on the monitor again, closer to the camera. This time his face filled the screen. His eyes were pale, not like Josh's frost, but like old milk. His mouth twisted as if he smelled something spoiled. Children should have stayed quiet, the voice said. The monitor went black. Daniel pulled Timmy back from the cruiser hood. Sheriff Bell's voice crackled through the radio, broken by static. Team intact. Porter hit but standing. Quiet room door closed. Something is interfering with equipment. Nobody outside enters. Repeat. Nobody outside enters. Then Emily screamed, not from the road, from the porch. Timmy turned and saw her halfway up the steps, moving as if dragged by an invisible rope. Marissa lunged for her, but a sheet of frost burst across the ground between them. Daniel grabbed Marissa before she slipped. Cindy ran toward Emily and Timmy ran after Cindy because there was no time to think of rules. Cindy, stop, Marissa cried. Cindy did not stop. Timmy caught her sleeve at the bottom of the steps, and together they reached for Emily. Emily's face was blank with terror. Her heels scraped across the porch boards. Above her, the silver button hanging from a string spun so fast it blurred. Timmy grabbed Emily's wrist. Cindy grabbed her coat. The cold hit like teeth through gloves and sleeves. Timmy's fingers went numb at once. From inside the house, Amos Vale's voice spoke again. Witnesses belong below. Timmy felt the pull strengthen. Emily slid another foot toward the open door. Her shoulders struck the frame. She cried out. Cindy dug her shoes into the porch boards and held on. Josh, Timmy shouted. Help us. For one terrible heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the red ribbon above the door tore loose from its hook. It flew through the air and wrapped around Emily's arm, not pulling her inward but holding her back. The porch boards frosted white. A child's hand, pale and muddy, appeared from the air beside Timmy's. Another joined it, then another. Small hands gripped Emily's coat, Cindy's sleeve, Timmy's wrist, the porch railing, and the door frame. Josh appeared behind Emily, facing the darkness inside the hall. Other children gathered around him, faint but determined. The pull broke all at once. Emily fell backward into Timmy and Cindy. The three of them crashed onto the porch. Daniel and Marissa reached them seconds later, dragging them down the steps and away from the door. Bell burst out of the house with Porter and the entry team behind him. Porter's lip was bleeding, and Raines had a red scrape along his cheek, but they were moving. The front door slammed closed so hard the porch shook. The house went silent. For several seconds, nobody spoke. Rain ticked against leaves. Someone's radio hissed. Emily lay on the wet grass, gasping with the red ribbon still looped around her sleeve. Bell crouched beside Timmy and Cindy, fury and fear battling across his face. "I told you not to cross the perimeter," he said. Timmy expected his father to defend him. Instead, Daniel knelt in front of him and took his face in both hands. "You scared me," Daniel said, and his voice broke on the last word. "You saved her, and you scared me. Both things are true." Timmy began shaking then, not from cold, from the delayed knowledge that the house had nearly swallowed Emily in front of them. Cindy shook too, though she tried to hide it. Emily sat up with Marissa's help. She looked at the ribbon on her sleeve, then at the porch. "Peter helped," she whispered. "I felt him. He forgave me." The red ribbon loosened by itself and slid into the wet grass. Porter collected it with gloved hands and placed it in an evidence bag, though everyone knew no report would ever fully explain why a 20-year-old ribbon had chosen sides. Bell stood and faced Vale House. "We are not done," he said. From somewhere inside, a slow scrape answered him, like a box being dragged across his cellar floor. They did not enter again until the state team brought more people, more lights, and a generator large enough to make Vale House look briefly mortal. Cables crossed the wet yard. Flood lamps glared against the porch. Evidence tents rose along the road. The hanging objects were photographed, tagged, and removed one at a time. Each removal made the house creak as there something inside objected to losing its trophies. Timmy sat in Daniel's car with the heater running and a blanket over his shoulders. Cindy sat beside him with her knees drawn up, her face turned toward the house. Marissa stayed in the open front passenger door, half inside with the kids and half outside where Emily sat wrapped in an emergency blanket. Daniel stood nearby with Sheriff Bell, talking in low voices that were not low enough to hide the important parts. Porter's shoulder was badly bruised. Rainey's needed stitches for his cheek. Bell had a line of blood across one knuckle where the cellar door had slammed against his hand. They all refused to leave. Timmy understood that too. Leaving a place like Vale House before taking its truth felt like letting it win another hour. A black sedan arrived just after noon. A man and a woman stepped out, both in dark coats, both carrying folders sealed in plastic against the rain. The woman introduced herself as Special Investigator Nia Sutter from the Attorney General's office. The man was forensic accountant Miles Crane, which sounded too ordinary until he opened the first ledger from the cellar and began naming crimes with the calm of someone reading a recipe. "Payments routed through mine payroll accounts," Crane said under the evidence tent. "Then to church construction donations after the mine closed. Then through the dealership partnership. Same pattern, different shell. Families paid for silence. County officials received fees. Some payments are marked with initials instead of names, but the dates line up with disappearances, labor accidents, and domestic complaints that went nowhere." Sutter looked toward Vale House. Amos Vale did not just hide crimes. He built a service. Emily flinched at the word service. Marissa put a hand over hers. Crane turned another page. Boxes were his leverage system. Buttons, ribbons, toys, keys, teeth, photographs, letters. Something from the victim, something from the witness, something from the family that paid. He kept proof and threat together. If anyone talked, he had a box to remind them what else could be lost. Cindy leaned closer to the car door. "Tea?" Marissa looked back sharply. "You do not need every detail." Cindy's face hardened. "Mom, I do need enough to know what we are standing in." Marissa's expression softened, but pain moved through it. "You were standing in the place where grown people failed children. That is enough detail for today." Cindy did not argue, though Timmy could tell she wanted to. He understood both of them. There were details that protected nobody and details that kept lies from growing back. The trouble was knowing which was which before they entered your dreams. Sheriff Bell brought one of the ledgers to the car and held it through the open door without letting the children touch it. It was sealed in a clear evidence sleeve. The page inside had been marked with a paper tab. "Your names are not in here," he told Timmy and Cindy. "I checked because I needed to know. But your families touch the edges." Hale appears in relation to Marissa's mother and grandmother. Calder does not appear before you moved here. Thank heaven for small mercies. Mercer appears several times. Carver appears more than once before Josh. Timmy looked at the page. The handwriting was cramped and precise. Amos Vale had written like a man who believed even evil should keep neat books. Bell pointed to one entry through the plastic. This is from 2 months before Josh disappeared. It says, J.C., heard quiet room. Father uncertain. Monitor boy. Monitor boy, Timmy said. Watch him, Bell translated. They knew Josh had heard something at this house. Steve, Dave, and Mark may have chased him because they were cruel, but the adults let the story become useful. A boy who had heard too much ended up at the bottom of a mine, and the county accepted the version that saved itself. Cindy's voice came low and angry. Then Amos killed him even after he died. Bell's eyes shifted to her. What do you mean? He made the system that let everyone leave Josh there. Amos was dead by then, but his rules were still alive. Bell looked back at the house. That may be the truest thing anyone has said today. Inside the evidence tent, Sutter began interviewing Emily. Emily wanted the children away, but Timmy could still hear some of it. She described her mother cleaning Vale House, the porch, the quiet room, the child named Peter, the day of the picnic, and the tin box. She also described how adults treated her afterward. A school counselor said grief made children imagine things. A deputy told her mother that false stories could ruin families. A pastor prayed for her confusion to pass. Her mother moved them 3 streets away and never returned to the house, but she also never spoke of it again. Silence becomes a room, Emily said, her voice carrying through the rain. At first you think you are leaving the scary place behind. Then you realize you built another one inside yourself. Timmy looked at Daniel. His father had turned toward Emily, and the expression on his face told Timmy he understood too well. Laura's death had left rooms inside both of them. They had mistaken locked doors for survival. When Sutter finished, she asked to speak to Marissa. Marissa stood, smoothing her coat as if going into a meeting instead of opening a family bruise. Daniel touched her arm. I can go with you. Marissa looked surprised by how much she wanted that. Please. They went under the tent together. Cindy watched them with guarded eyes and looked away before anyone could see too much. Timmy wanted to say something helpful, but being 12 did not come with words for watching your mother tell investigators about the fear she inherited. My mom likes your dad, Cindy said suddenly. Timmy almost choked. What? Do not act weird. I am just saying it because everyone is pretending not to notice. Timmy looked at Daniel and Marissa under the tent. His father stood beside her, not too close, but close enough that she could reach for him if memory became too sharp. Timmy thought of his mother. He thought of how her laugh used to fill the kitchen, how she would dance badly while stirring pasta, how she would tap Daniel's shoulder with a wooden spoon when he teased her. He waited for jealousy to rise. It did, but not like before. It came more like sadness wearing an old coat. I miss my mom, he said. Cindy's expression changed at once. I know. I am sorry. I should not have said anything. It is okay. I think my dad misses her too. I think he always will. But maybe missing her does not mean he has to be alone forever. Cindy rested her chin on her knees. My mom has been alone a long time. She says it is simpler. I think simpler can be lonely with better curtains. Timmy smiled despite everything. That sounds like something you would put on a pillow to make adults uncomfortable. Good. Adults need more uncomfortable pillows. Their small smile faded when the generator sputtered. The flood lamps dimmed. Every radio in the yard crackled at the same time. Belle turned from the tent and looked toward the house. A black pickup truck was coming down the gravel road. It moved too fast for a crime scene. Gravel sprayed from its tires. Deputy Alvarez stepped into the road, one hand raised. The truck slowed only when Bell and 2 state agents drew their weapons. It stopped 20 yards from the tape, engine growling. The driver stepped out with both hands raised, but his face showed no fear. He was in his 50s, broad-shouldered, with slick gray hair and a trim beard. He wore a rain jacket over work clothes and boots caked with mud. His eyes moved from the house to the evidence tent, then to Emily, then to Timmy and Cindy in the car. Something ugly flickered there, not surprise, but recognition. Bell walked toward him. Grand Vale? The man's mouth tightened. This is private property. Not today, Bell said. We have a warrant. Grant Vale looked past him at the porch where the hanging objects were being bagged. My family has owned this land for 80 years. You people do not get to loot it because some dead boy made everyone hysterical. Emily stood under the tent. Her face had gone bloodless. That is Amos's grandson. Grant heard her. His gaze sharpened. Emily Mercer, you got old. I guess guilt will do that. Marissa stepped in front of Emily before Daniel could. Do not speak to her. Grant smiled without warmth. Another hale woman with a mouth. Your grandmother should have taught the line better. Daniel moved then. Not far. Just enough that Grant saw him. Timmy had never seen his father look that way. Daniel was not a fighter by nature, but grief and fear had burned away his old softness around danger. He looked like a man who had already lost too much to be impressed by another man's cruelty. Bell raised his voice. Grantvale, you are interfering with an active investigation. Step away from the perimeter and keep your hands visible. Grant lifted his hands higher, still smiling. Of course, Sheriff. I respect the law. My family always did. The lie was so bold that even the rain seemed to pause. Sutter approached with 2 agents. Do you reside on this property? I maintain it. Do you have keys? Some. Have you entered the house in the last month? Grant's eyes slid toward the side path behind the house. Timmy saw it. So did Cindy. He is lying, Cindy whispered. Timmy looked at the side path. It was narrow, half covered by blackberries, but fresh mud marked the weeds. A person had passed there recently. Maybe more than once. Sutter continued questioning Grant, while Bell quietly signaled Raines and Alvarez toward the side of the house. Porter followed with a camera. Grant watched them go. His smile died. You have no right to dig up my family's dead, he said. Bell's answer came cold. Your family's dead seem very interested in being dug up. From inside Vale House, something slammed against the cellar door. Grant flinched before he could stop himself. It was the first honest thing his body had said. Timmy felt the air change. Josh was near. So were the other children. The house did not feel like one haunting anymore. It felt like a courtroom filling before a verdict. Grant Vale turned toward his truck as if bored. Bell shouted, Do not move. Grant moved anyway. He lunged into the cab and came out with a metal fuel can in one hand and a road flare in the other. Chaos broke across the yard. Bell raised his weapon. Agents shouted. Daniel yanked open the car door, shoving Timmy and Cindy lower in the seat. Marissa cried out from the tent. Grant ripped the cap off the fuel can and hurled liquid across the gravel toward the evidence tent. Not enough to reach it fully, but enough to send the sharp smell of gasoline into the rain. This house is mine, Grant screamed. Those boxes are mine. He struck the flare. Red fire hissed to life in his hand. For a heartbeat, the whole county seemed to hold its breath. Then the ground under Grant's boots turned white with frost. His foot slipped. The flare flew from his hand, spinning toward the spilled fuel. Timmy saw it arc through the air bright red against gray rain. Daniel pushed the children down and covered them with his body. The flare hit the ground inches from the fuel trail. Before it could catch, a child's toy truck shot from the porch like a thrown stone and struck the flare sideways. It skittered into a puddle and drowned with a violent hiss. Grant scrambled for it. Bell tackled him first. They hit the gravel hard. Grant fought like a man who had planned for a rest but not for humiliation. He drove an elbow into Bell's ribs and clawed for the fuel can. Raines and Alvarez ran back from the side path. Daniel started to rise from the car, but Marissa shouted his name and he stopped himself, staying with the children. Bell and Grant rolled in the mud. Grant grabbed a fist-sized rock and swung. It caught Bell above the brow, opening a line of blood that ran into his eye. Bell grunted but did not let go. Alvarez kicked the rock away. Raines pinned Grant's arm. Together they forced him down and cuffed him while he spat curses into the gravel. You do not understand what is in there, Grant shouted. You think dead children are the worst thing my family kept? The yard went silent again. Bell wiped blood from his eye. Then you can start explaining. Grant laughed, breathless and wild. Ask the well. The words moved through everyone like a cold hand. Cindy sat up slowly. The well from the dream? Timmy had not seen a well in his dream, but the word opened a space in his mind, as if it had always been waiting there. Porter's voice came from the side of the house. Sheriff, you need to seat us. Bell left Grant with the deputies and followed Porter around the corner. Daniel, Marissa, Emily, Timmy, and Cindy were ordered to stay back. They did not, at least not entirely. They moved to the edge of the tape where they could see the side yard. Behind Vale House, blackberry canes and cedar branches hid a stone, well capped with a rusted iron grate. A fresh path led directly to it. Around the base lay cigarette butts, boot prints, and recent scratches in the moss-covered stones. The grate had been unlocked recently. Porter aimed her light through the bars. A breath of freezing air rose from the well. From somewhere deep below, a child began to sing. The song had no words Timmy could understand, only a melody thin as thread and sad enough to make the rain feel warm. Emily covered her face. Marissa held Cindy against her. Daniel gripped Timmy's shoulder, and Timmy leaned into him without shame. Grant laughed from the gravel until Deputy Alvarez told him to stop. He stopped only after the well answered with a soft scraping from far below. Sheriff Bell stared into the dark shaft. "Seal the road," he said. "Call the dive team, the search team, and anyone else who can work a confined water recovery. Nobody leaves. Nobody touches that grate until we are ready." The song continued. In the doorway of Vale House, Josh appeared again. He looked toward the well, then toward Timmy. His expression carried sorrow but also warning. The children behind him had not faded this time. They were gathering. Timmy understood the message before Frost could write it. The house had been only the lid. The well was the throat. By late afternoon, Vale House had become the center of a county-wide emergency that no official knew how to name honestly. The road was blocked by state cruisers. Reporters gathered beyond the first bend, shouting questions that died in the wet trees before reaching the house. Flood lamps shone on the well, the porch, the evidence tents, and the black windows, giving every surface a hard white glare. Under that glare, the house looked less haunted and more accused. Grant Bale sat handcuffed in the back of a cruiser with a deputy posted beside him. He had stopped shouting. It seemed worse. His silence carried the smug patience of a man who believed time still served his family. Now and then he looked toward the well and smiled faintly, as if listening to a private joke. Timmy hated him with a clean, frightened intensity that surprised him. He had hated Steve and Mark for what they did to Josh. He had feared Dave and pitied him at the end. Grant Vale felt different. He was not an old sin dragging itself into the light by accident. He was proof that someone had kept polishing the handle of the same dark door. The recovery team arrived with ropes, harnesses, breathing gear, pumps, and a portable camera built for pipes and flooded spaces. The leader, a compact woman named Captain Ibarra, took one look at the well and asked 3 questions before anyone could explain the ghosts. How deep, how stable, how contaminated? Bell answered with the honesty of a tired man. Unknown, and morally or physically. Ibarra looked at him for half a second, then at the house, then at the children watching from the road. Both, apparently. The first camera went down before sunset. It passed through the iron grate after bolt cutters bit away the old lock. The cable slid into darkness foot by foot. Everyone watched the monitor in silence. Stone walls, wet roots, rust streaks, and old brickwork moved past the lens. 20 feet down, the camera reached water black enough to swallow its own light. The child's song stopped. Porter marked the time. Captain Ibarra adjusted the camera angle and lowered it beneath the surface. The image blurred, cleared, and revealed a flooded chamber wider than the well shaft above it. Not a natural chamber. A built one. Brick arches vanished into murky water. Wooden supports leaned at odd angles. A submerged walkway stretched away from the shaft into darkness. "This is not just a well," Ibarra said. "It connects to a cistern or drainage tunnel." Crane, the forensic accountant, came closer. Mine company properties had old water management tunnels. Some were sealed, some were omitted from maps after collapses. Amos Bell would have known them. "So, you had a private way underground," Daniel said. Bell's face tightened. "Away from this house toward Pecan Hill, maybe." On the monitor, the camera light caught something pale against the brick. A small handprint. No one spoke for several seconds. The print was not fresh. It looked like mineral stain or old lime, the outline of a child's hand preserved on the wall beneath the water. Then another handprint appeared as the camera turned. Then another. Dozens of them marked the bricks along the submerged tunnel, all pointing away from the house. Cindy began crying silently. Timmy reached for her hand, and she took it without looking at him. Their hands were cold and damp, but alive. The camera advanced as far as the cable allowed. At the edge of the light, something large blocked the tunnel. Not a collapse. A door. Iron, round-topped, set into brick, with a wheel handle in the center. Across it, someone had painted a symbol in white, now faded by water. A circle with a line through it, like an eye closed by force. Emily gasped. "I saw that mark on Amos's tin boxes." Grant Vale began laughing in the cruiser. Bell turned slowly. "Bring him out." The deputy opened the cruiser door and hauled Grant to his feet. Grant's wrists were cuffed behind him, his hair wet from rain, his face bruised from the fight, but he still wore that thin smile. Belle pointed toward the monitor. "What is behind that door?" Grant looked at the screen. For the first time, the smile weakened. "Family history," he said. Belle stepped closer. "I'm done with clever. What is behind it?" Grant's eyes moved to Timmy, then Cindy, then Emily, the place the loud ones went. Daniel surged forward before anyone expected it. Belle caught him with one arm across the chest. Daniel did not fight the sheriff, but his face had gone white with fury. "Do not look at my son when you say that," Daniel said. Grant smiled again, though it trembled at the corners. "Your son looks just like the Carver boy." Amos would have hated that. Red hair always made the records messy. Easy to remember, hard to deny. Emily stepped forward. "You know what he did." "Everyone knows something," Grant said. "That is how counties work." Marissa moved beside Emily, her voice low. "No, that is how rot works." The well answered with a deep metallic groan. The iron door on the monitor shuddered, though no one touched it. Bubbles rose in thick clusters. The camera jolted. Captain Ibarra ordered the operator to hold steady, but the image shook harder. The wheel handle on the submerged door turned by itself. Grant stopped smiling. "Pull the camera back," Ibarra said. The operator reversed the cable. The view dragged backward through cloudy water. The door opened a few inches behind the retreating camera. Darkness pushed through the gap like ink. From the speaker mounted to the camera rig came a whisper. "Grant." Grant stumbled backward and nearly fell. Deputy Alvarez held him upright by the cuffs. "That is not evidence," Grant said, but his voice broke. "That is a trick." The whisper came again. Clearer. "You fed the well." Timmy did not understand at first. Then he looked at the fresh scratches around the grate, the cigarette butts, the boot prints, and the recent path. Grant had not merely maintained the house. He had been coming to the well, leaving things, hiding things. Maybe worse. Belle understood, too. "What did you put down there?" Grant shook his head. Rain ran over his face like sweat. "Nothing that mattered, just old boxes, papers, things my grandfather kept, and things my father should have burned." Crane looked sharply at Sutter, destroying evidence. The camera feed burst with static. When it cleared, a face filled the screen from beneath the water. It was not Josh. It was not one of the children Timmy had seen on the porch. It was older, maybe 16, pale and swollen by death, but recognizable in the way ghosts were recognizable. Not by flesh, but by grief. The spirit pressed one hand against the lens, and for an instant the whole monitor turned white. Emily whispered a name. "Miriam." Grant stared at her. "You do not know that name." "Miriam Vale," Emily said. Her fear had returned, but so had something stronger. Amos's granddaughter. "People said she ran away in 1978. My mother cried when she heard, but she would not tell me why." Grant's mouth opened. No words came. The wet spirit on the monitor moved back from the lens. Her hair floated around her face. She pointed behind herself toward the iron door. Then the camera died. The generator kept humming. Rain kept falling. Nobody moved until Captain Ibarra spoke. "We are not sending divers through an unknown submerged door at night with supernatural interference and possible structural collapse. We pump what we can, stabilize the shaft, and go at first light." Belle looked ready to argue, but Sutter agreed before he could. "We do this right. We do it alive." Josh appeared beside the well. The sight of him quieted everyone more effectively than shouting. He stood in the rain with the other children behind him, all facing the open grate. Water dripped from his clothes, though he stood nowhere near the shaft. His eyes were fixed on the dark hole. "Tomorrow," Timmy said softly. Josh turned his head toward him. Timmy felt the answer rather than heard it. Not approval. Not patience. A warning that tomorrow was the last kindness the dead could offer. The adults argued logistics. Humps, lights, guards, overnight shifts, warrants expanded to include adjacent tunnels and family lands. Grant was placed under arrest for assault, attempted evidence destruction, obstruction, and whatever else Sutter could make stick before the deeper charges arrived. He did not resist when they moved him to a transport vehicle. He kept looking back at the well. As deputies guided him past Emily, he leaned close enough to speak before Alvarez shoved him away. "Miriam was not a victim," Grant whispered. "She opened the door." Emily went rigid. "What does that mean?" Marissa demanded. Grant's smile returned in a ruined, frightened form. "Ask your ghosts." "They took him away?" The well began singing again after the transport vanished down the gravel road. This time the melody had words, faint but clear enough that every person near the tape heard them. Bring the names up. Bring the bones up. Bring the door down. Let the county know. No one wrote the song down at first. Then Porter did, because she was Porter, and because every impossible thing still deserved a record. Daniel decided they would not return to the house that night. Timmy expected Cindy to argue. She did not. The day had taken too much from her, and the next day waited with teeth. Marissa drove Emily home under deputy escort. Daniel drove Timmy and Cindy back to his house, where Marissa would join them after making sure Emily was not left alone. The ride felt longer in the dark. Pecan Hill passed on their right, unseen beyond the trees, but the car grew colder as they passed it. Timmy looked out the window and saw, for a moment, a line of pale children standing beneath the trees. They did not look threatening, only waiting. Cindy saw them too. She did not speak until the house lights of Timmy Street appeared. "Do you think Miriam is bad?" Timmy thought of the face against the camera, the pointing hand, the name that made Grant lose his smile. "I think she is angry." Josh was angry too. Yes, angry does not always mean bad. Timmy looked at his father in the front seat. Daniel's eyes met his in the rearview mirror just for a second. They were both thinking of the same thing: grief, anger, love, and what happened when any one of them had nowhere to go. At home, Daniel made grilled cheese sandwiches because soup felt cursed after the burned pan from the day before. The normal smell of butter and bread filled the kitchen. For a few minutes, they ate like people whose lives were not tied to a haunted well. Cindy got cheese on her sleeve. Timmy laughed. Daniel laughed too, and then looked almost guilty for it. "Dad," Timmy said, "it is okay to laugh." Daniel stared at him across the table. The words seemed to strike him gently and deeply. "I know," he said. "I'm trying to remember that." Marissa arrived near 9 with Emily and Deputy Alvarez. Emily refused to be left at her own house, and nobody argued. Daniel gave her the couch. Marissa and Cindy took the guest room again. Alvarez remained in a parked cruiser outside, engine running, lights off. Before bed, Timmy stood at the living room window. Beyond his reflection, the street looked wet and ordinary. He could see the deputy's cruiser, the neighbor's porch light, and the dark roof lines of sleeping houses. For once, no frost formed on the glass. His mother appeared in the reflection behind him. Timmy did not scream. He could not breathe at first, but he did not scream. Laura Calder stood near the foot of the stairs, not as clear as Josh, not as cold, and not frightening. She looked like herself on a winter morning, hair pulled back, face tired but smiling. The sight broke something open in him so fast he had to grip the windowsill. "Mom," he whispered. She lifted one finger to her lips, not to silence him, but to calm him. Her other hand pointed toward the kitchen table. Timmy turned. The yellow legal pad still lay there, the one Daniel had used to write bail house. The pencil beside it rolled by itself and stopped against the page. Timmy looked back at the reflection. His mother was fading. "Please," he said, "do not go yet." Her smile trembled with sorrow. Then she pointed again. Timmy went to the table. The pencil lifted and wrote one sentence in his mother's neat, familiar hand: "The living open what the dead cannot." Daniel came down the stairs halfway through the writing. He stopped when he saw the pencil moving. Then he saw the reflection in the window, and all the strength went out of his face. "Laura," he breathed. She looked at him. Timmy had never seen love and pain meet so plainly. Daniel took one step, then stopped, afraid that moving closer would make her vanish. Laura placed her hand over her heart and extended it toward him. It was not a goodbye exactly. It was permission. Daniel covered his mouth with one hand and nodded as tears ran down his face. The reflection faded. The pencil dropped. Daniel crossed the room and pulled Timmy into his arms. They stood there holding each other while the sentence dried on the legal pad. "The living open what the dead cannot." From the couch, Emily sat up slowly. She'd seen enough to understand. "Then tomorrow," she said, voice shaking, "we have to open the door." Outside, far beyond the houses and the wet road, the well behind Vale House stopped singing. The house did not sleep after the recovery teams left it under guard. That was what Sheriff Bell said when he called Daniel near midnight. He did not say it in a poetic way, and that made it worse. The statement arrived like a weather report. Vale House was awake. The well was quiet. The road was sealed. 2 deputies and 3 state troopers were posted under flood lamps, and every one of them had reported hearing children moving inside the walls, though nobody remained in the structure. Daniel kept the call on speaker at the kitchen table. Timmy sat beside him wrapped in the same blanket from the car. Cindy sat across from them with her hands around a mug of cocoa she had not tasted. Marissa stood near the stove, and Emily sat on the couch where she could hear without being forced to sit beneath the yellow kitchen light. Deputy Alvarez remained outside in the cruiser, but Daniel had asked her in twice. She refused both times, saying someone needed to watch the street. "Grant is in holding," Belle said through the phone. He asked for a lawyer, then asked if the cell had a drain. When the guard asked why, Grant said water comes up where Miriam wants it. 10 minutes later, water seeped from under his bunk. Maintenance found no leak. Cindy looked at Timmy, her eyes wide but not surprised. Nothing surprised them cleanly anymore. New horrors only found places among the old ones. Belle continued. "We searched his truck. There were fuel cans, bolt cutters, 2 handguns, and 3 metal boxes wrapped in oilcloth. One box had photographs from the 70s and 80s. One had documents tied to old county land transfers. The last one had recent items." Marissa turned from the stove. "Recent? How?" "A school keycard from last year. A bracelet reported lost by a girl who testified in a child custody case. A phone memory card. We do not know what is on it yet." Sutter thinks Grant was not only protecting family history, he may have been using Amos's old methods for living cases too. Emily made a soft, sick sound from the couch. He kept the boxes going. "That is what it looks like," Belle said. "Not on the same scale, maybe, but the pattern survived. Threaten, a witness. Keep a token. Make fear feel personal." Daniel's hand curled around the edge of the table. "How many living people are involved?" "I do not know," Belle admitted. "More than Grant. Maybe only a few. Maybe enough that tomorrow will change the whole county." Timmy pictured the submerged iron door beneath the well. "Bring the names up." The ghosts had sung. He had thought the names meant the dead. Now he understood they might also mean the living people who had fed the old system until it learned to walk in modern shoes. "What happens at first light?" Daniel asked. "Pumps start before dawn. Abera thinks she can lower the water level enough to reach the iron door by mid-morning. The tunnel may connect to the mine drainage network. If it does, there could be air pockets, chambers, old collapses, or human remains. There could also be traps or unstable supports if someone has been inside recently." Grant said. "Miriam opened the door," Timmy said. Belle paused. "Emily told me. We are looking into Miriam Vale now. Records say she ran away at 16. No confirmed sighting afterward. Her father, Amos's son, filed a missing person report 3 weeks late and withdrew it within a month, claiming she had sent a letter from Portland. We have not found the letter." Emily stood slowly from the couch. "Miriam did not run away." Everyone turned toward her. She came to the table and braced one hand on a chair. Her face was pale, but memory had lit something hard inside it. "I remembered more after we left the well. Miriam used to sneak food to the quiet room. I saw her once, through the side yard. She had bread under her coat. She told me not to tell, because her grandfather would make the children disappear faster. She was not much older than a kid herself." Marissa pulled out a chair for her. Emily sat but did not relax. "My mother saw Miriam too," Emily continued. "They argued in the washroom behind the kitchen. Miriam said the boxes were evil and the mine men would kill them all if they kept helping Amos. My mother begged her not to fight him. Miriam said somebody had to open the door. I thought she meant the quiet room. Maybe she meant the door under the well. The kitchen felt colder after that. Not a supernatural cold, not yet. More like the chill that comes when a story turns and shows a second face." Cindy leaned forward. "Maybe Miriam tried to free them." "Maybe," Emily said. "Or maybe she opened something Amos kept closed for a reason." Nobody liked that possibility, but nobody dismissed it either. Sheriff Bell sighed through the phone. Sutter found an old map in Grant's truck. It shows Vale House, the well, Pecan Hill, the mine, and 3 other marked points. One is the old county records building. One is the Carver Cemetery row. The last one is marked only with a circle. Crane thinks it might be a sealed mine vent or a drainage exit near the lake where Steve and Mark crashed. Timmy's skin prickled. The haunting had not been random. It had moved along hidden lines, water, tunnels, old roads, family records, and fear. Josh had been the face of it because Josh had burned brightest. But beneath him, around him, and behind him were other names, other rooms, and one iron door the dead could not open alone. "The living open what the dead cannot," Timmy said. Daniel looked at the yellow legal pad on the table. His wife's handwriting remained there, gentle and impossible. Belle's voice softened. "Daniel, I do not know how to ask this. Then do not, Daniel said at once. My son is not going into that tunnel. The phone line crackled. Outside, Deputy Alvarez's cruiser lights flashed once, then went dark again. Bell spoke carefully. I am not asking that. I am telling you that every time we try to act without acknowledging what the children see, the situation becomes more dangerous. Timmy and Cindy have noticed things trained officers missed. I need them nearby tomorrow, outside the well perimeter, with you and Marissa. I need them safe, but I also need them heard. Daniel closed his eyes. The old argument crossed his face again. Protect Timmy by keeping him away. Protect Timmy by letting him speak. There was no choice that did not carry teeth. Nearby, Daniel said finally. Not inside. Not underground. Not out of my reach. Agreed, Bell said. The call ended a few minutes later, after details about arrival times, deputy escorts, and rules that everyone knew the haunting might ignore. Daniel set the phone down and looked around the kitchen. No one seemed ready for bed. Marissa poured fresh cocoa and placed a mug in front of Emily. Drink before you start shaking apart. Emily obeyed. Her hands trembled so badly that Marissa guided the mug for the first sip. Cindy watched her mother with an expression Timmy recognized. It was the strange pain of seeing a parent become gentle with someone else and realizing gentleness had depths you had not known. Daniel sat beside Timmy. I meant what I said. You are not going underground. I know, Timmy said. Knowing and agreeing are not the same. Timmy looked at the legal pad. I agree. I am scared of the tunnel. I do not want to be brave in a place where I cannot breathe. Daniel's face softened. That is allowed. But if Josh shows me something, I have to say it. Even if it scares you. Especially if it scares me, Daniel said. He seemed surprised by his own answer, then accepted it. Fear has been used as a lock in this county. Maybe saying the frightening thing out loud is how we stop handing over the key. Cindy tapped her mug with one finger. That was almost good enough to write down. Daniel gave her a tired smile. Almost. It needed fewer grown-up words. For a little while, the kitchen held a strange warmth. It did not erase the day. It did not soften Vale House, the well, or the door waiting under black water. But it gave them a few minutes of human noise, mugs touching wood, Marissa telling Cindy to drink before it cooled, Emily correcting a date from her childhood, Daniel pretending not to burn the second batch of toast. Timmy sat among them and felt the shape of a family forming around the edges of fear. Not the family he had lost. Not a replacement. Something different, built from people who had stood in the same storm and chosen not to let go. Near 1 in the morning, the house went quiet. Emily slept on the couch with the lamp on. Marissa slept in the guest room with Cindy, though Cindy promised she would only rest her eyes and was asleep within minutes. Daniel dozed in the armchair near the stairs, unwilling to go far. Timmy lay awake on the living room floor in a sleeping bag because being upstairs alone felt like pretending danger respected floor plans. The dream did not arrive like sleep. It arrived like water. Timmy opened his eyes and found himself standing in the submerged tunnel beneath the well. He was not drowning. He breathed water as if it were cold air. The brick walls shone with pale handprints. The iron door stood ahead, closed and waiting. Beside it floated Miriam Vale, her hair moving around her face in slow, dark strands. She looked 16, maybe a little older in the eyes, with the furious sadness of someone who had tried to do the right thing too late and paid forever. Josh stood on the other side of Timmy. His feet touched the tunnel floor. Miriam floated. The difference mattered in a way Timmy could not explain. Did you open it? Timmy asked. Miriam looked at the iron door. When she spoke, her voice came through the water as a vibration in Timmy's bones. I opened it for Peter. I opened it for Anna. I opened it for the ones he kept below. I did not know the tunnel had 2 mouths. Josh watched her without hatred. What was on the other side? Timmy asked. Miriam's face twisted with grief. The county. The word became images. Men carrying boxes through water. A child passed from one shadow to another. Papers sealed in jars and hidden behind brick. A deputy taking money was shaking hands. A pastor looking away. A mine official marking a map. Amos Bale, younger and stronger, standing beside the iron door with his silver cane across both hands like a gate. Then Miriam herself, older than in the first image but still young, turning the wheel handle while children waited behind her. A boy with a cough. A girl with a ribbon. A small child clutching a wooden horse. The door opened. Hope entered the tunnel. So did men with lanterns. The dream fractured into running, screaming, water rising, lantern light, and Miriam's hands slamming against the brick as Amos dragged her back. Timmy felt her terror, but also her rage. She had opened the door and discovered the system was larger than the room she tried to free. "What do you need from us?" Timmy asked. Miriam touched the wheel handle. "Turn it in the light. Names rot in the dark." Josh lifted one muddy hand and placed it against the iron door. Other handprints appeared around his. Peter, Anna, Miriam, Josh, and children whose names Timmy did not yet know. The door trembled but did not open. "The living open what the dead cannot," Timmy said. Miriam nodded. He woke to the sound of pencil scratching paper. The room was dark except for the lamp near Emily's couch. Everyone else seemed asleep at first, but Timmy saw Cindy sitting upright in the guest room doorway, awake and staring. Daniel had opened his eyes in the chair. Marissa stood behind Cindy with one hand on the door frame. The pencil on the kitchen table moved across the legal pad again, not Laura's handwriting this time. This script was sharp, narrow, and slanted. Peter Walsh, Anna Hale, Miriam Vale, Joey Carver, Ruth Bowell, Sandal Keene, Elsie Grady, Joshua Carver. The names continued down the page. More than 20, then 30. The pencil slowed near the bottom and wrote one final line. "At first light, turn the wheel." Emily began crying in her sleep. Daniel stood and went to the table. He did not touch the pencil until it rolled still. Then he picked up the legal pad as if it weighed more than paper. Cindy came to stand beside Timmy. "I saw the tunnel. Miriam opened it before," Timmy said. "And men came through." "Yes, they came through." Marissa pressed a hand to her mouth. Daniel looked at the list, then at the window. For once, there was no frost on the glass. The message had not come in cold. It had come through writing, through witness, through names. Outside, the eastern sky had begun to pale. First light was coming. The first light did not arrive all at once. It leaked into the kitchen by thin gray lines, sliding around the curtains and laying itself across the legal pad where the names waited. Daniel stood at the sink with one hand braced against the counter and his other hand pressed flat over the phone. He had already called Sheriff Bell, and now he listened while Bell gave orders to people Daniel could hear moving in the background. Radios hissed. A door slammed. Someone asked for roadblocks. Someone else asked whether Grant Vale had been moved yet. Timmy sat at the table with Cindy beside him. The pencil that had written the names lay between them like a dead insect. It had broken its tip on the final line, but the message remained clear. "At first light, turn the wheel." Those words had a weight that made the kitchen feel smaller than it was. They were not a warning. They were an instruction, and every adult in the room understood that ignoring instructions from the dead had already cost Casper County too much. Emily Mercer woke with a cry and grabbed for the blanket tangled around her legs. Marissa reached her first and knelt beside the couch. Emily's eyes looked past her, wide and wet, as if the room had changed while she slept and she was still searching for the old cellar in the corners. Timmy saw the moment her mind returned to Daniel's house. She blinked at the lamp, the table, the children, and the pale morning in the window. Then she saw the legal pad in Daniel's hand. Daniel said, "Emily, more names came through in the night." Emily covered her mouth with shaking fingers. "I heard scratching. I thought it was in the dream." Marissa helped her sit up. "Do you know any of them?" Daniel handed her the pad. Emily took it as carefully as if the paper might bleed. Her eyes moved down the list. Peter Walsh, Anna Hale, Miriam Vale, Joey Carver, Ruth Bell, Samuel Keene, Elsie Grady, Joshua Carver. The list continued, name after name, written by a hand that had not needed ink to be believed. Emily stopped halfway down and pressed the page against her chest. "I heard some of these when I was little," she said. "My mother whispered them after she thought I was asleep." Ruth Bell was not a ghost story to her. Ruth was a girl from church. Samuel Keene brought milk to our porch. Elsie Grady had a laugh people remembered. They were children and teenagers and people nobody wanted to admit had vanished. Sheriff Bell's voice came through the phone sharp and strained. "Daniel, keep everyone together. I am sending Rains to your place in 5 minutes. We are moving Grant Vale under state custody." He is still refusing to talk, but he reacted when Porter mentioned the wheel. "I do not like that reaction." Daniel looked at Timmy before answering. "How did he react?" "He smiled," Bell said. "Then he told us dead children do not know how old iron works." The kitchen went quiet enough for the refrigerator hum to sound loud. Cindy folded her arms across her chest, but Timmy saw her fingers dig into her sleeves. Grant Vale's smile had followed them from the well, through the night and into morning. It bothered Timmy more than the cold had. The dead could scare him, but Grant made him angry in a way that felt hot and human. Daniel said, "The message says the living have to open it." Bell breathed out through the phone. "I was afraid of that. Crane says the well shaft can be rigged safely from above, but the tunnel is flooded past the first bend. We will use cameras first. Nobody enters until the engineers approve it. Tell Timmy and Cindy they're not going down there." "I mean that." Timmy leaned toward the phone. "Sheriff, I know we are kids, but the message did not come to you." Daniel stiffened. Marissa turned in her chair. Cindy did not tell Timmy to be quiet. She sat straighter, shoulder against his, as if making it clear he was not saying it alone. Bell did not answer right away. When he did, his voice had lost some of its command. "I know who heard it, Timmy. I also know what happens when adults let children pay for adult sins. I'm not making that mistake today. If the wheel can be turned from the surface, maybe you can be there without being in the shaft. That is the only path I am willing to discuss." Daniel closed his eyes. Timmy could see him fighting two fears at once. One was the fear of losing his son. The other was the fear of failing the dead by becoming the kind of adult who locked the door because fear made it easier. Daniel opened his eyes and spoke carefully. "We do this with the sheriff, with engineers, and with ropes, lights, cameras, and every safety measure they can bring. Timmy stays above the well unless I agree otherwise. Cindy stays above it, too. If the dead ask for more, they will have to ask through me." Marissa said, "Through me as well." Cindy looked at her mother. "Mom, I saw the tunnel." "I believe you," Marissa said. "That is why I'm not letting it take you from me." Emily lowered the legal pad. "The dead do not want the children taken. That is what Amos did. That is what all of them did. If Miriam is asking, she is asking because she failed to save them once. She will not ask for another child to be sacrificed." Timmy wanted to believe her. He remembered Miriam in the dream, floating beside the iron door with grief spread through her like pale light under deep water. She had not felt hungry. She had felt trapped. Josh had felt different when rage guided him, but even Josh had changed after his body came home. The spirits were not one thing. They were many people with many pains, and they had spent years pressed into the same darkness until their voices tangled. A cruiser pulled into the driveway before anyone could say more. Deputy Raines came to the porch with his collar turned up against the morning damp and his face paler than the fog behind him. He did not knock like a man arriving at a normal house. He tapped once, then opened the door after Daniel called out. His eyes went straight to the legal pad. "Sheriff says we leave now," Raines said. "Road is already blocked near Vale House. State investigators are there. The engineers brought a portable pump and a gantry rig. Grand Vale is being moved in another vehicle. Bell wants him nearby but locked down." Marissa stood. "Why bring him anywhere near it?" "Because when we mentioned the old door, he asked whether we had found the turn room. We had not told him there was an iron door. We had not told him about a wheel. Bell wants him where he can be watched when it opens." Emily's face tightened. "He knows." Raines nodded once. "He knows something. He keeps saying the county would be cleaner if people learned to stay quiet." The words seemed to pass through the room and touch every person. Timmy heard the old voice from his dream, dry and patient. "Quiet children live longer." The phrase had not been only a threat. It had been a rule that men like Amos Vale topped themselves until it sounded almost reasonable. Keep secrets. Keep power. Keep doors shut. Let the missing become rumors. Let the dead become weather. Daniel picked up Timmy's coat from the back of a chair and held it out. His hand shook once before he steadied them. "Stay near me. No running ahead. No secret plans. You promised." Timmy pushed his arms into the sleeves. "I promised." Cindy took her own coat from Marissa and zipped it to her throat. "I promised to." Emily folded the legal pad and held it tight. "The names come with us." They stepped out into the morning. The air smelled of wet cedar, cold dirt, and the faint metal scent that had followed them from Pecan Hill to Vale House. The sky was not clear, but it was lighter than it had been in days. Thin strips of pale gold broke through the clouds in the east, touching the tops of the trees and making every raindrop shine for an instant before it fell. As they got into the cars, Timmy looked toward Pecan Hill beyond the neighborhood roofs. He could not see the mine from there, but he felt it like a memory behind his ribs. Josh had begun the story in a dark place with a broken leg, alone and unheard. Now the county was moving toward another dark place with lights, cameras, and witnesses. It was not enough to undo what happened. Nothing could do that. But it meant the silence had finally lost control of the morning. The drive to Vale House seemed longer than it had the day before. Sheriff's vehicles lined the road. State cars sat along the ditch with lights turning slowly through the fog. Yellow tape crossed the driveway, but this time it did not look like a barrier meant to keep the truth inside. It looked like a promise that the living would not pretend the house was ordinary. Vale House waited under the trees. Its windows stared blackly from the wet boards. The porch objects had been removed and bagged as evidence, leaving pale squares where they had hung for years. Without them, the porch looked stripped and angry. The front door stood open, and men and women in hard hats moved through it with measured steps. Portable lamps made the doorway glow white in the gray morning. Behind the house, flood lamps burned around the old well. A metal frame had been built over the opening during the night, its legs staked into the mud. Ropes ran down into the shaft. A camera cable lay coiled beside a monitor under a plastic canopy. The pump thudded steadily, dragging black water up through a hose and spitting into a drainage ditch beyond the tape line. The sound was ugly but hopeful, like something clogged finally learning to breathe. Sheriff Bell met them near the canopy. He looked as if he had not slept at all. His coat was damp, his jaw dark with stubble, and his eyes red from the cold wind. Yet he stood straighter when he saw the legal pad in Emily's hands. "We found one match already," he said. "Ruth Bell was my father's aunt. Family story said she ran off with a traveling musician. Nobody ever said she was 15. Nobody ever said she vanished after her father argued with Amos Vale over a missing payroll envelope." Timmy heard pain in the sheriff's voice and something like shame. Bell looked toward the well, then back at the children. "If my family helped bury this, I will not protect the family story." Grant Vale laughed from the back of a transport van parked near the barn. The sound came through the wire screen over the window, thin and mean. He sat handcuffed inside with 2 state troopers beside the open rear door. His face was bruised from the day before, but his smile looked untouched. "You people do love speeches," Grant called. "All this noise over names that are dust." Emily turned toward him. Her fear remained, but it did not own her. Names are not dust when somebody remembers them. Grant's smile faded a little. "Your mother should have taught you better than to come back here." Marissa stepped in front of Emily before Daniel could. "Do not speak to her." Grant looked at Marissa, then at Cindy and Timmy. Children again. Casper County never learns. The pump coughed hard behind the well. The hose jerked. Every lamp flickered. For one long second, the air turned so cold that Timmy's breath smoked. Grant stopped smiling entirely. From inside the well, carried up through stone and water and morning light, came a slow metallic groan. It was not the pump. It was not the rig. The sound was deeper, older, and too much like a door remembering it had hinges. Sheriff Bell looked at the engineer. The engineer looked at the monitor and went pale. On the screen, far below the rim, the black water had dropped enough to reveal a rusted wheel set into the tunnel wall. Around it, handprints glimmered in the damp brick. They were small, large, young, old, smeared, sharp, and layered by years of waiting. The wheel had come into the light. The engineer's name was Marta Crane, and she had the calm voice of someone who had spent her life making frightened people obey math. That calm voice did not remain calm when the camera centered on the wheel. She leaned over the monitor, checked the cable feed, and asked for the pump rate in a whisper she clearly did not intend to be a whisper. "Water level has dropped 12 feet since dawn," one of her assistants said. "It should still be covering that section." Crane wiped rain from her cheek with the back of her glove. "It is not covering it. Record everything. Keep the camera steady. I want white on the wheel and the door seam." The camera shifted. The image swam through disturbed water, then steadied again. Timmy saw the wheel more clearly now. It was set at chest height in the tunnel wall, half crusted with rust and mineral scale. A long threaded stem ran from its center into a square iron housing. Beyond it stood the iron door from his dream, still closed, still marked by years of black water. The rim of the door was thick, and its surface was scarred by tools, scratches, and old dents. Someone had tried to open it long ago. Someone had failed. Cindy stood so close to Timmy that their coat sleeves touched. "That is it. That is the door from the dream." Timmy nodded. Miriam said to turn it in the light. Crane heard him and looked over. She did not dismiss him. People in Casper County had become careful about dismissing children. We can attach a remote bar to the wheel from above if the access angle works. Nobody needs to climb down. We send the bar through the maintenance collar, lock it against the spokes, and use a crank line from the gantry that keeps every person out of the shaft. Daniel seized on that. Then do that. Crane nodded. That is the plan. For the next half hour, yard behind Vale House became a place of focused motion. Deputies moved people back from the well. State investigators adjusted cameras. Crane's team lowered a jointed steel bar into the shaft, guiding it by camera until its hooked end settled against the wheel. The pump kept thudding. Rain started and stopped in fine silver sheets. Grant Bale watched from the transport van with a face gone blank and hard. Timmy tried to stay patient. He did not want to be reckless. He remembered Daniel's promise, Marissa's fear, Belle's warning, and the old truth that brave children could still become dead children if adults stopped thinking. Yet his skin prickled every time the bar touched the wheel. It was as if the iron down there could feel him waiting. The first attempt failed. Crane's assistant locked the bar against the spokes and signaled the line team. 3 deputies pulled. The rope tightened. The bar groaned. The wheel did not move. The second attempt failed harder. The bar slipped, clanged against the tunnel wall, and sent a deep shiver through the monitor image. Silt rose in the remaining water like black smoke. A deputy cursed under his breath, then apologized when Cindy looked at him. Crane reset the angle. Again slower. Do not yank it. We need pressure, not anger. They tried again. The rope stretched. The metal frame creaked. Mud sucked at the legs of the gantry. The wheel remained still, as if the entire county had been built around its refusal. Grant Vale began to laugh again. It started softly, then grew louder. Dead children did not know old iron, he called. They never did. Amos built that turn system for miners, not for prayers. It takes blood pressure, weight, and a living hand on the release latch. You can pull until the frame snaps. It will not open for rope. Dell turned on him. How do you know that? Grant leaned back against the van wall. Family property is family knowledge. Porter, the state investigator, stepped close to the van. Then you can tell us where the release latch is. Grant's eyes slid toward Timmy. Ask the boy. The dead seemed to like him. Daniel moved before anyone else, placing himself between Timmy and Grant's stare. Do not look at my son. Grant's mouth twisted. Your son is already looking into the well. Timmy hated that Grant was right. He had turned without meaning to. The monitor showed the wheel, the iron housing, the door seam, and the pale handprints. Something beside the wheel caught his attention now, a smaller shape partly hidden by brick slime. It looked like a narrow lever pressed flat into a slot below the iron housing. He remembered Miriam's hand in the dream, not on the wheel, but beneath it, fingers searching. There's a latch below the wheel, Timmy said. The bar is missing it. Crane leaned over the monitor. I see something. It is small. It might be a release lever. We can try to hook it. They lowered a second tool, thinner and curved at the tip. The camera watched it drift through dark water and tap against the lever. The lever did not shift. Crane tried again. The hook slipped twice. On the third try, it caught, but the tool bent before the lever moved. Crane pulled it back up and examined the twisted metal with a tight expression. That lever was designed to be pulled by hand, she said, or by a specific tool we do not have. The arch seemed to tilt around Timmy. He felt Daniel's hand settle on his shoulder. He knew his father had heard the same thing he had heard. The living open what the dead cannot. Grant Vale had added the cruel detail, a living hand on the release latch. No, Daniel said, but he did not say it as a one-word answer. He said it like a wall going up. There is no version where my son climbs into that well. Bell nodded. Daniel is right. We are not doing that. Crane, we wait for better equipment. The monitor flickered. Frost spread across the screen, not from the edges inward, but from the center out. For a second, the camera feed vanished behind white crystals. Then letters formed on the monitor glass itself, backward at first, then readable as the frost thickened. Not alone. Marissa made a small sound. Cindy whispered, It means both of us. It means nobody, Daniel said. His voice shook now. It can mean whatever it wants. I will not send children down there, because a dead boy left words on a screen. The frost changed. New letters formed beneath the first line. The living hand can guide the tool. Crane stared at the screen, then at the bent hook. Guided from the access collar? Maybe it can still work. If someone with small hands reaches into the maintenance opening, They might be able to seat a tool against the latch. They would not need to enter the shaft. They would be on the surface, harnessed, with adults holding them. The opening is narrow, maybe made for clearing jams. An adult hand will not fit. A child's might. Daniel looked as if the suggestion struck him physically. You said nobody goes into the shaft. This keeps them above the rim, Crane said. I'm not saying I like it. I am saying it matches the message and avoids a descent. We would secure them by harness, chest line, and 2 spotters. They would reach through the collar with a tool, not with bare skin. Cindy looked at Marissa. Mom, I can do it. Marissa shook her head hard. You should not have to do it. I know, Cindy said. Her eyes filled, but her voice stayed steady. Josh should not have had to scream in a mine. Miriam should not have had to hide bread in her coat. Emily should not have had to keep being afraid after adults called her a liar. None of this should be on kids. But it keeps coming to kids because grown people kept hiding. We can do it with you holding us. That is different. Timmy looked up at Daniel. Dad, I'm scared. I am not trying to be a hero. I just think this is why Josh found me. Not because I look like him. Because I know what it is like to want someone to hear you and not know how to ask. Daniel's face broke in a way Timmy had not seen since the hospital after his mother's death. He pulled Timmy close and held him so tightly that Timmy could feel his father's heart pounding through both coats. Your mother would tell me to protect you, Daniel said against Timmy's hair. She would also tell me that protection is not the same as making you small. I hate that I can hear her saying both. Timmy held on, then listened to both. Protect me while I do it. The decision took longer than the words. Bell made Crane explain the setup 3 times. Daniel inspected the harness himself. Marissa made the assistant change Cindy's straps because one buckle sat too low. Emily held a legal pad and read the names in a quiet voice while the equipment was checked. Nobody rushed. Nobody let the haunting hurry them. That mattered to Timmy more than he could say. The adults were not surrendering him to the dark. They were surrounding him with everything they had. At last, Timmy and Cindy knelt on a padded board laid across the sealed portion of the well rim. Safety lines ran from their harnesses to Daniel, Marissa, Bell, and 2 deputies. Crane placed a long-handled tool in Timmy's hands. Cindy held the guide sleeve, her smaller fingers steadying the tool through the maintenance collar. Cold air breathed up from below, smelling of rust, water, and old stone. Slow, Crane said. You will feel the latch before you see movement. Do not force it. Tell me every change. Timmy slid the tool downward. Cindy guided the sleeve. The metal tip scraped brick, then iron. Vibrations traveled up the handle into his palms. The coal tried to numb his fingers through the gloves, but Daniel's voice stayed behind him. I have you, Daniel said. I have you the whole time? Marissa said the same to Cindy. I have you, sweetheart. Breathe with me. The tool found the lever. Timmy felt it as a notch, a waiting place. Cindy adjusted the sleeve a fraction. The tool seated deeper. On the monitor, the tip pressed against the release latch. The wheel remained still. Now, Crane said softly, pull toward you and hold. Timmy and Cindy pulled together. The latch resisted with a stubbornness that seemed alive. Timmy's shoulders burned. Cindy made a strange sound but did not let go. Behind him, Daniel and Marissa held the harness lines tight. The latch moved the smallest possible distance. From the well came a sound like breath leaving a locked chest. Hold it, Crane said. Wind team, turn the wheel. Slow pressure. The deputies pulled the crank line. This time the wheel moved. It did not spin. It fought every inch, shrieking through rust, dragging threads that had not turned in decades. The sound rose from the well and rolled across the yard. Vale House answered with a deep crack from somewhere inside its walls. Grant Vale screamed from the van. It was the first honest sound Timmy had heard from him. Stop then, Grant shouted. You do not know what comes out when that opens. Emily lifted the legal pad higher and read louder. Peter Walsh, Anna Hill, Miriam Vale, Joey Carver, Ruth Bell, Samuel Keene, Elsie Grady, Joshua Carver. Other voices joined her. Marissa read. Daniel read. Bell read. Even Rains, pale and crying openly now, read names from the second page as the wheel turned. The yard filled with them. Names rose over the pump, over the rain, over Grant shouting, over the groaning iron beneath the earth. The wheel reached the end of its travel. The iron door opened below the well. It opened into blackness at first, then into a passage where dozens of pale handprints glowed along the walls. The camera light pushed forward. Timmy saw steps descending beyond the door, not into deeper water but into a dry chamber that should not have been dry. The floor was dusted with white mineral powder. Small objects lay along the threshold: buttons, a broken toy horse, a ribbon stiff with age, and a rusted key tied to a bit of string. The cold vanished. For one stunned breath, the morning felt warm. Rain softened to mist. The pump noise slowed. The house behind them seemed to sag, as if the opening of the door had cut a cord that held it upright. Then the monitor showed movement in the chamber beyond the door. Not a person, not a living thing. A line of pale figures stood at the edge of the camera light. There were children, teenagers, and a young woman with dark hair drifting around her face. Though there was no water there, a boy with bright orange hair at her side. Miriam Vale lifted her hand. Josh Carver lifted his beside hers. The camera did not fail. The lights did not burst. The figures simply waited while the living stared back, and for the first time since Timmy had come to Casper County, the dead did not seem to be asking for revenge. They seemed to be asking the living to follow through. Sheriff Bell would not let anyone rush into the passage. The door was open, the spirits had shown themselves, and still he made everyone slow down. He ordered fresh air testing. He ordered structural readings. He ordered a second camera feed, a backup line, and a written entry plan. Timmy could see Grant Vale watching from the van with fury twisting his face, but Bell did not let Grant's panic set the pace. That was another kind of answer to the past. Amos Vale had used fear to make people hurry into silence. Bell used fear to make people careful. Crane's team worked with steady hands, but nobody pretended the passage was ordinary. The air monitor lower through the open door gave readings that made Crane frown. The chamber beyond the threshold was dry. The tunnel leading to it should have been underwater for decades, yet the moment the door opened, the water had pulled away from it as if drained by an unseen tide. No machine on the property explained it. Nobody tried very hard to explain it. Some things had moved beyond explanation and into record. Porter stood beside the monitor and dictated observations into a recorder. Iron service door open at 7:43 in the morning. Entry chamber visible beyond well tunnel. Multiple personal effects visible on threshold. Possible human remains deeper inside. Possible visual anomalies recorded on camera. Bell looked at her. Did you say possible? Porter kept her eyes on the screen. I am going to write the report in language a court can survive, Sheriff. My hands are shaking, but the report will not. That answer seemed to satisfy him. He turned to Daniel and Marissa. Children stay outside. That part does not change. Timmy wanted to protest, but he did not. The wheel had opened. The message had been answered. The living adults were finally doing the next part. That was what the dead had wanted, or at least what Timmy hoped they had wanted. He stood with Cindy under the canopy while Emily held the legal pad and read the names again, more quietly now, each one like a candle being lit. The entry team consisted of Bell, Porter, Crane, Rains, Alvarez, and a forensic specialist named Dr. Liao. They wore helmets, breathing gear, gloves, and body cameras. Each carried a light. Ropes attached them to the gantry. Timmy watched them descend into the well one by one. The camera on the monitor shook as they entered the open door, then steadied inside the chamber. The first room beyond the door had been built, not dug. Its walls were brick, its ceiling arched, and its floor sloped gently toward a drainage channel that vanished under a grate. Shelves lined one wall. Many had collapsed, spilling jars, tins, oilcloth packets, and sealed ledgers into the dust. On the opposite wall, someone had carved names with a knife or nail. Some names were clear. Others had been scratched over so violently that the brick had flaked away around them. Dr. Liao knelt near the threshold. Human bone fragment. More ahead. Personal effects everywhere. Nobody steps outside the marked path until I clear it. Timmy heard Cindy inhale sharply. Marissa put an arm around her. Daniel rested a hand on Timmy's back. The contact kept him grounded as the monitor showed the room the dead had guarded for longer than Timmy had been alive. Bell moved his light across the shelves. These jars have papers in them. Porter lifted one carefully. Wax seal. Marked with dates. This one says April 1978. Emily leaned forward. That was when Miriam disappeared. On the monitor, Porter set the jar into an evidence tray. The paper inside had survived because the glass had held. There were dozens of jars. Some contained payroll slips. Some contained folded statements. Some contained photographs. One held a child's tooth wrapped in claw. Another held a church picnic program with stains across the edge. Bell's face hardened as he saw it. Raines called from farther in. "Sheriff, you need to see this." The camera followed his light through a low arch into a second chamber. This one had no shelves. It held small beds made from crate wood, thin blankets hardened by age, tin cups, and a wall covered with tally marks. Near the far end stood a narrow table with leather straps nailed to it. Timmy felt Daniel's hand tighten on his shoulder before his father seemed to notice and loosened it again. Cindy turned her face into Marissa's coat. "I hate this room." Marissa kissed the top of her head. "I do too." Dr. Liao's voice came through the radio, low and shaken. "Multiple sets of remains. I need everyone to stop moving until I document the floor. Some are under the collapsed shelving. Some are wrapped. Some are not." Emily began to cry without sound. She pressed the legal pad against her heart. Timmy looked at the names and understood that the list was not complete because the dead liked drama. It was incomplete because some names had been stolen so thoroughly that even ghosts needed help finding them. Bell stood very still on the monitor. "Dr. Liao, do your work. Porter, photograph every inch. Raines, find the safest path to the next chamber. There has to be a record store if these jars came from somewhere." Grant Vale's voice cut across the yard. "You are trespassing through graves you do not understand." Bell turned his head, though Grant could not see him from inside the chamber. "Grant Vale, one more word and I will have you gagged for scene disruption." Grant laughed, but the laugh had lost power. "My grandfather said the door would punish thieves." Porter looked toward the camera. "Your grandfather was wrong about many things." A soft sound filled the monitor speakers. At first Timmy thought it was static. Then he realized it was whispering. Not one voice, but many, all layered together. Names moved through the chamber like wind through cedar branches. Peter, Anna, Miriam, Joey, Ruth, Elsie, and Joshua. Other names came too quickly to catch. The entry team stopped moving. Their lights trembled across the brick. Cindy lifted her head. "They are helping." Timmy listened harder. The whispers did not feel angry. They felt urgent. He stepped closer to the monitor before Daniel could stop him. On the screen, the camera showed the second chamber's far wall. The tally marks seemed random until the lights crossed them from the side. Their shadows made a pattern. They were not marks, but directions. "The wall," Timmy said. "Those lines point to something behind the table." Bell heard him through the open radio. "Say that again." "The tally marks make arrows when the light is low. Behind the table, near the floor." Raines adjusted his lamp. The shadow shifted. Arrows appeared, crude but clear, pointing toward a brick that sat slightly lower than the others. Porter knelt and photographed it from 3 angles before touching it. Then she pressed. The brick moved inward with a gritty click. A narrow panel opened beside the table. Behind it was a metal box, black with age, sealed with 3 locks. One lock had rested open. The other 2 held. Porter did not force them. She tagged the box, photographed the panel, and called for bolt cutters from above. Grant Vale started screaming again when he saw the box on the monitor. "That is not yours," he shouted. "That is family business. That is Vale blood." Emily stepped toward the van, but Marissa caught her arm. Emily did not pull free. She only raised her voice so Grant could hear. "Your family made children into business. Your family made blood into bookkeeping. That box belongs to every name you tried to erase." Grant lunged against his cups hard enough to shake the van. One trooper grabbed his shoulder. The other reached for the radio. In that moment, Timmy saw something change behind Grant's eyes. It was not regret. It was calculation. His gaze moved from Emily to the well, then to the house, then to the nearest trooper's belt. Timmy opened his mouth to warn them, but the sound came late. Grant slammed his head backward into the trooper behind him. The trooper staggered. Grant twisted, slipping one hand partly under the chain because his wrists were thinner than they looked. The second trooper reached for him. Grant drove both feet into the man's knee. The trooper went down with a cry. The first trooper tried to recover, but Grant threw himself sideways out of the van and hit the mutt's shoulder first. Chaos broke across the yard. Deputies shouted. Bell's voice exploded from the radio, ordering everyone outside to secure Grant and everyone below to hold position. Daniel pulled Timmy behind him. Marissa dragged Cindy and Emily toward the canopy post. Grant scrambled up from the mud with blood running from his split lip and a short black tool in his hand. He had taken it from the fallen trooper's belt. Not a gun, but enough metal to cut, pry, or kill if he got close enough. Rainey shouted from below. "Sheriff, do you need us up?" Belle answered through hard breaths. Stay with the evidence. That box matters more than him. We have him outside. They did not have him. Grant knew the property better than they did. He bolted toward Vale House, ducked under the tape, and vanished through the back door before a deputy could reach him. His handcuffs flashed once in the doorway, one cuff free, one still locked around his wrist. For a second, nobody moved. Then the house gave a long, deep groan, as if it had been waiting for him to come home. Cindy whispered, "He is going for the records." Timmy knew she was right. The box below it terrified Grant, but the house held something else, something close enough for him to destroy. Something he believed still mattered more than the open door. Daniel gripped Timmy's shoulders. "You stay with me." Timmy nodded, but his eyes stayed on the back door. In the dark doorway, for one instant only, he saw Josh standing inside the house. The boy's orange hair seemed bright even in shadow. He did not point toward the door. He pointed toward the upper floor. Then Miriam appeared beside him. She pointed the same way. Timmy's stomach dropped. "Dad, the last evidence is upstairs." Daniel looked at the house, at the deputies rushing toward it, and at his son. Timmy saw the old battle in his father's face, but this time Daniel did not argue with what the dead had shown. He grabbed Timmy's hand, pulled him toward Sheriff Bell's nearest deputy, and shouted for help. The living had opened the door below. Now the last keeper of silence had run into the house above, and Vale House had decided it was not finished with him. Nobody entered Vale House alone. Bell made that order clear even while he climbed out of the well shaft with mud on his boots and anger in every line of his face. He left Porter and Dr. Leon below with Crane, Raines, and Alvarez to protect the open chamber and the black metal box. Then he gathered Daniel, Marissa, Emily, 2 deputies, and a state trooper near the back porch. Timmy and Cindy stood behind their parents, close enough to hear and too frightened to pretend they did not want to. "Grant knows the structure," Bell said. "He knows hiding places we've not found. He is injured, desperate, and holding a tool. We clear rooms in pairs. Nobody chases him into a blind corner. Nobody fires unless there is a direct threat to life. We need him alive." Emily stared at the dark doorway. The spirits might not agree. Bell looked toward the well, then toward the house. "And the living better reach him first." That sentence stayed with Timmy as they moved inside. The house smelled worse than it had the day before. The open door under the well seemed to have changed the air inside Vale House, pulling rot from the walls and secrets from the floorboards. Water ran down the wallpaper in thin black lines. The stairs creaked, though nobody had touched them. From somewhere above came the sound of Grant dragging furniture. Daniel kept one hand on Timmy's coat and one hand free. Marissa did the same with Cindy. Bell had argued against bringing the children inside, and Daniel had agreed until the house itself made the argument impossible. Every time they tried to leave Timmy and Cindy at the porch, doors slammed upstairs and the hallway filled with cold so sharp it made the adults cough. When Timmy stepped inside, the cold eased. Cindy followed, and the frost on the stair rail melted into dirty drops. "This is not permission to wander," Daniel said in Timmy's ear. "This is me admitting the house is not giving us a clean choice." "I know," Timmy whispered. "I am staying with you." They climbed the stairs slowly. Each step seemed to complain. The upper hallway stretched ahead, narrow and dim despite the daylight pushing through broken windows. Old bedrooms opened on either side. Some held furniture under sheets. Others held only stains and wallpaper shadows where pictures had once hung. At the end of the hall stood a door Timmy did not remember seeing the day before. It was narrow, almost hidden between 2 sections of paneling, and it shook in its frame as if someone behind it was tearing through drawers. Josh stood outside that door. Miriam stood beside him. They were not solid, but they were clearer than Timmy had ever seen them. Josh's face held the sadness of a child and the fury of a storm. Miriam's eyes were fixed on the door with such hatred that Timmy understood Grand Vale was not the first Vale she had wanted to stop. Cindy saw them too. Her fingers found Timmy's sleeve. "They're right there." Bell lifted his hand for silence. From behind the narrow door came Grant's voice, breathless and furious. "You do not get it. You open old things and think truth comes out clean. Truth ruins people. Truth ruins towns. My family kept this county standing." Emily stepped forward before Marissa could stop her. "Your family kept this county afraid." Grant laughed from the hidden room. "Afraid towns behave. Quiet towns survive. Ask your mother." She understood that in the end. Emily flinched, but she did not step back. "My mother was scared." That is not the same as agreement. Bell nodded to the deputies. One moved left, one right. The state trooper set his shoulder near the door frame. Bell called out, "Grant Vale, drop the tool and come out with your hands visible. The house is surrounded. The evidence chamber is open. This is over." Grant went silent. The silence was worse than his shouting. Timmy heard paper rustle. Then he smelled smoke. "He has fire," Timmy said. Bell acted instantly. Trooper hit the door. It held. He hit it again. The old frame cracked. On the third strike, the door burst inward and a rush of smoke spilled into the hallway. Grant stood in a cramped hidden office under the slope of the roof. Papers were scattered everywhere. A small metal waist can burn near his feet, flames licking the edges of a stack of ledgers. He held a lighter in one hand and the black tool in the other. One cuff still hung from his wrist. The room was lined with cabinets. Most were open. Inside them were maps, photographs, deeds, church lists, school records, mine manifests, and envelopes marked with names. Some envelopes had red string tied around them. Others had black marks across the front. Above the desk hung a framed photograph of Amos Vale, severe and proud, his hand resting on the back of a chair as if the whole room still belonged to him. Grant shoved another handful of papers toward the fire. "You are too late." Bell aimed his weapon but did not fire. "Step away from the burn can." Grant's eyes darted to Timmy and Cindy behind Daniel and Marissa. "There they are. The little witnesses. Amos should have taught the county better. Witnesses grow up into problems." Miriam moved through the wall behind him, not walked. Moved, like dark water finding a crack. Grant did not see her at first. Josh stood in the doorway beside Timmy, his hands clenched at his sides. The firelight passed through both spirits and made the smoke look full of faces. Daniel pulled Timmy farther behind him. "Do not talk to the kids." Grant lifted the lighter toward a cabinet stuffed with envelopes. "Then give me the boy." Every living person froze. Grant smiled through blood on his teeth. "Not forever, just close enough. The dead open for him. Maybe they close for him, too. Maybe I trade one red-haired boy for generations of peace." The room changed. Cold poured from the walls so fast the smoke fell instead of rising. The flames in the waist can turn blue and then shrank. Frost raced over Amos Vale's photograph. The glass cracked across Amos's face. Josh stepped into the hidden office. Grant saw him then. The lighter dropped from his fingers. His face emptied of all its smugness, leaving only a small, frightened man in a room full of stolen lives. He swung the black tool wildly through Josh's shape. The tool hit the cabinet instead, splitting old wood and sending envelopes across the floor. "Stay away from me," Grant cried. "You are not real. You are not law." Miriam appeared behind him and spoke for the first time outside Timmy's dream. Her voice was soft enough to chill the room more deeply than any scream. "You kept my name in a drawer." Grant staggered backward. His heel struck the burning can. It tipped. Embers spilled onto the floorboards. Bell shouted. The trooper lunged forward with an extinguisher from the hall. Grant, panicking, grabbed the nearest person he could reach. That person was Emily. He caught her by the coat and dragged her against him, the black tool pressed near her throat. Emily gasped but did not cry out. Marissa screamed her name. Daniel held Timmy back with both arms. Cindy clutched her mother's sleeve, pale and trembling. "Everybody back," Grant said. His voice had become ragged. "Back, or I open her." Bell lowered his weapon a few inches, but kept his eyes locked on Grant. "Let her go. Hurting her does not erase a single page." Emily's face was white. Her eyes found Timmy's. He saw terror there, but also a command. Not to rush. Not to do something foolish, because fear demanded motion. He made himself breathe. Grant dragged Emily toward the cabinet with the red strings. "These papers are mine. The house is mine. The county is mine." "It never was," Emily said. Her voice shook, yet every word landed. "Your family only rented it with fear." Grant tightened his grip. A thin line of blood appeared along Emily's neck where the tool scraped skin. Timmy felt Daniel's arms lock around him because Daniel knew the sight would make him move. The room seemed to wait for one wrong choice. Then Cindy did the bravest thing Timmy had ever seen. She did not run at Grant. She did not shout. She stepped just enough into the doorway for Grant to see her and held up the legal pad with both hands. "You forgot one thing," Cindy said. "We copied the names." Grant's eyes flicked to the pad. Marissa understood instantly. She pulled her phone from her pocket with shaking fingers. I photographed every page last night. Daniel sent them to Sheriff Bell before we left the house. Porter has them. The state has them. You can burn paper, but you cannot put the names back in the dark. Bell added, the chamber below is being recorded from 3 cameras. The box is tagged. The ledgers are on video. You lost before you ran upstairs. Grant's face folded inward. For the first time, you looked old. Not powerful old, not wealthy old, just empty. His grip on Emily loosened by a fraction. It was enough. Emily drove her heel down onto his foot and shoved backward. Bell and the trooper surged forward. Grant swung the tool, catching the trooper across the cheek and spraying blood onto the cabinet. The trooper tackled him anyway. Bell grabbed Emily and pulled her clear. Daniel shielded Timmy as Grant and the trooper crashed into the desk. The room erupted in motion. Papers flew. The extinguisher blasted white foam over the last flames. Grant fought like a trapped animal, kicking, twisting, and biting at anyone who tried to pin him. He slammed his free cuff into Bell's face, splitting the sheriff's brow. Bell did not let go. Raines burst into the room from behind, having climbed from the well and followed the shouts. He threw himself across Grant's legs. Alvarez cuffed Grant's free wrist after 2 failed tries, her hands slick with mud and foam. Through it all, Josh stood over Grant. The boy's face changed while Timmy watched. Rage rose there, old and terrible. Timmy felt it like the mind cold coming back. Josh looked at the black tool on the floor and Emily's blood, at Grant's face, and for one breath, Timmy knew the ghost wanted Grant dead. Miriam knew it too. She put a translucent hand on Josh's shoulder. He shook under it like a storm held in a jar. Grant saw him and began to sob. "Do it," Grant whispered. "If you were real, do it." Timmy stepped forward despite Daniel's grip. "Josh, do not let him choose what you become." The room stilled around the words. Even Grant stopped struggling. Timmy's voice shook, but he kept going. "He wants you to be a monster because then he can say everybody is the same in the dark. You are not him. Miriam is not Amos. I am not you. We can open doors without becoming the people who locked them." Josh turned toward Timmy. For a moment, the ghost looked exactly 12. Not a legend, not a curse, not the force that had frozen windows and chased cars into a lake. A child who had been hurt, abandoned, and asked to carry fury longer than a child should carry anything. Miriam's hand stayed on the shoulder. Behind her, other figures appeared in the smoke-thinned room. Peter, Anna, Ruth, Elsie, Samuel, and others were there, children and teenagers and young people who had been kept in records and rumors instead of sunlight. They did not reach for Grant. They looked at the cabinets. Porter stepped in, breathing hard, and began lifting the envelopes into evidence bins. Raines stayed on Grant. Bell stood with blood running down the side of his face, one hand pressed to the cut, and watched the dead, watched the living work. Josh looked back at Grant one last time. Then he lowered his hands. The cold eased. Grant Vale began to cry like a man who had mistaken silence for power and discovered it had only been a locked room. No one comforted him. No one struck him either. He was hauled from the hidden office in cuffs, through the hall, down the stairs, and out into the gray morning, while cameras recorded his face and deputies carried boxes behind him. At the front door, Grant twisted once and looked back into the house. "You think this ends with me?" Emily, standing with a bandage pressed lightly to her neck, answered before anyone else could. "It ends with every name spoken aloud." Grant had no answer for that. Outside, the rain had stopped. The sky remained cloudy, but light pressed hard behind the clouds. From the well came Porter's voice over the radio. The metal box was open. Inside were letters, photographs, payment records, sworn statements never filed, and a handwritten confession by Miriam Vale, dated the night she disappeared. Bell closed his eyes when he heard. He looked exhausted, hurt, and relieved in equal measure. Timmy looked toward Josh. The ghost stood near the porch with Miriam beside him. Josh did not smile yet. Not fully. But the anger that had made the air dangerous was thinner now. It had holes in it where morning could pass through. For the first time, Timmy believed the haunting might truly end. The story did not end when Grant Vale was taken away. Timmy learned that real endings were slower than the endings in movies. They came with evidence tags, interviews, court dates, body recovery teams, identification tests, folded chairs at community meetings, and adults who cried in public because the past had finally found them with their hands full of ordinary life. Casper County did not wait clean. It well covered in what it had refused to see. For 3 days, Vale House remained sealed behind tape, lamps, and guards. Reporters, came from the city. Some stood at the road with polished hair and careful voices, trying to make the horror fit into short reports. Sheriff Bell refused to turn the dead into spectacle. He gave one statement on the courthouse steps and read from the list of names until his voice almost failed. When a reporter asked whether he believed the ghost stories, he looked straight into the cameras. "I believe children were not heard," Bell said. "I believe adults lied. I believe remains were hidden, records were stolen, and generations benefited from fear. What I believe about the dead is less important than what we do for them now." Timmy watched the statement from Daniel's living room with Cindy, Marissa, and Emily. Daniel stood behind the couch, one hand resting on the cushion near Timmy's shoulder. Emily had a small bandage at her neck and a larger weariness in her eyes, but she watched without flinching. When Bell read Miriam Vale's name, Emily pressed her fingers to her mouth. When he read Joshua Carver, Timmy felt the house grow warmer. The investigation widened. Steve and Mark signed statements from jail after hearing that Grant had been arrested. Their confessions about Josh were no longer the center of the county's shame, but they mattered. They admitted to throwing rocks, chasing him into the mine, hearing him call from below, lying to parents, inventing the strange man, and keeping silent while search parties walked the wrong roads. They blamed fear. They blamed youth. They blamed each other. Their blame did not change the grave. Dave was buried quietly by relatives who did not know whether to mourn him as a victim of guilt or condemn him as one of the boys who left Josh alone in the dark. Timmy had no neat answer. Dave had tried to speak too late, and trying too late had still helped. That was the kind of truth adults disliked because it would not become simple. Timmy decided he could hate what Dave did and still be glad he had pointed them toward the stolen gear. Both things could be true in the same heart. Grant Vale said almost nothing after his arrest. His lawyers said a great deal. They used words like contamination, hysteria, false memory, and chain of custody. Then Porter released the body camera footage of the hidden office, the open evidence cabinets, Grant's attempt to burn records, and the threats he made while holding Emily. After that, the lawyers spoke more softly. The black metal box from the underground chamber changed everything. Miriam's confession was inside, folded into oilcloth. The paper had browned, but her handwriting remained sharp. Porter allowed Emily, Marissa, Daniel, Bell, Timmy, and Cindy to hear parts of it after the forensic team scanned and preserved it. They sat in a courthouse conference room while Porter read Miriam's words aloud. Miriam had written that Amos Vale used the quiet room to hold people who knew too much, people whose families owed money, and children taken from families who were told they had run. Some were forced to carry messages, move stolen goods, clean records, or threaten parents into obedience. Others were hidden after accidents, fights, or crimes that powerful men wanted erased. Miriam wrote that she tried to help them. She carried food. She stole keys. She learned the wheel system from an old miner who pitied her. She opened the door into the well to move several children through a service tunnel toward an old drainage exit near the lake. Men were waiting there. Miriam's confession did not describe everything that followed. The words became uneven. She wrote that she had brought Hope into a trap. She wrote that Amos called her a traitor. She wrote that if the letter was found, the reader should look behind the second wall, under the turn room, in the dry chamber, and in the drawers upstairs where the family kept stolen names. She wrote that names were the only way to defeat men who made people disappear. At the bottom, she had written one final line. "Let them be counted in daylight." Emily wept then. Marissa held her. Bell turned away for a moment, and nobody pretended not to see. Daniel put a hand over Timmy's where it rested on the table. Cindy leaned her shoulder against Timmy's. The room smelled of coffee, old paper, and rain-soaked coats. It was not a holy place, but for that moment, it felt like one. The forensic teams brought remains from the underground chamber slowly, reverently, and with names when names could be confirmed. Some would take months. Some might never be matched to a living family. The county created a memorial fund, but people argued over what to call it, who should manage it, and whether the old families who had stayed silent should be allowed near the ceremony. The arguments were ugly. They were also alive. Silence did not argue. Silence only buried. Pecan Hill changed first. Volunteers removed the old picnic tables and cleared the brush near the mine fence. The mine entrance was sealed properly with steel, stone, and a memorial plaque, not the rotten boards and warnings that had failed Josh. A second plaque stood nearby with his full name, Joshua Carver, and the date he vanished. Beneath that, at Daniel's suggestion, the county added a line Timmy helped write. He called for help. We are listening now. Vale House changed more slowly. The building could not remain as it was. Engineers said parts of it were unsafe, and investigators still needed access to the hidden rooms. For now, it stood under guard, stripped of its porch objects, its upper office emptied, and its well sealed with a removable forensic cover. The house looked less powerful without secrets in it. It looked tired, almost ashamed, though Timmy knew wood and nails could not feel shame. People gave houses their meaning. People could take meaning back. School changed too, though not all at once. The kids who had teased Timmy avoided him at first. Some stared. Some whispered. One boy named Caleb, who had laughed on Timmy's first day, approached him near the lockers with his hands shoved deep in his pockets. Cindy stood beside Timmy, ready to burn the boy down with words if needed. Caleb looked at the floor. I said stupid things. About your hair. About Josh. I did not know it was all real. Timmy waited. He had learned that apologies often tried to end themselves before the person had to feel anything. Caleb swallowed. I am sorry. Not because it got scary. I should not have done it before that. Cindy's expression softened by 1 inch. Timmy nodded slowly. Thanks for saying it. Caleb looked relieved, then unsure what to do with the relief. He walked away without asking to be friends, which Timmy appreciated. An apology was not a magic key. It was only a door left unlatched. That afternoon, Timmy and Cindy rode their bikes to Pecan Hill. Daniel and Marissa allowed it only because Sheriff Bell had deputies posted there and because the mine entrance was sealed. The grass was still wet. The woods still pressed close. The wind still moved through the trees with a voice like distant crying, but it did not sound like a boy trapped below anymore. It sounded like weather passing through branches. Cindy sat on one of the new benches facing the sealed mine. Do you think he is gone? Timmy watched the plaque catch the low sun. I think part of him is waiting for the others to be counted. Miriam, too? I think she is waiting with them. Cindy nodded. That feels fair. Sad but fair. They sat for a while without talking. Timmy had learned to be less afraid of quiet when it was chosen honestly. The old silence of Casper County had been a locked door. This quiet was different. It made room. Daniel and Marissa arrived before sunset with coffee for themselves and hot chocolate for the kids. Emily came with them carrying a small bundle wrapped in blue cloth. Inside was a wooden horse. Not the original from the threshold, but one she had carved with clumsy, careful hands over the past 2 days. She placed it near the plaque for the unknown children until the county could build the larger memorial. My mother used to say, grief needs somewhere to sit, Emily said. I did not understand. I think I do now. Daniel looked toward the sealed mine. So do I. Timmy knew his father was not only speaking about Josh. Laura's absence stood with them too, softer than it once had been, but still real. Timmy had feared that helping the dead might push his mother farther away, as if grief were a room with limited space. Instead, he found that naming one pain made room to name another. His mother had not vanished because Josh was remembered. She felt closer because the house of silence inside him had one less locked door. Marissa stood beside Daniel with her hands wrapped around her paper cup. The shoulders almost touched. Neither of them made a show of it. Neither stepped away. Timmy noticed. Cindy noticed too and bumped him lightly with her knee, smiling into her hot chocolate. Timmy felt warmth rise in his face and looked quickly toward the trees. Sheriff Bell joined them near dusk. He had a fresh bandage over one eyebrow and a folder under one arm. He looked at the plaques, then at the blue cloth bundle, then at the children. The county council approved a full memorial service, he said. Not just for Josh. For everyone we can name, and for those we cannot yet name. It will be next Saturday. Families are being contacted. Some of those calls are going badly. Some are going like miracles. Emily nodded. Miracles hurt sometimes. Belle looked at her with respect. They do. A breeze moved across Pecan Hill. It lifted the damp grass and carried the smell of cedar, rain, and fresh earth. Timmy heard something in the trees and turned. For a heartbeat, he thought he saw a line of figures near the edge of the woods. Children, a young woman, and a boy with orange hair. They stood in the dimness, not fully there and not fully gone. Josh raised one hand. Timmy raised his hand in return. Cindy whispered, I see them too. The adults turned, but the figures had already thinned into mist. Nobody told the children they had imagined it. Nobody laughed. Sheriff Bell removed his hat and held it at his side until the mist passed between the trees. That was how Casper County began to remember. Not cleanly, not easily, but aloud. The memorial service happened under a sky so clear that people kept looking up as if they did not trust it. Sunlight spread over Pecan Hill, bright enough to make the wet grass shine and warm enough that nobody could pretend the air was frozen. Folding chairs covered the field where church picnics had once hidden darker memories beneath potato salad, hymns, and polite smiles. This time the whole county came for something less comfortable and more necessary. The first row held families of the named dead. Some had driven through the night after receiving calls from Sheriff Bell's office. Some were old now and carried photographs in plastic sleeves. Some had never heard the truth before and looked stunned by the size of the field, as if the place itself should have been smaller to match the story they had been told. A woman who might have been Ruth Bell's niece held a handkerchief in both hands and stared at the sealed mine until Bell's wife guided her gently to a chair. The second row held people who had no confirmed family tie but came because memory had finally become public work. Teachers sat with mechanics. Store clerks sat beside retired deputies. Pastors from 3 churches stood together near the new memorial stones. Some old men who had been boys when Josh vanished remained at the back, faces tight with shame. A few left before the names began. Nobody stopped them. Bell had said attendance was not absolution, and absence would not erase records. Timmy sat between Daniel and Cindy. Marissa sat on Cindy's other side. Emily sat beside Marissa with her carved wooden horse resting in her lap until the time came to place it. Timmy wore a clean shirt Daniel had ironed twice because his hands needed something to do that morning. Cindy wore a blue sweater and had braided her hair with a ribbon the same color as the cloth Emily had used around the horse. Neither of them said much. Some days were too large for chatter. The memorial itself stood where the field began to slope toward the trees. Workers had set 3 stones in a gentle curve. The center stone carried Josh's name. The left stone listed the confirmed names from Miriam's confession in the ledgers. The right stone carried words for those still unknown. At the base of the stones, a small bronze door had been set into the concrete foundation, not a working door, but a symbol. It stood open. Sheriff Bell spoke first. He did not make himself the hero. Timmy respected that. Bell told the county that law had failed when it listened to powerful men over frightened children. He said records had failed when they were hidden. Churches had failed when they preferred peace to truth. Families had failed when pride mattered more than mercy. He included his own family name when he spoke. His voice shook then, but he did not remove it from the sentence. Porter read from Miriam's confession. She chose the parts that honored the dead without turning their pain into display. When she reached Miriam's final line, her voice carried across the field. Let them be counted in daylight. Then the names began. Bell read the confirmed names. After each one, a bell from the old church rang once. Peter Walsh. The bell rang. Anna Hale. The bell rang. Miriam Vale. The bell rang. Joey Carver. The bell rang. Ruth Bell. The bell rang. Samuel Keene. The bell rang. Elsie Grady. The bell rang. Joshua Carver. The bell rang longer for him because the rope caught in the hand of the old man pulling it, and nobody minded the extra sound. Other names followed. Some belonged to children. Some belonged to teenagers. Some belonged to adults who had crossed Amos Vale and vanished into stories that kept changing until nobody knew where grief should go. For the unknown dead, Bell did not use numbers. He said, a child whose name was taken. The bell rang. A young woman whose name was taken. The bell rang. A son whose name was taken. The bell rang. A daughter whose name was taken. The bell rang. Timmy cried before the list ended. He did not try to hide it. Daniel put an arm around him, and Timmy leaned into his father in front of the whole county. Months ago, he would have felt embarrassed. Now he understood that hiding hurt had fed the county's worst habits. Tears were not weakness. They were proof something human still moved where silence had tried to harden the heart. When Emily's turn came, she walked to the stones with the wooden horse. Her hands trembled, but she did not need help. She placed the horse at the open bronze door and spoke without a microphone. I was a child, and I told the truth. Adults told me I was confused. I carried that until my hair turned gray. Today, I am putting it down. I am sorry I could not make them listen then. I'm grateful you're listening now. A sound moved through the crowd, not applause and not quite sobbing. It was the sound people make when a room opens inside them and they do not know what should come out first. Marissa took Cindy's hand. Daniel touched Timmy's shoulder. Timmy looked toward the tree line. Shadows moved there, but they did not feel like threats. He saw Miriam first, standing near a cedar with sunlight on her face. She looked younger than she had in the dream. not because she had become a child again, but because pain no longer bent her. Peter and Anna stood near her. More figures gathered between the trunks. Some were clear. Some were only brightness shaped like people. Josh stood slightly apart from them near the sealed mine entrance. He wore the same old clothes Timmy had seen in dreams, but they no longer seemed soaked in darkness. His orange hair caught the sunlight. For the first time, his face held no rage. It held sorrow, yes, and memory, but also the gentle uncertainty of a boy who has been told he can go home and is not sure he remembers the way. Timmy stood. Daniel started to rise with him, but Timmy touched his hand. "I am only going to the stone." Daniel studied his face, then nodded. "I am right here." Cindy stood too. "I am going with you." Together, they walked to the center stone. People watched, but the field felt far away. Timmy stopped before Josh's name. Cindy stood beside him. The stone was warmed from the sun. Timmy had planned no speech. Words came anyway, quiet enough that only Cindy and the dead near the trees could hear clearly. "You were not a curse," he said. "You were a boy they left behind. I am sorry it took so long." Cindy added, "You helped us when you could have only been angry. That matters." The wind moved across the field. It carried no crying from a mine. It carried the bell's last vibration, the smell of cut grass, and the murmur of people beginning to understand that remembrance was not one service, but a promise they would have to keep. Josh looked at Timmy. His mouth moved. No sound came across the field, but Timmy knew the words by the shape of them. "Thank you." Then Josh turned toward Miriam. She offered her hand. He hesitated, glancing once more at the mine, the stone, the crowd, and the boy who had looked enough like him to reopen the past. Timmy lifted his hand. Josh lifted his in return. Not a wave this time. A farewell accepted. The figures near the trees brightened as the sun broke fully through the last thin cloud. For a moment, the whole edge of the woods shimmered as if every raindrop on every cedar needle had become a small lamp. Miriam stepped into that light with Josh beside her. The others followed. Peter, Anna, Ruth, Samuel, Elsie, Joey, and names still being found. They did not vanish like smoke. They faded like people walking farther down a bright road until distance, not darkness, took them. When the light settled, the tree line was only trees. Cindy wiped her face with her sleeve. "Did you see your mom?" Timmy shook his head slowly. For a second he felt the old disappointment rise. Then a warm breeze touched his cheek, soft as a hand smoothing hair from his forehead. It smelled faintly of the lavender soap his mother had kept by the kitchen sink in their old house. He closed his eyes. Daniel came to stand behind him. His breath caught. "I smell it too," he whispered. Timmy turned into his father's arms. Daniel held him, and this time both of them cried for Laura without fear that grief would swallow them whole. She had not appeared at the tree line because she had not been trapped there. That realization hurt and healed at the same time. Love did not need to haunt a place to remain. After the service, people lingered for hours. Some told stories. Some apologized. Some stood before the stones without speaking. Bill introduced Timmy and Cindy to two of Josh's distant relatives, an elderly brother of Josh's mother and a woman who had Josh's same bright hair now threaded with white. She hugged Timmy too long at first, then pulled away with an apology in her eyes. "You look like the photograph," she said. "That is not your burden. I just needed 1 second to remember him standing." Timmy nodded. "I understand." She touched the stone. "I hope you get a long, loud life." Timmy smiled through his tiredness. "I hope so too." The weeks that followed did not turn Casper County into a perfect place. Nothing as old as fear disappeared in one ceremony. Some people resisted the new signs, the investigations, and the renaming of Pecan Hill's annual picnic into the Day of Names. Some said it was too much, too dark, too painful for children. Marissa answered that children had carried the truth when adults refused it, so adults could handle discomfort now. Her answer was printed in the county paper. Cindy cut it out and taped it inside her locker. Daniel stayed in Casper County. Timmy had wondered if they would leave after everything, but one evening Daniel sat with him on the porch and asked what he wanted. Timmy looked across the yards toward Cindy's house, toward the road to Pecan Hill, toward a place that had frightened him and then somehow made room for him. "I want to stay," Timmy said. "Not because it is easy, because leaving would make it feel like the bad part got the last word." Daniel nodded. "I was hoping you would say that." "You were?" "I think your mother would have liked the trees." "I think she would have liked Cindy." I think she would have made me fix the back porch before winter. Timmy smiled. She would have made you fix it twice because the first time would lean. Daniel laughed. It was a real laugh, rusty from underuse but alive. Timmy had not realized how badly he needed to hear it until the sound was there. Marissa and Cindy came over often after that. Sometimes it was for dinner. Sometimes it was to talk about court updates. Sometimes it was because Marissa said Daniel's coffee was terrible and needed supervision. Timmy noticed the way his father cleaned the kitchen before they arrived and the way Marissa pretended not to notice. Cindy noticed everything and made terrible faces when the adults were not looking. Timmy threw napkins at her until Daniel told them both to stop wasting napkins, which only made Cindy laugh harder. Autumn settled into Casper County with red leaves along the roads and mist in the mornings. Vale House was emptied of evidence and then partly dismantled. Not burned because Bell said destruction was another form of hiding. The safe sections would become an archive and education center. The unsafe sections would be removed board by board after documentation. The well would remain capped under glass, a visible reminder that some doors must stay open in memory even when no one should walk through them again. The first preliminary hearing came sooner than Timmy expected. He did not testify in open court that day, but he sat in a waiting room with Daniel while lawyers argued about recordings, ledgers, and whether a family could own an underground chamber full of evidence just because it sat beneath their land. Timmy wore the same clean shirt from the memorial, and Daniel brought a book Timmy never opened. Through the wall, voices rose and fell. Timmy learned the justice sounded less like thunder than paperwork being dragged across a table. Grad Vale passed the waiting room once in cuffs with deputies on both sides. He did not smile. He looked smaller in the courthouse light, as if Vale House had lent him size and taken it back when the doors opened. His eyes found Timmy for half a second. Timmy expected to feel terror, but what came instead was a flat, cold certainty. Grant was only a man. Dangerous, cruel, and guilty, but still only a man. The haunting had made him seem larger because silence had stood behind him. Without silence, he had no throne. Daniel noticed Timmy watching and shifted closer. You do not have to look at him. Timmy kept his voice low. I know. I wanted to see if he still scared me the same way. Does he? Timmy thought about it honestly. He scares me, but not like before. Before, it felt like he knew a secret about the whole world. Now he just looks like someone who got caught. Daniel nodded slowly. That is a hard difference to learn. I wish you had learned it another way. Me too, Timmy said. He leaned against his father's shoulder not because he needed to hide, but because he could. Emily began working with Porter to build the archive. She said she was too old to become an investigator, and Porter told her age was not the thing Casper County lacked. Witnesses were. Emily sorted copies of records, identified family names from memory, and recorded everything she had been told to forget. Some nights she called Marissa crying. Other nights she called laughing because she had found proof that one missing boy had not run away, but had grown up 3 counties north under an assumed name after Miriam helped him escape before the trap closed. The past did not return only pain. Sometimes it returned a person. Cindy changed after the hearing too, not in a loud way. She still argued with teachers when rules were foolish, still teased Timmy for overthinking, and still made faces when Daniel and Marissa pretended they were only discussing coffee. But she also started carrying a small notebook. Whenever adults said something that sounded like a secret becoming a habit, she wrote it down. Timmy asked if she was making a list of villains. She said she was making a list of doors. What kind of doors? He asked. Things people close because opening them would be messy, Cindy said. Most are not haunted. Some still matter. Timmy liked that answer so much he asked her to write it on the first page of his own notebook. She did, but she added beneath it that he owed her half his fries at lunch for using her best line. He paid because some debts were fair. Daniel began fixing the back porch in early October. He measured twice, cut once, made one post uneven anyway, and laughed before Timmy could say his mother would have noticed. Marissa came over with a level and a look of exaggerated disappointment. She and Daniel spent 2 hours fixing what he had done, and Timmy sat on the steps with Cindy, listening to them argue about nails and weatherproof staying. The sound did not feel like replacing Laura. It felt like life making another room in a house that still kept her photographs on the mantel. One evening, Daniel found a box from their old home that he had avoided unpacking since the move. Inside were Laura's recipe cards, a scarf, 2 broken ornaments, and a small envelope addressed to Timmy in handwriting he knew at once. It was not a dramatic letter. His mother had written it before a school trip, joking that if he found it, Daniel had probably forgotten where she put the lunch money. At the bottom she had written that brave did not mean unafraid. Brave meant telling the truth with someone holding your hand when you needed one. Timmy read that line until the paper blurred. Then he let Daniel read it too. They placed the letter in a frame beside the kitchen window, not because brief needed to become a shrine, but because some words deserve daylight. When Marissa saw it, she touched the frame gently and said Laura sounded like someone she would have liked. Daniel answered that Laura would have liked her back. Nobody made the sentence heavier than it needed to be. It was allowed to be simple and true. The archive opened in stages because the records needed care. On the first public day, the courthouse meeting room filled until the fire marshal made people wait in the hall. Porter laid copies on long tables under plastic sleeves. They were maps of service tunnels, photographs of the quiet room, and pages where money had changed hands between men whose grandchildren still shopped at the same grocery store. Nobody spoke loudly. People moved from table to table with the hushed steps of visitors in a chapel. Timmy saw anger there, and grief, and a kind of humiliation that came from discovering your hometown had been smaller than the truth it contained. Cindy stopped at a photograph of the old church picnic from the year before Josh disappeared. Children ran across the field in the background. Adults smiled near long tables. At the far edge of the picture, half hidden by a cedar trunk, stood Miriam Vale. She was looking not at the camera, but toward the mine road, one hand raised as if trying to warn someone outside the frame. The photographer had probably thought she ruined the shot. Timmy thought she'd been trying to say the county that refused to look where she pointed. Emily stood beside them. She was younger than I remembered. That is the cruel trick of growing old with a memory. The people trapped inside it stay the same age, and you keep getting older around them. Cindy touched the plastic sleeve over the image. She still got us there. She did, Emily said. So did you. Cindy pretended to study the next page, but Timmy saw her swallow hard. Praise made her uncomfortable and it landed too near the heart. He understood. He felt the same when adults called him brave. He wanted to tell them he had been scared the whole time, but he had started to suspect that was exactly what they meant. Later that day, Sheriff Bell showed them the copied index for the black metal box. Miriam had listed not only the children, but the adults who helped Amos, the deputies who took payments, the ministers who buried complaints, and the businessmen who profited from fear. Bell ran one finger down the columns until he reached his family name. He did not skip it. He did not cover it with his hand. He let the children see it because hiding would have made the name heavier. I cannot change that. This bloodline is in my house, Bell said. I can decide it does not get my protection. Daniel answered quietly. That may be the best any family can do with the parts it is ashamed of. Timmy thought of Laura's letter beside the kitchen window, of Josh's name on stone, of Miriam's confession under glass, and of the notebook Cindy carried. Families, towns, and people were all made of rooms. Some rooms held laughter, some held rot, some held both. The important thing he was learning was not to pretend the locked rooms were empty. On the last warm Saturday before the rains returned for good, Timmy and Cindy rode their bikes to Pecan Hill. They did not go because the dead called. They went because the hill was part of their town now, and they refused to let fear own it. Families were there. Children played near the field under watchful eyes. Someone had planted daffodil bulbs along the path to the memorial stones. In spring, Emily said the ground would remember in yellow. Timmy and Cindy left their bikes near the bench and walked to the tree line. The wood smelled clean. The sealed mine entrance sat quiet behind its steel and stone. No frost marked the plaque. No whispers called from below. Timmy listened anyway, not because he expected terror, but because listening had become a way of honoring what silence had almost killed. Cindy slipped her hand into his. It was quick, awkward, and warm. Timmy looked at their hands, then at her face. She stared straight ahead as if daring him to make it strange. This is allowed, she said. Timmy felt his face heat. I was not arguing. Good, because I would win. He smiled. You usually do. They stood that way beneath the cedars while sunlight filtered down in broken gold. A bird called from somewhere high above. Children laughed across the field. Daniel and Marissa talked near the picnic tables, close enough to be seen and far enough to give the kids privacy they were not sure what to do with. Emily sat by the stones, reading a book aloud in a soft voice. Timmy realized she was reading to the unknown names, and the thought made him ache in a gentle way. A breeze moved through the trees. For a moment, Timmy saw a boy with orange hair standing at the far edge of the field. Josh looked healthy in the way ghosts only could when memory had softened enough to imagine mercy. He stood beside Miriam, who carried the wooden horse in both hands. Behind them, the others waited in sunlight that seemed to come from somewhere beyond the trees. Josh smiled. Not sadly, not with rage, just smiled. Then he turned and ran, not away from something, but toward voices Timmy could not hear. Miriam followed at an easy pace. The children went with her. The sunlight held them until it did not need to anymore. Cindy squeezed Timmy's hand. Goodbye, Josh. Timmy looked at the empty place where the boy had stood. Goodbye, Josh. The wind passed over Pecan Hill and kept going. It moved through the grass, through the cedars, across the sealed mine, and over the memorial stones where names sat warm in daylight. It crossed the road, touched Daniel's porch, stirred the curtains in Timmy's room, and went on toward the county beyond, carrying no scream, no warning, and no curse. Casper County would still have storms. It would still have grief. It would still have people who chose comfort over truth until someone made them choose again. But the old haunting had ended where it began, with a child at the edge of the woods and a county finally listening. Timmy held Cindy's hand a little tighter and walked back toward the field, toward his father, toward the living, and toward the long-bowed life someone had wished for him. Behind him, Pecan Hill rested in warm sunlight.